Trempe. Oh, imena გაუდი. კაცო, ნეტას სულ ესეთი თამაშები მქონდეს გასასტრიმი, მაგრამ ნეტას სულ ამოსტრიმავდა იმ. არ ვიტყოდი უარს დიდი სიამოვნებით გავსტრიმავდი. აუკეთესო ტროლერები არიან PC game. მოიცადე. აქ სანამ ჩვენ დავიწყებ, ჩვენ გვჭირდება ესეთი რაღაცის გასწორება. ერებს უნდა დავუწიოთ 70%-ზე ჩვენ, რომ ძალიან არ ანათებდეს. გარი.
Yeah, for sure. I think also you have to talk
ამას
about
გავასწორებ მე თამაშის მიხედვით
for
როგორ
Aurora,
იქნება
right?
რა.
Like going from a full Turkish lineup to now an international lineup, and for guys like Zantares and Bikadia, Voxic used to play obviously on international teams.
Bit of history.
Ferrari,
Zantares
we
speaking,
got it,
you know?
Yeah, and
True.
Zantares for a little bit, but I think it's just about getting used to, you know, the pace, the call outs, right? Like it becomes difficult when you need to piece a couple of sentences together, sort of suggest to your teammates something or ask for some help for some utility. You do this and then I'll do that.
ვიტალტი
That's
გვიანა,
where it gets
ვიტალი
more
10
difficult
არის.
for people who are not native speakers and who
კი,
haven't
ყველა
done
თამაშს
it in a long
გავსწრიმავთ.
time. So I think you'll have those growing pains definitely with Aurora, but put together a great team, I feel like, with the additions of Kiksan and Jimmy, two guys who, you know, maybe their stock was a little bit lower, but I don't think that's completely fair looking at their circumstance. And then obviously the addition of Ash, a guy that for a long time we've been looking at and say, hey, he probably deserves a better team, you know, better pieces to work with. So now they have all that, and they just have to sort of work it out together.
Has to be said as well, you know, two teams who are aspiring to two different things. Big have been built on a low-key budget, that's it, you know, keeping some of the German players, having Tapson in there in the mix still, brought Blame F into the mix, you know, an expensive player, but that's about it. Where you look towards Aurora, I mean, as far as I understand, their aspirations, they want to be a top team, they want to be in the top 5, they want to be at every single playoff, at every single tournament for the future, investing in Kixen, investing in GymFat. So you're looking at two teams who are working with vastly different budgets and vastly different aspirations. Despite that, right now, right here, you know, given they're so new, they should be somewhere similar to each other.
Do you think they keep the same roster for the rest of the year?
Aurora? It very much depends on how it's going to go for them early on. I think it's one of those teams where you see what works, you see what doesn't work, and then they're one change away from being really interesting.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Aurora lineup. Of course, if you're living under a rock or you didn't exactly know.
ნეტას ტურნირები იყოს გასასტრიმი, вообще არ ვიტყოდი უარს.
Now Kixen bringing the sort of strategic element there.
Yeah, I think Kixen is a very interesting one. I think just
best offertებია რა დღეს ყველამ შეიძლება მოიგოს.
Obviously they won the major, so they're already happy with the change, but I think the fact that Kixen wasn't the right fit for that Falcons lineup doesn't mean he's not a good IGL or he cannot take a team like Aurora to the next level, right? Like a lot of times, especially when it comes to the tier 1 Counter-Strike or trying to build a contender, like the fit matters. You know, not every IGL works with every team, not every coach works with every team and every IGL. So I think people would be, crazy to think, oh, Kixan was lost or he's not good just because he couldn't make Falcons work with better players. How is he going to make Aurora work with worse players on paper? But it's a lot about sort of just having the control of the team and everyone sort of listening able to do that in Aurora.
Well, it's a two-part change, right? Because you also bring in Ash as a coach, and then you have Kix in there. You're looking for that reinforcement as well. So the building blocks, dare I say, a little bit bigger.
თარა გამისτερდა იცი ამათი ხო იყო ჩამონათვალში რა დისკორდში დავპოსტე სურათი რა აი ხო იყო ქვეყნები ჩამოთვლილი რა და იქ ეწერა ჯორჯია და ბჭყალებში საქართველო
maybe underperforming a little bit, not living up to expectations. He comes in now to a new team. Hopefully,
Zura საქართველოს პინგზე გაქვს მარტო კაი პინგი.
I could see Jimfed, work out very well with Kixan as an in-game leader as well. So that match as well. I'm very curious to see how that's going to pan out.
Let's work out this veto and where we go here. And again, best of ones to kick things off today. Best of ones, 16 of them to be exact. Where are we playing?
We'll see. I mean, in a best
of ones, usually you find some
middle ground.
Inferno,
having a 7-map pool.
Aurora,
kind of kept the map pool, ancient band.
Newki არ იყო საკითხო, Newki კაია, Newki დაიბანა. Დალშე დასთი იქნება წესი. აუ, ქეშია ჩემი პირველი ვეთა.
Wow. An old favorite for many, Jacob.
Yeah, I remember playing Santaris on Cash in particular, and I think he was the best player in the world in that specific map.
Against you specifically?
Against me specifically and everyone else. I think Space Soldiers, they were like God tier. So there's definitely some know-how in terms of how to play the map, but also it's a sign of two teams who are coming in well prepared. They've had a long break, they've had time to practice, so integrating Cash into the map pool and being willing to play it in a best of one. The way I want to describe this game, they can win this one. There's no clear favorite on paper, so it should be a fun one.
Yeah, especially for a guy like Zantares talking about the aim feeling better here. This is single-handedly a player that could take a game into his hands.
ეხლა მინდა მაინტერესებს თამაში დაიწყება სადმე ექნება თავისუფალი ადგილი რომ კამერა განვათავსო იქ რა ჯერ არ ვიცი და მე შეიძლება გადავიტანო.
Like Aurora just with their top 4 placing at the major have secured like they'll be at more tier 1 events. They'll almost certainly already have enough to be at the next major, right? And for Big, this is one of the few opportunities that they have locked in, right? So they have to approach it as such. You mentioned that this is their Super Bowl in a way, if they want to make sure they'll be at the major and just get more opportunities in the tier 1 scene.
It's mega important for Big. There's no way around it. It's also why they've been grinding so much.
არა, ქართულს რა უნდა. ვიღაც ჩასახლებული ქართული შეიძლება იყოს ეხა მუშაობდეს, მაგრამ
they're very well aware.
ქართული ხო ის ყველგან იქნება თმა.
Be at the tier 1 tournaments and be at the next major. They have to
როგორც წყალი შეახწევს ყველგან ისე
right
ქართული.
away into a best of one at that on Cash. So it is a little bit like Christmas.
Bigis მაიკები რაღაც liquids არ გავს ძალიან.
Cash in terms of these two teams, what sort of play style are we expecting? I mean, I know it's kind of hard to just put there, but I got to ask the question.
Yeah, we didn't see too many changes from how the map has been played before, right? Obviously, with the
best of a
little bit, but I think you'll see a lot of aggression on the CT
არა
side,
ბიჭო
right?
ქვეყნების ჩამონათვალი იყო ვისაც მისცეს უფლება გასტრიმის რა და იქ ეწერა ჯორჯია და ბჭყალებში საქართველო ანუ პირველად ვნახე ეგეთი რაღაცა ანუ ამათმა გააკეთეს ეგრე რა და ეგ მომეწონა დისკორდში ჩავარდი და ნახე
it's one of those maps that doesn't reward you for sitting back and waiting for the opposition to come. You have to stress your opposition, you have to stress your opponents, and I think it'll be a T-side game.
მონღოლებმა მოიგეს ბიჭო
Let's not get too
ეს
stressed out just yet. This is Big Aurora, and it is time for us to get the game underway.
მე ვსტრიმა მარტო ქართულებში სალამი დავედით აბა დავეშვით ეხა პროსტო ის ჩამასმევინა სწორად სადაც შემიძლია ჩემი კამერის ჩასმა და ეგაა რა მეტი არაფერი არ მინდა
All right, we got big.
ხმა კარგად ისმის ყველაფერი კარგადაა ხო
A little bit of cash to get things going out here at EWC. Already seen big of
აი ამ რაღაცას უმტრევენ მე რა ვინც გავარდება გუნდი ამას ამტრევენ რო იცოდეთ არა წელს ვერ ამგონია
Aurora, they looking at the stage out here in EWC.
Ah,
we haven't
გამახსენდა,
got to
ხო.
cast cash yet.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this.
I mean, there's so many firsts, right? It's not just, you know,
Spirit
this new
იქნება
Aurora
ამის მერე, ამ
international
თამაშის მერე
lineup.
არის Spirit.
It's the new map in the pool, as you said. So it's bound to be a banger here, Harry. No doubt about that. And Big coming off the back of another grind. We saw them grind to the major at the end of the last season. Now they've
Oh,
now
we
done
got
the
the
same
Rakatse
on
ფეხ-ფეხზე
quite the
ვაკეთებდი.
run to get to the main event here in EWC.
აი, დაგვაგვიანდა
And
ძმება,
now
ორი
they
წუთი
play
დაიწყეთ.
up against a team that we have a lot of questions about, right? Sure, Aurora have that core. They have a bunch of
კი,
players
ახალი
that are
ტურნირი
proven,
არის, მსოფლიო
team
ჩემპიონატი
that,
არის.
their very core was in the major playoffs, but now we look at these couple of international additions, including a recent desk analyst in Ash standing behind them. So it's a lot to like here for
Aye.
Aurora. Whether
Hello,
it will hit the ground
Marjorie.
running, we're going to have to wait and see. They've had some online
Groupie.
success, but it's all different
აი
online.
ესე
It's all
სადღაც
different at
შემიძლია, აი
EWC.
აქ ესე კი. ეს ესე და ესეც ესე. მეთქე ამას მივადებ ბოლომდე ესე. და ამას გავაშუალედებ.
And so nothing rip-roaring to get this one going. It's a bit of a
Yes.
spread-out start here for Aurora. Jimmy with the bomb out here towards the door. He's got Wakadia in tow.
აუ რა
That's a pretty
შვები.
sick camera angle. These two so close. But I want to know what's the
Uh-huh.
plan with Woxic and co. They started off over here towards B. He's got a bit of util to work with, so we might have a fake here trying to draw out an early rotate from Big.
ეგ არის.
That bomb ready to react out
This
through
is
the
კარგად
door on
ვარ რა.
the A site.
ესეთ კარგადო. ყველას კამერაა თან, ბიჭო, რა კაია თო. ყველა ტიპ შეგიძლია ერთდროულად უყურო. ვაიმე, ძმაკაც მაგარი გაგუთ გავიდა თუ.
Close at the door, lets the first guy past. Blame F can't deal with it. And so Aurora will get through. Bomb in tow. And this is shaping up to be their pistol round.
Yeah, it's not like Big moved that much. Sure, Tabson backed up off a bomb site, but I don't think he could have done too much either way. Aurora run past those dual Berettas and barely anything done.
რა
It's a
მოხდა?
nice bit of damage on the way in, but Glocks are everywhere. And Big are not getting back into this bomb site.
ერთი ხა კაკრას პროებისთვის არ მიყურებია ქეშე და.
Pause here and peek together at the end.
Oh,
Nice
man.
pistol from Aurora. Some set piece, some strategy behind that. Little fake on the
ვის
B bomb
კლავს ვერ
site.
ხედავთ?
And some well-placed util on A. So pistol round comes in here for Aurora.
მაგას ეფარება, ხო?
Wondering if we get that force buy from Big. It is City
How
Cash
do we
after
go
all, right?
camera
This was a
though?
classic. Get up in your face. Lots of options for aggression on this
Ah,
map.
we
Lots of moves you can make.
ეფარება. აი.
So Big do indeed go for it. Going to be keeping my eyes on middle in this game, right? The variance of how you take mid as a CT player. Are
და
you
მაღლაც მოჟდა.
playing for it every round? How often are you
აბა
giving it
ვნახოთ
up?
ეს
When the
ახლა
teams
როგორ
realize you're
იქნება.
giving it up, what are they going to do with it? Aurora know in a round 2 there's not going to be a lot of
არ
util
ვიცი, აბა
behind this
საწავიღოს
buy, so they
სხვაგან
just
და.
take full control straight away. Sandbags, Molly, Z smoke, and it's all theirs. Question is, where do they go from here?
ვიჩუაში კამერას მოვეფერები. მოვეფერები,
Just
მოვეფარები.
milling about in the middle.
მე სტრიმი დავალაიქოთ,
Need to
არხი
smoke
გამოუწეროთ.
vents. Big are realizing in the quiet something could be happening. They start to shift over.
Yeah, and this is a well-timed gamble from Big.
კამერის დაპატარავებაც მოჟნა ცოტა.
Third player in tow, JDC taking that first bit of contact, and in comes Blame F out from the spawn.
ესეთ აი ესე აღარ მოეფარება რა.
Util finds a bit of chip damage here, but it's nothing to write home about yet for Aurora. They're looking to change their mind here, and that's going to put them away from the stack. Tabson nearby, out towards Z, could disrupt everything with a well-timed backstab.
აბა ვნახოთ,
Needs
so
to convert on
ესეთ
these
ეგ
kills, gets out with one of them. But it's Antares trading it right back.
ეგ არის, აღარავის
He's
არ
clean with it on the
მოვეფარები.
AK. Bomb's going to cross on.
არა,
in.
იმის
They
დაფარვა არ
keep the rest
შემიძლია
in big.
ლოგოების.
They are here on a good timing. That bomb not down yet. Things are getting
არა,
stressful
so
for Aurora.
კარგად
They're
ვარ,
going to
კრავი,
keep the pressure
ჯიგრულად
on
ვარ.
right now. Bigger pushing in. That bomb will not get planted easily. Favin gets dropped though. That might call it off
ჯიგრულად ვარ
for
თუ
Big. Kixon's on a huge flank round the back. So backstab to Blame F puts this one in
აბე,
the
ნახე
pocket of
კიქსონა
Aurora.
რეებს
A
ქოლოს.
nice mid-round call made by Aurora to get out of there upon seeing the stack.
ნუ აღარ
It was a
ეფარება.
little bit slow coming out A main. They wanted that
რა
quick
ვიღაცა
start.
მეის თუ არ
Gets in the
გააკეთა.
position to win the round. So a little treacherous, but a conversion nonetheless. Full eco now for Big. Aurora with the chance to really build into this game. Of course, it's an Aurora in a very different position, but keep in mind, we talk about Aurora at EWC. They were in the grand final last year. It was a shock anyway. They took down Falcons in those semi-finals.
კი, მივწერე იმეილზე, ის გავაგზავნე აპლიკაცია და დამიდასტურეს.
Still keeping pieces of that.
ბიჭო, აი რავია, ხანტარესამ როგორც უცოდი ინგლისური არ იცოდა, მაგრამ მე ხომ მე ბიგში თამაშობდა და მან დაამუღამა. ბამ. უხ. არელოდა. ეს რა მუსიკებია, გაგვეთიშეთ რა.
It's true they can't, but I mean up until now I think Aurora done a
ბიჭო, ეს მომწონს ყველას კამერას რო უყურებ. ვინმეს რეაქცია თუ გაინტერესებს მე? პირდაპირ იმ ტიპს უყურებ რა. აი მას უნდა დააკვირდე რამდენს ბაზრობენ ტიპები.
That's given rise to an early stack out towards B.
რა კარგად დაბლოკა.
Aurora are moving in. Looking at Kixan here, who's gained a lot of ground, isn't known about yet either, and with his teammates covering. Oh,
ეს საიტს არ ჩეკავს, Kixan საიტი გაჩეკეთ.
JDC's right next to him.
ვაიმე, 4-3.
Right, and he would have found this guy. This is going to come as a real surprise. No, JDC, that's a disaster. Give it a bit of a golden ticket.
მე მეგონა მარტო მე მომდიოდა ეგეთები.
At least make it interesting, but he's flubbed the shot.
No, that really ruins the vibe, doesn't it?
მომენტია.
That really ruins your whole day, and it adds a little laugh to Aurora, who just get given a gimme. Oh, I said the German Deegs, Harry. I was expecting a little bit more than that. Awkward round to lose. Aurora looking very comfortable in this map. It makes sense, right? New team coming in with a new in-game leadership, a new coach, right? Wanting to immediately establish himself on a map like this. One that, you know, some of the top teams I think are...
ვინა ბიჭო,
They're not
ჯიმპლატა.
going to entirely avoid it. You can't at the end of the day if it didn't get swapped for your Instaban, but maybe they won't be trying to perfect it out of the gate. This gives you a leg up. Aurora going to run into this big site
ახوარი
into
მაპია
the
ბიჭო ეს
fourth round.
ქეშიტო. მე მგონი ამას ისევ ორპასი ჯობდა პაგებზე.
This is an interesting one now because they're going to get bombed down. They're going to have util for post plant, but Big have the numbers to consider going for this. These retakes are really hard on the B site. That bomb plant is not open either.
იწერია თუ იმეს აურორას მოგება?
Aurora playing 2 in the site, re-smoking still. Big, a lot of util, but they've got to get their ducks in a row. That will help.
სად გაიყოლა და
Tabsing going to do it again, close to Santares on that second spam. Him and Jimmy feeling a great deal of pressure here. They're getting encircled by Big, and it's JDC late from main. Meant to put a bit of order back on this. Goes through with Blame F to reel that round back in, and Big are on the board. Their first rifle round instantly finding a bit of success.
You do wonder what would happen if Tabson doesn't get that burst kill through the smoke. A 3v4.
არა სიტი მაპია რეალურად რა.
Jimmy, he puts it into a very winnable position, but just overwhelmed by numbers. Could have gone very, very wrong here for Big in this round.
Gotta say as well, I do like how late JDC is on that main lurk, right? You're kind of leaving it down to the wire anyway. Everyone's coming through CT. You touched on all the util that Big had heading into that round. And so JDC just really takes his time. And at a certain point, you can kind of just write off that main position if you're
არა
Zantares
შანსი
there.
არაა რა ის
No one's picked you for.
ვოქსიკამ და ვიკადია მოეწევებიც რომ ინგლისური იციან და ხანტარესაც ბიგში თამაშობდა ეხა.
It just ends up being a nice free kill to kickstart that retake.
Right, so Big have something, and they have Aurora within breaking point. Winning this round puts them back to eco. Of course, Tabson's got the nerdiest nades in town. That's a crazy HE. Dunked onto Wicardia, defaulting in main. Ready to get...
That's Mongols Legacy now is the 9-zi სტურა. დავაი.
Smoke comes in. Don't be surprised to see Kixon go through this as the util lands. Double Molotov. Smoke comes out for Big to put some fear in the sandbags. That will make them a little more tentative here in middle while Big make the next play.
ბიჭო ლანზე მიდის ეგრეთ ტყუები. არ გგონია ეგრეა. ძალიან სწორად მიდის ტყუები ლანზე. ძალიან.
They'll take it by force and attempted a retake here for Woxic. Hoping to get this space back. Will remove one. They should be aware of the presence of Tabson. Kill to his name already. It's been taken in the downtime for Aurora. They might be a man down here, but they've got good positions to try and split onto this A site with Tabson dead. Santares able to find him. Will he be aware of Blame F out towards the truck? Gets the spot. I'll get one over him though. And they know that Kixan was around here somewhere. They're going to regroup and maybe look to clear mid together. Kixan is in hot water here.
Wow.
He had to hit that. It keeps the round alive. Puts his teammate in this 1v2. And Woxic with the bomb down could be anywhere by now. Orb on the site. Going to jump up and try and pick a player up. He missed that jump. Woxic backs up. Headshot angle, not easy. Molly backside. Woxic's flustering right now. They're running at him 2-on-1. And Woxic hears them burn together. He can't hit a shot right now. Finally connects. Tap on the bomb. Woxic knife out. Doesn't believe it. They spam him through the smoke, and Big will pick up that second round. A very messy situation.
დღეს ყველა თამაში best of
Big do
1-ია.
survive. My oh my.
დღეს ყველა თამაში best of 1 back.
Already liking Big's reactions, right? Just two really good re-pushes in that round. It's the re-clear and A main. After the early damage, they lose mid-control. They go straight for A. They find a pick off of it. But it's the mid-re-clear that flushes out Kixon. It gives Big better timing back into that bomb site. Not looking over their shoulder on the retake.
Grixa 0-5-ია
ძმა. Water now, in fact, looking to...
ნუ ვოსტრე მიდავალა იქ ოთარხი გამოვიწეროთ არ დაგეძავოთ. დღეს ყველა თამაშობს საერთოდ. Falconi, Vitality, Navi. Navi. ან თუ Navi არ ვიცი. Navi არის ამ ტურნირზე არ მახსოვს.
Posted like a bit of a turret at the back of the site here. They still haven't flushed out this AWP and they're not getting any closer to doing so. Well, that one is ripped away from Aurora decisively at the hands of the Grix Orb. And I do like even, you know, at the end there, Jimmy seeing JDC getting aggressive, now that you're getting a lot of these pushes across the map for Big. You've seen them in A main a handful of times. Now you've just seen JDC commit through that B side. Wonder if this is going to slow things down for Aurora, right? Try and gauge some of these reactions a little bit. Try and deal with them. Stop the big pushes.
There's a shot.
It's an Orpus Paradise being on A. Very hard position to flash effectively. Now Aurora do just have the Eagles to their name.
Oh, Radoušas Germanelemna.
Not really been seeing these fakes for Aurora really work, even though they've delivered them rounds. It hasn't felt like Big have been massively out of position. They've had
Berlin International Gaming.
Now even in this round, they're happy to take fights.
Yeah, it kind of comes with the territory, right? We're talking about how
now
aggressive they're being in the mid-round, how they're always looking for space.
Now we should ცვლილებები როარ მოხდა. ესე იგი ჯერ კიდევ ჯერა იმას რა ქვია, ბლეიდას მაგა line-ups კიდევ ჯერა რომ რაღაცა შეუძლიათ. მაგიტო არ მოხდა ცვლილებები. ესე იგი კიდე მისცეს ერთი შანსი რომ რაღაც წლის ბოლომდე გაისროლონ რაღაც რა. მე ძალიან მეეჭვებოდ. მე მეგონა რომ ეგეთი შემთხვევაში ზოგადად ჯგუფში როცა რჩები და play-off-ში ვერ გადიხარ major-ის დიდი ალბათობა არის ხოლმე იმისო ცვლილებები მოხდეს და. აუ იმენა low cortisol-ი არის, ამას რო უყურებ, ჩემი და რო არ ვთამაშობ, ძმაო, რა კაია, ჩემ. მე და ყველა ტურნირის გასტრიმის უფლება მომცენ იმენა, ვაფშე არასდროს აღარ ჩავრთავ counter-ს, მარტო აი რაც მსიამონებს იმას გავუყურებ. აღარ მინდა ამის თამაში ეს იმენა ტიბო არის.
One more ride.
Bicho, ზოგადად სტენდინებთან ერთად გაჩავენ ხოლმე რა. კარგად. მაგრამ არაერთი ტურნირი მაქვს ნანახი, სადაც სტენდინთან ერთად უფრო მოიგეს, ვიდრე ისე იგებდნენ. მაგალითად G2-მ რომ მოიგო Stevie 2K-სთან ერთად, Kromenasთან ერთად მოიგო FaZe-მა. ვიღაცა კარგი, ბევრი ის იყო რა. გაგახსენდება თქვენს ვინ სტენდინთან ერთად მოიგო.
They can feel real tricky to try and end your round out through one of these mid hits.
Yeah.
And instead for Big, the goal has just been to kind of pressure the extremities.
აი რო თამაშობ, საშინელებაა რა, ვაფშე აღარ მისწორდება იმენა.
It's also even if you're trying to come up highway and you throw that heaven smoke that bleeds down, it's such a giveaway. It's so obvious where you are. We saw that round taps and just walks out. He
ვერ ვიჯერებ უბრალოდ ვიღაცა ტიპები არიან, ვისაც არ აქვს რაღაც $200 გადახდილი და არ მეშები.
If you're waiting at a highway smoke, we'll see if Aurora try and do more towards middle, but for now leaning very heavy A.
Impress მოვუგე მაგას
FaZe-ზე. Straight through Xantares trusts his aim, but JDC puts him down.
Xantares-თან ძალიან ტრაქში ისროლა.
Opening move denied here, but there's another man over the boost.
აუ, სადისვრიან ვიკადიებით.
Two rather solo plays here with limited support, punished, and then finally more is gone for. Blame F pushes in a 5-on-3. Big just never stop moving, man. This will enforce an A stack. Have that highway smoke, but JDC has cleared out mid entirely.
ეს რა ლამაზი ემოთხია, ტო, რომელია? რა ემოთხია ჭირა, ძმობას
This
გაფი.
is faking no one. Big know what's coming.
ფავენას რა ემოთხი უჭირავს თო? ხო.
Molly at least going to make Tabson uncomfortable, but he's been able to cross out of there. And now the rotates
Nice,
arrive,
right,
3 strong here. It's an even odds bout for this
Alan
A-side control.
Egregia.
Jimmy gone, a
Alan
clean
Egregia.
sweep out of Big. And again, man, you can attribute so
Italy,
much
yeah,
of these
it's
little
really
mid-round info plays. Grix pushed all the way through B, and it paints a very clear picture of where that round's ending up.
Yeah, Aurora kind of hope a little bit, throwing in that highway smoke. It's after Blame goes down, so they're acting like they have full mid control and, oh, we're wrapping you on the A side. But Big just don't buy it, and they're more than fine to clear out positions, as you say. So 5-3, a full streak of rounds here from Big. Very comfortable
No,
looking CT side
კაი
at the moment.
პოსია. დურია.
Maybe something a little more poppy now for Aurora, where they can put pistols in your face. This Molotov on the sandbags. Tech 9's in the door, but Grix has a main control.
$200-მდე ფაქტორინი მშვენიერი ფასი.
And it feels like Aurora have kind of started to lose a bit of a grasp on the game now, right? We're kind of playing on Big say-so. In the last round, they finally go back to the mid-fight on a perfect timing, right as Aurora looked to take it. Now they've gone back to what they were doing at the start of this game. A bit of pressure out towards A main.
მაგრამ
You don't
დაუყოლა
really
პიკმა
know
რა.
where the next fight's coming from if you're Aurora. They'll try and
Oh,
go
ცუდად
quickly
გილზე
here.
ამოკეტა
Molly
ჩვენი
makes
ძმა.
life a little tricky
Where
for
are they?
Grix.
სად არიან ძმა?
Knows they've gotten out.
oi. Kixana რა საკეთებს და ფავენას კი არა და პლეიმეფას კაი პოზიცია აქვს ძალიან. ერთი კაცი მოკლა, Heavens გაჩეკავს ესე. ერთი კაცის ხმა ესმის რომ Heaven იმაში დარბის, კარებში დარბის ერთი კაცი. მაგრამ რამდენი ხანი უკვე გაჩეკავს, არ გაჩეკა. არ გაჩეკა ზემოთ. არ გაჩეკა. აი ერთზე იციან რომ კარებშია.
Jimmy spotted in the door, pistol up close. Kixon's got to make the play. He comes through the back of this smoke.
Why?
Just too many bodies there
Why,
for him
man?
to deal with. Jimmy Deagle. It's done damage, but he's brought down low. And with the defuse being held,
Wah,
Spam
მე
not
არა და
connecting.
არა და იმენა თავზე
They've
ედო.
sniped another one away. Kicksands double ends up being in vain.
Yeah, you always feel like those post plants come back to bite you on this map, don't they, right? You want to plant open. You always want to plant open, but it's so hard to do so with how quick those CT's rotations are. They can often be someone at E-box, someone at car. You got that
ამარა
backside smoke,
kilebია
you
იყო,
can
ჩემ
get
ტეკნაინს
spammed
ესე
through,
არ
so
მიაქვს,
just
no.
take the safe option, the guaranteed money on default. But then look what it does to Jimmy.
აი ნახოთ რავი, best of 1-ია, მე მომწონს სხვათა შორის ეგ როსტერი რავი, კარგად ხომარობენ. ბიჭო, City map-ი არის როგორც პროსცენაზე ჩანს რა, ანუ პროსცენით უნდა იმეთყველო რა, ანუ იმშელო პროსტორად.
Nothing to show for it since that pistol.
იმიტომ რომ Face ძე ხა შეიძლება ის იყოს, რა ქვია.
JDC gets into the vent.
ტიდან გადაგიარონ, მაგრამ პროსცენაც ძირითადად City-დან თამაშობენ კარგად რა.
I mean, you already feel like you're in a very
არა ძმა, რა ვარდება.
right? You've got that extra
უფური ეტაპია.
rotation now on the vent side in JDC.
არა,
You've been able
Falcon-დან არ
to take away the
გავიქცა.
early mid control. JDC now can kind of be responsible for both halves. You will get mollied out of the vent.
Saw nothing.
And so that's given rise to a mid take for Aurora. Now looking for his split. Grix Orb fires off. It's going to fall to Woxic to try and get this trade. Grix ever gives it to him.
ბიჭო, რავი, ახალი ვიდეო შემხვდა ერთი რომ ეგრევე დაედო
But
ბანიტებს.
they have crept out.
Oh,
And that's the
wow, რა
repeat
კარგად
punish. Woxic
გადააზღვიეს
waiting for
ერთმანეთი.
exactly that.
ეს
4 on 3,
ვიკადიას რა
missed jump
ჭირსმა.
still, with Cardia just trying to get
Oi,
off his
oi,
forklift,
oi,
but a headshot comes in. So
აი მიაქ
is
რა.
Ricardia.
ვაიმე.
Pavin follows up. Zantares kills the mid
That's a
rotation. And now
წავიდნენ და Favena.
back to this B side, but Favin's
Favena
running
უკვე
quickly.
აქაა
He's here
შეხედე.
ahead of time. Zantares can't
Ay,
afford
ay,
to
ay,
fall. That bomb's still
Sadaumula
making its way
Heaven.
over. Pavin lobs in a boatload of util, but isn't really in a fighting position here.
ვენტებიდან მიდის ბიჭო?
He's looking for a rifle. That makes you feel like he's going to give this a go.
They have the money either way, so it gives him 2 options. He can just have a little poke around, see if a kill is offered up, but with how slow this
აუ,
fight
ვენტებში
is.
უტასულიყო
I mean,
ხანტარისას
he threw in
უეჭველი
a lot of
ყლავდა.
util from CT. They know he had that AWP as well. I think this is the last thing you're expecting, that he's gone for the full reroute around. Time's the problem, though. Got to be real swift. Needs
Why,
the
man?
double. Spot on Jimmy, but has to chase him down right now. The time might
man?
decide it. Kill comes in.
Why,
This is
go-
down to the wire. Favin with an out-of-the-box reroute. Is there time?
Archera,
That is
bicho.
robbery from Favin.
Oh, even then, I thought there was just
man?
enough time to win the round for them, but somehow Favin shifts in, final second, and Jimmy offers up that kill. My oh my!
That's just the last thing you're expecting.
They
Like,
thought he was saving.
ah.
That is a disaster. Nothing can go wrong here
Dude,
for Big.
And you've felt like you've lost some rough rounds right now if you're Aurora, where they've just kind of been out of your hands. You've been at the full mercy of Big. That one, though, that felt safe. That felt like it was going on the board. You were going to try and find your way still in this T side. Now this is running a real bit of Big dominance thus far. Since the guns have come out, it's all come up Big.
I mean, Jimmy must be feeling like a silly goose after that one. Sure, he gets naded backside. He's 100 health. Few more seconds, drop headshot, crouch, buy time, stay default, anything except wide peak and lose the fight. You are going to get judged by your outcome, and that is the worst possible one there for Big. Or for Aurora, sorry. Sick clutch here. And Aurora just have to keep throwing themselves back in the ring.
Raundi katrolesti põhimõtteliselt.
No time to tap out on this T side. 2 rounds remain. Holding for a move.
არა bro, ამის მე რა თამაშს ვაპირებ. მთელი დღეს სტრიმ ის არის რა ვქნა თამაშები.
Has really been the CT side for Big. They do miss that Molotov, but Centaurus is already over the top. Big control conceded again from Big. And what do you think they're going to do? A repush coming in?
Why me და ვიკადია რა კარგია.
Able to clean up. Got the spot there as well.
Ime რა
And it's
კარგია,
Arcadia triple
ვიკადია,
that just
ბიჭო.
might save the day for Aurora. The job's not done yet though. 3v2 and you're very split up. You do have this mid lurk on Xantares. Bomb retrieved as well for Kixan. He's going to try and link back up with Wakadia. They've got Xantares closing in, and this kill should come for free.
ეხა ეს სამი ერთ-ერთ არ წააგონ ბიჭო არ გამაგიგო.
There's still unknown positions, and so Aurora get everyone together.
მაჩვენას ბრატები არიან ესენი წესიურად იმეპარაკი Aurora-ს.
Team are probably telling him to give it a go at this point.
ნახე, ამასაც აგებენ.
When a back gets offered up.
ფული აქვს საკაიფოთ.
High flash, but
next try-საც გააკეთებენ რო რამე რა. და კიდიათ მან. კიდია ხა ამაოპეს აკარგავს თუ არა მაგრამ.
Is open for a change, so feels very difficult without a smoke for Grix. Can he just hit the straight up shot?
აი, ვიკადია რა კარგია რა.
Aurora do finally break that 7-round streak
Just hit you,
of
bro.
Big on this CT side. It's not too late to save your half.
I mean, that's just such a huge round out of Wakadia, isn't it, right? The reposition gets himself stolen away here just in time to dodge the flash. Offers up that triple kill. And just good awareness, because this whole game, you feel like when you're dealing with Big, you're almost like making a deal with the devil. You get the mid control, sure, but they're going to pressure everything else. They're going to take away all the other map control. That's exactly what Big were trying to do. Cardia are able to stop it, and maybe there's still some hope on this T side yet for Aurora. They're shooting for 5. Bit of aggression here. JDC, this isn't a move that Aurora have seen yet. Xantares was trying to watch it. JDC's still going to catch him. That's an early advantage for Big.
Xantares has been hitting a lot of shots when needed in this game.
მარცხნივ რა დარია bro და
Go
მაგ.
for it, send into this site. JDC's legs caught by Wakadia.
This
time they will check bomb side, but they can't find Favin. Where has he gone? Right through the smoke, dropping back in. He doesn't react. 2-on-2 now. Wakadia and Woxic trying to bail them out from this man down round. Fate comes out. Big keep the pressure on. They push through the smoke.
Such devastating effect. Woxic will keep eyes on it. So now you're left looking at Grix. Couldn't hack the 1v3 in
Oi,
that last
oi,
round
oi,
and shut
oi.
down here. It's back-to-back clutches getting denied.
აღულ
Aurora
შვიდი
going to
შვენიერი
salvage
ხალხი.
something at the end of this T side.
You breathe easy now, don't you, right? Getting that 4v5 in the last round, feel like you were back to the worst case scenario again, but back-to-back rounds at the end of
ტელევიზორში
what was a
კომენტარებს ვეფარები
devastating
რა უყოს მაო
T-side.
ეგრე არის.
Aurora redeem themselves somewhat.
100 Thieves maps მოუგებს
Still gonna be
იტალიის
an uphill
უეჭველი.
battle here.
მაგრამ მაპით მოუგო თამარსაც მოუგებს
Big
best of
looking
1-ია.
very comfortable
ჯორჯას
on
ბანი
that.
დაადეთ რა გეხვეწები რა.
And if that's what their CT side looks
Dan
like, with some
Hyde
of the
შეიყურება.
activity we're seeing, some of the reclears or repushes, always having an idea, always having an answer, I'm very excited to see how they're going to try and make this T side work.
You know, I think as well, you're kind of seeing Big looking a bit like a battle-hardened team that have had to fight their way through the open qualifier. They've already got a bunch of reps in. That CT side was flowing, you know, like every move at the perfect moment.
Andrix
The second they gave up space, they were always ready to react somewhere else. It was just a
Andrix თუ დაჭდა წამური შაურმა მოგდის.
And so now we see, you know, how does Aurora stack up? Is it going to be just as mobile? Are they going to try and have all these pressure points like Big did? Can they get themselves back in?
No,
to this
დავალაგეთ
game?
სლაიქს
Well, we
ავიდეთ
don't
არხი
wait long to
გამოიწერთ
find
სარგაფ
out. No
გამოწერილი.
halftime breaks here, straight back into
უგეზარებად.
the action with a big T-side pistol, something they've always got up their sleeve. A lot of util here in this round. Spread amongst three. And insta info taken here from Xantares.
And you'll like this pistol from Big, Hugo. This
Oi,
is one of
oi,
yours.
oi, oi. ჩემ დუალებს
Often
ეგრე
start
არის
like
მაგ
that,
range-ი
though.
და.
Grix dead, back of main. While the rest of the guys were hoping for the door pop, that main lurk designed to come in a little later.
ხო
Get
ჩადუ ეს
snuffed out by
დუალებს
these dual
მაიმენ.
Berettas. Xantares and Wakadia, all
Yes,
the
it's
kills
side
belonging
here.
to them.
Two guys, 4 pistols. You had no chance, Big.
Oi,
And
oi,
they will
oi,
finish the
oi.
job. Beautiful
that.
shots out
რა
of
რაუნდი
Ricardo and
გაატარეს
Xantares.
იმენა.
That's one way to kick off your CT campaign, looking for a comeback, looking to believe again. Was a really rough run at things here from Aurora. And now with both pistols, they've got an opportunity.
I think it probably just feels nice too to give Big a bit of a taste of their own medicine, right? You're the guys pushing main. You're the guys with the well-placed stack to get this half going. I think you were largely getting out-positioned and out-maneuvered by Big in that first half. So to kind of go and do it back to them, that feels good for Aurora. Eco for Big, and it's just this Deagle on Blame F.
Really hoping for a bomb plant here. Look at the positions. No one in the bomb site. Going to have to hit some incredible shots to stop a plant at this point. It is coming in. Double nade on defaults. Too late.
ყველაფერს გაატრო გრისკამდ, თუ გრისკამ.
So Big just trying to squeeze a kill or two out of this post plant.
Ooh. I mean, they've got a couple.
Why
How
stop?
much more can you really get here? Grix on the burst Glock. It will
ორი
let him
კაცი
down.
მოკლეს და ბომბის
That's
დადესა.
all well and good. You came for the bomb plant. You got out with a little bit more than that.
ეს
Couple of
საიტი
kills
ესე
to
რატო
boot,
დათმეს
extra money
მაგას
for
ვერ
the
მივხვდი.
round ahead. And Aurora might have won that, but you've got them within touching distance of a reset. That could shape up this second half very nicely for Big. This is where they kind of have to deliver on that in this follow-up round.
It's still a really weird place to be, right? Because we're 7-7, but Aurora have only won 2 rifle rounds in this entire map. So it remains to be seen whether they're up for the job. Big is still in a commanding position, but everything changes when you swap halves. So let's see if that same ingenuity is a factor here on Big's T side as well. Similar start for Aurora, only Kixon in middle, throws his smoke, gets straight out. Looks like we have a push coming in from Aurora.
Main aggression off the rip. Second flash, but
და ზუსტად იგივე გავუკეთა ვიკადია მას, აი ზუსტად.
and that's the two top performers.
ესმის
Wakadia
ხმა
and
ძმა,
Xantares just
სხვა
offered
ადგილიდან
up on a
დაიპოვა
silver
თექ
platter
ფლეში
right
თორე
at the
ისმის
top of the
ხმა.
round.
Feels like a really weird play, right? Like you got to be ready for Favin in that position. He's just crept through ahead of your molly. You have a deep smoke. You got players, sure, throwing nades behind it, but the T's have the timing. They could be in main, and we see that flash dodged completely by Favin.
Wakadia.
We jumped 2 players through a smoke.
გიორგი
This is
მეორე
a gun
მოუნა.
round,
Best of
boys.
first-ია ძმა,
Wakadia knows
რაო.
how potent that box is for dodging the flashes too. He got a double kill there in the first half.
Now look at them.
That's
They just
Georgiev's რაღაც.
walked into this bomb site.
Yeah.
Favan is behind them.
და დღეს უარყოფ რო გიორგი მქვია.
Careful, it can still go wrong. Repeaking con could be well timed. Good cover here.
აი ესეთ მომენტებში პიკავ ხოლმე მე
Go
ზოგადად.
right back to B, knowing where Woxic is.
ეგ არის ეგ იყო ჩემი ტაიმინგი რა, რომ გავპიკავ და სამი კაცი
That's
მიყურებს.
like an eco strat to me. Like you're jumping two players through
აი
an
არ
main
გვინდა
smoke with
ეხა
a
ეს თავის
flash.
გამართლებები რა.
So really curious first gun
ევდორა,
round here.
უღრმესი მადლობა, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაციისთვის, ჩიგარი ხარ. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა bro.
It's gonna give
Like,
you a
like,
money on
დაგა like თემგანში. უღრმესი მადლობა დონაციისთვის. კიდევ ერთხელ მადლობა. Браво. დონაციაც გაიხსნა. შენსია რა ძმაო. ჯორჯ. რა გარიში მორჩება ძმა.
Now they save just a
Sorry,
requirement
Caleb.
for Woxic if you do want to have a chance at guns, if you want to kind of stem the bleeding, you need him to
არა
stay
შეს
alive.
არა
I
უშავს.
believe
ყოველ
they get worried
შემთხვევაში
about
best
their
of
own
3
money.
თამაში არ მგონია best of 1 და რაღაცებს არ
So not
ვიცახი.
playing for the hunt yet, but
Maps მოუგებს
If this keeps
უოჭო
up,
100 TFC.
they're going to stop showing so much mercy in these saves.
ნუ სტრიმი დავალაიქოთ არხი გამოვიწეროთ. ავიდეთ
Yeah,
ას
big
ლაიქს.
looking
მოგეზარებოდ.
Laser
საფხულში
focused.
დასიწყულები ვართ, გასაგებია,
No
მაგრამ
big
ლაიქს მიაჭირეთ.
celebrations yet.
და მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციისთვის.
Well, it's a long 2 weeks, but it's also a pretty comfortable group stage in the sense of, you win a BO1 and a BO3, you're getting into those playoffs.
What the
so
fuck?
Well within reach here on Big and Aurora's side of the bracket. Playing the winner of G2 M80.
ზმა რა გიჟია
It's a
იმენ.
very nice spot to be
უღრმესი
considering some of the big
მადლობა,
dogs
ძალიან
we do
დიდი
have in this
მადლობა, bro.
tournament. And sure, you can't dodge the best teams in the world once you hit a playoff bracket. It's a round of 16 after all.
უღრმესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
But you could fast track your way to week 2 with a win right
აუ,
now.
არ ჩანს.
He's
არა
getting spammed. He's trying to
მოიცადე
do some
მაგასაც გავასწორებ
lineup here with the
ეხლა
nade.
დონაცია არ
Some
ჩანს.
trade off the rifle.
ვაიმე თუ არ ჩანს დონაცია.
I'd like to see what that lineup would have been. Seemed very
მოიცადე.
specific.
აა
Big grouping outside of A.
აი ეს. აუ ძმა
It's
შეავს.
very low. The mid util does come in. This is all a fake.
აჰა ძმაო. ეხლა
Oh, the
ჩანს.
contact
უღრმესი
into
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაციის შევსებისთვის პრო.
Well played
Vigari.
stack here for
But
Aurora.
Martha
Woxic
Gullit
and
gevunemi
Zantares able
madlobas.
to get the ball rolling.
მადლობა
Push
კიდევ
out for Zantares that gets
ეხლა ხო
punished.
გამოჩნდა
Still,
ძმები.
that Woxic rifle laying down
კაცი
cover. And you
გამოჩნდება
got to
ხო.
beg the
მადლობა.
question now, does
თევდორამ
Wakalia get
დაადონა და
overlooked?
100 ლარის მე. უღრმესი მადლობა.
You've been
გულები
put through the
გავუსპამოთ
meat
ვისაც
grinder trying to
შეგიძლია.
get through these first two
აქ
players.
რა ხდება?
And you might
აი
have
აქ
thought the
რით
job
რა
was done.
გახდება?
Wakalia,
თუ
the
ამან არ
nasty
გაკლა
surprise
ჩამარა.
playing
ოი
it
მე რა
last.
გარტყარმჯერა.
JDC now known about and a quick
ჯიმპატა რა
reposition
რა
for
ჯიმპატას
Kickstart
რა
as he just
ჭიქსმა?
plays to
აი
evade.
ქილი
There's
როგორ ვერ
20
აიღო
seconds
ეხლა.
left in this round, and so if JDC is going to do it, something's got to go real right.
That could have been it. Double nades down, and that's a save here for JDC with 10 seconds left.
მე
Yeah,
და
again,
გიტონა
nice
ტათილარი
reaction from
მადლობა.
Aurora.
რა
They already
ბიჭო?
had a bit of a gamble in A
არსებობს,
with 2 players, but the mid util comes in. They go,
აი
hey, you want
არსებობს.
mid,
ყველა
have it.
დონაციისთვის
Nothing is done with that
მადლობა.
position. It relies on the success of the A hit. JDC's calling. His rotates. Greg
Stream-აw,
doesn't know
ყველა
about that
თამაშს
third
stream-აw
player in the
დღეს.
bomb site.
ანუ პარალელურად თუ თამაშობენ ვერ
So-
გავსტრიმავ bro.
Another rare entry to a rifle round win here for
აფერისტია.
Aurora.
შენ
And that was
შენ
with their
შენ
money
მიმოსბანი
on the
დაადეთ.
line after that A main push, so had to win that one to be honest.
რომ ბას ლაიქს ავიდეთ რა. აქ მაგარი დაიძაბ. ამის მერე სპირიტია ხო იცით? просто რომ სტრიმზია რო არ ვიცი. აი გავიგებთ მაგას რა მნიშვნელობა აქვს. დავალოდოთ. გამომარჯოს ბურგერ.
See Playmef doing a lot of chatting.
სპირიტ სტრიმავ კი.
I think if you're big, you're left with this feeling like you're making this harder for yourselves. You touched on it already, right? Coming into this second half, Aurora had managed to win
აბა
2
ნახოთ დონკი და
rifle
რა
rounds
სიზა.
in the series. And it felt like Big were going to run away with this, but that's not what's happened. This CT side for Aurora starting to look a damn sight better. They're winning more of these rifle rounds now. A chance to actually break Big's money this late in the game.
აუ გიჟია ძმა ეს კაცი გადაგეკეტა ძმა.
They want a pistol, maybe they're in a better position already. Maybe this game's already over. what's happened.
Deep smoke again here.
And this time Tabson shows no fear about it.
I mean, there's a variety of things you could be doing with this smoke, right?
საკანიტოს ეთამაშება ხო? უღრმესი მადლობა ძმაო, თეოდორო, მადლობა.
Being held on a timing. Oh, Wicardia lucky to be alive. As Molly will stop scaling.
Zan,
The repeat with the AWP. His teammates are already out on the forklift. That's bomb committed in this side.
45 წუთში გადაავსო და ნაცია.
Still, these rotations from middle are kind of cut off. It's just Wicardia.
არა ვიკადია რა გადარჩი რამენაირად შეჩემარა.
Blame F with a shutdown on Zantares.
კაკანიტოს და ოსმასას მე მოუგე ძმა ფეისიც.
For Aurora, they'll head for the hills trying to save on
კაკანიტოს
these
ორჯერ
two
მოუგე ხო
players.
სტრიმზე?
They just kind of trim all the fat on that round. There's no mid take. There's just 5 guys coming out through main with smokes down to cover.
I admire how fearless they are.
But
Really,
it
would have almost been nicer to see that smoke a couple of times before Aurora made the pop through it, right? It could have worked a little bit better. Let Big get, overconfident in that main position. But the first time they see it, the alarm bells are off. And then this time, they just call the bluff. They say, there's no way they're doing that again. We can walk right through this. No one's even covering that wide cross to left side main. And so Aurora caught out of position. They caught with nades out.
ნახოთ რა სიზავენ, აბა best of 1-ია, ყველა შეიძლება გაზრდეს, მაგრამ რავი, დონკას წინააღმდეგ მე ეჭვება ძმამ.
Nothing to talk about here for Aurora, just those saved weapons. Gonna force up around it.
აუ, რა სიგიჟე იყო, ბიჭო. ჯიორი ფალკონის თამაში კი არ იყო. ჯიორი სპირიტი იყო? ჯიორი ფალკონში, აუ, არ მახსოვს მეც რომელი თამაში, მაგრამ სიგიჟე ხდებოდა სტრიმში. კი, სიმპლას გუნდელი იყო კაკანიტო.
Even these rounds can be dangerous, and Aurora, 4 players starting A main.
It's kind of a test of your reactions in a round like this,
right?
You're expecting some type of a push, you're expecting some type of a gamble.
It's a classic. You
can't
say you don't love it.
უღრმესი მადლობა რავი. მილიონი მოგცეს ღმერთმა ძმაო.
They're expecting a boost.
მადლობა ჩემი გახარებისთვის. იგარი.
Well, Wicardia
It
lets
is
them all
crazy too. I
pass.
feel like, old cash. You're coming out, you're
Oh,
almost looking
ძმას
at
რა
that
line-up-ია,
position
კარგ
a lot of the time. I feel
გამოვსტელდი.
like it gets overlooked here.
I've yet to see
Oh,
anyone play.
რა line-up-ები გააძრეს
All right.
But issue is, if you come up highway, that's not the spot.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're hoping for the A main hit, that of which Big have done many, but right now it's a B play, and you've only
ის
got
საიტი
Voxic
კიდე
home.
გაქვს შენი პირადი ვეღარ.
Well,
რომელსაც
forget about this
საიტზე?
boost. This is looking like a 10th round off the minimap.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ თეოდორა დონაციებისთვის. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. მაგრამ ამათმა არ წააგონი ხა თავი არ მაგინებინონ გეხვეწები ამ დილა ადრიან.
Clinical.
Boys.
This is going to be a real test of Aurora's mental, man. I feel like they've lost some incredibly rough rounds in this game. You know, you've lost a landslide amount where you've just kind of been out-positioned. This being an example of one. They go and hit the solo site. You know, pending him getting like clip of the tournament.
სკინები წერტილი GR-ის საიტი, სადაც
Day
შეგიძლიათ
one.
გაცნოთ სკინებს.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, unless he kind of goes on a tear with the MP9.
არა, მაგრად გადაყარეს ან შუის კონტროლის საკაიფოთ აიღეს. აი ამას ვიძახი რა ბიჭო, აი ესეთი რაღაცეები, აი კაუნტერი ასტორებს ამით რა. ისეთი და პაგით ვერ იკაიფებ. ანუ მთელ სიამონებას ვერ იღებ კაუნტერით რა. მაგიტო ვიძახი რომ აი 5 კაცით რო თამაშობდე სტრიმი. სასიამოვნესი არის აი მაგის თამაში რა. აი ვაფშე არ გავიტილწები არაფერზე რა. მაქსიმუმ იმაზე რომ აი რა გამარტო. იქნებ რამენაირად ეგ მოახერხო რომ 5 კაცი შევკრა ქართველი ვისთან ერთად ვითამაშო.
Has made vast changes and has yet to find the success. Sure, they
made
a run in an online qualifier.
Look, უღმესი მადლობა დონაციისთვის შენს და თევდორასაც ძალიან ჯიგრები ხართ. მადლობა ძმა.
Yet proven themselves on land. So
თარო აუ რო გამოგდის ვაფშე მაგაზე კაი არაფერი არა. აი გუნდშიც ეხა ტაქტიკას რო ვაკეთებდით და რო გამოდიოდ აუ რა სასიამოვნო იყო იცი. ძალიან პრესტიჟული ტურნირია ძალიან. ჩათვალე მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატია რა, როგორც ანუ რავი, ამაზე მაგარი გუნდები ვერც ერთ ტურნირზე ვეღარ იქნებიან, ანუ ესაა რა. რაცა ესაა, ყველა კაი გუნდი აქ არის.
Which they've certainly done, you know, at the major, like you say, but even looking at the open qualifier here for EWC.
Oh, bro.
In that entire thing.
ოღონდ მადარ ჩამოვარდნილი იყო.
Nice run boost for the quick push. But yeah, like Big's whole
ხვალ მეიჟორი ყველაზე დიდი ტურნირია რა.
LCQ type events just to get to the major, and what a great feeling not just to make a run at the major the way they did, that NRG game and all the success there, but then to just come through start of the next season and play another 60-14 qualifier to get to the main event. I mean, it's Big all over. And it's something they've clearly been very used to.
მადლობა დონაციისთვის.
They drop one map.
ბიჭო, ველოდები მე მომეწონა რავი, რაც იყო თიზერი და ისინი რაც აჩვენეს, ძალიან კაი იყო რა. და დიდი ალბათობით გამოასწორეს რა შეცდომები დაუშვეს წინა თამაშებში და რავი, მაგის დახურას აუცილებლად ვაპირებ სტრიმზე. რა კარგად შეეტენენ ესენი, მაგრამ კარები ნეტა დაკეტეს. კარები თუ არ დაკეტეს, კარები აბა ნახოთ. კარები თუ არ დაკეტეს, აზრი არ აქვს. всё.
Okay.
Bomb could get
So,
Griggs with a very important double.
Wow. He was looking over his shoulder the whole time while they hit that bomb site. Like, this is too easy. Both the rifles behind you. And it's so funny because we've seen with Cardi and Santara side by side.
არა, სიმპლამა вообще ვერ ითამაშა ეგ ტურნირი, მაგარი
how
ბომბი.
well they're playing, so many of those rounds have gone wrong. The double A main
ჯორჯ, შენ სიმპლა გევასება ხო მაგრად ძმა?
as well. This has felt like a, as you said a couple rounds ago, super frustrating game for Aurora.
სალამი.
It just feels like nothing's been safe. You know,
ინსტა შეგიძლია გაყიდო და ერთ კვირაში დაგერიცხება ფული, როცა იყიდის ვიღაცამა.
But even when they finally get the read, the rounds still haven't.
და გაფასებს ძალიან მაგარი სტრიმები გაქვს. უღრმესი მადლობა, ბრო, შენ ძალიან დიდი მადლობა და ჯიგარი ხარ საპორტისთვის. მადლობა, რომ ისტორდება ჩემი სტრიმების ყურება. კი, სიმპლად თამაშობს.
Aurora, they've been waiting for this gun round. This is where they've
მე
got to find their
40 ლაიქი, 30 ლაიქი სიმართლე 1000 ავიდით. მე მივდივარ ახლა კატოვიცეზე პოლონეთში ოქტომბერში. და ნახოთ აბა პირველი ტურნირი არის, რომელზეც მივდივარ. Tier 1-ზე. Vitality არის, Spirit არის, Falcons არის, Navi არის, Furia არის. და ნახოთ აბა რა ის იქნება. დონაციები არ ჩანს ეკრანზე, შანსი არ აქვს. გამოჩნდა წეღანი. არ გამოჩნდა წინან დონაცია.
In the grand final last EWC, like you say.
არ ვიცი, წეგან გამოჩნდა
This is going to feel like a bit of a fall from grace in that sense, going down on day one.
A core that found themselves in a major playoff just weeks ago. Of course, one step back for a hopeful 2 steps forward.
ბიჭო, მეც ეგ მისტორდებით, რომ მაგრამ რავი, არ არის ყველა ტურნირის უფლებას არ გვაძლევენ ეს ჩათლახები, თორე იდისი ამოვნებით.
How long can they stay stable here on cash?
მოიწოდე.
There's big look for the knockout blow.
აჰა, გავადიდეთ, აღარ გამოჩნდება პატარა. კარგი ხარ კი ხსოვს? ერთი ეგეც მოკალი?
Get a free chance in this trade. You couldn't be more wrong. There's 3 players here ready to fight for this mid control.
აი, ხან არის არ გელოდება მან ჩანსი არა, მაგრამ
They still don't know about Santares up close.
არა, დუელი წაგო და ჯიმპატას კაი პოზიცია აქვს რაღაც პრესში. არა, კაი პოზიცია აქვს, ეს არ გაიჩეკება.
Out through the checkers, Tapson doesn't give him the
ვაი, მეს რას აკეთებენ თო? აი, ახსაღო ხარ თუ შამრატა იქ.
Tapson can't mow them both down, and so an important step in the right direction.
კარგად, შუაში რა. აბა შენ თამაში
დასაყურებელია.
კაცა დავაყენე ჯორჯა და რეებს მეუნებოდ.
Aurora have 3 players in position. They are committed. Santares gets his kill. Woxit covers a boost. 3rd player ready then to make that call this late in the game when really nothing has worked on your CT side.
Aurorash ჩაანაცვლეს Soulfly და Majera.
The job is all uphill here.
მაგრამ რა ვიცი, აი მე რომ მკითხო ეგეთი ცუდი როსტერი არ იყო ჩემი აზრით ჩასანაცვლებელი რა. ჩემი აზრით კიდე უნდა მიეცა ჩანსი მაგ თურქი როსტერისთვის.
Early defaulting pressure. Success on this bomb site. There is no AWP nearby.
Vox are kind of
რომ მე რა მონიტორიც მაქვს მაგის დათრებას უკვე გირჩევნია ცოტაც შეაგროვა დაამატო და 300 300 რამდენიანია 360-იანი დაიჭირო მე მგონი კოუჩი შეიძლება და რომ შეეცვალა მე მაქვს აუ რა ქვია ამ მონიტორს XL რაღა აუ ზუსტად სახელი არ ვიცი ვაიმე, უნდა დაეხმაროთ ვიკადიას, თორე
Wakadia got to keep his wits about him here. They haven't had middle all round, so he is paranoid about this smoke. JDC awaits on the other side of it.
ვაიმე, რა კარგად შეიპარა.
Wakadia trying to cross out towards the forklift. Might need a hero moment here because his teammates fall like flies around him. Blame F eyes on that smoke the entire time.
XL 25-40 ამას ხო? არ არის ოღონდ ჩემი.
And up for the taking.
You could just feel the net closing on Wakadia there, and then the teammate comes and rotates.
ალტაში, მაგრამ
I don't think he wanted that. He looked
არა,
completely
ჩაულებრივი
lost.
მაქვს XL 25-40 მაქვს, მაგრამ არ ვიცი ხა იყიდება თუ არა.
Crying out loud. I mean, the communication and the team play for Aurora, there's been these moments where you're really uncertain whether they're all on the same page. Another example.
ბიჭო, თვითონ თამაშია ცუდიც მა.
Close in on them.
And find match point
here in this best of one. Another attempt at the run boost. This time connects and Blame F has had enough. Puts one straight down in middle. They're going to speed up.
Oh, I'm calling you, I think. But I
got the exact reaction you were hoping for here out of Aurora.
Eight
players rotated away. The gap opens up. Walks it on this line, dueling with the Brick's going to get rid of him. Tapson follows up. They know Wakadia is here. They hear him drop down onto the highway. They're left feeling like if they could just deal with him ahead of time, they're in a great position. Bomb planted, 3v2. And you're left waiting for this lurk out of Jimmy. That is kind of your one ray of hope here for Aurora. Wakadia drawing attention away. But a flash take into May. That was meant to be the end of Jimmy. Still time is working against Aurora. They're going to be clean with these openers. Wakadia gets a freebie and it's handed off to Fabian to try and close. Spots Jimmy on the push in. Can't deal with him, but is there time? I don't think so either. Jimmy's going to try his damnedest, but you can't cut those wires fast enough. Big lock in the victory, carrying forward their momentum from the open qualifier into day one of play here. And they shut out Aurora at the gates. That's the former finalists of last year's EWC falling in this opening bout.
Yeah, a scary start.
Ixana რომ კაი აიჯიელი ყოფილიყო ძმა, ფალკონიდან ხო არ გაუშვებდნენ აი.
To make it a home map by the looks of things and some excellent moments here in this game from JDC. Got to give it to him.
არ უხდება ძმა, აი არ უხდება რა. აიჯიელს არ უხდება, chill ტიპი არ უნდა იყოს აიჯიელი რა. ანუ
definitely the result that we're going to get from that best of one and opening one here at the Esports World Cup in Paris. Big Berlin International Gaming. For sure. Have come through here and taken complete control.
ძალიან წყნარად ვერ ვიქნები რა რაღაც სიტუაციებში რა თუ არ დავაჰაიპე ჩემი გუნდი და რაღაც რა.
Or adequate to go and have a response there to shut down big. Now I've got Jacob.
რა ვიცი მაგ გითხარი არ დადოთქო მაგაზე ახალი გუნდია თქო და მაინც დაგიდია და რა გიხო.
Slightly underwhelming for
Aurora ბიგი ამოიღეთ ხო გითხარი და არ მისმენ. რაღაცნაირი ტიპი არ უნდა იყო იგეთი.
Gotta give it to Big. They were the better team in the buy rounds. They were the better team in the clutches as well. I think Harry said it a few times.
აი თურქები მაგიტო თურქები არიან ეგეთი ტიპები არიან რომ აი ემოციურები და მეიჯერა ეგეთი ტიპი იყო და იგე ყვერებიან.
Maybe that was what we kind of expected coming into the Yanko. Communication issues, you know, a new team coming together. They didn't seem gelled together.
და კარგად დაიწყეს და მაგალითი საიდის შესთავაზა.
Yeah, those growing pains fully on display in this game, right? Even in some of the post plans, but also during the mid rounds, right? You can see how it's not necessarily.
ოკი იმენა გააცხოველა. ბიჭო, მაგათ შორის რა არის? სხვათა შორის ის რა ქვია, დონკას და Magic's რატო არ ევასებათ ის კიოსუკი ხომ მაგრად ბრატობდნენ მაგასთან. რაღაც მე მგონი ახლა უკვე აჰეითებენ რა.
He thinks he needs to do in the server, but sometimes, you know, like, this is a team game, so that isn't going to be enough now, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see there was certain elements that worked out for Aurora. You know, Wakadia as an individual, I think you know, broad perspective, you know, if you zoom out
რაც მაკაცები არიან ძმა Telegram-ში წერდა Magic-ს იმათთან წავაგეთო მე ზოვებთანო და მე ჩემს მაკაცს ეგეთ რაღაცას არ ვიტყვი ფინალში რომ წავაგო.
The fact that you can still activate him is a good sign, but it doesn't really help in this iteration when the rest of the team is, I feel like as a team in some of those rounds, some of those clutches, not really on the same paper. And as Janko said, you know, maybe we need to give them a bit of time. Maybe there's a bit more at stake here for Big. Aurora have more tournaments, more opportunities to show they can gel together. But in this game, it was quite evident that Big looked like the better team.
Yeah, and just kind of focusing in on what this game was. Again, best of one, the opening round here. Tell me a little bit about what we got in terms of watching Cash play out in a 13-9 scoreline.
We got a lot of the same from, you know, the last time the map was in a competitive pool, right? Okay, mid-fight, if you have mid-control, then the other team, you're going to see them push A main. We saw different iterations of that. Some of these late splits on A through highway, some of the B executes that Aurora did, for example, in the first gun round, which was a bit unfortunate in the sense of they had a 3v4, which is not unwinnable. Then a guy dies, spam through the smoke, and the round falls apart. So, yeah, nothing too crazy yet on Cash.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as always. To me, the most impressive thing for Big were the streak of rounds they're able to gather on the CT side. I think they took 7 in a row or 6 in a row, and it's tough to play CT side on Cash. I know it's a new map, and I guess it's gonna, you know, pan out in different ways as we get to play it more and more, and people get to invent new ways of using the grenades and creating that space. But it used to be a heavy T-sided map. It used to be a map where you're on the CT side. You had to be proactive. You had to be aggressive. You had to take space away from the T side. Otherwise, you just wait until you would die eventually. I felt Big came in with a cool game plan on that CT side. We're proactive enough in order to disturb Aurora, and then, you know, stringing 6-7 rounds together in a row on a CT side on a map like Cash, that's going to put you in a winning position regardless of the fact they lost both pistols and didn't convert.
Yeah, 7-5 first half doesn't bode like you're going to be in control of this game. It's, well, for Big at least, it did. You know, they came through here after Kadi with the second pistol, and the conversion thereafter, Big were able to kind of pull it back in, lasso it back in, say we're still in control.
I don't think nowadays the score matters as much as momentum matters, right? And it didn't feel like necessarily Aurora outside of the pistol had any momentum in this game.
Yeah, well, let's take this opportunity. Let's hear from the Big clan. Let's do it right now with Freya.
Start from Big here at EWC. I've got Favin on the sideline for a few words. After that, Cash. First of all, we were just talking about it. Did you expect Cash in this best of one? Because Aurora, they had a choice between Dust 2 and Cash. Did you expect this one?
Yeah, we expected the last maps to be Dust 2 and Cash. Like yesterday preparation, and they knew this will be 100% one of the two maps. If we are lucky, we might get our best map in Inferno, but they banned it, so we knew it's gonna be Cash on Dust 2, and we practiced them not so long ago actually on Cash, so we knew what we could expect. So yeah.
Okay, the plan definitely played out in your favor there. The desk were just talking about it, that CT side from you. We were just talking about it as well. The 1v2 clutch you had on round 10. Walk me through that from your perspective.
First of all, I think I killed with the AWP on A side Vicadia. Then I knew they know that I have op, so I switched my gun in Z. I smoked out CT, and my coach always said whenever I freshly like spawn smoke or like the smoke blooms, I have like 20 seconds to relocate. So I knew, okay, they will. For me, it's way faster that I'm B lobby behind them than they think I'm there. So that's why the checkers guy didn't expect me to be there. He was like jumping around or something. Then I killed him, and then I killed the side guy. So.
Played out perfectly. The desk were
also from
your perspective.
That it's a bit more. It's
a bit harder on the CT side.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah.
Is there anything that you've been doing to practice? Because you got a really nice streak versus Aurora in the first half.
Yeah, I mean we practice a lot of Cash, especially.
So
BlameF said this needs to be a good map for us, and I think it's also one of our strong maps.
Great for you guys today. Just in general, goals for this tournament, obviously back at the Cologne Major, we saw a really great run from you guys. You attended XTC Pro League as well. What's the goal here in Paris?
I think the minimum goal is, of course, after we won, especially now to go to playoffs, and then we will see how far we can go.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much for your time, Fav, and that's 1-0 for Big.
დაინახეთ უკან Magic-სა და Donka.
Yeah, and that's the start that big we're looking for. Again, best of ones. If you're big, you really did get your right foot in front of the wall.
აგე უკან ჯდებიან. ახალი მაიკები
As we spoke
აქვს.
about coming into it, they need to acquire some VIS points. They need to establish themselves as a team that consistently would get invited to some of the bigger tournaments. And I think it's, as we kind of alluded to as well coming into the game, people are sleeping a bit on big right now. They've been grinding it out a lot. They have a pretty clear vision of what the lineup looks like, the roles, etc., etc. I sense you don't necessarily agree already.
I just mean sleeping how? Like, what are you sleeping in? What
Easy
way?
way,
Like,
ვითომო არ ვიცი. ახალი გუნდები
I
არიან.
think they are, you know, on the cusp of being.
There's some პირველი ჩათვალე პირველი ტურნირია რა. რაც ტრანსფერები
They
მოხდა.
deserve to be at all the big tournaments, but they're right now making the case that they should be. And I think with the next couple of updates with VIS and the next run of invites for tournaments, they'll be in contention for that because I see them winning a couple of games more at this tournament.
Yeah, could be around. I think that I would put that as the higher end of the expectation, sort of, to be in the top 16, around that part between 10 and 16, let's put it that way. But I think they're just suffering a bit. Leading up to the major, they were suffering from the fact that they didn't play any good teams. So like, yeah, they have a good results. Their win rates look incredible on maps especially, but how good they are actually against good teams. And they played some good Counter-Strike against better opposition, even at the major. And now it's about continuing that. We talked about them playing at XCE. Here, obviously, winning this best of one guarantees them 2 more best of 3s at the very least in this tournament, and it's just about to continue sort of proving it and just accruing these points and accruing these wins so they can get more opportunities.
Well, doing it in a best of 1 is definitely different than doing it in a best of 3, Jacob. I think that goes without saying. Can Big do these same sort of
best of
games
ერთებზე ძირითადად არ უნდა დაწერო
I think they
რა.
have the capability of doing
ყველაზე
so. Naturally depends on
ლოგიკური
the
ეგაა
matchups
რა.
as well, and it depends on how well the opposition is playing. As I said in this game, there were a couple of rounds that probably should have gone the way of Aurora. That could have made the game closer. I think we pointed out round 10 as one of the rounds where Faven, he was even asked about it by Freya. At this point, Aurora is already losing grab of the game, right? It's 6-3 for big game. They're on this streak on the CT side. Again, Vicadia finding space right here, playing with big balls. I gotta say, he was one of the few players who really stepped up for Aurora and tried to make it happen for them. A lot of exchange back and forth right here that puts Aurora in a winning position. And I think it's outside of the nasty shot from Vicadia right here. They played well. The rotation coming in from Blame F. And when you have a 1v2 like this, the bomb is down and the player is so far away as Faven is right here. It's unacceptable for Aurora to lose it. I get Santeros is not ready for it. Unfortunately, the player gives up his position straight away, and instead of just staying alive, he goes for the duel. All he had to do was lose grip of the keyboard, the mouse, stay behind the box, just play the time a tiny bit more, and the round would have gone the way of Aurora. So it's rounds like these they cannot afford to lose. Whereas Big, if you can replicate these kind of clutches and be the better team in that department against better teams as well, then sure thing you can win a best of 3.
Yeah, I don't know if Zantares thought maybe Fallon was going to save the op, and then it didn't seem like. Yeah, I think he was just like sort of jumping to get away from the bomb. But yeah, that's a huge blunder by Jimmy, and that's, to me, is where you sort of earn your salt as a closer, right? Like that's what Jimmy's supposed to be in this team, anchor/closer, and it's like you can't be losing clutches like that. Well, as you said, you need to be more aware of the timing. Just gave him a round where he would have been out of time otherwise.
Yeah, and it's you know, I guess it is an insult to injury here and what was a loss in a best of 1. But Wakadia, we did sing his praises a minute ago. I just think that this Aurora lineup has a lot more fun stuff to show, and it has just been a little early days, perhaps.
That's the cool thing for this game.
There'll be
a bit more time to gel together. I'm curious to see them play in a best of 3 scenario as well, and get to learn more about the map pool, the positions, you name it. Whereas for Big, this was a massive win, so it's one of those, at least in my mind, it's a win-win scenario. You know, I learned a bit about Big. I'm happy on their behalf. As for Aurora, sure, it would have been nice to win, but it doesn't change what I think is going to come from them in the future. I'm just not sure whether they're ready to show it here at Paris already, or we need to wait a couple of months before we see the full function.
Talking a little bit about showing up here in Paris, it would appear as though Luminosity chose not to do that here in their opener. 13-3, I mean, that one ended up on Nuke, and as you can tell, didn't necessarily go the Luminosity way.
That's just so crazy to me, because the
most valuable player on
that Monty lineup was Gizmi. And then you get everyone but him. How is this like the decision? I know Steve from Luminosity was talking about, oh, they already signed Lux beforehand, so you know, it's like, who cares? Like, just yeah, you made a sort of a mistake. Like, just keep him on the bench, sell him off to someone else. It's like, it's been a really rough couple of events for Luminosity, which is 4 of the players from that Monty lineup, and just Lux is a new IGL, and You just have to think about it like leadership is so important just in general, but we see it even more so nowadays. And for you to not just go with the proven concept that you've had and to risk potentially disrupting that chemistry which they had, I just don't understand it really.
Yeah, well, what I do understand is that we need to take a few seconds to ourselves so we can continue the Counter-Strike motion here in Paris for the Esports World Cup. That's right, coming up, we're looking at Spirit GG How trying to jump into the server and find out if GG How want to take a little bit of a fight to him today, because as you know, Spirit coming here a favorite. This is the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back after this.
Coming up next, Team Spirit versus GG How. არ უყურებთ მან ფეხბურთს მე ყველი არის ყველის ამოყარი არა ხო სანდრეს კი რა ხარ ვთქვა სტრიმზე
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out.
არა მაგას არა კინო საქართველოს რან GG House-ია მაგას
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
რა კამერაა ავადი ეპიზოდში და უპენ რო თამაში ხდება მგონი აი მანქანების დაამატნა აი რომ მიდიხარ ხოლმე ბაზარზე რო ვარჯიშობ და მე სახში რომ მიდიხარ და წყალი რომ გადაივლო და კი ძალიან დიდი განსხვავებაა არ შემიძლია ამის ამოკეცვა, თორე დიდი სიამოვნებით შევიდებდი. ოლავე. იტყვა არა უშანსოთ არიან რა ვიტყვი ახლა როგორ უნდა გაძროთ ეგეთი პროექტები ეს უნდა ჩატარებულიყო მე მგონი საუდის არაბეთში და იმიტომ არ ჩატარდა იქ რო რაღაც ისინი მინდის ახლა ეს თასია ბიჭო? ო რა ლამაზია. დიდი ფულია ჩადებული ამ მაშინი. 15 ლაიქიც მივარტყა 100-ზე ავიდეთ რა. არა, ეგრე არაფერი არ არის. გაუმარჯვე, სორას ლად ბატერფლაის ვერ იყიდი. ვერაც მას შანსი არა. ბატერფლაის ტარი შეიძლება მოგივიდეს სორას ლად. მაგასაც ვერ იყენდი ბატერფლაი ისეთი ძირს. ყველაზე ცუდი ბატერფლაის ყველაზე პატარა ყველაზე იაფასიანი ბატერფლაი რაღაც ყველაზე მახინჯობა რა იყედო ალბათ საფარიმეში ბათელს ქერდი $400 გინდა მეტი არა. არა ძმა რა $1500 იმას იყიდი რა გინდა $1000 ნორმალური ბატერფლაი მოგივეთ $1000 სოფლიო ჩემპიონატია
At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible.
This means you're getting the real coverage.
I think that was
with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
They're just
absolutely.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
What is this?
I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
They
All right.
the bed.
They're absolutely the bed.
არა მეთქი ეგრე ვიცი მაგრამ მეთქი და რა ქვია პირადად გიცნობ
Take control of this.
პაურტი ვინ არის ტურნირში მაუზი
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
ზოგადად პაურ ტურნირს ვინც იგებს ხომ პაურტიც ეგა
We do the thinking.
მაგრამ რა მე მაინც ვიტანეთი მგონია
I cannot believe this. job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got the game, and
you know what? We're actually just going to be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent. Whenever I see the Key Crusher on stage, I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
Biggest loser.
That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means.
$70 დღის პარაკო არ ვიცი მე არ მოსასაგდა. რანაირ საზამთროა.
That's how esports should be done. So this nerd.
Salami. კარგად ილშირო. ყველაფერი დაღუნა.
For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans. Ah! Ah!
Oh, das.
Can of cola.
Oh, savu? Ragaudzro? Reklama არ არის, просто ისაა. ერთობა ძმა.
Esports. What time is it?
ყველაფერი გააფუჭა.
Time to go.
ბიჭო, იგივე კომანდაა, კაროჩე რა. ანუ ერთა იგივე კომანდაა რა. ESL-ი, მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატი ეს, ყველა ერთი იგივე კომანდაა. ოპა, ანიმესაც გვაყურებინებენ. ახალი ტურნირი არის, ანუ პირველად ტარდება. არა, ეს წესით მალევე დაიწყება. ო, რა ედიტი იყო. ო, რა გადასვლებია. არა, სხვა დონია კაუნტერი რა.
So over on the B stream, it's Foot Tyloo, but for us, we're getting ready for Spirit versus GG How, and I can assure you that this one packs a little bit of punch if you're a Spirit fan.
No, we are
kind of expect, and if you are GG How, you really are just kind of gasping straws here.
მგონი არის ნავი, კაცო ფურიას ჯგუფშია, ვიღაცამ დაწერა.
The Esports World Cup, we're live here from Paris.
ამ ტურნირში და ყველა უნდა იყოს ეს.
We're gonna have Yanko, we're gonna have Jacob, and we're gonna have another game of Counter-Strike here, where we really might have
Bundesliga-ის თევში პრეზიდენტი, კი თასია.
David versus Goliath. It might just be that.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Trace. If there ever was a David versus Goliath matchup, it's this one right here.
არა, შირო მაგარი კაც 9 ლაიქს მივატყათ მე გავავიდეთ ასე. შირო მაგარი კაცია.
GG how I think a surprise package to even make it out of that last chance qualifier. They took down Hotu in the final game to make it here, but yeah, going up against the likes of Team Spirit is going to be no easy.
იმიტომ ის ყველა CS:GO-ს და დასრულებული თამაში იყო, აღარაფერი აღარ იყო საჭირო თამაში გაკეთებინა, უბრალოდ ჩაგერთო და გეთამაშა, არანაირი აპდეიტი და არაფერი აღარ იყო საჭირო. მომოჯეს ოქტომბერში მიდივარ რომ თქვი რა თიმში იქნები. არა, ძმა, ისე მიდივარ საყურებლად რა თიმში იქნები.
In terms of going up against Team Spirit, I feel like they can only surprise.
Make
the game competitive, get more than 5 rounds, and I'm already satisfied.
Ყველა ქვეყანა შეიძლება გასვლა რომ რამე ქართველებსაც
შეეძლო. Spirit that we got in Cologne.
I think the problem, obviously the big thing for Spirit in Cologne was they didn't have a coach with them, right? Like Hallie was the registered one, he had health issues, and you can't substitute a coach, right? You could do this thing with the players, you list the players as but they couldn't do that with coaches, and Southwick I don't think he even got his visa so that he could at least be with them. Behind the team, and you know whether that was the deciding factor in that semi-final loss against Falcons. I'm not sure. I think it would have definitely helped their case. So yeah, that was the big thing about them in Cologne. Again, because even leading up to Cologne, it was Southwick for a few turns.
რა 17 წუთით აუ ჩემი მეთქი დაიწყო და ეგა 17 წუთია ჩემი ამათ რა უსმე 17 წუთით რატო არა აქვთ უკვე წინასწარ გამზადებულებითო ან ეგ რა საშინელებაა ეხლა
That could have gone either way, you know. That was a very close game. Small, minor details
იქი დაიწყო
for Team Spirit, so it's definitely a team that has been ramping it up and gotten better.
მოიცადე მეორე თამაში თუ დაიწყო იქით გადავალ
Like, this is what this team gives us. This is Tyloo.
There's
no more wiggle room for this team to go up. This is Tyloo.
It's just Jam Young is the difference. Like, he's the only player that makes this team competitive when you come over to Europe and play against these teams. If Jam Young is playing really well, then that's the only side of things that I feel like is a positive for Tyloo. They played like crap in the first couple of stages of the Clone Major. Jam Young started to get into form and just about dragged them through to the next stages. So for me, I think this is going to be a very quick game today. I think Foot are going to handle business. I think Tyloo's floor is just too low.
მქონდა გუნდი გაკეთებული და არ გაამართლა. ანუ აზრი არა ქართველებთან ერთად აზრი არა აქვს გუნდს და აღარც აღარ გავაკეთე ქართველებთან.
Since he was 18, Zero is very brand new to this level of competition. He was playing with the equivalent of Faceic stacks before he joined this Tyloo. He was a pug star who they looked at the highlights of and said, this guy can do something. 7 months is not a long time in terms of molding somebody into a proper tier 1 player.
7 months, you know.
He was on a Spirit Academy. He was already winning global challenges and MDLs, and he's also the exception.
I mean, you're not really wrong. It's just when you look at this team, like, do you feel like this team is
არა, წააგეს, ხვალ ითამაშებენ კიდევ. ხვალ უკვე best of 13 ითამაშებენ თუ არ ვცდები.
I don't know.
არა, იმერელი არ ქართველი
why I brought up like all 4 players have been on this team for 2 years is because eventually Tyloo's going to have to go the route of what they've done with Zero, which is you are just going to eventually have to get younger. And I think if Tyloo keep playing at this level, like mediocre, it's time. These guys have all been here for over 2 years apiece. It is time to start switching this out. If you want this team to get better, if you want to see if there's another level you can get to, that's where you're going to have to start going if you're Tyloo.
Nothing like starting off a tournament by calling for changes in a team that hasn't even played their opening BO1.
I'm not even calling for a change. I don't know what's available in China. I'm just saying if Tyloo is going to get better than what we've seen from them in the past 6 months, it has to be.
არ მჯერა რომ ქართველებთან ერთად გამოვა გუნდი რა, ანუ არ ვართ რა გუნდური კომანდა რა. სოლო სპორტში უფრო მაგრები ვართ ვიდრე გუნდურებში და არ გამოდის. უცხოელებთან ერთად უფრო გამოვა რა. ანუ ძალიან რთული არის ხუთი ერთ და იგივე აზროვნების ტიპი იყო რომ შეეწყოთ ერთმანეთს.
Being a professional player is the pathway.
I forget who it was. Wasn't there someone from the Chinese scene who just came out and basically said exactly like
that? This mentality არ არის საქართველოში, აი წარმატებისთვის ისი გაწირვა, ანუ შეწირვაც გიწევს რა, მაგას ანუ არ უნდა თარავის მაგის შეწირვა რა. ანუ 1-2 კაცი არის და 5 კაცს ვერ შეაგროვებ.
Philosophical bigger picture like identity crisis going on in some of these orgs, like we actually don't feel like we have like a stable core.
მას შეწიროს საერთოდ ყველაფერი, ანუ ურთიერთობაც, ოჯახით, მშობლებიც რა, ყველა საძმა კაცებს და უნდა დაჯდე და აკეთო ეს მეტი არაფერს ის არის თუ წარმატებას კიდე მიაღწიო და ქართველს ეგ არ შეუძლია რა.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best chance for Tyloo, but it's also an incredible map for Foot. So I just feel like this is all pointing towards Foot winning this game very comfortably. I think Tyloo need to come out and get a really strong start.
We can see they're going to be starting on the T side as well, it looks like. So, I mean, your first step in this opening half is going to be control the aggression from Foot. We mentioned all the time, like I just talked about, that Foot in the first half of the year, always in your face. Kribeni loves doing it. He's going to be so active in the middle from the CT side. They're going to be pushing it in your face, and if Tyloo can't handle it, the half is just going to unravel quickly. Basically, I have the same doesn't show up. Like, this could just be a quick mop, it feels like.
It could be indeed. I'm gonna leave you two fellas to it because we're about to dive into the map. So enjoy. It may be just a slightly longer period of time than that first one.
I don't think so, Mike. I wouldn't go too far.
Who knows, really?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about Foot in this game. I think they're gonna handle business. Start on the CT side.
I want it to be competitive. Like I know I've just feels like I spent that entire pre-match kind of dumping on Tyloo, but like I want this team to be good. When his op is on point is really fun. They got some cool pieces. It's just it feels like Tyloo has had that attitude that they can cause some significant upsets.
Hopefully this break has given Tyloo a much needed time to look at their playbook and come into this. We've got Kribeni, who is down inside of the underpass. He's got Jugs just in behind him. And no early kills coming yet. In fact, they're going to start dropping back.
Not a
lot of first shots.
Look at the decisions being made. Like, you get spotted. Normally, you'd say, okay, they spotted this kind of stack for the underpass. We're going to back away, play it safe, kind of just call it neutral. But instead, they just got back off and push towards top mid because there's no presence. So now you control the map. And if you're Foot, you're like, we're happy to play retake at the A bomb site, and we can react to a B hit very, very quickly.
X-Cloud.
Vitality.
Still not spotting anybody, but Mercury's actually slipped into the connector smoke, and he's got some decent control here.
Yeah, they're happy to keep him in this position to cut off rotations and flanks, and then the exec is coming to the B bomb site right now.
It's such a strong setup for the CT side.
He's calling him back, though, because he stepped into jungle and he says the defense isn't home. So they're going to back away. They're going to go over to the A bomb site, and this is all about Foot's reaction. So right now, if you're Foot, you got to get bodies over towards short to harass their progression up con. That's where you can stop the bomb.
Running over, it's limited time, 20 seconds is the inside of the connector. Bomb trying to make it over to the site. 15 seconds left, that bomb plant finally starting to come through. Here comes the retake attempt out from Foot. First shot's good, second even better from Jugs. And they know where Mercury is, but dealing with him is a whole other problem. Mosaic fighting on from the ramp. Good work. 2v2 held, time ticking. And a kit still available here for Cemetery. He gets onto the site. He's going to actually just hold it. He's going to hold it. He's done it, and he's done it. He's just stuck it. That's why you buy the kit in a pistol round, and that is the way Foot have stolen it away from Tyloo.
It's also why you peek the bomb in the two. Like, someone had to make the move on the Tyloo side of things. I think each of them felt the other one was going to be the guy to swing in the check. They both, one of them knew they were being held, and none of them wanted to be the guy to peek in and check on it.
Or maybe just not anticipating the kit. Like, this just, that, yeah, they took way too long to activate the peak.
They should have seen that. They killed the player with the kit in the previous fight. So either way, that's a heartbreaking round. Tyloo, they actually work it very well to get the opening kill, work the map, gather the information, play away from the stack. Everything's perfect until you actually start stepping up con into the bomb site, and that's when Foot bring the round back in their favor.
Well, Tyloo get the bomb plant means extra money available to them, so we'll go for a force buy.
One of
the sad parts about this Tyloo squad in Columbus, just how quiet G looked in the early stages of the competition. The positive sign was he did start to we haven't been seeing the G we got to see in early stages of 2025.
Felt like when I talked to him at the major, felt like the frustration of some weak performances across the season had really just kind of weighed on him and dragged him down.
You got Demon's MP9 just under the apartment's windows here. They come swinging in towards him. Mosaic to remove Demon. X-Not's going out into the open. Just the one before being traded. So Tyloo have done a decent job at getting down to the side. Moves forward. Good spam away. Anticipates the position. A second kill comes in. Just making this retake look far too easy. He's got to pull off something special in a 1v3. Sees the shadow, sees the chance. Second place next. Gee, this could be brilliant. A 1v3. To driving it home, but Cemetery steals it away, survives on 4 HP, and that is a devastating end to the round for G, who was so close to the miraculous moment.
Some nasty shooting from G, and even takes the aggressive stance, maybe takes that fight a little bit earlier than Cemetery would have thought, but still comes out on top of the clutch. Very close, but if you're Tyloo, you're very happy with a bomb plant, 4 kills in the round as well. You've done damage to the economy. You've now made Foot nervous for this round 3 if there's going to be an investment. And Tyloo is going to buy up some upgraded pistols and armor. So a little bit of extra danger coming in this round. Galil on 0. Tech 9s and a Deagle picked up for Tyloo's attack.
Arga forces volunteer. Rasmo is roll ar blockage.
Lean towards the B bomb site for Tyloo in this round. Jam Young gonna cross as the spam ends. He's got 2 teammates coming through the underpass to collectively take control of middle. Containment from Foot. I wanted to risk the M4s up against pistols close up.
In the window, Xcloud sits inside of the smoke. It's quiet for now, but in the next couple of seconds, once that smoke starts to fade away, the fight will begin. Krabeni backtracking. Jam Young gonna be waiting in the window, and he's dead. Mercury not peeking, not revealing he's also there, but Krabeni, that timing as he looks away is perfect for Mercury. 30 seconds left, trying to get into this B-bomb site, but they're so ready for them. Foot just shutting them down, and there's nowhere to go here for G.
Really well done from Foot's defense. Little tricky with the window boost, but Krabeni with that hard swing kind of clears it out and makes them feel much more comfortable. That's a really good shift in the defense as well, timely. The second player at the B bomb site was the original player watching for this jump, so just call Krabeni over so he can slide over to support the B bomb site and really secure an easy third round. Guns coming back in for Tyloo. They might have invested a little bit too much into the previous round. A couple of Galils in play, a little bit of utility's been dropped in T-spawn, some of it's missing, but Tyloo calling a 5-man attack towards the A bomb site out of spawn. And this will be retake for Foot, as only Jugs is here on the defense. He won't test the utility, he'll play behind it.
Smokes are up, and they've made their way forward. Mosaic and Jam Young at the front of the attack. Disrupting that smoke cover, but Jam Young just moves forward. Quick shot down in towards CT spawn. So good control here for Jam Young. He'll move forward as that bomb plant is secure. Tyloo needs to win this one.
I think they're going to save this.
Everyone rotated over towards spawn. It was only the one defender in spawn, so once you don't have that part of control, it feels like it's not really worth going for it.
You can go for this upgrade if you're Demon. Snatch that M4 away from the back of the smoke. Jam Young is aware of it. He'll start spamming through. Couldn't get away with the rifle and loses his life. So the first round here for Tyloo, and it's Jam Young who steps up with the all-important kill towards CT spawn.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be happy to take those sorts of fight when they don't feel any kind of pressure. Nobody fighting from the bomb site, nobody fighting from in dark. I think Jam Young feels really comfortable just kind of walking in like that. You know, it's not really like this oppressive attack. It's just you're like, oh, the utility's up, nobody's home. We've got a lot of room to work with, and Jam Young takes complete advantage. Nice first gun round win for Tyloo. Can they string it together? Op is out in the hands of Cemetery. M4s surround him, so full buy for the defensive side.
Jam Young going down into the mid-fight. It's going to be one quick kill from Jam Young. Xcloud second kill coming through from Xcloud, and I mean, that's just a fantastic start to the round here for Foot.
You can see in Jam Young the way he's aiming, the way he's approaching, swinging at the top of middle. He's well aware of the potential of those mid pushes. He's very prepared for those fights. 1 for 1 out of him in this round. Out information clearing a ramp. Making sure nobody's home, no presence here. This will let Demon know middle of the map is probably being worked. And Tyloo is starting to come up connector right now to challenge the A bomb site.
And Molotov towards X-Floud and
nice. Akimena Molotovi.
Step out towards the ramp. Trying to cross that bomb over to the site, and the smoke does go up. She realizes he's being detected, takes a pause for a second, and then goes back to it once Zero has taken out the threat of X-Floud. So putting themselves in a decent position here, but the problem is this. This all-important push coming out of Palace as well, but Symmetry's just killing everybody before this flank even comes through, so Zero's gonna die in just a second. What? Zero ends up going down anyway, and that is ridiculous. So 4-1 for Foot, but great shooting out of Symmetry.
I mean, just look at how comfortable Foot is with that success of the mid aggression, right? Like the 2 kills from X-Floud are massive. The trade-off on Jamyoung.
Making Spirit sweat, and I sure as hell don't hope so, because as we spoke about earlier, the expectation for Team Spirit is not only to win this game, you know, that is to and be part of the playoff very, very deep into it. And as much as you want to say, yeah, it's a best of one first game of the day, if they were to lose to GG How, if they were to play 13-11 or go into overtime, that would be a sign of weakness. And personally, I would like them not to show any sign of weaknesses before we get deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, for the favorites, it's always about.
Honestly, they got nothing to
you understand, right? Like you understand that there's a world in which you can lose both pistols and the game can go wrong, and that's like sort of what you're trying to avoid. But you can't fall into that trap where like super vanilla, because you feel like that's all it takes for you to do. You need to play your game, you need to treat it like any other game and not think about whether it's best of one or what's going on, or you lost the second pistol as well, right? And I think if they do that, Spirit, they're going to be fine in this game.
But just in terms of structure in the game itself, I mean, you make a very clear and a very concise argument as to GG How really probably don't have much in the tank for this game. Let's be real. Like, how do they go about equating themselves for firepower? Firepower is one thing. Equating in the server against a team that has clearly got their own way to approach the game that has proven to work, that's a different story, Jake.
Well, they know what we know as well, right? They can take a lot of gambles, they can take a lot of risks, they can put a lot of pace on the server as well. If that's what they feel to do. The thing is, you have Dong on one side who loves to play against the I guess composed players defending the B bomb side, so if you're bringing a lot of pace, you also have to do it with a certain amount of quality for it to work. And that's where we have to see whether or not they have that kind of quality. And my biggest issue, even if they were to break into some of these bomb sites, when you have a 3v3, a 4v4, I feel like the individual decision making and how the players are taking.
Yeah, gentlemen, we'll leave it right there. I think we've made a pretty good picture here of what to expect. Spirit versus GG How on Mirage, and that time is now.
Now, let's go.
All right then, Team Spirit getting ready to take on GG How. And Hugo, I know you've been looking forward to this one. You were talking to me about it right off the top of the day, talking about how it's going to be a brawl. You can't wait to see these two teams in the server. Why is that?
I think Spirit are always fun in these matches, right? We often see them as the top seed or one of the top seeds to take on big underdogs, teams from smaller regions, teams that we don't get to see too much. And yeah, to be fair, most of the time, Spirit bang their way through those games. And when we're watching Spirit and Donk do his thing, how can you not be enjoying the game? I want to give some respect to GG How, because I think this roster is actually quite a lot of fun. It's 5 different nationalities on the playing side from all over the world, and a team that we also don't get to see on land very frequently, especially not against the world's best. So this is a squad that are so used to playing online, and given the regions, the countries they're from, Harry, this is a ping team. They play with some players nearing triple-digit ping when they try and play European qualifiers. So to see them come through the LCQ, go 5-1, only a loss to VP, some solid wins in there, and now get to play one of the world's best teams. I think you're going to be loving this opportunity.
Let's go.
Spirit on Mirage. I'll be watching Dunk. Let's get into the action.
Online-შო წაგეს იმის მე. ჯაბჯაბით შეაღარყავთ, არა მოვიდა თავარი კოუჩი. Gamers.
I think they're down to have a little brawl in this B split. Now it's 3 players over towards A for Team Spirit. Smoke comes in at top con. Donk was already moving. Window smoke now clears away.
ეს ახალი კოლექციები რა კაი სკინებია.
To deal with anyone who's up through short. That leaves it down to this B defense. Magix takes one of the dome right away. Zontix here though to bail his captain out.
მაგერ შირო მოგვიკლა. Why me Zontix?
Meant to be the body shot guy, but this USP's ripped heads off in the pistol.
მოვიდა ის ცხოველი 1 კილი მეც ამადებინეთო.
Flash short in the open. I thought he was dead.
Zontix-ს ბედნიერი სახე არის ეს.
Pristine headshots, bails Magix out as you say, and puts a pistol on the board for Spirit. Donk with 1. Lovely stuff here for Spirit.
You talk about the high ping warriors of GG How.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Donk slide was in part because of playing on high ping for him.
It's very
having to try and come up with ways to outduel his opponents.
Yeah, I was even watching some, Donk CSGO highlights from when he was like 16 the other day. Playing in Spirit Academy, playing Pugs. I mean, he was doing all the movement stuff he does now back then in CSGO, right? Like, he really just changed the entire game in terms of how we think about movement and how you make your model hard to hit. It's not just his incredible aim, of course, that we all know he has.
It's the other details
that really take him that extra mile.
ზუსტად რა თქვა იმენა ეგრეა რა.
And it's not new to him.
ანუ სროლაც ბაზარი არის, ძალიან მაგარი აიმი აქვს რა დონკას, მაგრამ როგორც მოძრაობს ტიპი, ეგ არის ძმაო. არ ვიცი, ხელები ამიწევია ძმაო. მოძრაობით ძმა. ჩათვალე ნახევარზე მეც საქმეს მოძრაობით აკეთებს ტიპი რა. აი ისე მოძრაობს, რომ ვერ არტყავ ტყიას პროსტო.
Perhaps they can do something similar, show off some of their individual prowess.
No worries here for Tanier, like that, out towards the spawn. He just gets to feast on a bunch of pistols, trying to get that bomb down. No worries.
Simply done. Giving away nothing, no extra bomb plants.
აბა GG How მინდით, აბა.
Time for GG How to get going. Heavy in the window here, Donk starting off, leaving some extra nades. GG How going for a B bomb.
მათ მაგრევე კოლები გაუშვეს
ბობების. 1 MP9, so not a bad gambit here.
აუ რა ითესა ეს.
Zontix going to get back in to support him in time. Actually, the guy to take first contact on this abs pop. Molly even splitting up the push here, going to try and deal with the front of the pack first. Magix living on borrowed time.
მოვიდა ცხოველი ჰელფაზე, აი სხვა ცხოველია.
First on the scene and first
მოვაი ხა ის მოიტაილოდეთ, მოვიდეს. არა ვერ wow.
Seal the deal on a rifle.
GG How
that went horribly wrong at the start. They get full blinded. First player jumps out. Satanito is just sat back.
როტაციამ დააგვიანა ძალიან აშკარად.
Apartments, everyone is blind. And then somehow they just find all the trades in a flurry. And I think these are the moments where we're going to see GG How do great. In the man advantages, peaking together, overwhelming their opponent, right? Shiro expects a bit of respect from that backside player. He re-swings. And then the market player comes out. He gets triple peaked. So you're never going to get a moment of respite in a game like this.
ცალკარა არც ერთი თამაში არ უნდა იყოს ეს რა.
First round on the board. Gimmick in con, triple nade, does nothing.
აი მე დონკა რო ყოფილიყო კონექტორში რაც დაიტილტებოდა, ეხა 3 ნეიდი რომ მოხდებოდა. კიდე bis პოპა ვენ ზმა, იქ Magix-ას გაუტრაკებენ ეხლა საქმეს. Magix-ას თან მიდიან იმენა. ესო ცუდად ამ. აი კაკრას ჰელფი არ ყავს თან ბიჭო, ვაფშე. შორტზე ყავს კაცი, ხო? 4-იანი ვინ არის ზონტიქსა? ახი იცი არასაც აკეთებს.
They've been pretty obsessed with this.
კაი სმოუკია, სპირიქ ჩევლენ მაგ სმოუკში.
Magic's again here with the SMG. It's a little awkward. You see him get that first kill, you don't have the chance to trade, and you don't want to sacrifice more players coming through this smoke. So Magic's has been able to hold on to the apartments.
And he gets out as well, yoinks the AK.
დააგვიანეს
for this behold, and it will be needed as GG How come up with short side.
Დაინახა.
He got that spot, I thought, but Satsanito reveals position.
აჩეკ სალამი bro, სალამი. მადლობა დონაციისთვის ძალიან დიდი. უღმესი მადლობა დონაციისთვის. ჯიგარი ხარ.
GG How still eyeing up B, but Spirit aren't convinced. They think after finding Donk, they want to go back to this A split. Magic's out of position for a moment.
Oime, Satsanito. Oime, როგორ მიყვარს ესეთი ჰიტები, ბიჭო. დაჟე ისინი არის ერთერთი ბიჭო. ანაირეთო. დაჟე ბომბიც აიღო ძმა. დონკას არ ვიცი რა ჭირს, მაგრამ აი დიდი ჩავარდნა აქ.
Here they're in position.
ნახე კაკანიტო რას ისტრის ბიჭო.
არ გამოვსტერდი. To seal the fate of this one.
აბა ამას არ დაასეივებინებენ ახლა.
Shiro decides he can't justify it and so gets on out of there.
გაიქცა ძმა კაც. ჰალო, ცაცანიტო ძმა, გამოგხედავს ახლა
Move from Sasanito, not offering up a way back into the round. It felt already locked, and well, GG How make it so. Back to back rounds on this team side, finding Donk as well. In a heads-up duel, Synopsy, no doubt the most experienced player we've seen on this GG How roster, right? Of course, Satsanito has been to many top events under different rosters, played for some North American squads in his time as well. But Synopsy with multiple major runs, the B&E days, some huge upsets there as well.
Oh, Rausri, Amashem.
Oh, in that sense, in a matchup like this, massive underdog, trying to, you know, when you think about the B&E stories from back in the day, Synopsy was a big part of that, and so probably the perfect man for the job in this type of a matchup.
Absolutely.
He knows the liberation that comes with being an underdog like this.
Oh yeah.
There's no expectations on GG How in this
matchup. Including that team, as soon as they were favorites, you know, really crumble and go nowhere. But, you know, make that dream run, be the team that no one expects, everyone overlooks. Suddenly, we're working. Donk has a hero.
კარგად ეთამაშებიან, ეხლა რასაც უყურებ კონტროლს. ანუ არ უგდებენ იმას.
Zontex is edging back to give it a look. The timing, Synopsy's got him locked in. Meanwhile, this bomb is still approaching the B bomb site. Double swing.
Freeing up rotations for Donk. Does he need them?
It's the split that makes this tricky. Satsanito good for the trade. Even though Zontek's going to arrive on the scene, it really depends on someone putting a kill on the board here for Spirit. They've got two players grouping out towards short. They have Satsanito trapped out here on the short side. They know about him too. Can the pistols close in? Over there from the site. And so no worries. Zontek's left looking on as another round gets away from Team Spirit.
It's feeling like a CT side where we just need multi-kills right now for Spirit because they're getting overwhelmed in all of their positions. Careful for a second. But
GG House, man.
And so GG How with repeats keep the pressure on.
Back
behind them.
კი, კარგად შედიან ტრეიდში ხა და map control-საც ეხლა რასაც უყურებ, კარგად თამაშობენ რა. ან ნელა რაღაცას აიღებენ, მერე გაჩილავენ, მერე იქ ტიპ შატოვებენ საკაიფო და მაგას თამაშობენ. ეს შევა ჩვენ. აი ის გაუხსნა. აი მაუსი როგორ უჭირავს ბიჭო დონკა შეხედე. მინი ნახე რა. არა, მოგებით არ ამგონია რომ მოიგონ ახლა ამათმა. იმართლე რომ გითხრა, მაგრამ კაია თუ გაუკაჩავენ, უკვე საინტერესო სანახაობა იქნება.
Many with the spawn. Takes his off out towards the apartments. Doesn't try and take an aggressive line, instead hoping he can find Magic's getting aggressive.
ჭკვიანურია, აი რაც უფრო მოდუნებული გაქვს ხელი. წარმოიდგინე ხა, დიდით ბევრი ხანი რო გიწევს თამაში რა, აი რაც უფრო მოდუნებული და ჩილა დატარეთ მაუს რა, უფრო ნაკლებად გეყლება. ეხლა სულ დაძაბული გაქვს და მოჭერილი გაქვს მაუსზე ხელი. ამღლელია რა, კუნთი ნაშება რა.
Magic's isn't going to give it to him.
Oh, yeah. Sixth sense, perhaps. Perfect time to stop spotting. Use that smoke. GG Howard making headway in middle. Aggressive smoke from Zontix has kept some semblance of control over the Spirit.
Teodora, კიდევ უღრმესი მადლობა, bro. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დღევანდელი დონაციებისთვის. კიდევ უღრმესი მადლობა. შენ და თითოეულ თქვენგანს ვინც დაადონატეთ მეგო. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
That tick gives more info. Top con smoke obscures Donk's vision. GG How still want this A split though.
ნახე, ბიჭო, რას ესვრიან და
Snopsy the one to provide it.
One more man on short. Are they ready? Magix isn't peeking yet. Donk's got to do it all again.
I mean, you're almost hoping that Synopsy's opener has
აცილა, მაგრამ აცილებაც არის და
he softens up these players in the connector, but knows he can't give away the kill. Two out towards
Opa,
the spawn for
მოვიდა
Team Spirit, and it's Donk to get the ball rolling. There's a follow-up for Donk. Finally overran. Shiro been slow to get going here, and it doesn't look like that's changing anytime soon. Couple of chances on the AWP, but the ball massive kill for Magic.
აიწია.
There's the nade to bring it all back, and it's down to this. Shiro's had some rough missed shots here.
Bravo, რაც აიკითხა, ბიჭო.
GG How just keep racking up rounds. That's
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციის.
Osama's big 3K out of Palace, and can you blame Spirit for not being ready for another man up connector? They didn't have any idea of numbers there. Magic's had great timings to peek short. He never took them. It's too late to the peak. No one was watching for such a long time after he got that first kill. Donk doubles up, then he turns. There's a third man from the con side. And Osamas does read Shiro's reposition. A very common move from him. GG How, they know what they're up against, I'll say that much. 4 rounds to the good on this T side have put Spirit on pistols again. Something's brewing.
ვა, კაი ფუშია. კაი ფუშია, მაგრამ დააგვიანდება უკვე ფუშს.
Just look shaky. I know we're early doors, 7 rounds in, but it's not like this is a BO3, not like you
Oh, შეყარეს.
Just had some really awkward exchanges
here. პროჭისვა აუწიეს Magic's-ას იმენა. ალბასის სუნი გასგვიზე რა.
Seal the deal on.
რა პროჭისუნიაო, ხო იცი?
Thomas just runs right through the site on the Mac 10, so no worries here. I mean, this would be a very attention-grabbing game if GG How are able to keep this up.
Yeah, you never want to I never want to get ahead of myself in a match like this. I've seen Spirit start slow in these kind of games and then, you know, come alive. But all the signs, oh my goodness, Synopsy, are you serious? A knife kill.
ანუ ცნებსკიდია თუ ამ შევისათამაშებიან არ ვჯერა ჩემ. საღო GG House, ამათმა ჰაიპი თუ დაიჭირეს? ამათმა თუ ჰაიპი დაიჭირეს, მაო. ყოველთვის რთულია ლანის თამაში ესეთი გუნდის წინააღმდეგ, რომლებიც მომენტუმზე იგეთამაშებიან რა.
Looking to do something incredible again. To do it against Team Spirit would be something.
You just think about like how many top squads in the past have underestimated his teams, and how that kind of went on to shape those major runs for BNE.
You know, I almost can't blame you as well if we're talking.
Ai, bicho, ai, balish, gul shematkiromat rom mogdides, ver gul shematkirob. Ai, GG How, როგორ დაიყვირო?
In some time. And certainly not this iteration of the roster.
მე სტრიმი დავალაიქოთ რა ავიდეთ 200 ლაიქს მიგეზარებათ თუმცა ხალხი შემოსულებით ხარ და არხიც გამოიწერეთ ბარი.
Otherwise,
დავიძრა თუ 15,000 გამოწერის კენ.
Also like even if you look at the very best teams,
ბოლომდე მინდა რომ 15-ი გავუწევთ.
Like it doesn't even come close to touching the caliber of Spirit.
ნახე რა კარგად იღებენ space. ნახე ხა ლადერში ჩატოვე ეს კაცი.
Okay, a lot of control in this round. Spirit foregone mid.
ეხლა რაღაცას გაქოლავენ კიდე. რა main-things გააძრობენ. ეხლა წავლენ top mid-დან უკან. აიღეს ბომბი. რას აპირებენ? კეთოქს აპირებენ შესვლას არა.
Secret agent for later.
აუპე ჩარჩაშუაზე ხო? წრიანი ხო მინი. ჩარჩაშუა და split-ი. შორტზე აგრესიას აკეთებენ, ლადეში კაცი ყავთ. ესით კაკანიტო არ გაატარებს და მიიღებს აქ ერთ კაცს მაინც. თუ ტაიმინგზე არ გატრიალდა, არა, მიიღო ერთი კაცი.
That's a nice free kill.
მეორე კაცი,
მეორე კაცი,
აღარ ელოდებოდა სამწუხაროა.
For team spirit.
Shiro's
finally been able to rally one off on this AWP.
მაგრამ აუერკემ შეიძლება ივაშკაცოს ახლა.
Tanopsy closing in, but won't get past Tania. So this could be the return to form for Spirit they've been waiting for. Looking for a clean round. Can Bibu complicate matters? That's a good bit of damage done. It's the Shiro warp closing.
Shiro.
Oh, these misses are starting to get real rough.
კიდევ კაი დონკა დაეხმო. სალამი.
Right now, you're just kind of treading water for a couple of key players to come online for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'm going to breathe a bit
easier.
We're
seeing a lot
of double short GG How. Keeps the pressure on this A-cross. No bomb plant here, so no money on a few of these players. Or other drops are already in the air, so AWP is out. This will be their final buy.
I mean, if you remember, like the first time they saw Magic's on the double short take, he kind of peaked so late in the round that I don't think you realize that's how he started.
But
that time around, right, the fight comes in way quicker. Now maybe you're building a bit of a better image as to how they're trying to solve this mid problem with the double short setup.
25 კილო მოიმატე ცოლის მოყვანის მერე, აუ რა, კაი ყოფილა ცოლი ესე იგი. მე მომატება რომ მინდა, ესე იგი ცოლი მინდა რა.
Well, shot in middle for Shiro, but Mini's AWP looks ramp.
არა, ამ ტურნირზე არ არის.
Shiro will rotate.
ამის შემდეგი ტურნირი რაც იქნება მანდა.
It's a scary peak, to be honest. But a well-timed nade connects, and GG How is still looking to scrap on this site. Tag comes in, Mini barely surviving.
I'm
getting scared.
Shiro feeling the pressure. Synopsy overwhelms him, but in comes Donk. And that's two kills to the good. How many more can he get? Keen to get involved as a bunch of these rounds have just passed by for Team Spirit with Donk not hyper in the picture. Finally has his round. That's a pretty monstrous 4K. And
just saying, Shiro, man, if you want to be the human decoy, I can trade you out.
Set me up, dude. You're fine.
Back-to-back rounds, bails out Shiro. Big 4K from Donk. Team Spirit are back in business, Harry, so no need to overreact on this early start here for GG How. This is where they're truly going to get tested. The depth of their T-side here on Mirage.
They're gonna
go back for it, but no util to make anything happen.
I think like that's a really hard thing to contest with here for GG How. The idea that, you start a little bit on the ropes, just get ripped away from them. But as they find their footing, as the money builds up, as they feel a bit more secure, you're gonna see kind of the brakes come off. They're going to stop turtling up. Donk's going to be getting involved out towards mid. It's going to get more aggressive, a lot harder to predict. You're going to have, opening fights kind of ahead of the timing you were looking for. Won't get to run some of these set pieces that we've seen. That's where very quickly this can start to go the other way. So you are bang on. It's a test of their depth here on this T side.
There's nothing in this burger. This one is going nowhere. Two deeks connect, but not getting out past Doc, so easy enough. Levels a score. GG How would not be a bad time for a timeout, to be honest, to come into their next gun round. All important, half-deciding gun round. Was this just a strong start? Or is there something more?
Here's some more of this Donk aggression out towards mid. It's been where GG How have looked to find their early successes, and they will trade him after one. I mean, any round you can stop him with Just one kill, you'll take it. And with Shiro a swing and a miss again out through short.
Not his game.
Advantage for GG How.
A risky position, but might be under check. Still 1-for-1. This is getting scary now. Osamas has taken deep space in that A side. Zontics covering the cross. They've got Util. They want the cross. And they make it over. Satsanito up the stairs recover. And this is looking like a solid leader of Team Spirit. 1-for-1 on Donk indeed, and when Shiro is missing every shot presented, don't have a lot of heroes left to save you.
No, it's feeling kind of awkward. Like, you see him trying to force the fights, trying to bring himself back into the game, but it feels like in a lot of these rounds, it's just given a way in for GG How.
Well, a lot of the time as well, he's playing late rounds. Now he's going for early moves, getting punished. And look at the pace behind this one. Satsanito fearless through the Molotov. Look at how quick he is here. Donk's going to break that smoke, it looks like. So got to be aware that Satsanito is stepping. Donk never goes for the break. There it is late. Finally in as he finds Synopsy.
ვაიმე დონკიტა და დაგენძრა მე მგონი ერთი ნეიდი გინდა პროჩი და აუ არა აქვთ ნეიდი თორე დაენძრეოდა.
Donk waits till it's safe to pass.
Like, you know Zontix is dead, and I think kill feed Counter-Strike can do a lot for GG How here. He's the second guy over towards B. You know the Magic's likely there alone right now. There's a bit of a gap on this B side of the map.
This looks like the perfect call for GG How to find a winning half. Magic's. Forced by Shiro. Okay, you can redeem yourself now on this orb.
You know, you've been waiting, you've been looking for that round that brings you back into the game. This could well be it for Shiro. First shot lands. Bit of help from Magic's as well. Swung out wide. Shiro brought down a half. Satsanito's still a long way away from being in play in this round, and as he tries to join up through short, you'd think Tanier's meant to have his number. 20 seconds left on this. Time working against GG How. Positions known on both players. Time really is the enemy here. All three players brawling in the site for Team Spirit. As Osamas goes out, Shiro will find him. They'll split the difference down this half, and finally.
GG How არ მოქვს მოგებული ეს კაკალიტო დაუსმასა რო არიან იქ მოწინააღმდეგე გუნდში მაგათ
მოვიდა. Like Shiro this whole game was hunting for his round to have the impact. Was that it? Do we get a better Shiro heading into this second half?
I definitely seem like the Spirit were able to slow down the play by the end of that CT side, right? Able to give away less kills. Sure, the second last round was a little intense down in middle, but for the most part, considering that was 5-2 down from the rip, Spirit do a pretty good job of stabilizing here. And a pistol round just suddenly puts them right back in contention for a clean victory. GG How definitely with flashes of brilliance, though. Some of the shots we've seen connect in this game from Osamas with a big clutch. It has been impressive. So don't look away now. Who knows what the second half is in, what we're in store for. Window smoke and Spirit go right towards the catwalk.
Yeah, clear game plan here for Spirit. Go for this B split, 3 in through short. GG How going to be out of position, so you're looking at Synopsy. Really not a bad way to get the ball rolling, is it? Closing in, job's not done, but this B side holds its own and then some.
Dude, he's full running and he hits that one tap. Mid-air shot into the running one tap. Beautiful connection for Synopsy. Could not be any better here for GG How. A flawless round on that B-bomb site.
GG House, GG House,
that's the B side getting wrapped on. Everyone else is so far away. GG How had just pushed ramp. They started 3 out towards the A site. That couldn't have been a better call for Spirit, but you know, the call is kind of only half the battle there. You go into the under-defended bomb site, you get wrecked by Synopsy.
Tania jumped for Donk there, and neither even get a bullet out. round that Spirit
Tactical pauzot იყენე.
is unwinnable. How take control. They push top middle, they get the nade in, but then they depart quickly, not offering up the kill, but more importantly, scrambling the radars of Spirit. Where have these players gotten to? Then he pushes under. Dink's not going to do it. Back out top mid for Spirit.
მიეცი დიგლი ძმა დონკა შირო რო გიჭირავს თოხივით. აჰა, აიღებს.
Frustrating rounds here. Coming down for Spirit on this T side. Does that change with guns?
Majors დიდი ტურნირი არც ერთი ტურნირი არის საერთოდ. არა, Majors დიდი ტურნირი არც ერთი არ არის. Majors ყველაზე დიდი ტურნირი არის Counter-ის
Split pistols now.
ვიქტორიაში.
GG Hal still hold the lead. Play getting made off the rip.
How far do you reckon they take this? As you get this control out towards ramp, you hear Spirit still mucking around in top mid. I think you feel like you have space here and are just going to follow through with a backstab. 2 players dedicated to this.
Oh, no, man.
And Magix has just left the angle, but Zontix is coming back. He might be able to save them here. No one with eyes on Palace.
მეორეს დაინახა? ოსმასა სადისმის.
And so the backstab gets rumbled.
Just change the whole round though for Spirit. They do want to come back and clear this out. Inside of the Palace, pushes Bibu. Zontix is trapped right now. He's going to hold his own. Second kill, low health, but enough for Spirit to roll out this red carpet. Synopsy hides at B. 2 more MP9s on this A side. And I still find a bit of fear in me with Osama's taking Palace once again. The deeper he goes, the worse it is. Zontix still waits.
Zontix has learned he just can't take his eyes off this position.
Let's not hold those
conditions. Don't do it. Why would I say that? There he is, taking his eyes off this position.
He's still out of control, though. Osama has lost A entirely. Unless he flanks ramp right now, he's going to hear the nades. Now he's in a great spot. This would still be something else.
აჰოლდავენ ახლა უკან კაი დროსო ახლა უკვე გაჩეკავენ უკან
ერთი. It feels like GG Howard just saying, look man, see what you can do. If you make this interesting enough, we'll come in, we'll give this a try. Turn around for Shiro. First kill picked up. Gun game as he swaps out onto the M4.
2 low players.
No.
Really,
რა ვახარ ბებეტო, როგორ მოიგონა იმ წინა მეიჯორის საღო, მინა prediction master ახლა. ერთხელ გაგივარდა ცხოვრებაში რაღაცა და მაგის მენა. გონია რომ რამე გაგივარდება კიდე ბიჭო. მე 150 ლაიქს ავიდეთ, რანუ გეზარებათ მიართეთ ლაიქს და არხიც გამოიწერთ.
These look like double kills and ways back into the round. I feel like that is somewhat fearful from Osamas. I feel like maybe they're feeling a bit of pressure there because I would have just loved to see him commit to his move. That would have definitely done him better than one. We see how low these players are.
სროლის ლეველი თითქმის ერთ და იგივე არის ტაიერ 1-ში და 2-ში და შეიძლება ტაიერ 2-ის გუნდები ბევრად ზოგი ისეთი აიმერი იყოს რომ მაგრად ისროდნენ, მაგრამ ტაიერ 1-ში ვაფშე სხვა თამაში მიდის რა, ერთმანეთის წაკითხვა უფრო არის ვიდრე ის რომ ვიღაცამ ძალიან მაგრად ისროლა და მაგით მოიგეს რა. არის ეგეთი რაუნდებიც, მაგრამ უფრო ის რომ ტაქტიკურად აჯობეს რა. I
think though, you know, considering it's a bonus round, could leave it still feeling kind of good, especially if
რეაქციები აქვს სწრაფი უფრო. ოღონდ in-game რეაქციებზე ვიძახი რა. გადაწყვეტილებების მიღება.
To bring out the big guns and hit even harder the second time around. Mini takes an instant line out towards Palace. He'll be meeting Zontix, who has been a bit of a defining character in this game for Team Spirit from his
Zontix-აც ამოწვა იქ მე სკროლავს მა TikTok-ს.
Bonus round attempt for GG How in the last.
Zontix looked very frustrated on the cams there. You know, you don't often see much emotion out of this guy or acknowledgement. It is nice that we have these player cams on the HUD at all times. So Spirit a man down, have to do it. Back on this A site where they know the AWP just was, but it's rotated back to B, leaving it alone. Satanito ladder side, Spirit still going into the stack.
Bomb spotted. Shiro very low and in no position to play out through. Continue doing what they can, but it's the rotator this AWP that catches them by surprise. And Shiro, who was brought down low right at the top of the round, is the sole survivor.
მიდრაუნდ კოლები არის ძირითადად Tier 1-ში, მაგრამ აქ რა ხდება ძმა? ეს რა ხდება?
Nice to see them rotate back. Don't know what the tell was. They were starting to lean towards B in the silence, and then right before Spirit come through those smokes, that's when GG How doubled down on that A hold. Everybody in position to stop it. They even let Donk live. They transferred off him before they got the kill. He still gets punished 1-for-1. So
გებილები არიან რუსები ძმა, თორე ამათ მაგრამ გუნდი შეკრან 5 კაცს top 5 რუსის, რა ვიცი. აზრი აღარ ექნება არაფერს.
And Spirit have called another timeout. The only team to use them in this game.
And I think if there's one thing you're really aware of right now, it's the frustration out of Team Spirit. You know you've caught their star AWPer a little bit shaky to get the day going. Donk wasn't exactly dominating from round one. You kind of got them on shaky ground off the rip, and now you're building upon this lead. And we were talking about Synopsy, his experience, the things he's accomplished in the past, how he was always a threat in these kind of underdog matchups. He knows exactly what's going through the minds of Spirit as this game is getting away from them. And he's keen to push every little advantage.
Captain of this squad, and I mean the two European players putting in the biggest shift here for GG How right now. Him and Satanito, the two most experienced players on this squad. Satanito had some great T-side rounds.
I mean, dude, even Samus has had good impact as this has gone on. I think he was like 0-5 at the start of the game. So
yeah, imას გავიდა 5-ვე star player იყო. 5 ძლიერი თავის პოზიციაზე.
Spirit get given nothing in the middle. AWP is in the ladder. Mini very patient. See what's Palace last round.
5 star player რო ყავს გონში შევერაფერს ვერ მოიგო.
Kill, and as Magic's re-hits mid to fake, Spirit are going to group for this B pop. Bibu.
მაგრამ ჯეცაც შეიძლება და მე ფლამუსაც ძალიან მომწონს, არ ვიცი ფლამუსას
get distracted on short for
და
now.
მაგარი არის თავის აქტივზე იმენა ტოპია.
Sooner Spirit go the better. Here we go.
Mini just can't vacate short too quickly. Just going to miss this timing, gets out with one on a donk, but Magic's closes in. AWP now on short. Bibu with and an ugly spray.
Was that
Seals
Shiro?
The fate. That was Shiro. Oh, it's really looking ugly.
Singapurში ხარ.
Loving it, however.
აფრიკაში ხარ,
He's not feeling it, right? A normal Shiro would have stopped spraying, would have counter-strafe, hit another burst, but he just full commits to a 20-round spray on a market player. Cannot confirm the kill. They also, yeah, sure, Mini dies to a Tech 9, but who does he kill, Harry?
Yeah, he gets rid of Donk.
He gets rid of Donk.
That's the entry power. Stripped out of the round.
Doesn't it just feel like that is the hammer on your head now, Spirit? You have one gun round to save your entire Dear, oh dear. Winner of this plays Game Legion for a playoff spot.
All right, GG How, we're noticing. Look, you could be on the cusp of something real special here.
მოს ჩაბაზარი აქ თუ რა ხდება ოვერტაიმებია თუ გამოაძრობენ ამ რაუნდს 4 კაცი რატო ხართ ეიძეთ მე დაეხმარეთ ამ უბედურს ბიბუ გამაგდით მა
again. Oh, maybe not.
რა კოლებია ვერ გადაწყვიტეს რა უნდათ ეხლა იქ შევიდნენ გავიდნენ შე
Util drop back to Shiro.
კარგი ფლეშის ბარტანი ჩემს ავითის რუს ხოლმე ფლეშებს ასიც
Bibu is very alone. 1-for-1 is simply not enough here. Rotates, starting to make their way over. Satanito gets here in time, but it's the Donk Deagle opening things up. Bibu with a death on the Deagle, though. There's a second. Can Donk save Team Spirit the embarrassment? Two kills found already. As the job isn't done yet, though. GG How grouping for this retake. Molly gonna force a fight out of Shiro. Donk with the spot. This Deagle really starting to feel the pressure now as his teammates fall around him. Magix does what he can. He softens up another player, and Donk swings out for a third. With the pistols, Team Spirit looking to keep it alive.
ისევ გადანა ბავშვი თუ უშველის ვაო რა. ისევ თუ უშველის რა, ისევ თუ უშველის რა.
How dare I count it out?
ისევ თუ უშველის ამ უბედურებს ამათ, თორე ისევ
Deagle triple headshot despite so many missed shots. I love how Spirit isolate that short player first. They know he's going to move in before the market contingent with the AWP down in kitchen. They have 3 players facing short, bailing out their Edward player. That was really nice from Spirit. Forces the AWP to have to make a move, and Donk is just dancing with death.
You kind of see the fear he put in them, right? They were both coming out the market door, ready to try and react around the short contact. They see Donk on that little jiggle. They both thought about it. They kind of second-guessed themselves on the push. And so that is the
ეს არა, ეგ არის ხა ტაიერ 1 და ეს გუნდი რა.
It's a lifeline for Team
ძალიან დიდი ალბათობა იმისა, რომ აი ხა იგივე პირიქით რა ყოფილიყო ეს რაუნდი რა, რომ სპირიტი არ წააგებდა
მაგრამ. What a saving grace. And what a time did
do. დავერავიდე 19 კვირაში.
Time out from GG How.
I mean, yeah, if you're GG How right now, you know that like that's the round that could rattle you. If any round was gonna, you've been on this winning streak, you've been taking great strides in this matchup. You just can't get in your head about falling down to the pistols. Gotta stay focused.
უნდა წავედით. ერთი რო წააყომაროს რა.
Deep AWP line for Mini. He's had many different positions on this AWP. And what this does do at least is free up his team to play heavy on the other side of the map. He's got multiple fallback options available, but he still needs to hit his first shot. Tanir is lurking apartments. Maybe a factor for later as Spirit look to set up on this A site. I wonder what timing Tanir plays. Is he going to just play off the execute and try and
get
Palace smoked might cause a bit of a problem here for Spirit. They still throw in the execute. Tanir does not move.
There's 2 players
in
the
ninja გაიჩეკება აბა. აუ, დაინახა დონკა ბიჭო.
Donk spams him out and Tanir
hits the
magic spot rotation. We see this all the time. Spirit love this pocket strat. Tanir's got the sight. This round is over.
Yeah, GG.
So you'd like to think.
It is going to be the AWP on the line. Tanir tries to knock him off of it.
Oh no.
Missed Molly, but that bomb still crosses in. It's a crisis averted here for Team Spirit.
All right, it's a risky retake. Do you really want to risk your money? I don't think so.
We've seen him do that.
That is exactly the Magic's got. The 1v4 market spray down the graffiti moment back at the major, but it was him alone who made that rotation. This time he has Tanir to find the gap. But Spirit love just the little A execute into the late apartments rotate. And it completely catches GG How off guard. What a great time to call that move. That's after the timeout from GG How. We saw Hallie talking a lot. And the magic source puts Spirit on the board.
Era sekretna jest zapravka. Sekretna jest zapravka, da Magicsa 4 is.
Why does Donk put a full mag in that box? I don't know, but it's the perfect move. So 3 guns here.
პირველი გრაფიტია, ხო? CS:GO-ს მერე არ ყოფილა, ხო?
How many has been down to just take kind of these passive lines and free up players to rotate, but in a round like this, it's not really what you want from your off. You want to
მოითხოვენ რა ყველა ეგეთ Tesla play-ზე
towards mid, but the util denies him. Bit of a B-lean right now for GG Hao. You've seen Zontix actually look kind of down to make plays out through Palace. There's just been util in his way. Well, that's not available here to GG Hao. So he tries to go early, ends up giving one away. Synopsy will get punished. And as Donk rears his head out through the connector, it's a keen double to turn the tide. Once again, trying to link up with the front man into the He's taken all this ground out towards the A site. Donk did go searching and roaming, looking for a little bit more. And you wonder if feeding that AWP one is enough to make this round interesting.
Opa!
Closing in. Shiro dead one overstep from Donk. Magic's on the other end of the map. Out of position here.
They're on it.
Trying to draw a peek out from Magic's, who swings this one wide, sees they're not on it yet, trying to close in. Does he really have this in him? Cover from Mini is there. And so GG Hao, those three rifles enough to get them
basically post plant when Donk swings into jungle. That is unbelievable to win that round after Spirit had won their eco and seemingly converted on it. That save was worth its weight in gold.
And dude, it feels rough there because it's like that's Donk with hot hands, 2 kills deep. If there's kind of one player you're down to give all the freedom to and say, look, you can have a swing, you can have a poke. But it leads to just
Magic's მოვდივარ დამელოზე თუ და სანამ მოვიდა ძმა
not only finds him,
ამოწყდნენ ამისიანები
they never got the spot on Bibu, who then swings out and grabs that AK off the ground, puts it to work. It just sets in motion this horrible chain of events for Spirit. It felt like they were getting back into this game.
Yeah.
Wonder if that round has really changed the tune, because now your money is on the line. You're scraping together a buy here. If you fall short, you're force buying up against 12. You're relying again on like a Donk Deagle to try and make this game happen.
Yeah, Spirit know the importance of this round. So again, their final timeout used in this one. Shiro, really poor game across both halves, has struggled to find impact. He's got the AWP on ramp, looking for that opener. Samus does take a little wiggle, but won't commit. And Donk, after throwing nades mids, has rotated, but look at this B push for GG Hao. They called this off of spawn, push 2 in the apartments. They are all the way behind enemy lines. Magic saw it. He saw it throwing nades. Guns out, Donk by his side. Synopsy pulls his knife, but is Donk ready? Yes, he is. Just about, just in time. Keep Spirit up a man.
The things he's having to do to try and keep this game going. GG Hao thought that double push was the recipe for match point.
And I love that Donk has just seemingly made the call here. He threw the bomb back through the window. Smokey goes, screw it, I'm walking under. You guys do your A hit, but I'm up to other things. Gonna try and lurk in on this A play. There is a nice flank for Osamas, but again, it's gonna rely on his teammates to do something. Donk is in position. He's not playing yet. He's gonna let the execute go through. Shiro throwing flashes, last of this play, mini-miss shot, and this one's going to cost you.
Pulls the attention away from Bibu was watching for that move. In reserve on this backstab. Shiro gets eyes on in time, and so Team Spirit able to right their wrongs. Donk with a monstrous 3K. That double kill on the quick flank through the apartments is massive.
How is his gun ready? I mean, dude, that round is 1
second
away. Had started running to throw that smoke. Misses the flank timing. That's bomb down in spawn. Synopsy won't pull his knife. That's Spirit in the mud. So 1 second is all it takes to put Donk in position to still do something incredible and win that round with a triple kill.
ტიპი არ ელოდებოდა დაბლ ფუშ და მაინც იარაღზე გადასვლა მოასწრო და
where it leaves us. Hero AWP. Well, Mini feels like he's going to have to save that gun or win the round.
არ გადის ნახე იმედ გაასყვერება მოღებული. არ უფლეშდება კიდია ყველაფერი. აბა დონკა თუ დააჭერინებს, აბა ეხა მაგასაც. ნახე როგორ იცის ბიჭო. აი იმენა საზღვარი აქვს ტიპს თითქოს. თუ ეს ვინ შემიყლია მაჩ. მეთქი ეს ვინ შემიყლია თუ ამ ხელოვნების გახდა დონკა თქო ეს დონკა რო თამაშობს ხოლმე მაგ პოზიციაზე სულ. ეს მე შევა ეხა.
He's just been getting flashed so hard in this game. Catches a shot on Magix, but this ball is coming.
I need to smile. I want to smash it.
The stack is building. Spirit are going into a deadly situation.
You see the orb there. Surely that gives you a moment of pause here. But Tanier is committed to a backstab now. And so this AWP just get an open season.
Too late, surely, to the 1v5. What's he got in the tank? Just jumping through, throwing himself in, but the pistol cuts him down. And that is a Shiro missed shot, jumps back into his own Molotov. It does not get worse.
Oh. Donk's got his hand over his mouth. He can't believe what he's just seen. He can't believe this is real life. They're meant to be, you know, one of the heavy favorites to go and take the whole thing.
And I love how
this is the opening game versus GG How.
And they call the pause. They just let Spirit stew in that. Like, have that pause. Enjoy it.
Shiro just 1G'd for crying out loud. Like,
this can't be real. Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, no matter what happens, Donk has an AK. But around him is very little. Shiro getting nades, gives a Galil. But man, nice to see Mini, who was also pretty quiet after that first half. And, you know, kind of locked out of the CT side to a degree. Think about the 2 rounds he's had. He was part of that 2v4. Back in jungle onto Donk and back to CT on A. And now that round as well just shuts down Donk on the entry. Forces Shiro to burn alive. And now GG How with a charge.
500 ლარიანი პრემიები GG How-ს იმენაც ეჩიცვა.
Well, Shiro really is like the Mothman. We haven't seen him at all in this game. Mini, again, on the line with this AWP. Just been a constant source of info for GG How to rely on, having these deep sight lines. This time, though, they're not playing fast and loose with Bibu. He's hanging around, ready for a B hit.
GG. Oh, Rush,
Mini's gonna get the ball rolling. That is a very convincing shot to start this round. GG How. And it's not some drawn-out brawl to close at the end. It is a decisive victory. GG How from the open qualifier, and now a win on day 1 over Team Spirit. That is a monumental upset.
Best of first day down like major than
and now just a BO3 away from the playoffs. I mean, this is a core of a team that is from the Middle East, and they just took down the world #1 ranked VRS team in Team Spirit. Unbelievable game of Counter-Strike from GG How, and definitely a shaky match from Shiro and the gang. Donk excluded. That was ugly for Spirit. GG, how about that?
How about that is
you might
have to write an entire list of things that need to happen. Necessary to take down and give us our first upset here within the brackets of the Esports World Cup in Paris. How do you like them apples, Yanko?
Shocker, Trace, shocker. We were talking about a David versus Goliath matchup. Well, we got one, and
yeah,
whoa, what a game from GG How.
Pistol,
but they come out swinging in the gun rounds. They were aggressive, taking advantage of, you know, maybe some space or some mistakes that Spirit was making. Feel like Spirit got control of the game, and for them to be able to close it out, just an impressive feat from GG How.
Yeah, I'm looking at Frank Synopsy in the Rat Pack here. So what do you got to say about that, Jacob? Because I know we needed a whole list and then maybe some more. So now How do you feel about GG How?
I feel like we got everything we needed on that list, for sure. GG How doing a tremendous job, playing super
Gepitsები აი Parivision-ში უჩასვა და უკა უფრო მოიგებენ იმენა.
Involved in 7 opening duels, won 5 of those. Really having a great game. Mini as well with the AWP, constantly roaming around, constantly being in the pack, sort of, you know, or being where the action were at. Also went 6 for 7 in opening kills his way, and especially the later rounds when they needed to get the finish line.
Oh,
He was the one stepping up as well. So nothing but credit to GG How. They took advantage of Spirit not showing up, Shiro not showing up, nowhere to be found on the server. Have a couple of blunders, not only his dare I say dueling, but also his decision making.
The Shiro haters are eating well today. They are feasting today, man, because it wasn't just it's actually uncharacteristic bad game for him. It's not a bad game in the sense of he doesn't have impact or whatever. It's like he was missing sitters and he's making bad decisions. Like those are usually the two things that he's good at, you know, playing in the clutch, those late round scenarios, and there was none of that today.
There was none of that, and neither will we be hearing from Team Spirit. They didn't win the game. We hear from the victors, and that's GG How.
Incredible result coming out from GG How here. Undoubtedly the biggest upset so far here at EWC. Sassanito, massive congratulations. We saw some big emotions there, some big reactions. Tell me what's going through your head.
I mean, I'm feeling like really good right now. I'm so happy. We're playing really confident. We just beat the #1 team in the world right now. So I don't know what to say anymore. We just need to keep grinding and show what we can do here.
Stylish fashion as well. How much was this specific prep just for Team
Spirit? უგმესი მადლობა bro დონაციისთვის. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. მადლობა თითოეულ არის დონაციისთვის დღეს ბრო.
Really good plan, but I reminded the guys that we should play our game and do our stuff because
ამოირჩიეთ
we are
რომელს
really
უყურთ. მოდი
confident and we
პოლს
shouldn't
გავაკეთებ
focus
ვაფშე.
too much on them, and that's what we did and we won.
Paid off massively. I do want to ask about a specific moment later in the game. Obviously, we had some great starts from you guys, but round 22, Spirit trying to get out onto that B site. You guys have an AWP, I believe an MP9, and then a couple of pistols. How did you get away with that one?
We had actually read with Mini that he should start short and start opening around there. But actually later in the half, we just gambled that they're gonna go B and Mini was on right position and he just killed 3 and we killed the other guys.
Right place, right time, massively paying off there. I do want to ask about yourself and him, the more experienced players are on this GG How. Tell me about his input and some of his reads during this game.
I mean, he really knows us and he knows how we should move. He's guiding us. He's doing really good job and he should just play like this, and he's a really good player.
Final question. You've obviously come through the last chance. #1 ranked team in the world. Where does that leave the ceiling, the limit for this GG How?
I'm actually surprised that we had a really tough, let's say, LCQ, and we made it through. I don't think we have any pressure right now because we have nothing to lose. And we proved that we can beat the best team in the world, so I guess we'll just go on to the next game.
An incredible result. Thank you so much for your time, Sassanito.
Yeah, GG How fans also eating very good tonight. Obviously, for them, this was a big upset at a minimum. Jacob, what we got from the beginning of this matchup when we walked into it, we got some more questions, I guess, from the Spirit side.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for Spirit, that's disappointing. Atypical. We spoke about atypical, you know, off performance. I think the entire team as well.
Mongol Magic Sirchad bicho უფრო მეტესობა. მიეცით ხმა, მიეცით ხმა.
Facing kind of style, he was nowhere to be found. At the end of the day, I just want to give it to GG How, you know, they came in with
აბა 51-59-ზე 52 დავაი 50-50-ზე ჯითუნ გაასტრო. აოი ხმები მიეცით, ხმები მიეცით.
Especially on that CT side, you saw every single round they were re-aggressing, whether that was towards
middle or ranაირად დააყენეთ მომბას გაფრთხიჟები ხარ.
At the end of the day, they decided to play on their terms, and if they were to lose, they would have lost on their own terms, but they didn't. Team Spirit couldn't capitalize. The only player showing up was Dong, and even this time around, that wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think you see that being what got them the win in the end, the round that Freya was talking to Tetsanito with. Again, they're being proactive, even with the one saved up, and those rounds can be difficult to call against because who's going to make the play?
აბა 30-ამდე 3-4 ნახევრამდე არის ის რა ქვია დავამთავრე ფოთქის ნახევარი, როგორც კი შესრულდება, ვამთავრე პოლს და რომელიც წინ იქნება, იმას უყურებთ.
And yeah, that's what got him to win in the end.
And keyword right there from that interview to me is the gamble. He said we gambled in that round as well. So it's not like they were sure. And you have to, and you can do that as an underdog. What you often see though, and that's why I want to give GG How credit as well, they were in a winning position, right? And you can get to the winning position by gambling, by playing free. You feel like you got nothing to lose, but all of a sudden you're in the game and you're like, oh, we're supposed to win now. That's when they start to that's when they start to stop the gambling. That's when they start to revert back to the normal level, so to speak. But they kept on playing on their terms, kept on gambling, kept on doing the right things, and for that they deserve credit as well.
And we pointed out Satsanito, and early on that T side, like he was instrumental in some of those round wins. He was shooting really hard, right? And that's all it takes. We talk about the score doesn't matter, momentum does. GG How got a lot of momentum early on in the game, winning gun round after gun round, and you had that clutch from Osama, right? That's what you need for an upset to happen. You need some of those individual moments, like hero rounds, because then the players get confidence. It's like, oh, I just clutched against Spirit. Like, okay, we got this. We got these guys.
Well, especially when you think about momentum shifting moments. Well, you know, it's obviously something for Spirit to be able to have that in their pocket in the form of a donk or anybody who wants to fire away on that given day. Here in this server in particular, there was a real chance on a deco there from Donk. There was a real chance to sort of shift that momentum late in the game, and there was a chance.
That's kind of what I spoke about earlier. Round 18, Spirit is already in a position where they're supposed to lose the game. They have not even a force buy. Utility pieces, and then go on towards the B bomb side, and then Donk does what he's been doing throughout the entire game. He keeps them alive. I thought to myself for that moment, now you got something. You're in a winning position, you're supposed to close it out, then that happens. So, unfortunately for Spirit, didn't really manifest, didn't really capitalize from it, but it maybe goes without saying that there was which he did for the vast majority throughout this game. The round is playing in front of you right now. See on your left screens, we're talking Deagle, Tech 9s, P250, very limited utility, and then Donk comes in with a nasty shot like this. Despite Bibo doing his absolute best to keep it alive, it's two entries from Donk, they get the bomb down, and unfortunately for GG How, to retake the bomb side, which can be tough even against pistols in a scenario like this. But I think to myself, right, if this would have been 11-7 for GG How, the game is over.
It's over, yeah.
You think to yourself that, right? Now Spirit, they win this round, it's 8-10, then GG How is unlimited economy, yet they find a way to fight back into the game. So they showed more than one facet of winning here, and again, as I said, for that they deserve credit.
Also, sometimes when you see this and you feel like, why are you guys overcomplicating this? If you're GG How, like you're going up against pistols, why is there only one guy B? You know, where, you know, and Tatsunito on the way back, he gets one dig, right? So you're seeing this and you're like, this is exactly the sort of round that's going to end up costing them the game, but they were able to win a few of their own towards the tail end.
Decided GG How. You got to wonder when you get to a best of 3 against how they're going to be able to stack up against later on.
Well, that's the thing, right? As far as I'm aware, they face Gamer Legion, I believe, in the next game in the bracket.
Winner goes to playoffs.
Exactly. Not necessarily tougher opposition, to be completely honest. You'd figure that Spirit would be the toughest one you could face. So I think with the amount of confidence they gained from this game, with some of the rounds they won, we can, you know, look at round 20, I believe it is. Yeah. That's sort of like where the game crumbled for Team Spirit. You find yourself in a 4v2 scenario. Again, look at the money, look at the positions right here. Mini gets a free kill on Donk, maybe overextending a little bit. Bibu picks up the AK-47 from Donk, and all of a sudden you think to yourself, it's possible. Shiro, we spoke about the bad decision making.
With his John Travolta impression.
Exactly. And now you have Magix on 13 HP all by himself, and you lose the round. This is a 4v2 for Team Spirit. They don't lose that against the best teams in the world. They sure as hell don't lose that against GG How with no consequences.
And you know, you can give a lot of excuses here and there, but a round like this is inexcusable. You know, we were talking about bounty, whatever. Here you need to bounce back, and like, you're losing a 4v2. Like, also if you're Donk, like, why are you going for that like deep peak? Then what the hell is Shiro doing in the middle of nowhere? Like, what's going on here, guys? And then all of a sudden Magix, in a span of 10 seconds, he's kind of playing to rotations or saves or whatever, and with low HP now he's in a sort of impossible clutch for himself, and that's the sort of a round that's gonna have Halley fuming, like that he's gonna like lose his mind and definitely grill the players about. It's like, what are you guys doing here? Like, are you being serious right now? Like, if we play like this, you know, we're not gonna make the playoffs even, but I think they will. No matter, I think they're fortunate that now it's a tournament with, you know, 32 teams and 4 teams from each group go to the playoffs, and even with this loss to GG How, I mean, I have a very tough time seeing Spirit not make it through that lower bracket.
That's the thing, right? It sucks for everyone else now who's going to face Team Spirit in that lower bracket in the best of 3 games. So if anything, GG How has made it significantly tougher for everyone else in the group.
Yeah, which is awkward when it comes to people that love looking at these brackets and thinking they know the best. They know how it's going to pan out. Well, yeah, here's Shiro stats. Anybody, you guys got anything for this?
Just atypical bad game from Shiro. Not only the decision making, but also missing sitters. There were a couple of clutches in the first half as well, where he has the opportunity to swing the round in their favor.
იქით რამდენი ხანში იწყება თამაში შეგიძლიათ ნახოთ?
You know, it's okay to have a game off sometimes, but it's the being caught in the open. It's the decision making. You can have games where you're not hitting your shots. That's fair enough. And you revert back to just playing, you know, smart Counter-Strike and not necessarily being a liability.
ამის მერე ფალკონებია ვაფშე. ამ თამაშის ეს თამაში რომ მოჩება მერე ფალკონებია.
Yeah, cost him the game. I mean, pretty much with his performance, and it's not often that you can say that for Shiro, who I feel like had a good major, had good games in the playoffs against, you know, the best teams, which is not something that's usually the case, but it hasn't been a great start of the season for him.
Is როდის მოჩადა ერთად რატო იწყება
games like this for him if Spirit is going to have a deep run in this event.
Now, over on that B stream, we had Foot
going on
13-10 in that best of 1, so they locked that opener in as well. For us, we do have a little bit of a break. We can come back. We have G2 and M80 taking to the stage right now at the Esports World Cup in Paris. If you are in town, I invite you to come check it out because this place is pretty sweet. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Now
imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
ავიცი მეც მაგას ვიძახი რა თუნდა ხელა შესვენებად სპირიტის თამაში კიდევ არა ეხა G2 M80 გვაქვს და მერე გვაქვს Falcon-ი K27 კაი სანამ დაიწყება მე შევისვენებ ცოტას მებო და მაგრამ დაგიბრუნდები გავივლი ცოტას მოვედი. ბიჭო, არ ვიცი, 13-ში რჩება მე მგონი. ფალკონები ჯერ არ იყო.
To Blast Bounty, it was all the way back in April that you were playing officials with the team. Can you tell me how you were staying fresh, staying in the zone between April and now?
I was grinding a lot of deathmatch, a lot of faces. I mean, I was just really playing. I wasn't really taking break of CS.
ნახოთ აბა ერთი ახალი AWP როგორ ითამაშებს GO-ში ერთი რინკლა.
12-15 hours at PC, so Jim really helped with this. But yeah, I was just playing deathmatch, grinding. All I could do.
Sounds like a very good balance you're striking there. Let's talk about your opponent here today. It's M80 up first here at EWC. How much do you know about them and the style they like to play?
I mean, I wouldn't say about the style. We shouldn't underestimate them. They're good players, good team, and yeah, let's hope we can show good CS.
Just in terms of being here in Paris, we were just chatting about it as well. You've only been here in the city once before, you're excited to be here. What are the goals for the team, for G2 coming into EWC?
I mean, our goal is just to enjoy game.
იმას მან დაიწყეს ერთ იგივე დროს იწყებოდა და მანდ
Counter-Strike and that's it.
Thank you so much for your time, Wrinkle. Good luck versus M80.
which is where we can kind of pick this one up, unless you want to derive from that. Yanko, you look like you're chomping at a bit, they say.
No, I just want to say, like, with
playing a lot
of that match, I was staying in shape. It's like.
Ay, მითხარით რომ დაიწყება რა ის.
Rotating back around and they lose nobody in this second round. Up 2-0.
აგებენ უკვე 1-0, 2-0 დაჭე. საყო მონღოლებს მაგაც.
I think we had our first surprising result of the day.
I'd say so.
Here at EWC, GG How
taking
a massive win versus Team Spirit over on the A stream. Is a crazy result coming in that.
As-ის თამაში ყველაზე დასწრე. მე ვფიქრობ ვიტალიტი 100 იქნება კაი თამაში. და 27 Falcons-იც.
Easily 0.57 performance from Shiro. So
and I mean, what they're showing at the major, Spirit's one of the teams you put in like the battling for this trophy. You know, that was one of the teams coming in, was probably one of 3 like S tier teams. Definitely going to be contending for the trophy.
მონღოლებმა მიზინიო და ის გაუშვა
sakrია. I was doing the tier list yesterday for
It's a hard tier list, isn't it?
Wow, Techno 4K იმ დაიმა რა უნდა გაქერონ რა
we were talking about it at dinner last night, me, Chad, and Yanko, and we were the same way. We were like, yeah, we have like those 3 teams in like the S tier. A tier was like 1 or 2 teams, depending on who you talk to. And then, like, everything after that, like,
yeah, it's just lump in C and D pretty much. Yeah, I think a lot of teams are just kind of in limbo, trying to figure out what roster move is going to make them competitive again.
I was going to say, it's also a hard time in the season for a tier list because of all the roster changes. You don't quite fully know what they look like, what they're going to look like, what their potential might be.
I was quietly confident in Aurora. I was hoping they're going to be able to put something up, but yeah, I played big earlier today. It didn't go so well for them. 13-9
how'd Blame F do over there? Give me the Blame
F.
It was
middle of the pack, 15-14, 1.1 rating.
Okay, admirable.
Yeah.
Admirable.
Yeah, that's a weird team over there for Aurora.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to take some time for that to be put into place. Obviously, some of the strength of that team is Ash stepping in as the coach as well after the good work he's done over the past few years with Gamer Legion.
And miss working with him.
Yeah, miss working with him on the desk and at the broadcast.
You know,
he had a great run, though. One event.
Yeah, it was great. It was fantastic.
It was a good one event to do.
Nice over for Aurora. Good luck. Oh, we got a deagle for 9-10 with Tech issue result. And we're ready to get into the action again. I mean, it shouldn't really be too much to write home about in terms of a round here for the Mongols. So far, so good for Magic.
Little change of pace here in this second low buy round for Mongols, and they can't contain anything. The Magic showing him a different look. You're still going to have 2 MAC-10s in hands. That's your teammate you don't need to kill with red HP, but that's a nice frag to find, and Blitz has been spotted as well. 3-0 for Magic. Guns coming out next.
So now we've got a team called Magic, a player called Magix, and a player called Magisk.
And if they're ever all on the server at the same exact time, I will quit. I will just leave.
I don't think that's going to ever happen, but...
Just throwing it out there.
Oh, something is rumbling in the arena. It looks like Rocket League over there.
Is that Rocket League?
Yeah.
I was hoping it was chess again.
No, chess is right over on our left side, but it's crazy how many stages there are inside this venue. I mean, we got 2 Counter-Strike stages right behind us. Something's going on over there, and then eventually onto the STC main arena, we'll have Counter-Strike going there for a second week. So much going on here at EWC. If you're watching all the games, your wait is finally paid off. Counter-Strike is here.
All right, well, he's a little bit of mid-presence as AW slides out towards the boxes. Blitz under some scrutiny. MAC-10 pre-firing through the smoke, and they know the position of Blitz now, so AW wants to punish that, not able to get the frag. But the look was there. And Mongols happy to take a stalemate. Nobody falls on either side, and they back off their aggressive positions.
Yeah, the Dark Meister not having a great time, losing quite a bit of his health early on, but still standing, still fighting.
What?
Shot baited out of 9-10.
He hit him. The 86.
Yeah. Impressive. He's hoping for a little bit more damage as he goes back in again.
But he's not going to have a fallback now. You missed this shot. If it's not a jiggle, if they swing this. 9-10, this is fight until you die.
Bro,
and it happens immediately.
Well, that was a mad shot from Asval. 9-10 just gets absolutely deleted. Now they're just flooding out of the B apartments down into the site. Dark Meister taking damage on board, 9 HP, cleared out by AW. And now we've got Techno and Tikwak in a really tough spot here for the Mongols. But let's see if they can just back off and save, because that's the only option left for them.
Yeah, and not even an AK-47 to recover. That was a MAC-10 on the hunt. Magic pulling out a really disgusting game in these first 4 rounds. Working Mongols on the map, and I mean, very early on, they've established some pretty important successes. They've been able to batter down the defense at the A bomb site. Now they've been able to do it at the B bomb site. Economy's in a weird place, and there's nothing positive to speak of from the Mongols' perspective. Magic having their way with them inside the server at the moment. 4-0 start on the T side of Mirage. Keep alluding to this, like 6 overtime game they played earlier this year, and it's not feeling at the moment like we're going to get anywhere close to that.
No, not at the moment, but
eventually
expect Mongols to wake up and shake the rust off a little bit. Don't really have the weapons to do it for the meantime. So you're going to get out to a really strong lead here, Magic. How much can you extend upon that before the Mongols eventually get into the game?
And Tikwak and Darkmeister playing anchor positions on the extremities of the map. That's a lot of responsibility and pressure to put on the newest guy's shoulders. Techno, that's a very nice win, pushing up towards the top of middle, falling back after the headshot. Blitz gonna help secure his retreat, and a man advantage for the Mongols.
ძალიან ცუდი რაღაც მოხდა. ყველაზე ორი ახალგაზრდა ტიპი წავიდა გუნდიდან, მიზინიო და ის.
He's trying to arrange themselves.
ისინიც მაგარი იდიოტები არიან, აი სად წავიდნენ ბიჭო. ტიპები ფარმავდნენ სტიკერებს Აზიიდან ყოველ წელს. აი სად მიდიხარ შეჩემა? რა BC game სადმე იქ რო წასულიყვნენ კიდე მესმის თო. რაღაც ტაიერ ერთ გუნდში, აი BC game-ში როგორ წახვიდეთო. რა ფული შესთავაზეს განაიგე.
He's trying to force some movement, and he's getting it. He's got it perfectly from Techno, but that's the low HP player. Mongols not too miffed about that one.
Oh, good trade at least coming in from Magic.
But look at what he's done after that. That kill makes it feel like it's going to be a finish at the A-bomb site. Defense shifting away. Meanwhile, the bomb creeping into B halls. And Magic had a very strong hit coming into a bomb site that's only defended by Darkmeister.
He's got blitzers coming right back at the right time.
They're giving a lot of time to play in the middle of the map. S-Fade going to make his move. Good shot from Tenzi. Now it's Blitz in 9-10 to close the gap.
Yeah, they're stuck in the apartments here. S-Fade trying to be that final release valve.
15 seconds
to get this flank going to be effective. The bomb's still waiting in the apartments, but S-Fade's got to go. He's got to make his move. He's taking so long, and he's waiting for the flank to come around the back. You don't have the time for this. You've just got to go. He could get an elimination, and he had to find that kill. There's no time for the bomb plant, but he nearly gets back to a special maneuver that would have been a ridiculous round victory.
Yeah, but it's not all a loss for Magic. I mean, they still get some wins out of that at the end of the day, even in a round loss. Those couple of kills right at the end, keeping that money low for the Mongols side. They had 2 players with cash, you know, off the drop. Very close affair, and yeah, he could have moved a little bit quicker, but man, flanking in through market like that is so hard. Like, you can't make that noise. It is so difficult to find the timing.
He gave himself actually a great chance by pulling that player in a little bit closer as well. Like, yeah, he had a fair fight for a round win, basically, with that market player.
Mirage დაიპიკა იქითაც. აია. ჩვენ ნახეთ ესე იგი ქეში, მირაჟი და მირაჟი და მირაჟი. მირაჟი და მირაჟი. ანუ ქეში იყო ერთი პირველი მაპი, იქ რა ითამაშეს არ ვიცი, ლუმინოსიტი გეიმერ ლეგენდმა რა მაპი ითამაშა არ ვიცი, მაგრამ
good trade. Followed up here by 9-10.
ვისწურავ ამ ტურნირზე, ამ ტურნირზე ვწურავ GG House.
Into the open, hunts down the follow-up response. He's down to 22 HP off the tank, and look at this from 9-10.
That's football-shit
confident, trying to hunt down that kill again.
I like that he's maintaining aggression too, so that he's keeping information. He's also just like, okay, well, I've pushed up to where I think they're going to swing. Nobody's home, so they're going to go to one of the bomb sites. That puts Tikwak on notice. Techno going to start falling back, and now they know exactly what's coming. Perfectly timed smoke to set 9-10 up for a flank.
Out they go through the smoke into the right fold. Good trade, 1 for 1. And Techno going to try and move up and get in behind the ninja boxes. He'll climb up on top of it. flank from 9-10. It's all about this. Coming around the back, that's the insurance policy. Techno not even looking like he's going to require it, as Moon has to try and drop back into Palace. The AWP on his back. Nades will come forward, that'll be enough. HE Grenade searches him out, collects him, and the Mongols have got into the game.
All right, there we go. Now we're seeing the life in the Mongols. You mentioned they weren't going to stay down, they'd wake up at...
Experienced players all around you. This is where, like, if you're Wrinkle, you have to show you've got what it takes. You can.
Pretty forgiving opening game to play up against M80 as well.
ნორმალური თამაშები არის რა, ელიტაში ორი თამაში სულ, აი სადაც იმენა დაგნარი რომ მიდის, ხო იცი, ეგეთი თამაში. ეხლა ძალიან სტრუქტურულ ქალბინას თამაშობენ ფეხბურთს და ამევასება ეგეთი ფეხბურთს. ყველა თითქმის დაცვით სტილს თამაშობს რაღაც. რობოტებად არიან გადაქცეულები ფეხბურთელები. მე მევასებოდა ადრე, აი ის რონალდინიო რო ბარსელონაში მაგდროინდელი თამაშები მევასებოდა, მაგან შემაყვარა მე. ეხლა ფეხბურთი არის. ეხლა არის იმენა. მე რობოტები ვით არიან იმენა. Formula 1-ს უყურებ.
Like and Swisher don't know it, but around this corner is a setup feeling custom made to deal with them.
არა, ყლეობა არ არის, პროფესიონალი არ მისწორდება რა. შეიძლება საათნახევარი უყურო და 0-0 მორჩეს და რავი, აი მე მირჩევნე ბევრად counter-ს უყურო და ის რა ქვია, 13-0 რომ მორჩეს ანგარიში, ბევრად სასიამოვნოა ჩემთვის საყურებლად, ვიდრე 0-0-ს ფეხბურთი რა, იმიტომ რომ
It's quite a bluff you're calling. I mean, you're not retaking that side if they charge it. Natis gets out, Nerds tries to provide the cover, but this A execute is getting set up, and a commitment from Lake sees him dead in this pistol round. 4v5 as the T's swarm.
Slacks and Sin. It's the German contingent to open up in this pistol, and they're going to carry that momentum forward. Rest of the squad in behind them. Bomb makes it safely across.
ბიჭო რა, Mercedes-ებს კაი შანსი აქვს და რა, შეიძლება გამილტონმაც დააქამბეკოს.
Didn't elect to go for the bomb plant, still feeling that pressure with no one in CT. And so now it gets a little more awkward for M80. They try to assemble a boost. Swisher doesn't like what he sees. Nerds has found one and a tag through the body.
მაგრამ რავი, პოლოზე რავი, მაკლარენებით მაგრად გამოიყურებოდნენ. Maxis Palo.
I know where both players are. They're going to have a bomb plant at least. Closing in quickly is Hunter.
Bravo,
and that is a rough pistol round out of M80. 4v2 for a moment. Feel like they're in full control. And end up giving it away.
That's what happens when you don't take anything in a pistol round, right? Look at that round. They get the double entry on CT. They have smoke down jungle. You got to take CT control. Once they have that, they have a staging platform to plant. Instead, the whole time they're paranoid CT. All of G2 are jungle. And M80 don't know that. The smoke fades. They're stuck in default. Great push from Hunter in that 2v2. He knows they're both side. Keeps the pressure on. No bomb plants. G2 played that really well, but I feel like M80 got a little bit too shaky after getting those entries. They made that very quickly and didn't jump on it. Now just Glocks out. They pay the price. We wait for the third round. Nerds is rubbing off on Wrinkle because he's got the MP7 as well.
And I am going to be keeping a close eye on Nerds in these games because, you know, you think back to the major and he was like an all or nothing, and more often than not, nothing.
Had
some really rough games for G2 in there.
He'd occasionally
get like the old signs of life where he would suddenly start popping off, but for the most part, I think it was a little underwhelming. And, you know, now you're on the other side of the break. You hope he's kind of put some hours in, had a bit more time to adjust. Because you know what he is capable of. You know what Nerds can do to take over. I don't think we've quite seen him at his absolute peak since joining the G2 ranks.
Definitely agree.
არა. Ferrari-მ თუ ხელი შეუტყოდა იგივე რაღაც დებილი სტრატეგიებით არ დააგებინა. Ferrari უჩალიჩებს თავის ბოლიდებს აქვე პილოტებს ყოველთვის და რა ვიცი ნახოთ. Falconi ხოძე უნდა იყოს წესით, რავი, რატო არ უნდა იყვნენ ხოძე. ჩემი აზრით ის ბლასტის ტურნირი რაც იყო გადოჯეს ტიპებმა ჩვეულებრივ, ანუ არ უნდა დათ მაგის თამაში.
Under drop. But with that smoke down, like he's going to be cautious.
Spirit არ გამოვარდნა. არა, სიმპლა არ ყომარა, სიმპლა გაუშვა სახში.
Ball jumping up, Lake wrong side.
Oh, where are this
Jumping into him right now.
How's he as where are this? Where are this?
Right above his head. And there's the fade that provides that opening kill. You shouldn't be ready for Swisher, but Nerd still looks aware.
Puts it to work.
Welcome to lands, man.
And that's the bomb away from M80. Swisher with one in the back line. Is that going to do a lot to change your fortune, though?
Yeah,
he's got two players looking his way. Slack's now trying to
why me where we
get it, and it ends in a really awkward stalemate.
Oh, Sammy
pushed him in, and that's the round. So well handled by Wrinkle. MP7 mow down on the
ground.
It's one way to kick off this game here for G2. Orpa making
ამის მერე გვაქვს Falcons-ი
have not got a bomb plant yet.
და მერე გვაქვს რაღაც ნავი მე მგონი? რაღაც კაი თამაში გვაქვს მერე.
Made these rounds close.
არა აი ეს როგორ კლავს ნახე დარბის და ისე ისეს და
more direct. So they don't have the weaponry to long out mid control.
Reynam raknas naxo da
top mid. Bomb will join him.
Let's see.
G2
მე მაგრად მინდა 100 tips მაგრამ მოიგოს ვაფშე play-off-ში რო გავიდნენ მაგრად გამისწორდება. აი გუნდია რა. კაი ზიმენა ისეთი გუნდია რა.
Back they go, G2 concede.
I mean, I'm liking the tone that kind of G2 have set off the rip.
Right? Რომელიც საიტიდან იწერება. ბევრი საიტია, bro, ხა არ ვიცი, მაგრამ მალე გავაძრო PG sponsors, რომ იმ სპონსორის სუნაზე შეგვეძლება ბილეთების დაწერა და მან მერე დავდებ ხოლმე Discord-ში, მე რასაც დავწერე მაგალითად.
The favorites in this head to head. Now Lake has found a bit of a window here on the boost.
Opa, საჩეიპარა ეს
free kill lying in wait and he knows it.
ეს კი free kill-ია, მაგრამ ეხა გაჩეკავს? გაიჩეკება, ნახე, იმდეს დადის.
Hunter's in apps though, where's he gone? Lake just catches him, okay.
Guy.
Guarantee this kill clean.
არ არსებობს.
Oh, Mattis saw him.
არ არსებობს. არ არსებობს. არ არსებობს.
არ
არსებობს. არ არსებობს. არა ტაიმინგები იყო თო. კეთილი ხარ. ეს რჩება.
You saw him actually threw everything off for Mattis, right? Just didn't know where to go.
23 რჩება ეს.
The entire setup in this awkward bit of
კაი დიდი ტურნირია რა.
Tech9s are quick to move in.
Will you?
Kill. I wonder if that beckons you in for this. Time's already ticking away. You're going into a setup M80. And G2 decide they want no part in it.
It's fair, you know, you could argue winnable, but just keep your guns. Don't give them any more. They've already won the eco. G2 prioritizing the percentages here. But M80 do get on the board. Lovely little window gap there found by Lake. I mean, they went for a high-risk boost where he's just completely in the open boosting up. But who would do that with no window smoke down?
It costs him over.
Pays off here for M80.
ბიჭო, რავი, როგორც ვიცი, არ არის ცუდი, მაგრამ ნახოთ აბა. Oh, კიდე კაი არ გატროლეს ის რაუნდიც. Like მივარტყაც მე.
Something a bit more fiery here out towards
middle. Right to the EWP.
There wasn't just one man alone.
It's a full split.
There's a big gap over in middle with that con smoke down. Hunter looked none the wiser. And this gets kind of awkward now. Nades wasted on this smoke too.
Gotta go.
That's gonna try and lead them in for it.
Oh, God.
Someone peeked on these flashes.
They were all blocking each other there. Just a traffic jam at the door.
One
more man out towards the short side. Nerds playing it forward. Heavy God closing in. Won't get past Sin. Nerds is doing all he can on this retake. Left out on his own in the bomb site. He can go no further. M80 back-to-back successful rounds at the B site.
Dude, Nuts is feeling it. We wondered what form we'd get coming into this game. He's 9-1. He's hitting every shot. But even though Wrinkle got the 5v4, didn't seem like that fear that they could charge short was communicated across. He saw a player come through that top mid smoke, then the smoke bloomed. Felt like you've got to be motor mouthing the comms there, letting Hunter know the solo B player with no short support that they can be on you right now. Hunter's getting pressure from the apartments, but doesn't even consider that they're up cat. So, down in that position. And to be honest, all Hunter needs to do is either buy time backside or get one kill. And I think G2 are in with a really good shot of winning that round.
Yeah, there were certainly a couple of examples of where the comms looked a little off, even down to something as minor like on the micro level of like both players nading the smoke open in market. That could have afforded you a whole second shot on the AWP in the first place.
No, it's my bucket.
It looked like they communicated the gap in mid properly either.
Რა არ ვიცი რატო რაც მაგრამ დააკვირდით რაღაცნაირად სასიამოვნოდ ყוდება უფრო კაცი რა. რაღაც ამ ტურნირზე ეგრე ჩანს თუ რა არის, არ ვიცი რა.
M80 are happy about it though. They do convert another post spawn on this B bomb site. And now walking out ramp, gap found. Sin's got a kill here.
Wrinkle will get one, but the entries coming through for M80. Hoping for this sight line out towards CT. Their own smoke almost being used against them. Nades on it to break. Don't net anything for this AWP. And with Lake cleaning up the late lurk for Mattis out through mid, it's just eyes on CT for M80.
One shot, one nade, and Swisher goes down. Got to be very careful. That cross now smoked. Hunter can get into this bomb site. Lake got a gap. No one overcommitting. That bomb plan open. Lake wants to play last. Swisher is walking, but he finds a shot over the smoke. And Rinko again, it's just more exits as these rounds are not piling up in his favor. They're going to come looking for this AWP as well. Slacks is hungry. But Wrinkle won't move a muscle as M80 find their third round. All right, he's hit all his shots. You got to give him that. Unfortunately, round wins are not yet a factor for Wrinkle.
I think as well, after losing out on the short timing in the round prior to last, they're missing his timing on the ramp peak. Like, it's a little rough. Like you say, hitting all of his shots, but just been the victim of some rough timings here. Some pacey rounds out of M80.
M80.
And you don't want that to rub off when your AWP's 8-1.
M80 is starting to get a read for the game, calling that fast B-bomb, catching G2 off guard, walking out ramp, same thing. Sin with a nice couple calls in a row.
Falconები მგონია რომ მოიგებენ. მაინც, მაგრამ რა რთული თამაში ექნებათ, მარტივად არ ამგონია რომ მოიგებენ. შეიძლება წააგონ კიდევაც დაჟე. მაგრამ უფრო მგონია რომ მოიგებენ. სადღაც 70-30-ზე რა. კავაზაშვილი კაი გუნდი არ არის ცუდი გუნდი. საქართველოში რო ლანი იყო ეგეც მაშინ მე მგონი მაგათ მოიგე.
This time lying in wait, able to catch one from the back of the ranks, and Hunter much more prepared for this split. And so this time you don't get any freebies.
What's he here?
Mattis is even closed in, and they are not ready for that. Bomb dropped out in the open. Swisher would love to buy some time, but G2 aren't making that easy for him. There's a big flank right now for Slacks.
Nice try.
Closing in on this backstab, but he's got 15 seconds. He's going to need both of these kills.
Why
me? Transfer denied. Nerds keeps it all in check for G2 and lead maintained.
Swisher, he did everything he could to hide it back B, but he just knew eventually you got to take a fight. There's three players locking him down in that backside corner. He's in trouble. Shame that M80 lose track of walks right right back into the
საქართველოში იყო,
bomb site. No
Cybershop-ში
one
იყო ლან.
sure even considering it, but G2 keep the pressure on and look again to deny.
ბიჭო, ნახოთ, აი ამ ტურნირის მიხედვით გავიგებ დასრულდა თუ არა ვიტალტის
Nuts continues on his great start to the game at 10-2 and 9-2 on him and Wrinkle respectively. Couple of stars shining bright here for G2 as M80 call attack. And no wonder, look at this money spread, 6K to 1.4. Gonna have to share.
Nine-ის კაი გუნდია. 8 ლაიქით მივარტყაცმებო 200-ზე ავიდეთ ბარემ. არხიც გამოიწერთ ის სარგავთ გამოწერილი ბარემ. რითოთ ხსიგებს მონღოლები? საღოლ. რავი, სავარაუდოდ მონღოლზე G2 რა. ავარაუდოთ, მაგრამ City side-ია რა. რა იცი, M80 შეიძლება. კარგად იყო, მაგრამ თუ წამოიღეს კიდე რაუნდები.
A bit of a B-lean here for G2. They've got Wrinkle holding on to the apartments. Double short setup.
მილიონი არის პრიზი, მე მგონი მილიონი თუ 2 მილიონი არ
and Mattis. So you'd like to think ready to clamp down on a mid-take.
Ready to pounce.
არ გავაგნილა დონკა.
He's going to get his wish as the fight, but it's all a bait for Slacks on short.
Აი ამას ვიდა.
Hits that shot. Headshot will not stop him. 3-on-5, but there's still pistols in play. Don't count G2 out of a heroic round. Denied of the stairwell. They'll go back to B. Wrinkle's waiting. His chance to win.
Yeah, I've been waiting to have a round-defining multi-kill for Wrinkle. He's had a bunch of multis in the game.
Are they going to go back A? Look at Palace.
Thinking about it. Jaber.
There we go, Daba.
I had to rotate away. They
Gios.
move back around. It's only Heavy God out
Gios
towards the spawn. Bomb planted. Plays 7 seconds as they try and plug in the numbers again. Arriving on short, it's Wrinkle, plant denied. And G2, they make that one feel very, very comfortable.
რამაგრადებდა ბომს $30000-იან ხელფასიანი ტიპი ბომს რამაგრადებდა. ბომს რამაგრადებდა, ვერ ვიჩერებ.
They're scared of everything. M80 make such a late rotation. They don't know where is safe.
Bombs სადებდა იმიან მთელი პროჭი
Wrinkle's looking really good. Gets that shot off on the bomb planter and is still ready and waiting for the repush on short. Wrinkle hitting hard at the moment. 11-2. Winning the round this time. That was a 5v3 given to you by Slacks, wasted by M80. And this one's going nowhere.
Oh. It's fine. That's what you're telling yourself. It's all well and good. They would love the plant, but I think Jaber's dead. So yeah, no worries there for G2. I mean, look, considering how tense you felt a couple of rounds ago when this was all tied up at 3-all, G2 could still be onto a monstrous CT half. Have a chance just to keep pressing the advantage here, as it's all in for M80. And you're kind of seeing some of these gaps that they were able to find early on are getting closed now by G2.
ახლა ძმობას გაფიცა ფული რო გადაგიხადეთ. ორი შვიდზე ვერ გექნებათ ვერანაირად. ორკაც ხომ მოკლავს თელი თამაში განმო.
Very explosive rounds out of M80.
Aha. Nice. აღონერდ.
Nuts cannot get out of the window in time. Wrinkle new position. That's a pistol though. Gonna have to be quick. Heavy guard trying to retrieve Nurse's weapon. Knows they like a window boost. M80 always do. Like a double window boost even.
იმენა ვიტალით იმენა კრიპტონიტი ვიტყავდა მაუს სოჩი რამდენ ფინალშიც გავიდნენ იმენა სუეგანი შეხვდნენ ჩემი დაანგრიეს ტიპები
3 players coming his way.
აბა ეხა პალასი და რომ მიდიხარ ძმა მაგ ერთი
Swan gonna land, but Wrinkle's got to play for some distance here because it's not just one man lurking through the palace. Trying to back up, they'll swing out and deal with him. It's Sin and Slacks with the openers.
Wow! თავზე რო ირბინამდენი ხანი დაამუღამეთ.
And with Mattis so far removed from this round, it looks like M80 have done enough.
I love how they bait Jaber there, right? Knowing he's the Palace lurker, Wrinkle gets that kill, he immediately falls off. A connector player plays, cluttering the comms for G2, and he thinks he's gotten rid of the lurk, that he's not even begin to uncover what M80 are doing. There's been some awkward rounds in this game for M80, but I think they've also had some really well-called ones. It's going to put a fourth on the board. And with this one save, everyone can buy for G2 for the last couple of rounds here. So M80 not going too cold on us. Because it's really hard to place this team, right? Like, you know, kind of falling out of the top 20, top 30, kind of roaming around the upper echelons of NACS. And on a good day, we know these guys hit really hard and have some phenomenally talented players, but their floor has continually let them down at big events. Seeing plenty of early group exits.
Wow.
Pace behind this push, fighting 1-for-1 on Swisher causes chaos on that B side, but that's not the objective for M80. And G2 know well. Wrinkle's even rotating out of B. So again, numbers will be in the right place.
And we got breathing a little easier now that he's been able to convert on that kill.
No, bravo, Slacks, bro.
And Sin, man, it's these two just constantly being a nuisance in these A plays. Wrinkle's trying to back up, put a bit of distance between himself and the ramp player.
Stay
here and you've won the round, I think. This is a hard position to clear.
Group
on the catwalk, but Hunter will be able to hear this and play in the post. It's not the most shocking position here for M80, but Hunter can choose when he wants to take this fight.
There's the
tick. That's info for M80. Hunter's trying to go pretty quickly here. Smoke on the molly. Waits for a couple more seconds and Wrinkle arrives, but he's dead at the door. Hunter's got to do this one all alone. Swings out wide, can't finish the job. And as the captains clash, it's Sin coming out ahead. M80 with a chance to split the half.
A nice mid-round again, you know, they get out of a very precarious position. It's actually advantages for G2. 4v3. Heavy God gets out, and M80 still decide to reset after seeing that open the A bomb side. Wrinkle clearly proving to be a bit of a threat, but well avoided by M80 for the most part in this game, despite his KD being incredible. It's not actually contributing to as many round wins as you might think. But that's thanks to M80. They've done a great job of avoiding him. Fast up short again and no one home.
Just trying to buy time for him.
From the
apps man, Swisher gets eyes on. And all the kills come
from
the
apps player to pop that open just
Vitalik თამაშობს. ყველა თამაშობს საერთოდ დღეს ნავით, Vitalik-იც, FaZe-იც.
with the SMG up close.
Falcons-იც, Furious.
Well, you know where it's going. Mattis straight into the crosshair, and that is M80 leveling out at halftime. Very nice recovery.
ეხა უკვე ასაკი აღარ მიწყობს ხელს თორე, ეხა მე რო ვიყო 1-20 წლის. ამ გამოცდილებით.
Then they win 3 straight.
უეჭველი გავიჩნდებოდი სადღაც.
And M80 still straight 3 together. Cannot complain at all when you have a couple of stars shining bright here for G2. Definitely made the most of a T-side of Mirage.
I think also you just like how you're winning those rounds, right? Like whenever you spoke to M80 in the past, they always give Sin kind of credit whenever he makes like a nice read, a nice move, and there were a bunch of them there in that first half. It felt like they constantly found gaps in the G2 defense, constantly making the right move. And I think rounds like that just give you even more confidence going forward. You know, you were the guys kind of exploiting any minor gaps that G2 left open all half long, it felt like.
Full A attack and full retake for M80. They do have a kit, perfectly viable. James going to get mollied in the window. He does have for the cross at least.
50 კაცი გვაკლია ძმებო გამომწერებიც გამოიწერეთ არხივისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი.
CT spawn the G2 own. It's a nice smoke. And it forces M80 back into the jungle.
I mean, if you remember, M80's T-side pistol, they were 4v2, but they didn't take any space, and they ended up losing it, right? Here, G2 not looking to make that same mistake. They've taken CT away. They have Palace and Ramp in these post plants. This will not be an easy round to try and recover M80 into the meat grinder. These pistols up close. Defuse not being held as Sin's forced wide into the 1v4. And so G2 with both pistols on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, he got off the bomb. You can criticize it in the sense of like it was his only option, but we saw where those shots are landing for the Glocks. I don't think he would have made it through with 5 seconds. Got a couple in before he realized what was going on. And so really nice hold here from Rico in the post spawn. Big impact in that pistol. Glocks up close. What can you do? It's a great land debut here for Wrinkle. 17 and 6. And I feel bad even just saying like, yeah, a lot of those were exit kills, but they were. But now we can really get rolling. G2 T side looking to bring pace. Lots of nades. Triple mod.
Flash through for M80. But they go into a prepared and ready G2.
That's a super clean execute. Jungle stairs smoke, CT smoke. Then they molly under Balk, sandwich, and triple. Where are you meant to play?
Kind of left it that the only thing you really had to worry about was a smoke push, and that's why they're so prepared for it.
Really nice second round because, like, you know, if the CT's forcing, those rounds are very losable on Mirage to CT force buys. Even an A stack is very common, but I just think when you molly that many positions and you smoke off that many positions, what you do with MP9s in the open on default on top out, like, it's very manageable because G2 are all together. Yes, it's fast, but the trade potential is extremely high. So I think you're not even worried about an A stack when you run around like that. Good time to pull that out for G2. We're going to have a full eco here for M80. All right, little tower. See Cat as well as Con. It's Uto into middle. Going to try something else.
I mean, Nertz is kind of rolling with his signature SMG. Just let him go feast. Let him go make some money, get the ecos, catch up with Wrinkle.
Well, they might come stumbling into this B site. Con and window smoked off. Sin knows what that means. Will he just go reinforce his team? Even with a stack, these are default pistols for the most part. That bomb is not committed. They're going to see it quickly. Slack spotted. How many numbers do they know? It's all 5.
Good jump for Heavy God. Lands the transfer. And
now
now
we
no longer
რამეს სხვა პისტოლეტები
worried.
რო ქონოდათ,
Pulling through
აი შანსი
for
ქონდათ, მაგრამ
G2.
There's more strong util for G2, burning out backside,
ყველაფერი
clearing 2 players with that
ამოფუქეს.
Molotov. Clean stuff. No stress yet in this half for G2.
Well, I mean, you know, we've been talking about Wrinkle. Slacks, I think, has also found a lot of impact on his AWP. He gets to don that now. CT side brings it out straight away. Wrinkle's got his.
26, man.
Has a good spawn, so might look to try and fight mid with this.
No window smoke is going to keep you here. That Molly actually goes under, so he's still fine for peeking middle. His team will join him on cap, but this is again G2 going for a call out of spawn, another execute into a bomb site.
Easy,
you're dead to this Wrinkle orb. Jaber keeps it tight for now. Wrinkle scopes in and looks for this entry, but he is caught by the flash peek.
Still, here's this util coming in. Spam for Lake, finds a good chunk of damage, but no kill on it. And again, G2 just go looking for that space out towards CT. They really don't wait long to get into these post plants, do they, right? Player already over towards kind of ramp side. You got a guy in Palace and CT control. Again, similar to the pistol, this is going to be real rough for M80. I think you're really weighing it up right now. It feels like you're already out of the round.
Time is so far gone. G2 could be anywhere, and in fact, that is the call for M80 out of there with their guns. Going to try and catch G2 chasing in CT. Slacks is only the bait here. 2 more players in position to punish. I just love how execute heavy this T-side is for G2. They've come in and they have just run 4 executes in a row to run away with this half.
Dude, you were dead on in terms of, you know, kind of the staging of that round, the lack of the window smoke, keeping eyeballs on middle for way longer while G2 went and set up for the A play. Like, everything's very, very intentional. Even a late window smoke going in. So if you were thinking about shifting off of mid, you don't. They ended up mollying top boxes. It all just served to delay the rotate that much more and kind of kept M80 out of position. G2 were giving them kind of such a good offer in mid being that open and that fightable that of course M80 took it. They kind of took the bait.
And even then, Jaber goes over stairs and still kills Wrinkle on the best timing, gets that 5v4. It's just so swiftly traded. And G2, because they're running these executes with 4 or 5 players, are just really hot on the trades. Their spacing is tight.
It's
been a really reassuring half, and it might just go past us very quickly here. Is it already in the rear view for M80? 10-6 up. Full buy again off of the save. They're running out of chances.
ვნახოთ ერთი რა შემოგთავაზებენ ფალკონები. აი თამაში ელით წინ.
Wrinkle supporting in middle while Hunter gets in place.
Wow, კარგად შეეტენა, კაი ინფო აქვს უკვე.
Nice move for Jaber. Because again, it's G2 trying to pull the wall over the eyes of M80, get them out of position, get them worrying about mid while you kind of set up over towards B. But Jaber looks to ruin all of that with this backstab.
Oh yeah, the bomb is at the back. This could be a big problem. Wrinkle's running back right now. This is the round, but second guess is it? Doesn't matter either way. This is going to be a free kill. Bomb top mid. The round is in jeopardy.
I mean, look at the task ahead of G2
now. You
gotta go get this bomb back under your control and then recommit to a site. You got 50 seconds left, and Jaber is still walking around their back line. They need this kill, and really you want it cleanly. Trade might have to do, because he's got the full element of surprise on that first man in. Heavy God will at least live up to his half of the bargain. But now 30 seconds, and your round starts anew. A man down, 2 on 3. They're trying to go as quick as they can, but they're going into a stack.
This is a great setup as well. We got Slacks' AWP in position in time. He can take a quick shot. That bomb crosses in with the smoke, but Slacks still gets one more, and Sin swings off the Molotov. Another well-placed bit of util, but it does nothing to stop M80 in that B-side. Both players fight for the round, and they get out with it. Thank you, Jaber, very much.
ვისაც გაქვთ, თუ
Double
გაქვთ
kill,
ეგეთი.
top middle.
მე მოსწრები
and
დავალაიქოთ,
bomb.
არხი გამოვიწეროთ.
A massive move to make here.
დავიძროთ 300
Deep in the
ლაიქისკენ.
game that keeps M80 in the conversation. Ooh, he didn't bargain for that.
All right, Mattis looking aware.
See,
Spots the player up on balcony, and with that, 2 clean kills on the entry. The victories might be short-lived for M80. No heroics in this round. Just a contact play out the ramp side, and Mattis gets all the reward for it.
I might be wrong here, but did Jaber get baited on Palace by like pre-fire, or was he playing that, you know, sort of smoke bug? And I think the T Palace player swung and then came back knowing about the bug. I think that was all just like a dance of we both know what you're doing, which forced Jaber's shot, gave away his position, gave the ramp player the kill. That's really funny if so. The mind games on display.
I think that's kind of been like the bread and butter for this T side thus far for G2.
Like,
force the reaction you want out of M80, the reaction you can anticipate, and then shut it down. You know, they got exactly what they wanted out of Jaber over towards Palace. I agree. It did feel like that, right? Thinking he's using that little angle where you can see players crossing. Use that to get the info and deal with them straight away.
Also, another bouquet to Wrinkle because, you know, Slacks gets that 5v4 window. Wrinkle posts ramp, and he reads the reposition. If Slacks rotates in CT, he 4v4s them. So, great shot from Wrinkle to open up that A site. G2 immediately respond. M80 have one more buy in them.
And you know that their best round came from the info that Jaber was able to get. So feeling like they can't fly so blind here, they try and fight for this mid control. And Nertz is going to get dealt with first. Lake,
give it up
with a great round here. Opener into lower tunnels and a follow-up out in the top mid.
Oh no, that's careful. You wouldn't expect G2 to just walk it down the guts of middle with no nades down. Mattis makes it up, but it's still traded by Slacks. A high-risk play that almost pays massively for G2, but now has left them in a 2v4.
რინკლა გადმოიყვანეს ნიპიდან, ხო?
Seems to be the port of call. No smokes remain.
Swisher out here in the connector, man, it could get a little nerve-wracking if he falls. Not like Jaber's in the best position to try and trade that. He'll just be tucking in and playing for later. Thankfully, Swisher, no worries there. Deals with them both.
It's a
very out there position. I think that's why G2 don't expect it to be soloing Con in a 4v2. It's not going to offer G2 a way back in, so now they're broke. And M80 for the first time in this half get to breathe easy.
Good nades. Kind of split the push here. And Lake just gets to dine on the pistols.
ეს თუ მეოცე რაუნდია, ამის მერე 22 რაუნდი გამოდის 13-8.
Heavygod does have room over towards B right now. I don't know how much of a blessing this will prove to be for G2.
ეს ხა მეოცეა. ფორმეტით
The window's starting to close.
არა, ხო ეგრე გამოდის. 21 გამოდის. 13-8 წერია.
You see a player in market, you're thinking they're a little out of position here, so he tries to leap in and take the space away. Sin is quick to deal with him. And so now that bomb is going into hostile territory. 3 players here. Looking for a clean finish up against the pistols. 2-round game. Suddenly this doesn't feel so impossible for M80.
Yeah, and you're not breaking players over 10k before the buy. They're in a great position now. CT side Mirage, money and momentum. What more could you want? And so it's G2 who call the pause. Feels like a game that has more twists and turns left.
Wonder what kind of pace we get out of G2 here with the return to rifles, because I think M80 are actually quite fond of the early scrap. You know, they quite like going and getting the info, looking for these early engagements. Seen it out towards mid, seen it from Jaber on that ramp push. And so wonder if maybe taking the pace out of it a bit for G2, letting the unknown creep in. I'll do what they can to set up Wrinkle with the AWP, but the rest of them slowly with that bomb through the B apartments. They haven't really tested the waters here all too much. Is for them so deep, doesn't feel like it. Still able to recover with a bit of help from Swisher.
Stuck on this line, but that flash gets him out.
It's მოგება მიწერია და ვერ ტაიმში მოგება ეთლება წესით ეთლება.
Kill gets presented. Even then, this is risky. Swisher looks keen to get involved, jump up on the van. Just info for now and misinfo at that. They're moving up cap. Bomb is still in the apartments. M80. Only 2 players on this B bomb site and 1 is wounded. The sooner G2 jump on B, the better, but double apps is getting scary.
Bomb busy არის, ესე იგი B
He's going to get deep in this position.
ის ასაკეთებს ვიშერა თუ ინა.
He's walking through the smoke. Uh-oh.
Why, man?
I mean, that's the bomb away from
G2. Timing down here we go.
I don't think there's any winning this round. You got 25 seconds. You'd have to already be moving in towards this B site. And so, yeah, they write it off just on that bomb drop, just on the risky low health push. Sin is a shot away from certain death as he plays through the app smoke.
Smoke for just a couple of seconds, and it's in that window, of course, that Sin walks through. Free kill for Heavy God, if not. M80 pull up the drawbridge. And now they reach double digits. They are in this game.
რო გაეგზელებინეთ რაღაც პონჩი, აი. არ გადაეხმარა სიში. I guess
the thing I'm almost waiting for G2 is seeing if they go back to just one of these executes. Right, like we were crediting them for how good the util was looking early on, how it was flushing out all the positions. As they've looked for kind of contact walks or been down to brawl with M80, they've been coming up short. Nerds, that's a big opener out through the connector. Hunter takes it one step further. This could be a disaster. Can Slacks bail him out? He'll get away with a double. Wrinkle provides the trade. And his heroics might not be enough. More required still for Swisher and Sin. And as Swisher moves in, he's leveled the playing field. Molly delays it for a couple of seconds. Oh no, Wrinkle!
Oh
dear.
Here we go,
oh dearie me. You're telling yourselves now, Heavy God, he's the man you want in these clutches. Whole team looking on as they've got to put their faith in Heavy God.
He could walk B. It's got to be tempting. Get cheeky. So many options available, and Swisher now is in the dark. He forego the fight on this A site. He reset. Heavy God will get this bomb plant. And he's got a litany of options to choose from. A random bomb plant. As to his position. And the key point of rotation in market. Swisher jumps up cap. He hits it.
Buys himself a couple more seconds with that move. But Heavy God has heard him repositioning. He's looking for the fight, not wanting to play around that bomb. He ends it with style, outbrains Swisher on the reposition. And the moment he gets into that post plant, He wanted to end it there and then. That's match point for G2, and they've got 2 opportunities to close this one out on Mirage.
Oh, explosive A hit. We've seen many rounds like that for G2. The double entry nuts hitting great timing up connector. Again, if Slack's double in vain on the AWP as Wrinkle trades him out, and sure, he burns alive, but puts Heavy God in a very winnable position. And winning he will.
I do just like it. The moment he's in that clutch, he is such a force to be reckoned with. He's not all aim, no brain. He's got both.
Yeah.
The reposition as soon as Swisher breaks contact, knowing that that's almost kind of the error there, right? He's not taking the fight straight up. And what does Heavy God not do? He doesn't repeat that same mistake. It's decisive. He makes his move. And he's just given G2 a golden opportunity to try and close this here and now.
Nice shot though, nice jiggle for G2. We've seen a lot of AWPers catch players unsuspecting today in that position. Not in this round, Heavy God. Full execute, but they again wait for this under component. Mattis this time making a lurk happen. He does get caught by Swisher. Gotta do this a man down now. Heavy God, is he that man? Oh, caught on the ladder. It's messy. Bomb can go back, but Nerds needs his kill, and I don't think you're clearing Sin in this position. So G2 hit their head on the
Oh, Nerds zasad თუ არ გამოვშტერებოდი. ვაიმე, სად დახდა ტიპი ბიჭო? მე მოსტრიმი დავალაიქო და არხი გამოვიწეროთ რა.
For a 1v5 it's now.
Okay. No, I think exits. I think exits will do. He's had a couple of exits. But M80 won't give him anything. Why bother?
Go on, Chaber. Take the peek. You won't.
You wanna.
რავი, იმათ ფულს თუ შეხედავ, ერთი ავაკა.
And so is overtime on the line because, Harry, take a look at G2's money. Aside from this AWP, they have nothing to show for it. We've had back and forth rounds. They have a bit of loss bonus, but we're not talking AK helmets here.
I'd love to know what the ratio of Wrinkle multi-kills to round wins is. He's had a lot of them in these saves, and it might be required again as he's got multiple players coming his way. Can't hold on to that AWP. M80 closing in on overtime.
After time as well. He's got $400 to his name. Oh, dearie me. Rather make that $100. So G2 final timeout here in regulation. Final round as every sign points to overtime for M80.
Georgi, baitlaps მიწერე, bro.
You got one Galil to work with. A collection of smokes and flashes, but nothing really to write home about here for G2.
ის ვინ იყო cash test-ი მოთხი მქონდა.
When M80 were in a position much like this, they were able to cheat around away with a cheeky window boost.
Able to
find a gap in the defense.
There's no gap here though. Look how aggressive M80 are. Switcher has missed this, but he'll catch it right before they make the boxes. M80 playing from the front. Down around, but you wouldn't know it. They know they got this one in the palm of their hand.
არა, ნეუნოერი არისო. ახალი კოლექციიდან არის რაღაც ფლანკო თუ ფლანკო ქვია.
For a hero in the name of Mattis. Galil heading B with the bomb.
He's just telling himself he can't die, he can't be the first guy to fall here, trying to keep eyeballs on middle. But it's a dangerous game he's playing out behind the top mid boxes. Teammates out towards the apartments. There is only one player in the B site. Swisher close by. Will take him a second or so to get eyes on.
Now you go. Cat player spotted, they've got a charge.
Oh, this could be a catch.
Why
Sin able to hold on, low on health.
Why me?
Breath here is Sin, and with a follow-up through the apartments. That's the bomb dropped and away from G2.
Why
Get the
me?
follow-up.
Wait.
Backstab for Nerds closing in. This is only pistols. This was meant to be a golden chance for M80. It's going to come down to the kills. There's no bomb on here. Nerds backstab is in. Jaber getting surrounded. Is the pressure going to get to him? It crumbles away. Overtime was right there, and G2 steal it with pistols, with a backstab. Can you believe it?
That is devastating. Last second.
Გამხელა ეს ჩემი სატო.
Third play across after hearing two.
Რა იყო ძმა, რამ სიმაღლე იყო ჩემ.
Let's just find these kills.
Აფილუზე იდგა?
13-11 locked in on this opener here in Paris.
Yeah, great opener right there, and what was a great match, all things considered, especially when you consider
Come on,
just
შეხედე,
how
ზემოდან
toe-to-toe
უყურებს
these two
ყველას.
teams were going into this game itself. A best of one, though, does kind of give us what is a victor on Mirage. It's going to be G2 all the way down to the wire, 13-11.
That was a close game, you know, maybe a bit too close for comfort for G2. Got to give it up to M80 for fighting their way back into that game. It looked like for the vast majority that G2 were in control.
მეთქი ბავშვია, ტიპი 8 მეტრა
But
ყოფილა.
M80 put up a good fight, and G2, as said, really had to fight for it. Nerds, strong start, nowhere to be found second half. Wrinkle, on the other hand, showing consistently throughout the map, and that's kind of what we call for Yanko. We wanted to see why they picked up Wrinkle, and I guess we got a glimpse of the potential that he still possesses.
And I think that last round sort of perfectly shows some of the issues for M80, right? And having to play so much in NA. It's like when these rounds slow down and the pressure mounts, is like when they can get outplayed. And I think it was just such a beautiful call from G2 in a very difficult round. Like you obviously
მეორე თამაში არ დაწყებულა ხო ჯერ არაფერი.
You know, only when
აქეთ რა თამაშია ერთი უცებ გავჩეკო. იქით იწყება ნიპი ლეგასი და ჩვენთან იწყება 30 წუთში იწყება ჩვენთან Falcons-ი K27. რა ვიცი, მაგრამ ეგეთი შესვენებები აქვს თამად გიჟებია.
Outmaneuvering your opponent and the game plan. And looked like the better team, and then as I said, credit to M80 for fighting their way back into it when they were down 11-7. It was slacks a couple of times, you know, showing up in big moments, having good rotations, good read on it. So a game where I feel like both teams actually got to show some of the decent Counter-Strike that they can play. And for M80, sure, you got nothing to show for. You're losing 13-11, but the performance in itself and the level of Counter-Strike was not bad, you know. It was acceptable. It's just unfortunate for them that it's the best of one, and that was the one opportunity they had to get a result out of the game.
Yeah, and perhaps we can get some words down on the stage. I've got the word right now that Freya's standing by with Saw.
I am indeed, yes, at the 11th hour. G2 managed to get things over the line versus M80. I do have Saw because I have to ask, you have that timeout just before round 24. You only have a selection of pistols to work with. What was the call there? How did you get that one over the line?
I mean, basically just to slow things down a bit, make them use their utility a bit, and to finish it on B, like on a slow split. Nothing special, but just to put the pressure more on them so we wouldn't give early entries or anything like that.
How much pressure were you feeling in this one? Because last time you played M80 in a best of one was back in Cologne, was also on Mirage. Were they a different team for you guys today?
I mean, obviously there's like some mind games. It's a same map we played back at the major also, but it's also like we made a roster change, and there's been so many maps both teams have played in between. So I'm not sure like what to say in the end. It's just the best of one, start of the tournament, so shouldn't overthink about many of these things. Just play the game, and it's also for us with this roster a lot of like new experiences we are gonna be learning from these matches. So well, happy with the win, but yeah.
Let's talk about it. Your new addition, Wrinkle, he was lighting things up on the server here today. First LAN match with you guys as well. Was this your expectation from Wrinkle so quickly coming into the team?
Well, I mean, I knew his mechanics will be good, and when he gets the chances, he will be able to like prove himself. But at the same time, it's still early days, so we need to go like a long way in a way for him to be comfortable, for the team to be comfortable. But good start here at the tournament, even though the score was close, but good start for him at least.
Yeah, exactly. I do just want to pick a little bit out. Why Wrinkle? Why did he come into the team? What did you see in this guy that you felt like would level up G2?
I mean, he's a young, aggressive OPer, and you don't have so many in the scene. I think the OPing role is a tough one in general, but I think he has a lot to prove. I think he showed very good things at the start of CS2. Maybe the last part of NIP wasn't as strong as he would have liked, but I do think he always had the mechanics, and we can just try to capitalize from that.
Yeah, showing great things in the server here today. Saw, congratulations. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, again, in an opening best of one, you did get that performance out of Wrinkle. There were a lot of question marks. Hell, we were just kind of even reiterating why we had those question marks in the first place. Isn't that right, Jacob?
Yeah, true. You know, overall, a great performance, particularly in the beginning of the game. He was 15-5, so you'd argue that when the game was close, when it was back and forth in the first half, he was a big catalyst behind a lot of the rounds G2 were able to get, and then moving over to the T side, it became more of a joint effort, more of a team effort. Together with Nerds in the beginning, those two were heavy hitters. I think Nerds were at 9 or 10 kills 4 rounds into the game, so finishing on 16 also speaks volume to how he slowed down, and maybe also part of the reason why G2 was struggling a bit to closing out the game.
Yeah, Rico had a good game, but this is the sort of opponent that he's supposed to farm in a way, and where he's going to do probably his best work. This is not where he's necessarily going to get properly tested or challenged. I think that comes against the tier 1 teams, right? Like that's where some of his bad habits perhaps can be exploited, and that's where you'll see teams perhaps game plan specifically for him a little bit more once, you know, he has some games under his G2 belt, right? Because at the moment you're still sort of piecing it together how he's going to fit into this G2 squad.
Yeah, Nert's one of the driving forces over there at G2, as was to be expected when he came on board over there. When I'm looking, obviously, for G2, we talked about them breaking through a threshold, 2 different thresholds for both these teams. M80 just trying to make themselves part of that cream of the crop, G2 trying to solidify just above that. I'd say top 10, they want to be just a little bit past that. For the side of M80, maybe some saving graces here. I mean, we had some nice plays from JBA, or JBA, however you want to put it. Regardless, we saw some good flashes in the pan here for this side of M80. What did you take away from the performance? Where do they go from here? How do they bounce?
As I said, you know, not a poor performance when you consider they lose both pistols and they're not able to break G2 in any of the second rounds, and they still make the game hyper competitive. I think in isolation, that's okay. You know, that's acceptable from M80, but they needed a win here. They needed, first and foremost, the win to move further into the tournament, to give themselves a better chance of making the playoff, but also for the VRS, as Janko so beautifully described. The reason they're here is because of all these NA qualifiers, and if they want to get a proper invitation to proper tier 1 tournaments, they better start winning against some of the European teams. Now, G2 is a tough opposition to start off against, but it could have been worse, to be honest, for M80. There's a lot of better teams out there than G2, so I feel like it's an okay performance, Janko, but they got nothing to show for.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's similar to the big Aurora game. There was a lot more riding on this game for M80 than there was for G2, right? Like G2 is in a position where they're chasing that stage 3 start, and, you know, with Wrinkle just trying to get some games under their belt to see how it's going to pan out, right? Like, what do they need to work on? How is he going to fit into the squad? So yeah, it's unfortunate that they couldn't at least get it into OT, right? Like, that's the problem. If you lose both pistols, then the margin for error is very, very slim. And in this final round, when you have everything and they only have pistols and not even armor on some players, like, you just have to do better.
Yeah, and that would build us into round 8.
Yeah, I think this is an example of, like, M80 sometimes just lagging behind some of these tier 1 teams, right? So they open up in a very weird week by 5v3, right? And the call was supposed to be to go through the smoke with the flash, but you need to abort this call right now.
Yes.
Like, you don't do this. Like, you're in a 5v3, just cancel it. Just stand in connector. Just wait. Just cut noise for like 15-20 seconds. The pressure is on G2, right? And then they get a bit lost in the mid round. They're waiting around Cat. They're going up A in the end. They know Heavy God is alive as the A anchor. He could be maybe pushed to ramp. You see Sin plants in a way where he's exposed to CT. He dies. They try to pick it up, and Slacks is way too passive in this situation. Like, he's worried about sound and noise and whatnot. It's like, you need to be holding that. Like, you need to protect the bomb planter, and the round just slips away. They're forced to go on an eco after this, and that's where you just wish like they could be more connected and that they have better situational awareness to understand that they don't need to continue to with the plan, right? Once they get 2 entries and they kill both B players. Like, I'm not saying you need to go B immediately, like Wrinkle was the Joker there as the third guy, but you need to put all this information together to change stuff in the mid-round.
That second layer of understanding the round and understanding the game, I think, you know, in terms of putting it into context, we saw complexity when they were at a high, you know, NA team as well. They had all these issues as well, converting rounds, converting opening kills. It was always a great game plan coming in from JT back in the days, but once the decision-making comes down to the individuals on the server, or once you're not, you know, necessarily playing after a strict playbook where you go A, B, and C, but you have to invent something in the middle of the round, that's where I feel NA teams, for some reason, struggle a lot, you know. And I think a lot of it comes from the lack of exposure from it in practice. You're not often put in these situations in practice, because I remember from my time in NA, and I remember from speaking to some of the players now as well, that it's always, you know, do or die in NA when you practice. You either go for the duel, you win the round. There's no second layer, there's no third layer, there's no maneuvering around or trying to play with the rotation. So once you get exposed to that on a higher level against European teams, you get screwed, Trace.
Let me just tell you right now, it's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep.
It's
okay.
exactly that deep.
What is very deep around here would be these brackets. You said A, B, C. Well, we also have D as well. We can kind of speed run this, guys. I know you love it. Quick bracket.
Love me some deep brackets.
Yep, that is D bracket. We'll start on A.
Well, G2 versus Big in that game. In a best-of-3 game, I think that's a great test for both teams, to be honest. G2, naturally the favorites, but Big, the way they've been playing and the way they've been punching upwards, that could be an interesting game to advance into the playoff.
Yeah, and if you're Spirit, you turn around the ship that
was
this
your Luminosity,
morning,
you just go home at this point. Yeah.
I can't prepare you for a great time down there. But again, you will at least have a best-of-3 in front of you, you know.
Hey, we see it time and time again. These lower tier teams, they play their best against tier 1 teams. Sort of like they just the pressure is off. Tier 1 teams sometimes struggle to sort of get a read on how these teams want to approach things.
Yeah, this one is actually what's coming up next. So we do have the Falcons K27. That'll be our next game that we cover here. But as you can tell, we're just getting Group B underway. A couple names stick out there. We'll see if Legacy can kind of piggyback onto where they left off. Switching over to Group C. Yanko, you like this group of C?
I love Group C, Trace. We have that marquee matchup, like you said, for the day. Vitality versus 100 Thieves in a best-of-1. Zaiwu versus Device. That's going to be interesting. And yeah, already some games being played in the group. Foot, I think 13-11 over Tyloo. Very close game. And still have a couple more to be played over there.
Yeah, here's that D.
There's that D. You love the D, Trace. We know that for sure. Magic, the Mongols have already played the game here.
Say what?
What? You love Group D. That's what you
Sorry,
said.
because I thought you'd said something else over there, big man. Anyway, let's pick up with Group D. Yanko, what do you got?
No, Jake was doing such a good job. I'll let him handle the D.
I forgot for a second. Yeah,
and just, you know exactly what you're into. The Mongols versus Magic was a decent game of Counter-Strike. The Mongols ended up winning on Mirage. Wildcard to me against Furia. I think Furia right now, you know, is the one team I have no faith in a best-of-1.
Trace, tell me why Wildcard is beating Furia today.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you.
And why is it the Serbian IGL?
That's not the one I was going to go with. That is definitely not the one I was going to go with. What I was more so thinking is that's probably not going to happen. Now, I would love to say, hey, Wildcard, you got a fighting shot. Furia, though, still riding a little bit of a high. I would like to believe that there's still some gas in their proverbial tank.
I think Wildcard switched from ChatGPT to Anthropic, so they should be better now.
Yeah, but I thought it was Claude. Everyone just keeps saying, like, Claude, this, that, or the other. But, I mean, what do you got, Jacob?
I'm a Grok kind of guy over here, so...
Grok kind of guy. Yeah, okay. Well, go ahead and illustrate that. If you're at home, go ahead and get your MS Paint open. Let us know what that might look forward to you. For us, though, yeah, we have Falcons K27. It's on the other side of the break, and you are watching the Esports World Cup live from Paris in 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A global event, so we need to reach a global audience.
Ils sont chauds, ils sont là, ils sont prêts, Barney. Yeah, that is right. And so, with that being said,
with Paris hosting, we're bringing the broadcast in multiple languages, including mime. People are being taken down. There's an Elam everywhere. Okay, he's down. He's down. He's knocked. Eliminated. Oh, that's a melee weapon. Oh, that is not going to heal him the more. What is? Okay, he has a grenade! And that's a team wipe! That's a team wipe? It's a team wipe! What are we doing? What is happening here? What are we doing? We have to meet the fans where they are and relate to them in ways that they understand. Okay, another one down, another one knocked, and he's been hit. He's been, wait, is he okay? All right, oh no, wait, hey, I don't, hey, can we get help? Are you all right? Are you okay? Hey, can we get a medic? Where's the medic? Can we please have the medic? Oh gosh, oh gosh. Come on, where's the predictor? Roman, can we please have a medic? Wait. This freaking country, man. No matter how difficult it may be. You've just got to be kidding me with this, man. Like, I feel like he's stepping all over my lines. I'm a serious performer. I went to film school. I've been doing this for like 10 years, all right? This isn't my... Was he making fun of me? And with the finals coming to a close on the STC Arena stage, we are finally going to see some of these points and what the implication means for the club championship rankings. Therefore, oh, okay, I'm sorry, am I boring you? I'm boring you? Speaking of boring, you wear the same clothes every single day, okay? Please be perfect. Oh, you know what? Two could play at this game. This is a rock. Huh? How did you, wait, what the? I don't want to be here anymore. No. I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me. Yeah, you're stepping all over all of my lines. I need to get this information out. This is what the people want to hear. This is what they need to know about. What are you doing? Oh yeah, real mature. Go ahead, build your wall like you always do. No, seriously, you think that you're going to be invited back? That you're ever going to be hired in esports again? Are you kidding me? It's so unprofessional. I'm done with this. I can't do. Actually, you know what I think? Oh God. Ugh.
დაშვები. გამომზად ხარ? და პირისპირების მე თამაშებ შუა ვისვენებ ხოლმე, თორე ძალიან დიდი შესვენებაა, 9 საათიანი, 20 წუთიანი და ეხლა 20 წუთი პროსტო ჯდომა მაგარი საშინელებაა. მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატია დემო. აბა წავედით, დაიწყეთ. This is not a game. This is a major. Simple, this is not happy. This is a major. Dun dun dun. Konnichiwa. მაგარი ბენგერია. აუ ესეთი ის მინდა გაიშნიკის მოტოციკლეტი რა. არ ყიდით ვინმე? არ ვარ ეს ადგილში. Bum 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 bum. Counter-Strike 2.
Well, today one of these teams joins us as a VRS rank number 33, and the other one is VRS rank number 2. But I can assure you that the major champions of the IEM Cologne and the Falcons joined the server today as an absolute favorite. We'll see if it pans out the same way here, and what is one of our later games today. I mean, it's starting the later part of the day at least. I welcome you back at EWC. Yanko again in the middle, Jacob down on the other end over there. My name's Trace, and what's in front of us is again,
David versus.
What, go on, you want to say
it?
So what we are looking at here is a pretty tough situation for K27.
Simplari, მარა ვერ გამოვიდა ამ ტურნირზე, წააგო qualifier.
First and foremost, all of us are, you know, let's state that for sure, but K27, yeah, sure, but for them to make it through the last chance qualifier was a big result for them. Netted some good victories, some good VIS points, you know, taking down teams like Fnatic in the process, Saw as well for that matter. I think overall, just the fact they're part of this tournament is a massive step in the right direction for them. So they come in with absolutely nothing to lose.
Okay, well, we can hold on to that for a second because losing isn't something that the Falcons did over at the major, right? So where are they at now?
Well, I think the major and the win just gives them so much leeway in terms of results for this season, right? Like, I think this is the most important event for them outside of the major later on. For multiple reasons, right? First of all, it's a huge event, $2 million prize pool. They're looking to bounce back at the start of the season, right? All the top teams are here, and it will go a long way to cement that stage 3 spot for the Singapore major. And second of all, the Esports World Cup Club Championship, right? Falcons, they won the first 2 iterations of it. They're in the
That's a good kill from Dumal. The smoke, Kaspersky dropped. They're trying to get that bomb plant. They've done damage towards Church, but they can't stop the plant from going down. So it'll end up having to be a retake here for Legacy, but should be relatively easy for them.
Yeah, this is a very retakeable bomb site on this side of the map. As utility fades, the advantages go in the way of Legacy. Utility out into the corners, and they just stream over, and there's no resistance whatsoever. So Legacy win 2 in a row. All 5 players survive on this retake tactic, and it works perfectly.
La 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 la.
Strong 2-1 start here for Legacy, and we'll check out the situation for NIP economically. The bomb plant doesn't give them enough to get a buyout in this round. It certainly will in the next. So an eco coming up, and a 3-1 lead going to be carved out by Legacy. Strong start as well on the CT side. Could be very important. I mean, a lot of new viewers as well to Counter-Strike, I'm sure, tuning in, who've just been watching the other games, the EWC, Jason, and Cash. Traditionally, What would you say was the more favored side over the years?
Oh, God. I think it was pretty even back in the day. I feel like back then CS just felt, I don't know, I always felt like this was a little bit more T-sided because of the way it's open, but it usually played around a 6-6. You know, we're just going to watch it evolve, right? Because like one of the features of this map, kind of like Anubis, is it feels like the CT side is really motivated to be aggressive. So when that starts happening, that might change the way that Cash is kind of played and the way we sort of think about it.
Yeah, I think that was the most fun I had when I was learning how to play Counter-Strike was on the CT. Cash was always fun because you could be aggressive on the CT side. It felt like you could make moves both on T and CT side.
It also felt like, I don't know, I always felt like this map was like a little bit like snowball-y momentum based. Like there were some teams that were just so good at like taking mid, and like if you faced off against them, it's just like the whole thing is on that. You know, and if you can't stop it, you just kind of lose.
I'll watch how the mid-control fight goes down once these rifles come out for NIP in the next. Going to be a mid-fight in this round, but obviously looking like it's going to favor Try. Rifle is going up first. Good clearance, but Try looks for a second, couldn't get it. Dumao to back him up from the white box.
Okay,
You Americans call this the Sugar Cube?
Sugar Cube?
Yeah. Is that what it's called?
I haven't played this Cash since it came out, to be honest with you, so I don't know.
No, back in the day, this position. I feel like it's either called White Box. I heard some teams call it
Box.
Sugar Cube.
Everyone's got their own little variations. Snappy's going to back away. And save that AK-47 for the next round. So 3-1 in the favor of Legacy. And Snappy with 2,500 in the bank. He can get armor. He can get utility. He'll bring it forward to the next round. So guns come in for NIP. I mean, they had the nice start with the pistol round victory. Losing the second round was really, really backbreaking. So they were really looking to get started with their playbook, you know, really early on in this half, and they've been delayed now. So first look we'll have of the Cash playbook of NIP and Snappy. Ooh, that's some spam damage.
ისო დაიწყება მითხარით რა, 45-ზე იწყება რა. შემახსენეთ.
Unconfirmed, which is probably a bummer. He actually doesn't know. He's just like, oh, I lost that engagement.
არა, გადავალ. გადავალ, რომ დაიწყება, bro.
As good as he got it, so.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what it's doing with Dumao. I think they're forced to kind of rethink how they want to defend this A bomb site now with Dumao at 20 HP, Nissim at 43. You have some like really rough HP to defend this bomb site.
კარჩი, ქეში და მირაჟის გარდა ჯერ მაპი ვერ ვნახეთ, ხო?
Coming in this direction, 20 HP on Dumao will be the point man on the defense.
Let's try. Give it a go over towards Squeaky. Sends utility to try and block them. Under a minute left on the clock. Dumao. Good kill on Kaspersky. Shush gonna send that headshot forward. Dumao.
Hypercodcast AC max is white edition
takes the damage to his head. So the plant will be coming through. Up on the railing.
Well, where do you place this utility on the retake? Where do these Molotovs go? A lot of places to clear a boost up. And it's Snappy for the first defender. Headshot angle when he pops up.
Well, Snappy does peek up. It's going to be a great headshot on Art. This retake not looking too good at the moment, but that fire towards Core does force him in the open, but they just weren't in the positions to make it happen. They're all coming in from car, so that's just not going to work out for the Ninjas.
It's actually Kaspersky's spam that actually saves the day. The fact that the two defenders of this bomb site had such low HP meant they couldn't actually defend it in the way they wanted it to. Dumao didn't want to be inside the bomb site, knew with the low health he had no chance, had to play a 1-for-1 position. Nissim playing very, very far back below half. Well. He didn't want to be committed with the low health. Made them very, very nervous and softened up that bomb site. Made it a lot easier for NIP to find passage in. So they keep the scoreboard close, 2-3. Plenty of money and good weapons for both sides going into round 6. Double op setup for Try and Art.
შუშაც კარგად შესულია ჩვენი ძმა.
And again, towards the A bomb site, it looks. A lean in towards A main, one over towards door. A couple players creeping in that direction as well. Largely ignored outside of the pistol.
იგივე ეგზექს აკეთებენ. არ გადავა. აცილე კარებს ნეიდი თორე. ის კაცი უკვდავია კარებში თუ რა ხდება?
It's going to be a real cat and mouse fight between him and Stout, but the flash comes in at the perfect time. Great help from Art. Results in 2 kills from this and make it 3 here on default. Snappy trying to move in, but Legacy just cut the legs from underneath the ninjas.
NIP couldn't create an opportunity to cross into the bomb site. They were taking those fights towards highway, towards the AWP of Try, climbing up the ladder. They're all focused in that direction, and Nissim is just chilling inside the bomb site, playing around the smoke, calling for a flashbang from Art. Legacy just have some very, very good protocols and plans during these set pieces from NIP. And you can see the difference of when those defenders actually commit themselves and are willing to get scrappy inside the bomb site during those execs, and what we saw in the previous round where their health was just too low to get involved in it. Bomb site is much harder to take. And a timeout called by NIP as they talk things over early. 2 rounds back.
Yeah, Nissim does so well. Just waiting on his teammates' flashbang, but just the positioning and the way he worked around that smoke was fantastic.
Yeah, it felt like he just had so much time. Like it was so calm from his perspective to be able to kind of work himself around the smoke, around quad, tuck into the smoke, call for the flashbang, wait. Like he had a lot of time to kind of orchestrate and sort of be the quarterback of that play to call for the flash from Art. For all the chaos and all the gunfire and all the utility in that bomb site, really, he didn't have a whole lot of pressure applied on his position.
Yeah, that's what we'd like to see. Some wallbang action coming in and Try. Removing Snappy's got a second as well.
Try კაიავებია. Try კაიავებია. მართლა მე ძალიან მომწონდა იმპერიალში.
I think they missed the boost, so couldn't cover Kaspersky breaking the smoke, but that climb up over the boost was very slow.
აცი მონიტორში ამათ აჯობებს ძმა.
Young man.
That is insane. Like, this is just so one-sided. This is crazy. Legacy have been putting the work in on Cash. You can see their wall bangs look really comfortable, ready for all the time of the next fights. Getting aggressive, making plays all across the board on the CT side, making it so difficult for NIP to get into this game.
Yeah, they are really making this T side tough. Really making it so there's not a whole lot of good options.
Oh, well, at least something goes the way of the ninjas. But Shoes, let's see if he's got a second. Lato gonna stop him from moving any closer towards CT. 5-2 up.
Poor Art.
Yeah. I think he'll be happy still, though.
Well, Nissim's got so much cash, they don't even bother picking up the AWP because they want the 4 AK-47s for the CT side. So that's a nice little luxury to have. And yeah, I mean, the game, like, it's not blown out just yet to the point that NIP can't recover, but it just feels like Legacy is building into that point where there's nothing NIP can do.
Certainly getting to that point, almost the point of no return.
We still haven't seen them mess with the B bomb site either. Like, not even really like a player over there to harass.
Up on the head, Shoot's gonna be sent over the top. You know, this round doesn't inspire you at all. And you're looking at what NIP can bring to the table.
I mean, Legacy, I think, has the mindset that I do, where it's like, man, we haven't felt the B bomb site get attacked yet. Surely it's coming at some point, and this is a low buy round, so they've leaned in that direction. It's mid, where the attack streams out. Double kill for Dumao.
There's Stout with a quick one. Nice shot back from Shush's Deagle.
And now Art's in a weird position.
Yeah, sure is. Time for that. I don't know how NIP have got themselves into this situation, but they really have a shot at winning this round. Try needs this kill, and it's a tough fight against that pistol. You can see how tentative he is about rounding the corner, but Try sticks to it and gets that kill.
It's not a
So this retake will be delayed unless both players want to come out upper. And they might just do it. Up on Try, lead away. Nissim with the AK-47 in support.
Shush is waiting.
დაბრუნდი ძმა კაც. დაბრუნდი. აი შენი ფეიზი ეხა თამაში. მადლობა პროდანაციის.
There's just no way he can get back into this. And he will just extend a little bit too much.
შენი ყავი ხომ დონაციების გამხსნელი.
Ridiculous round to one.
ეს მოვიდა. მოვიდა ცხოველი.
if you're NIP.
I think they kind of got a little bit lost in how that round was playing out. He pushed up into a very aggressive position underneath the vent after Dumao had gone down in middle. So they have access to vents at the point that he slides in. And then they're pressuring B main as well. So he's just got two different choke points. He's got to look, and it's all down to timing. That's the kill that opens it up, that puts Ort in a tough position. And there's nothing he can do to recover this scenario.
ძალიან შორსაც არ ყოფილა პრობისგან, რავი, ამ კომანდასთან ათამაშები რომ
They're staying in this game.
და კი ცოტა დამაკდა რა.
Just by their fingertips.
არტა რა, არტა სავეპე ბიჭო. აი რო ყოფილიყო ავეპე.
And he's going to think about going again here, but
დასტი დაიფკა, კაია, სხვა მაპი ძლივს, სხვა მაპი ჩემ მირაჟი დასტის გარდა. არა, მირაჟის და იმის გარდა რა ქვია, ეშის გარდა.
I think it's a nice call as well if you're Art, where you're thinking, okay, you just had success at the B bomb site, hadn't gone there much. You might just try and test it again. Let me get an op here and just dissuade that idea right out of the gate.
That idea is out the window. Time to adapt and
overcome
if you're the ninjas, and they go towards the A site this time.
A very, very in-your-face defensive stand at forklift and on top of the balcony.
Oh, door swings wide open. It's going to be Doom out to finish off Note. Nissam's done well to get a kill right back on Kaspersky. Missed shot here. Stown tries to retreat a little bit further back. But at this point, you've got 40 seconds on the clock, but you're just sitting there and you realize that you can't win the round. It's done, and you're just trying to stay alive, which very difficult task ahead of him just with how committed Snappy is here.
Oh yeah, he can't go anywhere. He's basically in this corner until the round is over. And I mean, this seems well aware of the possibility. So if they ever go on a hunt and there's money available for it, I imagine this gets checked. 6-3 is going to be the score when all is said and done. Still no real thread that NIP can grab onto that's like something to work with, right? Like they've got nothing that's like, at least we have a first step.
It feels like at the moment, unless NIP can make a big turnaround here.
I mentioned Kaspersky as the big name, the X factor for NIP, and how important he is. He's got 0 kills so far here on Cash.
I think there's just so much pressure being put on the T side. Like, even if you have a game plan, it is being disrupted to a level that's forcing you into mid-rounds and making these adaptations. And NIP just doesn't seem like they've got enough depth on the T side of Cash yet to figure that out.
კი bro.
This is also a slightly
მადლობა კარიგანა მოიჯოს კიდევ ერთხელ დანსიუსტის მო.
K27 that not just has played last
აი ხა მოიჯო კარიგანა.
through the qualifier. They've been here in Paris grinding and they've got
Burger Boys მამ შიდობა გაქვს.
Yeah, and good teams at that, right? When you look at the K27 run, it's really impressive, man. The squads they're able to take down, some of them I would have said were like front runners to be battling through into the main stage of EWC, and they were able to dispatch them fairly cleanly. So yeah, they're coming into this feeling red hot, feeling confident. Falcons can't get caught sleeping at the dawn of this tournament.
Definitely not. I mean, we've seen games like these where Falcons have, you know, in the previous roster, I think more so struggled, right? Like some matches versus games where they get punished, especially. So yeah, there's definitely opportunity in a match like this, especially when you consider
Falcons who came off with an immediate
loss online to 100 Thieves. This is LAN, Harry. This is where the big boys should be showing up. So let's see if Falcons can do it today, or if K27 have more tricks up their sleeve. I'm definitely excited by some of these K27 players, right? There's some names you may be familiar with. Players like Quincy, who grinded to the top of the Face It leaderboard as of late.
მაგარი სპორტულებიაცია ძალიან მომეწონა. ვარსკვლავი მიარჩეს ერთი ცალი Generation X-ი. ვენესუელადებით გავწუროთ Falcon. მადლობა, უღრმესი მადლობა დონაციისთვის. Don't არ გამოჩენილა mainstream-ის მერე. So, იმან თავისი მოვალეობა მოიხადა და so, კარგად მოთქვა კარგად ამყოფს.
Very upset at that.
თავის დრაგოლორი გაწირა, გაწურა და so. უღრმესი მადლობა დონაციებისთვის. კარგად მოიჯოს და Generation X.
Pretty Pretty slow as they go pistol round here.
ნიკო ბებერი ძაღლია, ნახე რა კაი შეფასება მოუძებნა. პანი დაადეთ ამას.
Looking like a B finish. I'm still waiting in the tunnels. It's a util out for this mid to be. Twinkie doing what he can, but he's getting split on. Zeno with the cover. Quick drop down into the bomb site. This
guy's MVP of the major.
Tess's still waiting down here in the tunnels. Chance to come in on the backstab as well, and that would put a bow on this pistol round. Here he is. Heard the footsteps, heard them running away, knows his time to play is now.
Hold the shot, wait for your window player as m0NESY looks for his 4th frag in this pistol round. I don't think they're going to stop him. Tessa steals it away. No complaints here from the Falcons as they come through with a pistol. It was an admirable behold from those two players in the bomb side. Come through doors and window together, and m0NESY collects both those crucial kills.
Oh, რა ჰიტები გაატა, ბამ. Boom.
Dust2 bound to be explosive. And the force buy comes straight through here for K27.
ძალიან მაგარია ნიკი. არის ყველას დიდი შეცდომა დაუშვეს. ყველას დიდი მაშინ სიმპლა ყავდეთ, გაიგე და ეგონათ რომ სიმპლას უეყოლებოდათ, გაიგე? თორე მეღადავე ბიჭო ნაბი ჯუნიორიდან, ყველას დიდი შეცდომა იყო. აი ამ ბავში 300 თუ რამდენად 600.000-ს გაყიდვა. რა, ყველა დიდი შეცდომა იყო ნავიმ რაც კი დაუშვათ მაო. 600.000-ად m0NESY-ს გაყიდვა, რა ვიცი. ტიპებმა იმენა ჩაიჯოვეს, რასაც ვქე, იმიტომ რომ სიმპლა ყავდათ და ეგონათ რომ სულ ეყოლებოდათ სიმპლა, გაიგე? არა, 600-ად გაიყიდა.
You want to see them on the other side now, the player break post the major, feel like they're still progressing. You don't want to feel like it was kind of lightning in a bottle.
ტიპებმა ბიტა დაიტოვეს, ბიტა და m0NESY გაყიდა.
So I want to see them looking even more.
Klaksa, ჩემ ვებია ჩემზე დიდი არის, ძმა, რა ვერ დაამთავრე თამაში.
Force buy from K27, they might have netted that opening kill, but Falcons still get the long control they were looking for.
კაშიდას მაგარი მსროლელია.
Honestly, swing and a miss.
Quite a pace in these 2 rounds here for Falcons. Confident start. And enough pace to push these players out of the bomb site. With that short smoke, it will be a save.
ერთი ვნახოთ აბა.
The scout for later.
AWP-ს რო აიღებს კაშლი და რას იზავს?
So Falcons do convert for now. And I mean, yeah, sure, the major was it was so Carrigan, wasn't it? Come through, the master of the stand-ins, being essentially the new stand-in, the new piece of this team, and leading them to a major victory. Rounds away from losses in multiple of those playoff maps. Still managing to...
მაგრამ m0NESY მან რეალურად რაიფზეც მაგრად ითამაშებდა, რავი.
Falcons still had problems prior to Carrigan joining. And one golden run doesn't undo...
ვინ ყავდათ რა m0NESY-ზე მაგარი ელექტრონიკა თუ ის რა ქვია?
Some consistency and some reliability out of Falcons.
Perfecto.
Especially when you consider the field right now, Harry. Like, look at Vitality and the news they've announced for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
You know, multiple stand-ins, players taking time off. You look at Spirit, well, they're not exactly in consistent form either, even losing a BO1 today. So the field is open.
აი ბევრად აი ტიპები რო აიღო რა, ეხა რუსი იგროკები ვინც არიან რა. ყველაზე მოსაწონი ტიპი იმენა მაიჩელსის m0NESY არის რა. რაღაცნაირად აი არ მიმაჩნია რა რუსად რა, ისეთი ტიპია რა. აი რაღაცნაირად სხვანაირი ტიპია რა. აუ, კალაკიონი ტემდა რა, ესე დაგვიბრუნდა ამ ხელა პოეტიკაციის ვარ და ვერაფერი გაურიცხეს
you upcoming teams that grind, teams that play a lot of online games. You have
მადლობა, დენეცის მოვიდა. მაგარი სახელებია კვინკი. ედო.
They have a lot of really cool setups.
ხუთი გეშვიდივე. კაშლიდა და კლაკსა ძმა რა არ მოგწო სამამთხარი რომელი არ მოგწოს. უბრალოდ მადლობა დონაციებისთვის.
But it's traded and Falcons take the space right back. So longing out the round doesn't seem likely here for K27. Would love to grab a couple of AKs on the way out.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the worries that always comes to mind with Dust 2 is just how it can feel by nature of the map. You'd sometimes say, oh, you know, it can feel a little 50-50. Don't often see teams kind of lean into it in a BO1. But I think for Falcons, for the reason you just said, it's actually a good place. Like there's a little less in terms of gimmicks you could try and get away with here.
And I think
that also, you know, I agree, but I think the higher up the ladder you get, the less true that is, right? When you actually look at, you know, the best teams in the world in the past 18 months, and you look at well, they've just proven that consistency on Dust 2 is extremely viable. Vitality were like 44-4 on that map. Spirit had a pretty close record as well, just with less maps played, but essentially the same win rate. And so, at the very top level, you can find consistency on this map.
მე ბიჭი მეყოლა, ვა, შენ გენაცვალე, ძმამ გაგვამრავლა საქართველოს გენაცვალე, ძმა. მართლა ჯამთელი და ბედნიერი გაგიზარდეს. მაგას აჯობია, ბიჭს აჯობია თო. მშვენიერი.
Actually getting to don his AWP as well for the side of K27.
არა 4 kills მე ვფიქრობ რომ 4 kills-აც ვერ დადებს კარიგენ რა 4 კაი ის კუშია 4 kills აჰა მოვიდა ოკეი ყოფილა რა იდიოტია ბიჭო ტიკიჩი ურმესი მადლობა დონაციუსის გალაქტია ჯიგარი არა, კარიგან არ მოკლა, შეჩემა მეტი, 4 kill მინდა შე. აბა კაშლი დავახოთ. ოი. იმას კაბელიანი მოუსია კიდევ, საუბები. მე სტრიმი დავალაიქოთ, არხი გამოვიწეროთ, 300 ლაიქისკენ დავიდროთ.
Awkward moment indeed.
Indeed.
And that's going to cost you. Honestly's AWP is not cheap. Nico cannot buy an AK, nor can Kiyosuke.
ეგეც რომ მოეკლა, მაგრამ არა 4 kill უნდა გამიწუროს რა. კი მომწერი Instagram-დან Discord-ში და მოვწერმე. როცა მოვიცი. კაშლით. ეს კაშლი და სტრიმავს ხოლმე ხშირად. კაი ის არის, კაი ტიპი.
Double AWP and look at them go. Quinky taking risks.
A little tense though, right? All on the line. Don't want to miss. You hear him burning in the molly. That's 2 players cleared out through line. Big problem for K27. Falcons don't jump the gun on that lower control. They throw all the util to make it real easy for themselves. And now it's just the K27 captain left to get past. Dead after one. Monacy able to trade that out. And a chart-topping performance right now from Ilya sees him up 9-1.
You got to hold that shot as well on B, right? You're essentially 1v5 and B. If there's any way you're going to win, you just got to hope Falcons make the mistake of not checking your position. Good spacing from Falcons allows them to trade, and that feels like a really awkward round to go for that double lower push setup, right? You know Falcons have low money. You know they're likely gonna have the weaponry to deal with that. Of course, it's still well calculated.
I also think like what you don't want to happen here is like kind of the stress of being the
William
underdog. That was,
მაგარ
you
ხოცი
know, you
9
trying an
მაგრამ
aggressive
კარიგანა
play.
ჩემოთხრულს
You can
skills
argue
ურავს.
that the timing for it was wrong, right? I think you're dead on knowing that Falcons are low money, trying to take lower tunnels control. What you don't want to happen is for this to kind of shrink the CT side as a whole. I hope we still see moves made by K27, just at better moments in the game.
Yeah, it's a risky move to make when your money is on the line. Now look at the response. They've got nothing left on 3 of these players. So we're talking about 3 rifles max. You're certainly going to put something in here.
Რას ქვია რომელი
Yeah,
ინსტაგრამზე
they will say for later. Falcons looking at 4-1.
რაც მაქვს.
We're hoping on 2 players to carry K27 through this round. Boost up.
იო, სად იყავი ძმა? შენი ფალავანმა რო ჩაიჯო?
They're waiting. They just hold the catwalk. Can't wait forever. Ooh. Honestly wants more. It's Util in middle. Gets his players out lower. Nice shot.
Ashley was waiting for that exact fight for what feels like the entire round. Finally, Monacy shows his head the second time around, and he will get the better of it. Out of these rounds, you feel real good about it. He's been the guy thus far for the Falcons.
Deep long control as well. So if Falcons start moving mid to B, could see X5 activate. Smoke lands behind him from his teammate. Very tempting to make a move here. This is a pressure call, right? Do you want to take the risk at this point in the round? 50 seconds, still time.
აი რა იცი რომ ბილია ძმა.
They are all in.
აი ახლა გამეცი პასუხი რა იცი რომ ბილია ძმა. აი შენ თუ პატიოსანი კაცი ხარ რა იცი რომ ბილია ძმა.
And as soon as he gets his info, hoping we see a bit of movement out of K27. Because it's still, you know, you have all the info right now from this long doors push, but you're not in a position to react. It's still only 2 players over here at B, and now it's reduced down to 1. Quinky's Beagle doesn't find a thing. Carrigan's even got the spot there through mid. K27 with a decision to make. This B site real tricky to break back into, and you feel like a lot of it going to be hinging on this early fight from X5 back in the tunnels.
Monika ცოცხალია? კარიგანა მიწურავს ისე ჩემს.
Flash goes over. Missed shot from X5 on the flank. Nico holds it down and now they walk away.
ძმა long შეეტენა და რა ვიცი, ამდენი ხანი როტაციები სად არის?
Fearing a last second retake with low HP on 2. Falcons will get that round. I mean, it's another round that hurts to lose, but you almost can't blame K27 because when they get X5 on the flank, the whole map is quiet.
ესეც მოვიდა, ესეც აქ არის. ანუ ყველა აქ არის ძმა. ინასტრიმებიდან ყველა აქ არის. უმას მადლობა უბნის გეიტანაც ის ძმა. აი კაცი ხარ შენ როგორც გავიგე.
It's a round that could look silly if
they
get massacred. It's all they had. They had to go. So nice double entry out tunnels. Puts a 5th round on the board. And it's one of those games you can just tell K27 are saying to themselves, we
მეჩვენება თუ ის არა აქ რა ქვია, ნიკაპი ყბა არა აქ, ხო?
Yet to be able to stop them.
ბიჭო, მაგას შველის რამე, ანუ ყბა რო არ გაქვს? ძალიან ესე რო აქვს, ან ჩაჭრილი რო აქვს?
I just think, you know, when you're up against the Falcons, you have to try and walk this very fine
ღაბაბი აქვს просто და მაგიტო არ უჩას. მე მგონი ღაბაბი და ის აქ ნიკაპი გადაბმული და მაგიტო.
Simultaneously, you know, not feeding the beast. It's a very, very tough line to walk. And even here, where like they get a lot of the info, you're dead on. They knew it was one of 2 positions. They were en route to clear them all out, and by the time it had kind of dawned on them, it was already too late. You kind of needed to be 5-6 seconds faster for everything in that round, but you didn't feel like you had the room to do so. Just think about how many times, even on that major run, when you saw Falcons on a win, change bomb site, go somewhere else, and it ended up being the picture perfect move. That's what you're up against here. And it can be very, very tough to deal with.
I remember a Carrigan call. Catwalk. K27.
მოვიდა უბნის გეიტიდან. მე გალაქტიონ და კარიგანა. მოიჯოს ისეთ გამანდა ვარ და.
Back on car.
თქვენ ერთი სასტავი ხართ ბებერ? всё, გასაგებია ბებერ. მადლობა დონაციისთვის, გაიხარეთ ძმებო თქვენ. კაი კამანდე ხართ. ერთი 5 წელიწად რო დამაჭერინეთ თქვენაირი.
Finally feeling like you've got bodies in the right place. Zorb able to get the ball rolling, and X5 gets involved as well on that rotation.
Wow. თავში არტყავს მარტო ეს კაცი. Wow, ეხა ყვის.
Decides not to play on the back of that flash. 4v2 right now for K27, and they're going to hand off, leave it to the retake.
I like that, but it's Monacy and Nico.
It's meant to be the duo that gets it done. Monacy dead right away. Nico, that's clean. We're going to need 3 more just like that. So finally getting something else on the board for the K27 squad.
Nice to see them not overheat, right? Super tempting to brawl in that round. You have that player ready to jump up through the smoke in a 2-on-4. Very tempting indeed, but sure, you give them chances to get into post-1 positions, but then you just trade your kills out, and that's exactly what K27 do. So no overheating indeed. Some really nice shots coming out from this AWP. Last 2 kills being headshots from the orb. Chance to put Falcons money down.
The 2 rounds that K27 have are both repelling these attempts from Falcons to get into A. And so I think now the onus is going to be on stopping one of these mid to Bs, stopping one of these B hits. Before it gets going, X5 with aggression. Tessez has eyes on.
Isn't he? No stone unturned.
You just can't afford to have B feel like such a vulnerability. You need a hold out of these two.
CS მატერია ინსტაგრამზე, ან გიორგი კოშაძე ნახე ინსტაგრამზე და ამოვაგდეთ. უღმესი მადლობა თქვენ დონაციების შეგრები ხართ, გაიხარეთ, კარგად გამაცინეთ. ლის ამორტიზატორი ვაფშე თქვა. აი ხა ნახე. მე სტორი გადაწყვეტილება ნიკოს დამონესის წინააღმდეგ მან შესვლა. და ლასტ ბოქსში დამოლოტოვებაც სტორი გადაწყვეტილება, პროსტო მოიშორა მოლოტოვი. ნიკო პროსტო მოიშორა მოლოტოვი. ლევეძი კაუკეთიათ მაგე თუ რანაირად არის. კარიგან არ გამაგიჟო, კაცი არ მოყლა. კარგი ბიჭიცო. 4 წუთს რო კარიგანას.
Under so much scrutiny. Even there, like that's you looking for a solution. You're a man down, it's 4v5, you're feeling uncomfortable. Screw it. We're going to try and bring the fight to them. Come in with the upper tunnels push. We know that they just killed our A player. We were expecting them in kind of a bit of limbo there, maybe moving around the setup. Try and finally throw down the gauntlet. And actually you end up doing what you said earlier, you feed the beast, you give them the way in.
You're looking for the weak half, right? If it's 1 player and upper and 4 coming out on mid to B, you kill the bomb or you kill a player and upper, now you have more control. The alternative is you sit in B and you just know that you're going to get dry run, they're going to split you on perfect timing, maybe you can multi-kill, although they've been unable to do so yet. So another patient round paying off for the Falcons in a 5v4. Good check from Tessez on that cap push. That's where it could have all gone wrong.
And almost like the mind game that's being played is, look, every time you've got an aggressive, it's ruined the round for you. So rely on some gambles, and I think that's exactly what Carrigan wants. He's very, very good at piecing those together.
Yeah. Tag as well.
That's not even something you've really had to worry about in this game. Monacy's not been super involved on these cross shots, not with the usual frequency, but now a tag down range, softening up the B defense even more.
Any more? Monacy looks long, but Ashley on and so we shouldn't see this fight.
Hit
Carrigan hard. Don't you just get tempted by this mid to B? It's done so well for you. Honestly, still considering, and if Tessus walks in, hands it off. Still, Cashlet needs to hit this, and he needs to hit it quick. Shadow connects.
What the fuck? Rabicho?
mean, getting the kill is nice. It's just how do you get out with double flashes through the doors? Kiyasuke sent in. Now they've got long control. 2 players over here on short. And this A split taking shape. Think downrange brings Nico low on the spam. Feeling a bit of pressure now. It's a great reaction for K27. They go, they clear out short. They've only got one to worry about.
It's not an easy clear either, but they're going to keep sending it, fighting for this ramp. Another kill from Klax with a bomb drop. Kiyasuke is going nowhere fast. It is K27.
Please game, მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონატისთვის გაიხარე ამ აკტივიტორებმა. დიდარი ხარ
territory, but now they've saved their CT side and they have put Falcons in quite the money trouble. Nice retake.
არ გინდა მაშინ კამერაში შემოუშან.
Even though Falcons have numbers.
მაგრამ მე იცი რა მაინტერესებს. შენ რომელი გეიხარ ძმა? პირველი თუ მეორე? ეგაა საქმე.
Falcons force buy with 3 AKs.
ვისი პიკია? Best of 1-ია, bro.
I don't think it would be shocking here to anticipate a bit of a heavier B lean for K27 in this round. Again, you know, the money's kind of honorable for the Falcons. You know that that's where they found all their success in this game thus far. The A site is actually...
აი, ძმა, ველი თქვენს კოლაპს რა უეჭველი, არ გამომაპაროთ ვიდეო დადეთ, არა ჩამიგდეთ ვიდეო.
I'm almost anticipating that maybe you start with that 2 players over towards B.
სად გაქვთ ამდენი ფული მაგ საგიგზით შუა დონატით?
I hope we don't see them play for the tunnels again. We remember how that let them down.
არ ვიცი, bro, არ მინახავს ამათ თამაში მეიჯორის მერე და რავი, 2 თვე გავიდა მაგის მერე. ნახოთ, აბა რა იქნება, როგორ იქნება.
Would now be the time? Would they? Should they?
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციების მებოჯიგრებ.
Falcons going all into tunnels.
უღრმესი
long rush set up for K27.
Spawn's always a factor.
ვისი მენა შეესწრეს რა.
Pretty quick into this solo
მინდგას ეგეთი ბიზე. აუ, ვერ დაეხმარებით არა.
With the A4 here, it's not easy. You would love an AK.
Still, Zito's now got to worry about middle with Carrigan lobbing in the fake. Quinky holds on for the first. Can't stop the spillover, and Carrigan plays his timing. Second player through the smoke. Says Flash. Leaves him dead.
არ მოკლა კიდე კაცი გადი 4 კილი მაქვს შენი.
Chaos here on this one-man surge through the mid smokes.
გადი იქით ნუ ისრის შენი. ახე რა აგრესიული ეს ქათამი.
And he knows they can't get back in this round. He's got teammates behind him. Nice shot from Cashlid, but it's about surviving at this point. Quack's trying to bail him out, but not from range. Kiyasuke with one more. And before all is said and done, this round is over. No escaping. Molly at his feet, and Falcons charge him down. Great work on that B-side again. Even Carrigan in middle, going massive with the Tech 9. So unfortunate for X5. He flashed himself through the smoke as Tesses throws one over the wall of B.
იმენა ეგრე დავსერჩე, ხო?
I also just think though that the setup right now for K27
მადლობა ძმაუტონეცისთვის გასაგებია ნახავა უცილებლად.
They're very dedicated to A in a lot of these rounds. They're playing a player on short. Usually it's X5 ready to drop down. They have a second guy in the bomb site ready to support long and short, but these are like very committed positions. Carrigan on the jump up, feeling it after the double in the last round, and he's just playing his timing.
He just ran down middle with, I guess,
Captain's gonna clash.
მართლა რომ მქონოდა დადებული, ხონდა მეგინებინა ამის 6 კილზე. ახე entry fragger გაიჩნდა ჩვენი ძმა.
The only tried and tested thing for K27.
Wow, დააჯვეს თავზე.
Show these kids how it's done. Straight down middle, down the guts, finds the AWP, and opens up that A bomb site. Clacks on long, they know it. That bomb is running knife out to B. Dear, oh dear. Felt like K27 may have saved their half with that third round, but Falcons low money bounced back very quickly.
And it's just kind of feeling a little awkward right now. It's like every time you've tried to go and take short, which would be a nice point of rotation to have when they break out these mid to Bs, so you'd be able to jump down and try and fight for it. Every time they've looked for it, it's led to a an opening death. That player getting found out, that player getting dealt with. You had X5 there a couple of rounds ago. And so it's leaving you in a pretty rigid structure right now with 3 over towards A, 2 over towards B, and you're saying, guys, you just have to multi-kill if they come B.
Monacy has spawn for B with the orb. I wonder if he just like walks in tunnels at this point of the game. Like everything has worked. B has been a problem. You got spawns. He might just be calling to peek B insta. And nobody's even home. They just boosted mid for a pick. Or rather a late cross, but yeah, that smoke comes down. Monacy calls it off. Falcons don't feel the pressure. Everything has worked. Again, catwalk control taken.
It wouldn't surprise me if this one gets a bit more exciting, but I say that. They just found X5 on short. There's Zito close. So finally having kind of multiple players here to trade contact over in middle.
გაისროლება მონიკა. 8-4-დან შეიძლება რაღაცები ეს თუ ესე არის ბეს რავი.
Reinforcing this B site with 2.
ცარიელი ტაქსივით რო გადაირიბინა იმაზე. It
was the right adjustment for K27. It's just come very late in the day.
Is he going to hide deep pits? They're resetting long. 1 kill would be massive from Zito here.
Oh, but he's walking in. Still gets his. Right as Tess says, goes to check the corner. Can't follow up. So wonder if Monacy and Nico will get tricky with this.
Thieves კოდი მართლაც შეჩიმენა მომწვია ეგეთი კოდი მე. უაჭარი კოდი მოვიდა ერთ-ერთ ტიმის და მაგის მერე დაიწერა ეგ სახე. როგორ იკითხება ნეტა?
He's just cleared long, and now Nico walks out. So I got bad news as Monacy fakes it. Nico holds his part of the bargain. How are you going to cross with that bomb? There's only 10 seconds. He needs to run. The smoke comes down, and they can't stop him. Nico makes it in. Nice shot up close, and that feels like that's that. Quinky 1v2. He's got the nades and an AK. No kits. They throw everything they have.
Just a round that spiraled away from you. You almost can't believe it's fallen onto the shoulders of Quinky. He's not filled with confidence here as he makes his way into hostile territory. 2 players ready to face him. Monacy takes first contact, and that's all that is required. Monacy putting on a clinic, and Falcons showing up. 9-3, a runaway first half.
Yeah, a phenomenal half of Counter-Strike, really. Put in some awkward positions, put in some rounds where K27 had strong, aggressive setups. Falcons punished every single time, and yeah, really hard game for K27 to recover, and it all ends in that first half with a 2-on-4 out on the long side. When Zito gets his 3rd kill and repeats, you think he thinks they're going to lose that round. My oh my. Quite a start here in Paris for Falcons, but they've got to finish what they've started. 9-3 first half, off to the CT side.
Also just nice to see the Falcons looking this adaptable right out of the gate. You know, no slow starts. Every reaction here was so spot on. Like, finally K27 kind of all in the mid brawl. They play for that space. They only have SMGs to work with. But the reaction was almost instantaneous. That bomb was back long and ready to go in what felt like seconds. And then sure, they slow it down in the clutch. They give a bit of breathing room to Nico and Monacy to play it out. But, you know, you're constantly racing against the minds of the Falcons. Game going. They can make it real easy for themselves if they pick up this pistol round.
Carrigan sees him out long. Nico, headshot on short. X5 has found the gap for now, walking straight out middle, but that lower position as the smoke fades, Monacy catches him. Oh, careful, does get that pre-fire off. They're going to cross into the site. Carrigan, nice headshot. He's held his own in these last few rounds, but he will be 3-on-4 here. Bomb yet to make it in, loose on the ramp, and everybody's fighting here. Falcons reflashing.
Full blind, still good for it. And that's Monacy removed, top performer. Still, there's a lot of teeth chomping at the bit to get involved. They're all of the Falcons, and Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with the turnaround. What a sequence. back against the wall. No issue for Quinky. The one-man army.
Absolute humiliation in this game. This was as one-sided as it gets. But that pistol clutch has just put them back in with an opportunity. Falcons run him down on the reload, but he puts that mag in just in time.
Oh, Nico.
He's even bought the orb for Cashlin in this second round. It's an audacious purchase. Wanting to get your orb going in this second half, they walk silent up Cat.
გაფორსეს ბოლონდინა. აუ დაბლნეიდია კარიგანა საკ მაგრა დამოტენიან რო გადმოყარონ ხე.
You just hope a round like that inspires the troops. I do wonder how much adrenaline Quicky's got coursing through him after that clutch. Just testing the waters over here on shore, seeing if they like what they see.
რიგრიგობი დატოვა 50 HP ორი კაცი. განთხელში ატოდ გახარეს ტიმის კოძმა.
But he holds on to it for a very long time. That's not a good smoke. Tap on it.
Oh no.
I'll try and play through behind it.
დააგენძრა ნიკოლინიო შენ თავს თვითონ.
Oh dear, Nico makes it interesting. And the rest of Falcons trying to give chase up through shore. They're not going to get here in time.
Guns, please.
Yeah. Oh, galeli gala. იმას ავეპია ბიჭო. ჩემ მეთქი ორივე მოკლატაო. რა კაი ლაინაპი ქონდა არა და ორივეს მოსაკლავად. ვა, ეს მე-6-ს წამოიღებენ ალბათ ამავე იკოს ვერ მოიგებენ.
The orb lives to tell the tale. Into
one
more
ჩაჯმულია ხო აშკარად.
Getting messy on short. Felt like they were ready to go back into the mid to B, but the kills just present themselves with that miss smoked.
არიგანეს და კიოსუკას ერთეიგივე კილები აქვს და ტესისაც вообще 5 კილი აქვს.
B-rush? Go on.
Nice try and give Falcons
გამოტრიალდის მას შემოვიდა კამანდა სამღა იყურებს.
Tessa's waited so long for that flash. It never comes. He's looking into the wall when they kill him.
იესუკე მეიჯორზია ხო?
Quite a B-rush. Insta-door smoke, double HE.
იესუკეს მაგივრად რომ ამა დონკა ყავდეთ, ეხა წარმოიდგინე აქ სიტუაცია вообще. ანუ აზრი ექნებოდა საერთოდ თამაშს. და კიოსუკე SS-ს ადგილზე თამაშობდეს კიოსუკე. დანა არა აქვს ხო ნიკოს?
Alright, Cashler's got his match here. Monacy's AWP as well. Late cross spotted.
Atacroსაც მაგას.
Monacy's not giving him the fight.
რო გაუტაროს ეხა კარებში. იმის ხოდი ნახე რა აგრესიულია.
Dangerous game that, but X5 to tell the tale.
Oh, boom, მენა. იმენა boom. მაგას ქვია კობი იმენა.
A27 up catwalk.
And this is all the makings of a mid to be.
იმენა მითუბი არის, იმენა მითუბი არის და ესესა და კიოსუკეთ განან იმენა
You have at least forced them within the bomb site, so you've slowed the
ხელი ხალხს
rotation.
ჩაკიდებულებით განან ბიზე იმენა ერთი მოლოტოვი აქვს და ერთი სმოუკი. არა, კაი უტილიტი აქვს. სხვათა შორის 40 წამზე და ეხა რომ დაბლოკოს 40 წამზე სადღაცას B. კიოსუკე. მაგრამ მოლოტოვით აშორდებს ხო ის? აი გააფლეშა. ეხა დაბლოკავს ალბათ მოლოტოვით. და მე ის სმოუკი დაბლოკავს და ვაფშე პიზდეცი იქნება რა. რა დაბლოკა? ეხა სმოუკი დაბლოკავს და всё მორჩა ბაზარია. Rashwebian,
That's brutal, and are they really going to try and change their mind on this? Nope. They thought about it. They're still thinking about it. There isn't time for this. Going to try and run that bomb out towards short. They lose Clax on the long side, so it's turned into a mid to B. That is chaotic. They'll get away with the kills, but the bomb lost over in mid. Time decides. For K27, indecisiveness, unable to make up their mind. It gets the better of them, and it costs them everything.
There's so much going on, right? So many cluttered
They realize
it can't go A. There's even no time, really, to get up catwalk and plant that bomb. They bail mid to B. If the bomb was upper, I'd say they have a good shot in the round. 2v2, they got the B site. They can plant that bomb. Tessus is dead. But K27 don't leave themselves any room for error, and with error, Falcons collect around on this CT side. That's more like it. Gut punch out long.
Line up around this smoke.
Why miss Sadai
Beyond the grave.
There was no accounting for that move at
smoke. That's really rude. Knew he had a 1v1, but still.
Why?
They line up for him. It's on rails.
Respect is disappearing from the Falcons now. At 11-6. Pushing through smokes in your face. And K27, they're down to 2K a player. It's feeling far gone now. Going to get one more chance up against match point here in this best of one.
You're seeing Falcons take a lot more liberties. They have left Carrigan all on his lonesome out here on long. But apparently that's not an issue.
Easy.
Flash gets there just a second too late to help him out, but it will get contained, and now you have 6 chances for a dominant close.
Yeah, some signs of life here for K27 in this game, but I think the takeaway is Falcons have come to play, right, with all the pressure on the shoulders of the club championship. Second place team, relying on their last few competitions, CS being the main one.
I mean, it's also just the case that even though Falcons as an org have always done well here at EWC, the CS division has struggled.
Yeah.
And, you know, Carrigan already came in and kind of cured the major woes. Now they're hoping he can do the same here.
They lost to Aurora last year, who went on to lose the final. Let's be honest here, looking at this group stage, there's no clear threat on paper for Falcons. 2 wins and you're straight into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's one of these ones where it felt like, you know, the greatest opponent was almost themselves in a sense, you know. You've seen slow starts from Carrigan-led teams in the past. It's very reassuring to see them coming in looking polished. It's a K27 that have had a legit run to get to this point. They were in good form. But Falcons playing like the favorites.
4v4 and the map goes quiet. Bomb out long. 2 players on Cat. Cedo waiting for re-aggression. He's getting exactly that, but teammate swings with him and Monacy collects a kill. Monacy with a monster game right now. He's going to go for more, surely. Feeling invincible on this board. The bomb crosses in. It will be a retake, but it won't be waiting around as they line up through the smoke. Kiyasuke closes. Simple as that for the Falcons. 13-6. K27 are shown the door.
Yeah, dominant stuff, man. It's the Falcons you wanted to see. from the get-go in this tournament. No messing around.
ორი ვარსკვლავი რა ჩემი ფეხების აქვს, ხო, ერთი კიდე მესმის, მაგრამ ორი რა ტურნირი, რამდენ ტურნირსაც მოიგებენ, იმდენი ვარსკვლავი. ისე ჩუჟიქ სამი ვართ აგერ, მანაგუა ამორტიზატორა დაგვემატა.
Strong in Paris for the Esports World Cup. Yeah, Nico and company looking primed, looking proper right there. Nico and Monty really tag teaming to give K27 a little bit of a taste.
შენ გვერდზე გაიყვან ხოლმე და მიხედავ, ხო?
The first time today we see one of the favorites also playing.
გენაცვალე, კაი შემოთავაზებაა, დავფიქრები და შეგეხმიანები იმაზე.
You know, a brief moment in that second half, you know, stringing together some rounds and maybe making us think that there was a chance of this game being competitive, but end of the day, Falcons in control, start to finish, and maybe you're right, Yanko. Maybe we're getting the best of both worlds.
აი, შემდეგი თამაში გვაქვს, ესე იგი Bad Boom versus
I wouldn't get too ahead of ourselves, Jacob, but you know, Falcons just taking care of business here, doing what they need to do. It's unfortunate in a way for K27. You can say, oh, why are they playing them on Dust 2? Well, they don't have a ton of choice really in the veto, you know, in that sense, and Falcons are not going to, you know, whatsoever. It's one of their favorite maps alongside the Blue Jays.
Right, so credit where credit is. I wouldn't say that necessarily they tested the Falcons. No, that's not going to be the storyline. Hell, the numbers wouldn't even say that. But there were some glimpses of perhaps brilliance in there. Jacob, I know you love being positive. Tell us something.
Yeah, I mean, winning the second pistol and converting, it makes you believe that, okay, if you win the first buy round, then all of a sudden you have a game, and that's the charm of best of one MR12, that there's not that long for a big comeback. But when you get away with 3 rounds in the first half, you're pretty much done for if you're K27. That would have been a massive comeback and highly unlikely, even though that they would have gathered a couple of more rounds. It still felt like Falcons were in control, especially when you consider that Monty were feeling it, Nico were feeling it, and overall they seem very calm and composed. So sure, you can make the case that K27 applied a tiny bit of pressure, but nothing that Falcons really suffered on.
Yeah, a strong start at a 9-3 half too on your T side. For the Falcons, swinging for the fences, they got the home run they were looking for right here in a best of one. No scary stuff. They didn't really come down any sort of nonsense that sometimes the Falcons can find for themselves, Yanko.
Yeah, and it's important to start the tournament on the right foot, you know, and you look at, a lot of things will make the playoffs, but it also matters, you know, who you're going to face in that first round. So going through as quickly as possible goes a long way to having a good bracket later on.
Yeah, and a good day outside of this matchup. Let's find out what Monty's got to say. Freya.
So much, Trace. Yes, I do have Ilya down here on the stage. Congratulations from the outside. This looked like quite an easy match for you. Was it as easy as it looked from the outside, inside the server?
Yeah, we were very calm today in TeamSpeak on the game, on the server, with our calls, with our decisions, so yes.
Individual form from you. It looked excellent. Was that just down to, you know, you missing playing a little bit on LAN? Has it been a long 6 weeks away from the PC for you?
Yes, I definitely miss playing on LAN after Major, because the only tournament we played was Blast, and we insta lost, you know. So we had a lot of time to prepare, so we were very hungry to come back on LAN.
Yeah, we'll just forget about that online affair. Now, not to hype your ego up anymore, Manasi, but Cashlid, over on the other side, he did say that you were his idol. He was kind of molding his style off of you. Do you want to give him any advice, any words of wisdom?
Any advice? I didn't know, but any advice? Just play more matches, get as much experience as you can, and everything will come with experience in the future. The most important is to believe in yourself.
Final question for you, Manasi. Of course, EWC, we know how important it is to Falcons as an organization. Does that put more pressure on you guys here to perform?
No, not really. We don't really take this as a pressure. We just take it as an opportunity to help our organization to win another club championship.
Pleasure, as always, to get to catch up with you, Manasi. Thank you so much for your time. That's Falcons 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, Mana standing out at 22 and 8 there in regulation. Otherwise, quick, easy work for the side of the Falcons. Monty looked like he had a good time.
Yeah, and obviously he had a good time in Cologne as well. Got his major MVP there. I think we're seeing that a little bit more in recent tournaments with Monasi, you know, and then some of the interviews, especially in Cologne, those post-game ones, like he has just found the joy again in playing the game, right, in this team. And I think he shows on the server. I think he's a guy who needs to sort of have that to be able to perform on a high level. And if he has found some consistency now, like that's going to make Falcons even more dangerous.
Yeah, it goes without saying he's a massive win condition for Falcons in pretty much any game they play. whether that's group stage, playoff, you name it. As you said, a bit of a breakthrough through the major, you know, getting the MVP as well. And if anything, if you want to zoom out a bit, maybe he's also able to close a bit of that gap, you know, that Saivu and Dunk as of late have opened up to him. I think m0NESY being the MVP of the major, playing like this as well, maybe it is a three-horse race for the best player in the world after all, if he continues down this trend, and especially if Dunk is showing a bit of that inconsistency that we never really seen from him before.
Yeah, and you look for where those weaknesses are going to be within some of these top-tier teams, some of these high-caliber teams, especially with the side that we've already seen, the Donks of the world. They've taken their L earlier today. How do they bounce back and remain some of those top-tier teams? The things that separate them from the pack, the ones that keep them up there. For us, at least, putting a ribbon on such a performance, or at least such a showing from K27. They're in the building. You guys said they were excited to be here. Is there anything else you can put on their plate?
Yeah, I think we have an example from the first half, like some of the sort of discrepancies between, you know, tier 1 teams and some of these lower tier teams when it comes to the macro understanding. So in this round, another reset round, Falcons go with this fast sort of down mid play from Nico. Kerrigan did it as well, so they're quick about this. See the nade combination, right? And then Kerrigan is just going to throw a deep molly and they want to go B, right? But X5 is in front of it and he just wants to play now, like understands maybe he has some space here. Unfortunately, he's going to get punished by Tessus, right? Tessus is the long player. So now that should signal you that they are heavily towards B on the side of Falcons. The Falcons know that, so they slow it down, throw some utility towards B, mid to B, smoke. Kerrigan wants to put some pressure. It's important he got the upper off of this angle, and then after the smoke, like that prompts a reaction from K27 in upper B, and this is exactly what Falcons were waiting for, right? Like they're positioned perfectly to punish this. That was probably just the call from Kerrigan. I'm gonna put some pressure. They're gonna push B. You guys are gonna kill them, and that's exactly what happened. And you know, it's an example of just manipulating some of the rotations, and maybe K27 being a little bit too naive, going for that B push when Tessus was spotted in lower B.
Kind of forcing them where you want to have that fight, like forcing that reaction. I think, Jacob, you know, there was a little bit of a suffrage here when it came to the second pistol round. You know, I think it's unfortunate. Yes, you get an ace out of it, but it is a bit rough around the edges when it's in vain, right?
Yeah, sure. But then again, you showed a bit of that individual quality that K27 also possesses. Janko said it's not a team that we're going to remember here at EWC, but perhaps in a year's time from now, some of these players will have found a way to make a big mark, you know, on Counter-Strike, whether that is within K27 or if that's in another team. But, you know, small glimpses of, you know, good potential, good individual playmaking, especially considering they came from the LCQ as well, where they won 3 best-of-3s in a row, that they kind of distanced themselves from teams like Fnatic, Eyeballers, and Saw, for that matter, who they beat. So it's a team to look out for, and maybe players to look out for the future.
Yeah, they're accruing experience at this point in time, right? Like when you're a young team, you sort of don't even necessarily realize maybe how these teams are beating you, right? And then you see things that happen. It's like, this is what they were thinking, right? And then you sort of learn more about the game. You evolve your understanding of the game, and that's how you improve.
Yeah, I mean, just as a testament, you know, how fast was your guys' first LAN game, right, in your own head? I'm sure it might have taken a long time, but that game goes by pretty quick. You start to learn to break that down and compartmentalize.
But even just practice. Like once you start to practice with tier 1 teams, and you're like, all right, like this is what these guys are doing, and then obviously even more so in officials. But that's why it's a process, right? It has to be a process for every individual player, and then also you as a unit need to be able to grow.
And no shame for K27. You're playing Falcons. You're playing the team who just won the major a couple of months ago. You're playing Nico and m0NESY, who clearly were having a good time here in Dust 2 and have had a bit of a habit of having a good time on Dust 2 against the best teams in the world as well. So in that regard, sure, as Janko saying, if you can learn something from this game, if you could, the round you showcased just before, Janko, it was clear and evident that Tessus towards lower, the push should have come from the long guy. He was the guy supposed to take space, you know, figure out that, okay, it is towards the B bomb side. Then you could have kept 2 players on B, you know, and maybe be ready for the hit that was coming in for Falcons. They look at that, they learn by that, they maybe alter the way they will play around like that next time around, and who knows if that means the game then finishes 13-7 and not 13-6.
Yeah, and it could be as simple as a change of numbers, obviously, Jacob. I don't know why you have that big smirk on your face. Makes me a little uneasy.
Yeah.
Luckily, the people at home can't see that. We actually have Nico smirk instead, which I know that you guys are big fans of here.
Do you agree, Janko? Is m0NESY, can he still be part of the conversation, you know, best player in the world? Or
yeah, absolutely not. What if he's the major MVP in Singapore?
There we go.
Like, how can you, a guy who's won 2 major MVPs, not make him, you know, potentially put him as #1? Obviously, it depends on a lot more tournaments. And I think what's important is it's wide open still, in my eyes, right? Like, we don't know how Vitality is going to perform. moving forward, a couple of events, they're going to have a stand-in. Yeah. You don't expect them to sort of win events with a stand-in, right? What if Falcons are the one, or Spirits is the one with Dong to do it? So I think it's a lot more competitive this year than last year.
Which, you know, it's only fair. We talked a little bit about Kerrigan, so your boy Tessis. Let's talk about it. I know that there were some question marks about, yes, okay, this is what Tessis brings to the table here, and now they won a major, so we quelled that still, right? Did he show up today? Was he the best support in the server?
I mean, it's hard to judge from this game, to be honest. I think Tessis is best shown when the game is close, you know, when he needs to find impact. Today, it wasn't really needed, to be completely honest. I think Tessis is also benefiting from Kerrigan coming into the team. I think Kerrigan likes to have a player that is a soldier for your team. I think Cadian even labeled it as a soldier fighting, winning the major, you know, in Cologne. So having Tessis on your team, in the role he's in, I'm sure individually speaking, he could probably get more out of himself in a different team, in a different role. But personally, I would rather be Tessis, you know, playing maybe not the best roles and then winning majors and winning trophies, playing next to Monesi and Nico than showcasing my individual skills. So I think both sides are happy on that one.
Yeah, he'll have his moments in Kerrigan's system, right, where he'll have to play, and he has the right personality for that role, right? Like, you always need to, you have a finite amount of resources in a round, and, you know, some players have to make do with less being allocated to them, let's put it that way. And Tessis is a guy who can do that, who is not uncomfortable, who doesn't have an ego in that sense that, oh, he has to have the numbers or he has to have the opportunities, right? He'll just do whatever the team requires of him to help the team win.
Yeah, and for us, still tons of more Counter-Strike to go. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Yeah, we can put a ribbon and bow on this one for K27 and Falcons. That's a done data. And as it shapes up, we've got Paravision, V8, BB Team, and FaZe also to look forward to here. MIBR, Strauss, all the fixins here at the EWC. That's the Esports World Cup live from Paris. We go to a break, we come back, and it is going to be that BB Team versus FaZe.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
მახდება, აო. მოიცა მეორე თამაში ვიყურთ მან. ნავე გაატაკე საქმე ამ ქეშიტო.
He's going to be there. He's going to be trained on the angle. He's not going to give up any free space at all. Wanted to take space for himself. A labored spray on this way does get the job done, and it's all up to the IGL.
Ukraina versus Russia.
P250, but that'll be all she wrote. And Bait do tie up the score.
I'm a little bit taken back. No one's really, we're only on the 5th round here, but mid's been just kind of left to its own devices. Not too much action going on, not really any utility being thrown out there, and it's just kind of a very muted point that mid's normally the focal point because you kind of break off to wherever you please at that point. But then again, it's still early on.
Yeah, early on. I mean, it feels like P-Vision is definitely trying to get some conditioning in towards A main, expect the aggression there, but this is really the only time they've had done. The second gun round has become into play. Kenzazor boosted up. Only good for 1 as the new addition of Flit dispatches of him. A 4-on-4 as the mid control you were talking about being so desperately needed has been taken.
Yeah, now we're kind of seeing a totally different game at this point. We're seeing Bait spread out 2 to a site, obviously doubled up in towards that vent and checkers area. Zenthal, he's going to have to be the first point of contact here. Might spot a barrel or a shoulder out if he's ever so lucky. And it's just battle of the jiggle peaks at this point.
Sit and wait. Who peaks first? It's Essential. It's the opening kill, and now the worry of B main is the presence of all the players still remaining for P-Vision are there. Sway shoots in through the site, gets a double for himself, leads the 2 remaining players of Bait completely out of the zone. Bomb will be planted, and we'll have to see if Bait want to go for this retake.
Nah, I don't think they really should. Fine, but CT side, you have AKs. No, unless some random pick can happen at this point, I think they're kind of, there we go, wave that white flag and just concede the round. They had some good momentum. The money's built up there for the CT side to at least a comfortable position where they don't really have to adapt and overcome anything. They're just going to go back to dropping that off the Sizzy and maybe trying to focus a little more on that mid presence now that they saw that P-Vision have kind of called it to attention.
Yeah, Sizzy buys himself, Kenzazor, Essential, both get drops over to him. Everything will be fine and dandy. Boom.
Just one big boom, though.
Only one for now. But as we said, the buy to come back out for the CT side.
Just good positioning there on that vent. Zenthal with a good position, but Sway just kind of lurked his way in towards site, knew the position of at least 2 of those players there. And that's just a heads-up play that kind of comes with the territory.
Zway starting great, excuse me.
Yes.
Slaxajez still playing okay for right now. Hasn't had a pop-off moment quite yet, but early days still in the game. As a different focus on mid for Bait, 3 stacked up in here. No presence fully being felt from the T-Force quite yet, though. Game boosted up with the op. Won't be able to catch body quite yet. Almost a wall bang. As he brought down just a little bit. As Bait do start to reposition. But to fall off mid just a little bit. Being it in the trusty arms of Kenzazor.
Wow.
Now we've seen kind of the first minute, a lot of the action kind of happens, and now we're seeing it maybe slowed down. To give way to the battle of the mid presence here as Kenzor, just barely dodging that op shot, but coming out unscathed. And maybe a nice little flash towards mid, gain some ground here. Flash ineffective, but is going to be Kenzor down over towards boxes. And now, man advantage for P-Vision with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, Sway going to come out into the site. Senthil first to find a kill. NPL taps at a few heads. Make it one more. Tries to spray kick.
Why, man?
Behind Slaxajez. But Essential is there for the immediate trade. We do still have quite the close game on our hands. Still tied up. Money not great for P-Vision.
this is kind of this is what I was expecting out of this matchup, in all honesty. You know, maybe a few standout stars here and there, but a very close game.
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of all on that same level of they made some additions, they made some changes, and I feel like this is one of those, you know, we've seen some really close games today on the first day, and we've seen some not so close games, and I feel like this is going to end more towards that first half where it's potential for overtime.
Yeah, I do think on paper, if you're just looking at it, this is probably definitely one of, if not the closest matchup in the first round of games. And I have to say, I mean, I am more excited for this P-Vision roster with Flit than without Flit. Hobbit played surprisingly well for his short time on the side of P-Vision, but I do think Flit, in every way, is just kind of a player you're more prone to want to get on your team, a bit younger, still quite a plethora of experience under his belt.
I mean, and he can just gel with your IGL from a past experience. You know, that always
being away from the game brings the hunger back.
It does. It does. It really does feed. And you know, even if you are playing 500 matches, you know, in the span of however many months that was, it does bring a certain flair back to it. Alex takes that first contact towards main, spots out one of those Deagles, but sprays through full blind, connects to the head as Kenzazor finds a kill on James in mid. And the numbers slowly falling down to just a single player, Zwei. Ooh. Down to 17, and he's out too. Alex closes it out, and that is going to be Bait back in the lead.
Quite the serious demeanor for all the players on both these teams.
Teraz to gauszy to.
Jame also off to a little bit of a slow start. Money hasn't been great for a lot of the rounds on the side of P-Vision.
Not many bomb plants.
But with that being said, the op is back out. And you know what happens when Jame has an op? He uses it. Right.
What?
That looked about right to me, but I think
so close.
Right over that right shoulder there, and battle the ops. Sizzy right now kind of in a lead, but maybe not for long, as again back to contesting mid early on, minute 30 in the round, and the T's slowly starting to find a foothold here and there, but nothing really to contest fully in this mid position just yet.
Smoke a little deep. Flit still with a bit of vision, but no one pushed up to an aggressive angle where that would be useful from. And again, another very slow, very methodical round out from P-Vision. What we're definitely more used to from this side. Minute on the clock, though. Surely, first body to hit the floor. Jame loses the op 1v1. With the IGL
Super light bro.
Leaves the rest of the team to try to pull something back together. Flit barely avoiding burning in that Molotov. And all Bait have to do is just sit back right now. You have the player advantage. I mean, you have decent control. You still have a player sitting on mid. Says he does fall back after missing a shot, though. And Zwei, so comfortable in this B main area. Not quite able to land the shot, making lots of noise. Flash in. Kenzazor not able to land a kill. Still 2 players on this bomb site, so as the T's try to hit out, it won't be an easy one. 15 seconds left. You got to make the play now. It's now or never. Alex, 666, unleash the beast. Wow. Only one. Ascentio still alive on the site. Wow. Flashed off his Zello. And P-Vision can't do anything to break through on the site. Instead, it's just Flit to save. Not even able to get that op. Still stuck with the AK. A very good showing out from Bait so far. I like stylistically how they play. They do like to get aggressive, even when necessarily it's not needed. But the timing that they're able to use to catch off other teams, it's quite the juxtaposition in this matchup between Bait and P-Vision. 2 very different schools of thought.
And I think that could actually be a downfall for P-Vision here, is maybe they need to speed it up. Go back to what the first 2 rounds consisted of, a little fast-paced action, a nice little just basic execute. We're seeing, you know, a 1-3-1 setup nearly every time past the 4th round here, so take advantage of that. You know, play what you know. And right now, they're down 2 rounds. Pause is coming through. Things got to be talked out and find a way to not only get around, but also just slow down that young gun of Sizzy and make sure he doesn't get that disadvantage in the first X amount of time.
I'm sure Destan trying to lead the troops. But we do have the timer counting back down. It is time to get back into the action. Hero AK, I mean, at this point in the game, definitely the right time to go for it. Not much to lose, but a lot to potentially gain. Also, that was saved from last round, so
that's true. Yeah, you are 100% accurate. Sorry, that's good call. Good call. Picking up the slack where I fall short, and that's why we're such a dynamic duo, Donnie.
P-Vision picking up the slacks of Jez. Am I right? The other new player on the team, again, not quite having huge impact yet, but hasn't really been put in the position to do so. I mean, most of the impactful kills have come from the side of Zwei, busting into the bomb sites, and speaking of busting into a bomb site, P-Vision are lined up outside of B, no one showing their presence to the Opposizzi, who's been so mobile this game so far. Jame only legged, but it does allow the pistols to try to push out a little bit further. Sizzy repositions in a close angle on the doorway. Flash doesn't catch him off, and he takes down the rifle of Flit. Kind of stuck in no man's land. It's a bit awkward, but the nade and USP combined to find one more kill. How the hell is Sizzy still alive? Ascenthiel also to follow up with a kill, and Zello finds the AK off the body of Flit, but not even a single point of damage done to any of the players on bait.
Sizzy just snaking his way through checkers, back and forth, repositioning. And it closes out without a single point of damage done. Sizzy, you would have thought maybe he gets one, maybe two if he's really good, which obviously he is. But that man lived with
სოფლიო ჩემპიონატზე რომ მეკარეები მაგრა თამაშობენ ხოლმე, ხო? ეგ თემა არის ხა ავეპები.
Falling flat on a round where
დასთანა რა ცუდი კოუჩია, ერთ სამჯერ ვცემდი. მე რომ მაგის მოთამაშე ვიყო, ერთ სამჯერ ვცემდი გეფიცები რა.
But now they're down to AKs again, and Flint sadly falling short to a Tech 9. But on a map like this, Tech 9 can put you in actually a pretty good advantage.
A game like this, Tech 9 can put you in a good spot. I mean,
yeah.
Still definitely a very valuable weapon to have on the team.
იმენა გავასირებდი, იმენა ისევ ცემდი. აი სახე ხო გასიებული აქვს და უფრო გაუსიებ.
Of all time ever.
I'll never argue that point. You know that.
მეფიცე ბუთქებზე ღამე ბალიში თუ არ დამეხჩვენა.
Now that's a gun. Sizzy burned out from the Molotov, forced to reposition once more. As P-Vision looked to do very similar work from on the previous. But walking directly into the scope of Sizzy is always a bad idea. P-Vision hasn't seemed to quite figure that one out yet. And as we stall out, a jump spot does allow aggression from Zello. He's able to crack open the bomb site, leaving Ascenthiel far back all the way towards the tree rooms, blocked off by a smoke, and a bomb site conceded to the likes of P-Vision.
A little bit of that mid-presence now starting to fall as Kenzazor also falls himself. Man advantage for P-Vision. Bomb down. Alex already posts up towards Heaven, waiting to rally the troops behind him either towards Heaven or Trey. Looks to kind of be
ვისე კაჩავებოდა იმ სპირიტის მოთამაშეებს, ხო? ხელი ვარ ჩამოვართეს თუ რაღაც.
Deeper smoke going on, giving them some space in towards that site, so you have to deal with that A main.
ნავის მოთამაშეებს.
Walking around and Slaxages obviously finds that kill towards Alex, makes it 2, maybe a third here, but Ascenthiel does find the trade, but he is last alive in a 1v3, and it seems like P-Vision finally found some success. Hopefully it's not just that quick flash.
Ascenthiel trying to go for maybe a kill due to the bomb blast, but everyone was escaped from the side of that point. So as the bomb explodes, it will just be P-Vision getting the round. No more casualties needed.
This is still a close matchup, realistically.
It is.
6-6, very possible still, obviously.
It feels
6-4.
honestly more one-sided. I think it's just the type of rounds that have been won by each team, you know?
Yes, and it
kind
of leads to the point that this is a close game with, your players, Jane, your IGL Opper going 1-8 currently. So if this man wakes up and finds some footing on Cash, I think Bait are going to be in trouble, because right now they're leaning pretty heavily into Sizzy making the plays, making the opening area for them to obviously find those kills and success. But if James can start to kind of counter what they're throwing at him, then this P-Vision could kind of swell him to the second half.
Well, first timeout for the side of Bait has now concluded, and we do get back into the action. We'll have to see. Like you said, it is very possible that P-Vision do just come straight back into this. and tie it up and have a very good start to the second half.
კარგად გადაკროსეთ. რას აყოლები როგორ გადაკროსეთ ერთად ბლაინდებმა. წამო გავიდეთ ავაფეთქებო და ეგრევე ბლაინდებმა გადაკროსეთ.
Very good play, but Kenzazor might smell it out. Oh, turns away at the worst possible time, but the spray missed from Zello and Kenzazor. Although blind for so long, able to find that kill, fall back. 8 points ahead.
მუსიკა კარგად ისმის ხო? ძმებო, კაი მუსიკაა ხო? გათიშეს კაი.
It does, even if it was a close call.
ავიწყდებათ ხოლმე ჩაწევა იმას პროდიუსერი ვინ არის?
Tucked in, waiting for that mid aggression to potentially come in, or maybe even hear the footsteps towards that A main area. But instead, they're going to divert, go over towards B, maybe give it a shot with a Senthal.
არა, წარსულ შაბარდა ეგ AWP IGL-ობა უკვე ძალიან საშინელება. AWP-ს ძალიან დიდი როლი აქვს counter-ში და ცოდო არის AWP და IGL-ი ერთად. საშინელებაა, კაროჩე რა, ეგ დიდხანს ანუ აღარ მუშაობს ეგ.
He's got everything he's ever wanted, but not enough time to enjoy the silence as the hits already coming through. Senthal only able to find one for himself before falling down.
Where ჯდება ერთად AWP და IGL უკოსო.
Alex 666 tries to get the Molotov down. Burning the bomb planter. That's exactly what happens. Slax just takes a lot of damage as James finds a backline kill, puts us in a 3-on-3. The bomb's been delayed long enough for the rest of Bait to get into good positioning, and the bomb barely gets planted in time before Alex finds another kill. Low HP on Flit. James, a lot of the heavy lifting is going to have to be put on his back. The Opper, the leader, must lead his way into this 2v2 win. Kenzazor pushes out with the op.
არა ბიჭო ცოდუა რა, ანუ AWP ცოდუა.
Jiggling around, misses the op shot, almost shot straight back. Will be able to follow up with a double and Flit. A perfect bait out from James to allow Flit to get the peak, get that final kill. And P-Vision, I will say, all things considered, a very well put together round.
Yeah, it got a little hectic there once the molly hit and you weren't sure if that bomb, if you didn't commit to that.
Another millisecond.
Yeah. And right then that would have been the round, but instead we're at 6-5 position here. Both teams plenty of money to keep that guns and weapons and utility flowing in the right direction. And honestly, James waking up even if a little bit late finds a triple in the round.
Post-Brokey era of FaZe. Obviously, Jay Bowen, Natsu, interview with Frey a little bit earlier. The hometown.
Me, personally, I looked at the FaZe roster and it looked like, okay, well, they're not going to be able to rebuild. I made assumptions. It didn't feel like it was going to be an easy task to get back on top, back chasing those VRS points and back to where you once were. Of course, top 5 at their peak.
Yeah, so right now you have the HLTV World Rankings coming in at 10. That's FaZe, so that's not too shabby. 11 in the VRS. The VRS is the one that matters because that's going to get you the invites to all these tournaments. But for the season coming up, their goal is going to be either rivals or the major. It's the major. But the point being that the invites are out for all the other tournaments, and FaZe just missed out. So this is going to be a tough one. As far as the tournament goes, in terms of the matchup,
დაიტოვეს საბოლოო ტესტი. PS-ს ხო სტენდინი იყო, თუ არ იყო სტენდინი. დილდოზერა და ის იყო. თუ არ არის ეს დილდოზერა.
We're talking an absolute stomping there. A 13-2 and a 13-6. A different match.
დილდოზერა და ის რა ქვია.
Today we find ourselves on new.
ვინ იყო სტენდინი? ფლამუსა, ხო?
Best of ones, it is a
Nukes რო ეთამაშები best of ones ცოტა პრობლემაა.
Get your win 2 and you're through and 2 and you're out. And they get the whole roster this time, Chad. We get to see the Team BB that they always wanted to be.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be tough to live up to those results from the Cologne Major. Making it to the top 8 with Flammus, who earlier today in the Gamer Legion jersey dumpstered their opening game and sitting pretty. Well, it looks like we have a little bit of a tech issue before we can get this one underway.
A classic.
Well, it's more for the stakes. Alex, you're mentioning 2 and you're through. Well, we know who the winner of this one will be taking on its legacy. Right?
Okay.
They made light work of their opening best of 1 earlier today, so we will know who the winner of this gets to take on. And I think that's a great opportunity for either FaZe or Team PB to just, I don't want to say skip straight through, but it's not a terrible opponent to be facing by any means. Right? I respect Legacy. You have to respect Underdog. But in that type of matchup, if I'm looking at FaZe in their current form, what we've seen from XSE and then Blast Bounty, I'd say, yeah, they've got a pretty good shot at it. But Team BB, I'm a little bit more worried.
Right.
I think they're on what I would consider a very, very slow downward slide. Now, I guess when you set the top of the mountain, they're top 8 at the major. XSE, they lose to FaZe in the quarterfinals there. And now here, we have to see, are they the team that can deliver the same level of Counter-Strike?
Got a lot of love, got a lot of time for Boomich as well. A redemption arc for him, making a run to the stage at that major. Let's see if they can dust themselves off and do it again. FaZe, a tough opposition. CT start for FaZe. And it's going to be on the attack for Team BB.
Dual Redders for Nateju. Smoke a flash for Jay Bowen.
BBT,
start out the gates. Door blown off, lurk smoke in. Vent questions asked as Twist peppers away, hoping to get some info, slow them down, and he'll take that vent. So he can rotate up, sure, but it's not going to make life easy as the top pop lined up.
Opa, ძმა კაცოენტებს შენ თავს პიცავარ.
He's got 4 yard space, Jay Bowen, the first to fall. Now Locker's wrap open. Diladez walking around the corner. Easy pick up for Jacob. He's got more though. Magnajez and Boomich on Lockers. Could be that double swing. He needs that first bullet. He's done very well. Jacob's pistols deliver.
Jacoba.
Be able to collect.
Frozen.
Okay, well, some nice shooting there, and a creative pistol as Siren can't salvage a frag out of that one. But I like the idea, right? The Heaven and Hell wrap, but doing it through main.
მაგარი კოლი იყო საღამო ძმა. ბანი დაადეთ MK-ს რა.
This is where you think you draw that rotation point, and they even got that opening incision. So I like the idea. It's Jacob's multi, the pole, slowing them down. Magnajez putting his body on the line for that one. And we know that Magnajez is one of the heavy hitters in this roster.
Dzმამ დააცალა იმენა აბოიმეჩ.
As we will see them go into a force without
ცელში ბუმჩას ბრალი არ იყო, კაი კოლიო.
So it could be more of the same or a similar fashion. Zutul scuttled in.
ეს და რეზინეჭყებია იმენა მარტო თავები დარჩნენ ბარიატრიის მერე ძმა.
Stang Molly, they draw a twist towards Yard with the smokes, and here they come. You've got Nateju on the site, Jacob on the rafters.
And Nateju, he could unload with the MP9. He's actually elected to drop off of that vantage point. Boomich onto Jacob, humbled. They've got the site.
And they should get the plant to follow.
Awkward retake, you're going to hope for, yeah, something like that. Through the smoke, a little bit of tracer fire that Twist can, well, trace. Boomich next to fall, Frozen from Heaven's side. Siren does well out range.
თორე დალში ყველაფერს კარგად აკეთებს. ყველაფერი სწორად, ანუ ვაფშე არაფერი არ ჭირს ამ გუნდს რა. ერთადერთი რაზეც აქვს სამუშაო კომუნიკაცია, აიმი, მომენტი, პროშელ პლეისმენტი, ტაქტიკები, ფლეშები, სმოუკები, მოლოტოვი. რა დარჩა, რაზე აქვს კიდე სამუშაო? არაფერი ისეთი რა. სტრეიზე ცოტა თუ იმუშაობენ, კაი იქნება. If
you can hear some of the ambient noise coming through, it is
going on here
at EWC. Let me tell you that much. We got it all under one roof, walking around. We took a look at the player lounge a little bit earlier. So I suppose that's a good thing.
No complaints, absolutely no complaints.
Barista coffee goes a long way, doesn't it?
Yeah, seriously. They've got everything you could possibly desire and then some as well. I think we saw a couple of teams. I think I saw Lin Vision having a nice ping pong tournament.
Yep. Hext was in there.
M80 putting their feet up.
Yeah, theirs was post-loss, so it's a little bit harder, isn't it?
Shudi არის იქით უკვე ჩვენი. პერვამ უნდა მოიგოს იქით აკეთ
face. I was mentioning the potential for Force again. We are seeing it starting to take shape. Now, you can't see it, but I can, and I'll let you know I see 3 Galils, a Tech 9, and Zordi will come in with that 4th. So, they kept the pressure on. In these rounds have had to scrap back in. I know it's only 2 rounds played, but they don't want to allow FaZe to just build a massive bank, and if you went into a light buy, that is what could start to unfold. Biggest issue for BB team in this scenario is the limited util. So is the opening move the follow through? Are they hoping to be fakey because you're going to be more limited with those options? It's the opening stance staunch from Twist, looking for a fight on Yard.
Does feel like the odds are stacked against them when you look at the Galils and you look at how little grenades. Everyone's just got 1 left. Boomich throws his out. And they are audible. Twist relays the information. Multiple bodies descending secret. You can see the reaction immediately. Frozen will descend. Looks like Jaboan's considering it.
Ara am raundsi იგებენ 4 გალერი უკვე.
Now we got a smoke and 2 flashes and we find a finish.
აქედან ერთი 4 რაუნდი, 5 რაუნდი, 6 რაუნდი, 7 რაუნდი, 8 იყო, 7-დან უეჭველი მოიგებენ.
So Boomich on the lurk, the in-game leader, a lot of talking. You got Siren who wants to make a move through lobby, see if he can catch a push. Frozen down towards B.
Something that fills me with a little confidence is seeing Dilladez with the bomb and a smoke. There's a chance to be able to get
this bomb down. Sirena, პირი დაკეტეძმა კაცს ცხვირით ისუნთქე შენ თავს პიცავარ. აუ, ვერ ამახო ვერ გამოიცნო რამზე რომ მე მხარს უნდა გაიხედოს. აუ, არა, ძმა ფროზენას თუ წავიდა.
And this is the problem. Because you've opted for force buy after force buy, this time you don't make the dent. You don't get the bomb down. And now you might be considering the save, and that's if it's allowed. You've got Jacob down the ladder. If you poke your nose in your low, and removed from play. 3-0, spotless start from FaZe. And now the most comfortable and easy round coming up next, because BB team have to respect the finances. They have to just take a light buy. And take their foot off the gas.
Comfortable is a word I'd use for the majority of these. I know financially it looked like BB team were vying to try and break through. But for FaZe this is probably, this feels quite casual right now.
And this is the one where you...
ბანი ყველა მინუსია. ვისაც მინუსი აქვს თვალში ყველას ბანი დაარეთ.
1 or 2 in the mix, but if you're FaZe, the round should feel a bit more like a gimme.
რაიცა, პლეიუსი რო გაქვს რა ხდება მაგ შემთხვევაში? ყველაფერს ახლოს ხედავ? მოიცა, მინუსზე კაი შორს ვერ ხედავ და პლეიუსი რა ხდება ძმებო?
Magnajez on that main roof. Seeing if they want to go for a deeper pick.
გაზუმულზე ხედავ?
Magnajez's position and oh dear. What? Okay. Wow. They don't need to see each other for that exchange to go down. Siren and Nate's locking horns.
He has no idea how close he came as well. 97 in what, 3? Nice pick off on the smoke break. Salty caught
Wah, ჩემი პიზდეცია, ვინა, ხუზო ხედავ ყველა.
And understandably so. Like you said, trying to minimize the casualties. Next you should probably just
გამადიდებელი შუშა გაქვს თვალებში, ხო ჩავს?
Twist has got yard on lock.
Unless he wants an upgrade and then
ეგ არა, ძმა, ეგ განერფა არა, ეგ პირიქით კაია. ეს საძუმავს, აი შენ თუ მანდ გაარტყი, რავი ძმაო. მინა ჯობანი. ჯობანი შენ თავს მიწარ ხელი ამიწევია.
Chances of getting the bomb down are minimal. Oh, especially now. Dilladez has just been removed. Jay Bowen catches on the smoke. Magnajez still on that roof, by the way. They did hear him drop, so under the impression.
ახოს კარგად ვერ ხედავ, შორს უფრო კარგად ხედავ.
First round with the AWP for Jay Bowen leaves with 3 kills.
Just want a reminder for everybody as the veto, BB team had the choice.
Last
time they played it. They played at the major against Aurora on stage in the playoffs, and
that's right.
It was the end of their run.
It was quite a dominant win.
It was uninspiring. That's where my questions about this team start to come into place, because you had Flamus, you had lower pressure, but we got the guns out.
Okay, Lance, where are we going?
ეგვაფსა პიზდეცი იქნება ბიჭო, ერთი პლუსი მეორეში მინუსი ჩემი. შეიძლება დასკრინო ხო იმენ.
Did not block twists. Tracks him as he dismounts.
Another HE break.
Burst blood, a little flash for garage control, confirming no one's pushed too far forward.
And this is really nice from Twist. He didn't just relinquish control. Sure, Siren's gotten down the vent. There's no rotation for that right now, but he doesn't have the bomb. So there needs to be an avenue to get there. Do they want to go ramp and try and pressure that are frozen right now? Do they want to try and go down squeaky door? They could scuttle a smoke, drop down the vent, try and join up with Siren, and then breach into that bomb site. I think they'll be held at bay for a moment longer. That one lands at around the 50-second mark, and that might force their hand to either just sit back, wait, or again try their luck at ramp, and appears to be the
ანუ პლუსი თუ გაქვს, ესე იგი კომპიუტერთან სათვალე გჭირდება
უერთოდ. On Siren, just maintaining
that. მინუსის თუ გაქვს, მაინც გჭირდება ალბათ კომპიუტერთან
სათვალე. If he wants to progress further.
Okay, so Boom is just going to molly top hard.
Spotting one and
აი ერთი რაუნდი გინდა ის ამოიფუქა ნეიტუ? ამოიფუქა რა? გადარჩა?
12 HP and alive and kicking, getting awkward in a 5-on-3.
Wow, ჯაკობას ეხლა მოუნდება. პრაიმ დოკობა ჩემი.
Another shutout and some AK upgrades.
And that one is a little bit concerning for me, because Boomich also had the smoke. So if he left the smoke with a lobby player, they comboed the smoke, vent, and then the molly at the same time. But a squeaky door walkout, that's the
I'm
surprised they didn't just go for down the fire.
I know they didn't know
what light on the other side, but right now it's looking Pretty dim out there for Team BB. Like they're in the darkness with some of the decision making, but still.
მე გამოვიწერე სათვალე, რომელიც ლურჯ განათებას ბლოკავს რა. ულაითი რაც არის რა თვალებს გიზიანებს, მაგრამ აი ისეთი ცუდი არის, აი მაგით ვერ ვითამაშე ვერანაირად. ძერ ფერებია, ქიმენა იმაში მგონია თავით ჩემ. გამოთხეში. ირემი დარბის და რაღაცეები, ისეთი განათები, ისეთი ფერებია.
You can bring out a hero AK in a round like this if you'd like. So they are getting some upgrades going. Magnajez with a Galil Kevlar. Zorti will be saving for the AWP. And fast smoke wall yard.
აი რაუნდები გვინდა ეხა ტრავისას ნოუტრალობთ. იქით რა ხდება ტრავისს?
Yeah, that's going to nullify J-Bo, and he gets 1 HE to have a sweep and nothing spotted. Poor break, easy.
Piloteza და ზორტეს ჯერ 0-0 ქილი აქვს და ჯობანა გიჟივი თაგებს.
It's a shooting gallery for J-Bo, and every time they go yard, they leave with missing teammates, missing limbs.
Big აკადემიიდან წამოიყვანეს. Big-იც მაგარი ტროლები არიან, აი.
Down there, Zorti's got the ball.
მოიცა Big-ში ვიყავ თავები, Big-ში. გრის ყავ თუ ვიღაცა. გრისკას თუ ვიღაცას უაიყვან და ჩობანას რო გაუშვებ, აი დებილები არ არიან. აი ჩობანა რატო უნდა გაუშვათო? Big აკადემიაში მაგრად თამაშობდა ტიპი. ფერამდე ჯერ ჩოფტი 25 კილი დაგვიდო იმ.
Mission accomplished as far as BB are concerned. You got yourself a plan.
Big აკადემიაში იყო, ხო?
Is you still worried about this
maybe.
He's not wrong. Siren is going to worm his way through the smoke, and perfect camera to highlight the timing on that one.
ჯერ სირენას წორ მხარეს არ გაუხედავს თმაო.
Really patient retake.
Well, they all had kits, they're doing it together, which is a really good sign that communication's on point. Dilladez, first frag.
Well, აკადემიებმა რაღაც ჩაითვეს არა? აღარ ხდება რაღაც კაი აკადემიები. პირიც ყავდა კაი აკადემია და მე მგონი აღარ ყავს გაყიდეს მოთამაშეები. იოს უკვე აქ წამოვიდა ის იქით რავი. გავშერავი. ნავის აკადემია ვაფშე არ ჩანს, აღარ ჩანს აკადემიები თან. ანუ ვინც კაი იყო აკადემია და ყველა
And J-Bo and
კარჩე, სირენამ ჯერ სწორ მხარეს ვერ გაიხედა ძმა. სადაც შევიდა, კაცი თუ დგას მარცხნივ იყურება მარჯვნივ, თუ დგას მარჯვნივ იყურება მარცხნივ, თუ დგას ზემოთ იყურება ქვემოთ და ასე შემდეგ. ჯერ სწორ მხარეს ვერ გაიხედა.
But if they can deliver and he's looked comfy, third highest rated player for them in their 25 maps played so far. Still twist and frozen towards the top of the scoreboard as you'd expect. And that Zorti being consistent and persistent with these smoke wall breaks, right? They've funneled a bunch in, round after round.
Oh wait, I thought we were seeing a nerdy molly line up there, trying to take Frozen out of his roost. And flash and go, Frozen tucks in, he's got a lot of pressure, rotation from J-Bo, no one clearing, Siren not looking, Frozen making his casual, 20 minutes in the market, 3.
Twitch იმენა რობზას მერე საუკეთესოა.
Thought he know it yet, but he can just head down towards that B bomb site and get that down and start playing this post plant situation. So this is telling the BB team don't really have a good understanding of what the rotations look like right now. They're clearing every cranny. That's giving time for FaZe to go on a scouting mission of their own. Lobby, Jacob paired up now with the boss man Twists. They're starting to search this one out.
Power position for Magnajez. He's going to need to provide the double here. Oh, Nature coming vents as well. Lots of pressure. Losing Zorti puts it all.
Oh, wow.
Attention drawn back. Presented.
ამის მე უყურებ ნავის 3D Max, მე უყურებ Vitality, Andre Thieves და so მას ბოლო თამაშებს არ უყურებ, ძალიან გვიანა. Kalise თამაშები არაფერი არ არის, არც ერთი გუნდი არ მევასება იქით.
Behind us here, so we hear all the hoot and hollering, and then down the row we've got Astralis players. We've got that B stream going on as well. But this half is still recoverable as far as the scoreline is concerned. I'm more worried about the individuals. They get a bit more output. They're not really warmed into this one just yet. They can still get Well, 5 rounds is the max. If they could get themselves a 8-4 half, even a 9-3 and a pistol on the other side, you give them a chance. But right now, it's domination.
Oh, and I love it. Perfect time for an aggressive orb maneuver. Jay Bowen. He's been such a thorn in their side on yard, and now suddenly, round 8, he's gone and drawn blood in the lobby.
ახლა რა ჭკვიანია მოლოტოვი გაიხსნა თუ არა მე გაწუმა. ძალიან ჭკვიანი. აგოლ რიჟა ესეთი ჭკვიანი რიჟა პირველად ნახე ცხოვრებაში.
And we all know this feeling, a half where suddenly you're helpless, your opponents are gods. And hang on, Siren removing Frozen, keeping empty hands on the ramp player could enable a bit more. Twist, Nadeju, everyone's trading blows, Boomich down, it's into the 3-on-2 advantage phase, but with Magna Jez, oh no! He just got no scope trying to go vents.
FaZe have a...
where did they find this lad?
Great understanding of the situation.
Jay Bowen.
Yeah, he's had some explosive moments for the team over the couple of events. As I mentioned, the post-Brokey era. I think he's definitely delivering more impact for the team on the scoreboard. Posting up towards the door. We've got about 35 seconds left on the clock, and just one man with a hope and a prayer.
აბა სირენ სტორმ ხარეს თუ გაიხედება აბა ძმებო ამჯერად მაინც თუ გაიხედება სტორმ ხარეს არა ისევ არა ისევ გაიხედება ისე მოყდა რომ ჰაერში იყურებოდა გეუბნებით მაო სტორმ ხარეს ჯერ არ გაუხედავს.
So for FaZe it is keep the boot on the throat. Do not allow them to catch a breath and do not allow momentum to build before you swap sides, and a play like this to start, like, it really will shatter what little confidence you may still have. It is brutal.
I think it's key right now for that to be the vibe in the FaZe camp. You're not aiming to win 13-0, but you know that this is CT side nuke, and sure, you've had a great start, but you don't want to have one slip up and let them back in this game. This one's a bit more of a yard-heavy focus from the Thieves. We're going to have the silo play as well as the move coming out the lower deck, and an extra smoke wall lines up.
Really interesting mix-up. So Twist starts yard, Frozen supports him, Jibowen's on the ramp.
And they're about to be in main.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto that top player. Nadeju needs to trade. Jacob unable to provide. Trade onto Twist boots. He jumps him basically, and he's gotten away with it. That's a funny one. He should be dead to Magna Jez.
Why,
Dilla Dez is having a nightmare. You can see him reclining in his chair. Every time he goes near Hut, someone on FaZe is blowing his brains out.
And that's with the opening as well. They've been very, very hard to come by. That's the second opening kill for Magna Jez in this one so far. It's the third in total for the T Hall.
Who was that on solo?
FaZe რა გუნდი არა მე მგონი კარგანა იყო პრობლემა. მე 300 ლაიქს ავიდეთ რა სტრიმი და ლაიქეთ არხი გამოიწერეთ ვისაც არ გაქვს გამოწერილი 50 კაცი გვაკლია 1500
Everybody delivering. Letting out a big roar. Twist lines.
ტვისა მაგარია რა უხდება იჯილობა.
3 rounds left in this half of play. We're into a partial. Haven't lacked ideas.
Certainly not. There's always a change-up. There's always an idea.
They've lacked multis. They've lacked openers.
And this might be, again, the perfect move.
It's so risky for Twist to push through this, though, without some type of support.
He gets Siren for free potentially. Depends how long he's lurking around. Oh, even a bit of spam onto Dilla there. He's not quite, did he?
He saw him.
He saw enough?
Yeah.
So he knows, and he goes. He's going to catch this lurk. Siren can't.
Oh, no. Okay. That's the first real faux pas that's been made by FaZe.
He's just like me, for real.
They can't drop 2 down vent. This is crazy knowing you've lost Secret. You're going to have to take this lobby space. So they are trying to get some room, but coming back the long way around is Siren. This will level us up 4v4. Okay, Bomb's just gone down 40 seconds. Start counting. Retake on.
Up close with Tech9s. It really does look like this could be the first for BB. Jay Bowen, not the weapon you want up close versus the Tech9. No scopes have been hitting though. This time not ready for Boom. Oh, and Boomich finding 2 up close and personal. The Tech9s converting, and finally they break through 10 rounds until we see a BB team round on the board. It's something.
But this is it. I don't it's been dominant, so it's very hard to sit here and be excited about this and a comeback.
But I'm trying, man.
But this is the thing. If they get 9-3, sure, the scoreline doesn't read very favorably. You win the T-side pistol. They either force a Rico, you win that one. Right, first gun round goes your way. Game's back on. So, sure, that was with Tech 9s. Twist's aim wasn't great on that frag, but I don't think that was the costly one, right? Down secret. It's not great. It's not the end of the world. The comeback could begin.
Frankie, Danieli არის მე მგონი ჯობანა.
Can they get themselves another opener?
Danieli თუ არ ვცდები. Frankie, Danieli, კანადელი არის თვისა.
They want to try and pressure ramp of Frozen.
Slovaki და ჯაკობა პოლონელი.
In the pocket.
ევროპული ფუნდი გამოდის.
Yeah, connect onto Siren and Sorty.
Organization თვითონ ამერიკულია.
Frozen ahead of the flashbangs, but there's one that catches him. Perfect play from Siren. Jake Bowen in a lot of jeopardy. Dips back. Style points on the Deagle swap.
Well, now you're forced to heavy rotation, so this is where the mid-rounding of Boomich can come into play. You've got this lurk outside of Magnus, going to look some room, see if he can pick somebody up in rotation.
You see such uncertainty from Twist. They had no info on Yard, don't know how far they've progressed.
Yeah, this is a 2-2, so this is very tough.
Twist,
alongside of Nature will be stressed. There's a lot to consider. So, excuse me, Jacob.
Magnajez versus Twist. Finds the headshot cleanly. Trade from Boomich. Necessary. Just Jacob back of the site. Low HP.
Bomb still ramp.
And the bomb still ramp with 40 or 30 seconds remaining. Nature in the right position and confirms B presence. Going for that headshot angle. Does do damage to Dylan. Important frag from Sorty. Boomich will punish Bowen on the door. Important pick-up stops the AWP.
They've got money, so Jacob can give this one a go. Right? It's a very tough one-on-3, but he has no reason not to go for it. Jacob, what do you got for us?
Dildozera ვერ მოკლა კიდე კაცი ხო?
The stairs spots a flash of flash, sees Boomich retreating.
Dildozerას მოაკლევინეთ კაცი თქვენ შემისება რომ მოიხოდოს.
Jacob got to force the issue, unable to track or second consecutive round.
რა ჰაილაითები აქვს? მაგას უეჭველი გაუკეთებენ ჰაილაითებს.
I think NKJ, I like this timeout. I think that this is key for a couple of reasons. First, just lock them in for this one. Sweep away a few of the
შეიძლება ძალიან ან იცი როგორ არის? აი შეიძლება ძალიან მაგრად გწნოდე აიმს რა, აი ძალიან magyarად რა, აი შეიძლება კაცი რო დაინახო გააქრო, მაგრამ აი ეგეთი თამაში წაგივიდეს რა.
You could get ahead of some of the frustrations now. Don't have to worry about doing that in the quick 30 seconds that you're going to have. So he wants double digits, and he wants it now. They have everything they need. Diffuse gets across the board. Everybody has head armor. Fought for J Bowen. Full sets of nades. They'll leave flashes at spawn. They've had a very dominant half, but again, it is a game of two halves, right? There's a reason that the CT and the T sides, different objectives, is we get this one back underway. Zordy with the AWP. Looks to want to take that first pick outside. Deep molly, and Twist will throw that up to Silo. Boomich on a deeper line, a flash over, and a ramp boost. So, see the openers of the round starting to take shape for both of these teams. J-Bone rotated back now. Second smoke wall in. Jacob will break this. Hello.
Oh, he got info, did he? No, maybe the flash obscured. Magnajez towards the main now knows. Tracking from Twist, doesn't connect. It's a question for Jacob, and he has found the answer. Important from Dilladez. There's one on Siren. Just Natew tucked to the back of the site, and they're about to apply a lot of pressure. Molly lands, Siren's wide, and it should be round. Just Frozen to get past. Now spotted, audible. And Zorty's AWP might be the one to close this down. Yes, indeed. An end to the half. 3, recovery of sorts.
And I think Dilladez is happy he got a kill. So,
იქით რა ანგარიშია მეორე თამაში. მოიგო იმან, ბერვა, თუ წააგო, თუ რა ხდება.
Will put a smile on your face for the wrong reasons, but you do want to shrug it off, right? Nobody wants to finish a map without getting any frags in play.
You seen this kill spread from FaZe?
Yeah, everybody was, when anybody came knocking, they were delivering, right? It was very dynamic in terms of the opening kills. Everybody was able to deliver in that department. Everybody was able to find multi-kills. Everybody with multiple multi-kills. So that's just a really strong CT side. Now this is where we're going to put them under the microscope. This is where the scrutiny will come in. We're looking T side now. If they can get the pistol, they can get it done with nice and quick. You lose the pistol, this could be a comeback starting to unfold. So 3 straight. FaZe stem the bleeding now. Or do Team BB start bringing this one back into conversation? Remember, winner of this will take on Legacy, and winner of that will be in the 16-team playoff bracket.
არა, დღეს აღარ იქნება თამაში. არ იქნება დონკას თამაში.
Jay Bowen given the opportunity to search. Got main smoke scuttles in.
Unbreakable for Boomich. P250 versus USP, it's a fair fight. He's not ready for Jacob up close, and it's a tough fight. The penetration on the box is not good enough. Looked like he did get a headshot, but healthy is Boom. Gilades confirms J-Bone down double doors. He's got the perfect timing. A free kill in the back of the head.
ხო გითხარი, კარგად მიზის თამაში თქო, რა გაარტყა.
Flawless pistol.
See how quick it goes from a 9-0 scoreline to a 9-4 with FaZe on the T side, no plant. So if they do force fight, extremely limited.
They don't want to give him anything, Chad.
Understandable.
Oh, nice shots!
All right. Boomich walks away from that one somehow. I thought as soon as he was pinned towards Unbreakable, he was going to get swarmed. Jacob should have had him dead to rights there. It looks like it is going to be the eco. This is really the better of the options, because if you let the flow-on effects of Force by Wars early trickle too long, then FaZe will be deep before they start getting the guns. Before we saw Team BB fully strapped.
Now it is going
to just be 5 Glocks. So possibilities of even a plant. That would really help out. We might see some Galils come into the mix next round for FaZe as opposed to the AKs, because they're going to need this util.
Well, we get to see, the difference in comparison of the philosophies. We saw Team BB go for a second round force in the absence of that.
I think when you look at these type of rounds that take shape, this is a good opportunity for educating the viewer, I guess, Alex. We had an anti-eco setup, right? 2 towards ramp, 2 towards top, and you had 1 passive out. It's like, well, the worst thing that could happen is you get deagled outside in this type of round. So let's make sure that we lock down these sites.
And lock down the sights they shall. Very comfortable for Siren until it wasn't. A lovely double headshot out of Jacob's Glock. At least puts something on the board for FaZe in the full eek. But we are on our way to a very real comeback. If they can find themselves something on the first gun, FaZe will start feeling that pressure. That pressure that was completely absent in the 9-0 start. MR12, it really has made anything possible. Doesn't matter what the scoreline is. Just ask NRG.
They'll never live that down, will they?
No, I don't think so.
Ramp rush.
All right, pacey. Charging. And a test for Dilladez, having a tough Maybe redemption on the menu. Magnajez draws attention, draws fire, twists, just hunting him down. Has him down to 47, retreats back, has the support of Boom B. So you've got ramp, but what else?
It's a lot of damage done to J Bowen and Jacob here. They are just going to hit the
low
HP. Because now they have the they're hoping to force that rotation, see if they can catch anybody, and they're rerouting now heavily back towards lobby to join Frozen. It's forced 2 players down, Util being left and juggled. Thought wanting to stay nimble. This is still very, very tough for FaZe. I know they got this space early, but they haven't overplayed their hand yet. They've been starting to make a move. They could get caught here.
They're on a high alert. Nachu lurking ramp. And Dilladez could come out for the clear. This is the fight. Can you call ramp clear? Can you inform your squad? It's all about the timings here. Dilladez pathing. He knows it's a necessary clear. Head-to-head for Nachu. He's in trouble. Tagged up by the M4. He still hits the heady.
Boomich
removed. J Bowen makes it so. Nice dunk back. Magnajez a double before he's felled. Now Siren at the back of the site, and he's good for 2. Nachu, last seen ramp. Feels unwinnable. Siren confirms it and swings on in to secure it. High impact. Harosh says Boomich, and he's right. They are going in the right direction.
And this is one of the, well, not problems, this is Counter-Strike, right? The fact that you're 9-0 down, you know that, hey, we just need a couple of rounds on the T side of nuke, and then we can start working back into the game. And that's exactly what's starting to unfold in front of our eyes. Now, It would be bad to lose to a light buy at this stage of the game. This is where you need to keep it as spotless as what FaZe did. And this is where Twists in combination with NK are going to be tested in the calls. Because I like that call, because either you did it because you know Dilladez is having a bad game and you want to explode him, that's fine.
Oh, I guess
or you know that your boys can be rabid dogs once you get them out into a bit of space. You use the pace, but you're unable to find what was necessary for the finish. So you can just see the Eagles are plenty. J Bowen saving for that AWP. We'll watch FaZe put their aim on display if they want to have a crack at this one.
FaZe Clan individuals are not to be underestimated on these sidearms.
And the round that got BB Team going in the first half was a Tech 9 round. I know we're not quite there yet. It's a bit more util in that one, but taking their time.
Just give them the fight, you know. Magnajez flirting with death every time he does go for a little jiggle. And he's found it onto Twist through the smoke. Very composed. Striking that perfect balance between not overextending into a deagle headshot, but not playing too scared and giving too much space to just a pistol. He's played that perfect.
And it's looking to be flawless, isn't it? So this is exactly what you'd be hoping for if you were fierce.
ბიჭო, რავი, რა გითხრა, გოგოს თუ მოწონ ხარ და შენც მოგწონს ის გოგო, რავი, ძმას ვინ ეკითხება ვერ ხვდები. რა შვაში არის ძმა? ძმა ხო არ გიყვარს მაგრამ.
He needs to get that lost bonus, so we'll have to start searching out a fight. Has the bomb, so he can always force that.
Look at the minimap. There are 3 players. Yeah, you ain't getting that bomb down as much as you may dream.
რამდენი წლისები ხართ მაგასაც გააჩნია.
Scoreline all of a sudden. When do the nerves kick in?
So out of the 4 rounds played in this second half, they managed to get the opening kill on 3 of them. Obviously, this one being the easiest. Actually, the second round was the easiest. That was full blocks.
Dilladez just got his 3rd.
He's working back up.
He's coming back.
Never give up. That's the mantra.
That is the mantra. In Counter-Strike, you really must show resilience. So easy to be put on tilt in this video game. Oh, I like this.
Რავი, შენ დას მოწონვარ თქო უთხარი და ერთად გავდივარ თქო რაღაც და.
Pressure on the right side. Frozen audible. He heard that flash, anticipates an
aggressive. ვიმენა შენ არევასებია, კიდე ეხლა სხვა საქმეა, რა ვიცი. მაგაზე ვერ
plan phase. Lurk smoke towards Squeak.
მაგრამ ზოგადად რავი. ვინ გოგოს არ მოწონხარ და შენ კიდე რაღაცებს უწევ და ის, ეგ კიდე სხვა თემაა, რავი.
Boomage is going to block them once they get down secret, if they get down secret. They've taken warehouse control.
Okay. Jacob, susceptible to that smoke break, takes a little bit of damage from the HE.
პატარები თუ ხარ კიდე მესმის ხარ, არასრულწლოვანები თუ ხარ. მას კი ეკითხა, მაგრამ ეხა ის გოგო თუ სრულწლოვანია 20 რავი, 18, 19, 20 წლის უკვე რავი, ეხა ძმა ნაკლებად. თემაში ნაკლებად უნდა ჩაერიოს.
3 members of FaZe just behind that smoke. On the fade, he throws it in, and right on the money. Bleeding out, Jacob down to 32. Boom on that jump spot is going to be eventually thwarted. They're going to go for a boost. The Orc can catch him. He's a bit quick on the trigger as J Bowen.
Problem now. 30 seconds, and they're still fishing towards secret. This call is going to be tough to make.
Hang on. Yeah, Twist's position could enable a pivot, but time so sensitive, and Dilladez is locked in on that heaven position. Hoping he can catch that perfect distraction frag. 17 seconds and down goes Dilladez. Siren spotted. Boom's on site. They messed up the doors. Double used.
Bravo.
Too easy. Slammed the door in his team's face, and that's going to be another BB round.
Yeah, the pressure starting to get to them in that one. Time running so low. It's not easy to be a team who is able to stay calm in those dying moments, and that is now a 1-round game. So BB team have brought themselves.
Oh, it's bad. I can't come and
I'd expect a timeout from NKJ once more, because, well, sure, this half it's 5 straight, but it's technically 8 straight. So they're running away with this. The momentum has swung in a big way. We were talking about the distribution of frags in that first half being a team effort for FaZe. Right now, I know that this is why I wish we had it in the old school days, like the 1.6 of the source, where the scoreboard reset at half. Or at least give us a toggle valve, but that way I can see exactly how few frags have been coming through for FaZe in this second half. If I did a quick count, I'm going to say it's probably at 4 or 5
Yeah, minimal.
აბაძმა, შენ თუ ეგენი არ ეგარგა გაიასნებული ხე გოგოს მოწონ ხარ თუ არა? აბა რა ვიცი, მაშინ ტყუილად არ ეკაჩაო ძმას. დაანებეთ.
Well, that's been the story of both of these.
მე გაიასნე მოწონ ხარ თუ არა იმ გოგოს და უნდა თუ არა შენთან ყოფნა და მე გაუიასი.
13 max on Jay Bowen. Let's get it in with the guns. Nachi providing the smoke wall. Twist going to be leading the pack. Might even boost the AWP up for a little bit of presence early towards the yard side. A boost for Diladez, continuing their plan of setting him up to succeed. Setting twists up for a plan. This is going to be interesting. Up against the shot, you can't afford to be missing shots like that. Zorti gets jiggled out. Twist makes it across safely.
I don't think anyone else is going to try and cross. I think this is to force the rotation, and then they're going to play back towards Heaven, Hell, or into a top split with just the staunch.
არა, ყველაზე ნახდი ეგაა, რომ ჯერ გაიგო იმ გოგოს მოწო ხარ თუ არა და მე თუ კიდე პრობლემა ექნება იმ თემას, მე ეგ უკვე სხვა თემა არა. მე უკვე დაიკიდე ის ეგ თემას.
Again, they've got room, but
სხვა რა გიქ.
BB team are happy to give it over.
ვიმენა პირადად არ ევასები იმ თემას, ეხლა მაგას ვერაფერს ვერ ვიზამ.
Seven equals that fight. Takes down Twist. First blood drawn, feeling like 9-9. That's what NKJ's saying anyway. Bang, beautiful. Headshot to his rival Orpa. Zorti.
Still a player up Heaven.
Frustrated.
24
seconds. This is just perfect for Magnajez. He just has to hang out. He can take the bomb carrier down. You have to find and force him out of Heaven. Not a favorable duel by any stretch of the imagination. He peeks in, catches Jacob. Needed that. 13 seconds, but caught with his...
Oh, Frozena sadgilze გავგიჟდებოდი რა მოხდა.
Well, Jay Bowen, if you go down after
time,
they might try and kill you after time. This is nightmare fuel right here for Jay Bowen.
Let him have it.
Fair enough. All right, well, that does mean an AWP is brought through, which will be partially purchased behind now. You've got the max loss bonus, of course. Going to be some Tech 9s coming into play for FaZe in this one. And I'd like to call the next timeout if I was NKJ now, potentially, because Jay Bowen's not going to get an AWP in the next round.
Magari replay.
Unless they save it again. He needs to find some impact now. This is a chance to make a dent. Otherwise, you're getting swept.
Jay
Bowen in the first. Frozen. Spotted and removed. I love the proactivity there. And if you go hunting for him, you're going to be walking into Zorti's crosshair.
Well, looking for a bit of revenge, BB team, from that match a month ago back in China, and this result much closer than last time round. A reminder, that was a best of 3. It was a 13-2 and a 13-6 on Cash and Ancient. Oh, okay. Well,
he was walking as well.
ავი ძმაო, ჩვენც არ ვიცით ვინ მოუგო. 5 პროსტო კაცი იყო ვიდრე შეკრებილები, საძმა კაცო და მაგათმა მოუგეს. დიდი ჰაუსმა მოუგო.
Should be fine.
You'd have to not lose control of the spray, which he hasn't. Perfect. Jacob's gone. Nature, you've got the bomb. Fakes it out, draws the doors. How's Jay Bowen supposed to help with this? He's got the best gun and he has managed to contribute. Catches Boom. Taking their sweet time on this plant. Door swings open. You're vulnerable to a Tech 9. Headshot's been hit. Siren susceptible. 20 seconds. You need that bomb plant. Good beat from Diladez. Perfect shot from Twist at range. Finds the headshot. Now Siren, 18 points of health. They are low. This is winnable. Twist already hit one. Surely an easy clear, an easy pickup for Siren. Then perhaps the transfer. Clears his corners and Twist has done it again. 2 long-range headshots on the Tech 9. 3 in the round. Big from Russell Van Dolken.
They pushed lobby. They had full control. That Zorti miss at the time doesn't feel like a big deal. Okay, you missed the shot, sure, but you've got the man advantage. They've got some ramp control, but it's because the rotation in, right? They were banking on Zorti getting a kill and slowing this down because look at this, the rotation point. That duel, I understand Twist does not have the best gun for that fight, but caught out of position, rotating in, and Twists makes a massive moment of that. It's both teams, they get their T sides underway with Tech9.
That's a gift. An incredible gift to FaZe. A bit of a remedy, a balm to what has been a rough half of Counter-Strike. Zorti tries his luck again. Jacob's already made it across the sideline. He will have the advantage on this peak. Yeah, Zorti did not anticipate already. Two players making it across early trophy.
That could be where the game slips away. Your momentum's in the mud right now for your Zorti. You know, you had two impactful moments lined up and both have gone. Diligent's behind the smoke, it's about to fade.
How diligent are they on this smoke break? Spotted him close. Flashes catch him. MagnaJez has vision and provides.
საქართველოში რატომღაც ძმებს გონიათ რომ დები საკუთრება არის მაგათი. ეგრე არ ხდება.
Yeah, let the man work.
Yeah, he's
round winning play.
God, the fact he can just walk up that ladder. Or does he want to go rap into MagnaJez? This is a free frag. This is great awareness from MagnaJez on this potential. Twist peeks in.
ვაიმე რა კაი პოზიცია აქვს.
How you clears.
რა კაი პოზიცია ქონდა და მეთქი ამასაც გაიყოლებს.
3 with 30 seconds and just one rotated down already. Siren, or rather Boomich, needs help. Dilladez single door. J Bowen on the line. It's
Bulldozer არ გააღვიგარე.
To get that plant disrupted. Primary objective here from BB team. Door swings open. You got to find a safe spot to plant. Natejuice hit boom. That could enable plant, but Dilladez takes the ball out of the equation. You're in so much trouble. They can just run him down. Has to fake to isolate. That was very nearly a cheeky 1v2. You can see them shrugging it off. That could have gone awfully wrong.
Well, unable to get consecutive off the back of the Tech9s are FaZe. We're tied up 10 apiece in this one. I thought it was another Zorti miss that was going to be costly. They battle back in. Oof, this one is tense out here, all tied up. We get that third tactical timeout from NK. So if you're Bebum, you know you're well and truly back in this.
Twitch, ეს კაცი როგორ არ უნდა იჯდეს პირიჩი, მეინ ცხოვრების დედავატირე რა. ბუმიჩა არ არის პირიჩი ბიჭო, აი ბუმიჩას პირიჩი რო იყოს. ბონკა იქნებოდა იმენა უბედნიერესი, აი ღიმილს ვერ მოსწყვეტდი სახიდან იმენა. უეჭველი უნდა წაიყვანონ ბიჭო, უეჭველი გადაო.
Who's had a tough map. He's 7 kills deep now. And that one's extremely impactful. We've got a tech timeout here. Twist reporting audio plus mic issues. So we'll get that one sorted as quickly as possible for everybody playing at home. And we can take a bit of a look. We don't do spoilers around here. This is more for my curiosity. What's going on that B stream? Okay. Where are we? Aha. It was the Bait versus P-Vision game that was finishing up. MIBR are starting to take to that secondary stream. So there'll be some time before we get that one underway. And it looks like the issue solved already. So this one looks like it's going to go the distance.
Boomicha არა, Boomicha ძმა. მე ისა Boomla რო აწერია იქ Boomabolo.
Signature Mac 10 front spawn.
კამერას აუდა მარჯვნივ. ამ სტრიმზე ეგრე უწევს მარჯვნივ.
Going out hard. Looks like it is. This is an audacious charge.
Wow, Siren ძმა.
Not prepared. Good from Dilladez.
Ფრამოულოდნელად დაეცა.
Single point of health separating him from the other side.
Money's on the line here for BB team. Could all fall apart right here and now.
სხვანაირი ხარ მარჯვნივ. არ მოგწონა რა ძმა ეგრე? ნახე, ამასაც M9 რო აქ დაამუღამ. რამდენ კაც ქონდა დღეს M9 просто თქვით.
100 is the loss coming into the next on this CT side. That's going to get Boomich.
ერთი 4-5 კაც ხო ქონდა უკვე M9.
You take a look at the residual cash for MagnaJez.
მინიმუმ რაც დავთვალებ თუ მეც არა.
To drop an M4. And Zorti should be able to do the same because Siren and Dilladez are in need.
And as a top site player, those are the worst rounds in your, nuke experience. You were fully blind. You did everything. You felt like you were in the right place. You had the right system in place, but that second flashbang, or third, whichever, I wasn't counting.
They were playing heavy towards top as well, right?
Yeah.
They had to go up heaven and play towards the side. They also had a main player, so it wasn't that they weren't prepared for the possibility. It's Jacob who takes that Mac 10, takes the space, and delivers them a very important opening kill to get FaZe's 11th round now.
And you'll see this flashbang. Look, so Siren was blind, and then the second one completely books him. There's no counterplay. Frozen flashes have set them up to just breach that site. And what a frustrating round to be losing at this stage in the game.
Well, you lose this one, and I think the game goes with it. I know we're in the dying stages, but it's only 1900 loss for BB Team going into the next round. So if they lose this, they don't save anything, they're in the mud.
We know CSGO තරატომ ზაიო.
What's it gonna be? Jacob making moves early, just a head-to-head with Magnajez, but they're down the vents. It kept the main player distracted.
Oh, wow, ჩაყოლეს იმენა. Oh my god.
Straight pacey failure.
Oh, wow. არ გამოვიდა სწრაფი რაუნდი.
It's a good response. Felt like it was kind of given to Team BB there with the pace of that.
Yeah, I was on Jacob's POV there, jumping off a main, and the main player not flash, so maybe a missed timing or dodged, but either way. No more timeouts for NK to call, and this is where you turn to twists, and you say, okay, well, you've had a ramp rush, the go your space didn't get you the round, that was early stages. You win a Tech 9 round where you're the hero, and you get lucky with a timing due to a Zorti miss. Your first rifle round was a top rush. You haven't conditioned them, you haven't forced the rotations to be too stressed.
Nature's just thrown a really nerdy heaven smoke.
Just went back to small to swap out some days.
Feeling,
yeah, they didn't have a HE for the door break.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's the wobbles.
A very, very important round.
So they are going to try a top execute.
მაგრამ ჩემი Discord-ის სერვერზე შემოსვლა არ დაგავწყდეთ, დიდი თხოვნა იქნება სტრიმის მივალავიქოთ, არხიც გამოვიწეროთ.
Yeah. Okay, I thought he'd lost the smoke in the polygons there.
სხვა სტრიმის აღწერაში იქნება ჩემი Discord-ის სერვერი და
you have Magnajez in main covering the outside cross.
შემოწყობდით.
So Boomich is already down there. He keep an eye on. This isn't forcing the rotations in the way that FaZe hoped.
Magnajez and Twist having a bit of a standoff here as that smoke wall fades. He's in such a good position for this.
On with the molly and a couple of flashes, they need to be perfect.
That's perfect from Magnajez, and he knows he's alone. Dilladez on high alert, playing anti, no problem for one. Trade from Nature. Magnajez needs Siren to provide, and Siren does. Bowen finally brings him down, but now a 1 versus 2. Boom, and the orb miss. Zort's gone 30. Jay Bowen finding impact.
Okay, well that's impact. How can you argue with that? Two of the biggest rounds they've had out of the 3 in this T side. It's been individual moments. With rounds to remember in what has been very tough both teams, but we could see more of it. Just one more round for BB team and we need overtime.
აი აქ რო გასაკეთებელია ხოლმე ხო ისტორია ეგრე არ ამოდის ვაფშე ლოყალიც არ ამოდის ამიდე დავატი რა გავაკეთებ ამ ნიორი უნდა წავიდე აქაც იმენა ესე ზოლზე ამოდის ანუ აი გეგონება გაკეთებული მაქვს წორი აი ამოდის
This is now just to hold on to
არც იმენა
you can see
მას ყელზია პირიქით წორი და ლოყალზე არა
This from Magnajez. What? Okay, no, I'm swinging now. And Jay Bowen, it's tough on the first, the second. Mandatory. MP9 on the low end. The BB team plays with 3 Galils. No kills.
ვაიმე რა საკეთებს მე რა საკეთებს
Siren and Zorti go down. You're right.
ვაიმე ეს უკან არიან უკვე
Magnajez finds it quick from the lobby side.
ვაიმე რა ხდება ვაიმე რა ხდება
Big clutch. He had a rough game. If he can take them to overtime, it's all cleared. But Jacob denies. FaZe taking a regulation and a fantastic opening best of 1. Ups, downs, everything up for debate. A 9-0 start from FaZe and Team BB claw it into every round of regulation.
Yeah, with how comfortable that started for FaZe, you thought, okay, this could be an open and shut case. But yeah, just in a couple of rounds on that T side, you can work back into things and you find yourself sitting pretty.
Guys, შემდეგი გვაქვს Navi versus 3D Max.
They will take on Legacy for a spot in those playoffs.
Yeah, great show here, but obviously from both teams. That being said, way closer than I think you probably would have cut right down the middle when we first started talking about BB team versus FaZe here at the Esports World Cup. Pimp, I just see you over there, almost flabbergasted, mouth wide open, a couple breaths.
Yeah, to some degree. I think we got a close game, which we expected. It was just the fashion it became close in that I didn't expect. FaZe looking far superior in that first half, doing a really good job on that CT side. Completely shutting down BB team for the vast majority. Then they claim 3 rounds in a row, and you think to yourself, okay, 9-3 half, you win the pistol second half, you convert, all of a sudden we have a game. So at the end of the day, we got a close game. We got a game that went back and forth, and a game that I think easily could have gone overtime. It's just the fashion it happened. I expected it to be a much more game where there will be a little bit more mistakes being made from both teams, but
გავული მე ცოტას გამოვული 2 საათი ვერ ვისდები კიდევ ერთხელ როებით აბა და თამაში დაიწყება შემოგერთებით
the fact that they got
გავტრიმა მაგას ვიძახი ნახევარ-საათში მაგიტო ვიძახი ის 40-ში იწყება ბოლოს
close it out, but once they turned their attention to the T side, that was where the struggles came in, and I feel like they tried to close it out a little bit too fast. You know, I think they had a really fast ram call in the beginning of the T side that didn't really work out, and then they slowly started to transition into trying to put more layers on top of the game and put Twist in some forward positions where they would then, you know, have a secondary attack somewhere. And then once they got that attention, he will then strike in and try and catch some of the rotations, and that's why I think they started to find some of their success, that, you know, they could start layering up a little bit more than always just try and stick together as a team.
Plus, there was Jason Bone.
Oh yeah, Jason Bourne, almost J-Bone.
Yeah, there's J-Bone, and then, you know, his sidekick in Jacob. So,
yep.
You know, these two guys were helping put them all the way up 6-0 pretty fast. And then you get to 9-0. I mean, there is a certain point where you're like, okay, BB team, are you in the server with us now?
Yeah, you got to give credit to J-Bone, who has shown once again, you know, some of that potential that we've seen when he was first being brought into FaZe Clan. I think a lot of people didn't necessarily expect too much from him, but I think he's had a couple of games where he's just completely taken over the server. And it's a joy to see an AWP player within FaZe Clan willing to go for opening kills early round. Not to take anything away from Brokey, but he was a lot of people mistakenly thought that Brokey was an explosive in-your-face AWPer. He was more like a defensive AWPer who then would explode when people came to him. J-Bone is actively seeking the duels, actively going out there, trying to make the game happen on his terms. And we saw how much of an impact he had in that first half. Big part of the reason why FaZe got off to a good start was because of J-Bone.
Yeah, it is very much that. Speaking of FaZe, there's this guy Twist. He's standing with Freya. I wonder what they got to say.
Guy called Twist. I got him down on the stage. That was a roller coaster to watch, Twist. I can't imagine how it was to play. You're 9-0 up. What happened after that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a similar story as we had in Bounty, where like we're playing really well. Like maybe on like a more individual level, we're getting the important kills. Sometimes we connect, and then like when it comes time to really like important connections, calling rotations and calling like information, I think that's where we crumble a bit and we don't provide the necessary information, and then yeah, we lose 3 rounds on the CT side to end the half, and that kind of, I guess, stunned our momentum onto the T side as well.
Love that you mentioned those individual moments, because you had one yourself, J-Bone as well, penultimate round, getting that clutch. That was crucial for you guys to be staying in it. Walk me through that in the tail end of this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those times where, you know, we're trying to play a bit more of like a normal nuke, you know, do the right things, try to remove ramp control and secret control from them. But unfortunately, like, sometimes we lack initiative in the important moments, and if I have to take space in the front lines, then I'm not there to really micromanage the pack properly while trying to find the gap. And yeah, I guess maybe some early game nerves. Like first game, we just came off of a boot camp. Maybe there's some hidden expectations, or people feel a certain way about the game. But yeah, I'm happy we closed it out. Obviously, we have individuals here that can shine bright when it matters most. And it really came up clutch for us.
Yeah, 100%. Just touching upon some of your calls, particularly on that T side, it felt like a couple of those fast A rushes that ended up paying off, right? That's how you closed out the last round of the game. Can you tell me about that? Was that something that was kind of pre-planned? Was that a read that you made during the game? What was the logic there?
No, I mean, honestly, this was not in the game plan, but to be honest, I feel like our initial game plan was working. Like, we got secrets, we got warehouse control. Honestly, like, they also played good, they had good movement, but yeah, I mean, we're just not connecting when it matters most, lacking initiative in certain areas, but it's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I feel like this is expected with the type of team that we have, so it's just something we have to keep working on.
Just want to take like a bit more of a bird's eye view, just as my final question, because it goes without saying it was a disappointment for you personally, for FaZe as an org, to not make it to the Cologne Major. But does that kind of help your hunger, help your motivation coming into the second season, knowing what the goal is for you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've been in a situation before not making the major, and then 2-3 months later, I become IGL. So I've been there before. I bring a lot of hunger and passion to the team. We also have a lot of young players who are hungry to achieve something in this game, to build their own legacy. And yeah, as much as I want to keep building my own, I want to help them build theirs. And we just got to keep pushing.
Maybe a bit of a nervy start here at EWC, but you said it to us. An entertaining start, nonetheless. That is FaZe 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, necessary footing for FaZe to start this tournament off right. Again, we started with best of ones today, so really not a whole lot of wiggle room for you to just come in here and FAFO. Now, is there, Debris?
No, definitely not. And I just really want to go back and touch on J-Bone. And I want to ask you the question, Jay, because from one Dane to another, has there been a Danish offer that has excited you more than this guy does since Device?
Yeah,
Could you pick one?
Yeah,
maybe Cadian at a certain point, right? But
I'll be honest with you, Cadian at times, I'd even say Acorn, you know, at times as well. But that's the issue, right? They showed it in small glimpses. They showed it maybe in a period of 2 weeks to 4 weeks, tops a month, and then it faded out, you know. And that's kind of what I want to see from a guy like J-Bone. We see glimpses of what he can do. We see him play exceptionally well. We see him be very aggressive on the server, finding a lot of impact. But one thing is doing it, you know, here and there, so to speak. Sure. Another one is being able to replicate those kind of performances and find consistency at a higher level. So it's good that he's early on showing that he can do it. Now the big task is to be able to replicate it, because I'm, you know, certain to say this. If FaZe wants to be a top team, let's say a top 10 team, a team making the major and actually making waves at the major, they need an all player who can make the difference. And J-Bone have shown at times he can do it.
And I'm just surprised neither of you mentioned Farlig. Honestly, I thought like maybe this would be the
about Lucky. You want to talk about Lucky?
There's so many.
There are a couple out there, but you know, I guess we can subside that a little bit. Let's talk about some of these rounds. I want to jump into 19.
Yeah, funny round, you know, to some degree. We're looking at the BB team on a 9-round streak of winning stuff. You can see the buy coming in for FaZe Clan is not really that great. You know, a couple of Tech 9s in the mix. They lose the opening kill as well. Then a bit of a mistake right here from MagnaJS on ramp. Not sure why he's fighting, giving up the space, giving up the positions, and all of a sudden FaZe Clan find themselves in a winning position where they can get the bomb down, they can trade out the kills, and you can see Netty right here doing God's work with a Tech 9, dealing a lot of damage, making sure FaZe Clan is finally winning around and breaking the momentum of BB team. At this point, it was unlosable. 5v4 for BB team. You're up against 3 Tech 9s and an AWPer. They rush out ramp. For some reason, MagnaJS decides to give up the round, give up the space, and that's what FaZe needed to get back into the game.
Yeah, it's like he realized that he had given up ramp space and just like a couple of seconds too late, and then he tried to sell the situation. Instead of he goes down and he gives up all the space. And I think it also, you know, kind of changed together what Twist was saying, that when in the important moments, you know, they were not supposed to win this round, right? Things just happen, and they're not really in a place right now where they can, you know, go out and just win the rounds because they make like the right decision. So they were kind of gifted this one, and they played it out really good. I think BB, they gave it a little bit too much of space once they got down, and they opened the door. I think it was Sorty opened it, trying to get like a couple of frags. It just seemed like, you know, they were trying to close out the situation when it was not needed.
There's always a smirk about this one. I know you guys can't see it at home, but there's always a smirk about this one down in the end. He's always got something up his sleeve. Yeah. Maybe just perhaps it's round 23.
Yeah, speaking of gifts, you know, I think we have another one coming in here for FaZe Clan, to be completely honest. 11-11, just come off a round where they didn't get anything done. They go for an inner execute. Again, BB team in a winning position. For a moment, it was a 1v3. Then J-Bone finds himself in a 1v2. Look at the timer. We're talking 15 seconds. Sorted getting caught off guard. And then Boomage coming in for the duel, and J-Bone in clutching his out, right? We spoke about impact. Now, doing it with the AWP on the CT side, massively impactful. Part of the reason why they're off to such a great start. He's also the reason they end up winning the game. Without winning this 1v3 clutch or 1v2 clutch, whatever you want to label it as, there's no way FaZe is winning. So you're looking at 2 rounds in the span of the last 4, where they're basically getting gifted the game by BB team. As much as I want to say it, FaZe, they looked impressive in the first 9 rounds of the game. From that part and onwards, I think BB team were the better team, to be completely honest. They were in control. They were having more winning positions. Unfortunately for them, and good thing for FaZe Clan, they were celebrating Christmas a bit early and handing out gifts left, right, and center.
Yeah, and I don't want to throw Sorry on the bus, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think he's the one costing this round once more. You know, he goes out heaven fighting. You know, like the clock was running down. He could just have waited it out. He had his teammate waiting at T-Vent. He could just have waited.
See, here's the theory, right? If Peter, if you're on the T side and you have 14 seconds left and you're on the upper bomb side with the bomb, at some point you have to plant the bomb, right?
Usually,
sure.
Yeah.
That's how it works. That's how Counter-Strike works. Now, when you're planting the bomb, Trace, you can't really fight back, can you? You can't shoot back, you can't fight back. You're kind of labeled as a guy who's just, you know, entering a little code in the bomb, and you're kind of stagnated in that position for a couple of seconds, right? So it's unloosable. It's completely freaking unloosable with 13 seconds left. All they have to do is wait for him to pick up the bomb, try to plant, and if they want to play games, sure, one guy can go in and then he goes off the bomb, he kills that guy, and guess what? There's only 3 seconds left, so it's unwinnable for J-Bone. So yeah, it's unacceptable if you're BB team. You're throwing away what could be a very important best of one win to secure playoff, to secure VRS points, and thank God for FaZe Clan and thank God for J-Bone for punishing that mistakes. That's what I love the most about it. When you make stupid shit, you should be punished for it.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is.
Y'all got it fired up today. What
it is one of these situations where, you know, like details just matter, right? And Sorta, he's a relatively experienced player. He's played this game for a long time and in some big teams, you know, still trying to break through as this player that we thought he would be, but still maybe holding himself a little back, maybe because of stuff like this.
What did you say? Is it if you fuck around, you find out or something like that?
Yeah, I think FAFO was the verbiage.
There we go.
Thank you so much for kind of highlighting that and illuminating exactly what that means. We needed that. No, I'd say that BB in the post plants probably didn't have a good time today. I mean, you go down, 9-0 pretty quick, and it really is hey, we got to stop hemorrhaging rounds. Like, guys, we're not even giving ourselves a shot in this best of one. If we're going into the second half, we got nothing to work with. And this is kind of what happens there. So, unfortunately, for a team that we saw, kind of ascend in Atlanta where they are now, not necessarily the ascension we saw them come to life, albeit a little too late. Where do you put them in the rest of their journey for EWC, Jake? And I'm looking directly in your eyes.
Yeah, that's tough.
I know.
Not a lot of people can do that, to be honest. It's a good question, Trace, because I don't know, to be completely honest. With this whole stand-in situation in and out, they haven't really looked impressive. Now 2 losses in a row against FaZe Clan. Good thing for them, they play best of 3. Good thing for them, I think they were the better team here. I think they played, in their streak of rounds, they were more convincing than FaZe Clan to some degree, and they probably should have closed out this game. But as we spoke about, the individual side of FaZe Clan with Twist the experience, Frozen the experience, came out on top here. I'm worried on behalf of BB team. I don't think they're as exciting as they were a couple of months ago in Atlanta and at the major.
Yeah, and the great question is like, why is that so? It's because now they have the full lineup. Its expectations a little bit higher. Boomit said in his interview not too long ago back in China, said that like the goal for us now is just hitting playoffs consistently. We think we're good enough to do so, right? And playing against FaZe that plays like this today, they were playing like the vast majority of the game. They did play it better, but they gifted away the game in the end, and they didn't keep the composure, which I think they did so well in Cologne. They always clawed their way back. You can never really count them out. Like, it's the mental fortitude that I think BB once again have. And it's in a case where the team just needs to stop throwing these things away, stop throwing it away. But at the same time, it's also just FaZe. They pull through, right? They still seem to be working in the right direction, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, I was just counting up the number of times that our producer is going to have some words for you, buddy. You might be in big trouble. And Jacob, since I know you usually like to take the D first, let's go ahead and look at the bracket. I think if this one starts to take a shape around the 4 groups that we have, Jacob, surely you can tell me the shape of this D.
Yeah, it's my favorite letter in the alphabet, to be completely honest. We obviously haven't had too many games in this group so far, but there's some interesting ones coming up. Navi versus 3D Max, a Navi that hasn't played a game of Counter-Strike since the major, versus a 3D Max who's off to a hot start in the second part of this season. I'm curious to see 9C versus Pain Gaming as well. If I'm not mistaken, that's the last game of the day here on the stream. Brazil versus Argentina, that could be interesting.
Yeah, and that's of course, that's for Group D. That's enough of Jacob with the D's today. Let's talk about where we go from here. I'm pretty sure it would be A technically, but maybe it'll go backwards to C. Perfect. You know why, Dupree?
Well, because we're going to be watching Vitality versus other Thieves. That's what you're referring to. Yeah, that's a game that I'm been looking very much forward to. A lot of my old teammates is in this game, not only on the playing side, but also the coaching side.
Yeah,
so
everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere, right? Maybe I'm an unk. I'm retired. I can sit down here and yab about what they're doing. They still try to make things count, but a game that I'm very excited for. Vitality coming into this season, fumbled together with some of the big dogs in Bounty, and now they try to make a bounce back here at EWC in Paris. So, everything's on the line for both.
All I'm saying, the last team to win a Tier 1 trophy is in this group, and it's not Vitality. Mouse, we're doing the job at the Bounty, so I'm curious to see if they can continue down that trend.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Look, FaZe stacks up against Legacy after beating BB just now. The Falcons, having dispatched K27 earlier, sets them up to play
Thank
the winner
God
of
for that one.
MIBR and Astralis. So
that's a massive game. That's a massive game for FaZe and Legacy. Both of them, you know, are teams who need the VIS. Legacy obviously in a pretty comfortable position, but they could be a team that could go straight into stage 3 of the major, stage 2, whereas for FaZe Clan, they're fighting to qualify for the major. A win against Legacy, that would pretty much cement that being in contention for it. So big game ahead of them.
And it's unfortunate because I really want to know what you guys thought about Astralis, but I guess we'll never know. So instead, we'll look at GG How and Gamer Legion having GG How having upset earlier Spirit. You know, Spirit come in here as a heavy favorite across multiple boards. GG How were able to surprise them in a best of 1 in the opening matchup today. So yeah, they're just one match from qualifying into the playoffs. I'm sure they didn't see that coming.
Nope, that's a big game as well. Massive opportunity for GG How and Gamer Legion. Now, naturally, it sucks for everyone else that Spirit is in the lower bracket. Luminosity will be booking their flights home tomorrow, roughly after a couple
don't count everyone out.
Well, I will.
Something can still happen, right?
It's going to be tough. So it sucks for everyone else that Spirit decided not to show up in the best of 1 today, because it's going to be incredible tough to make it out of that lower bracket now.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, I think that just about does it for us putting a ribbon on this one. We've gone through the brackets. We've done everything that we can to try to make it a little bit more pretty around the edges for BB Team and FaZe, but we do have to set the stage. We have to get ready for the next best of 1 here on what is the opening day of EWC 2026. Navi and 3D Max. They're getting set up like right over there behind us. I don't know if you can see that, but if you are in Paris, I invite you to come on down. Check it out. It's a pretty big venue hall. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and I'm not sure that you guys have had the opportunity to walk around, dare I ask.
It's quite big.
I've seen a lot of chess over there. You know? They make it move, and
they're very loud.
Yeah, very loud.
Very loud.
All right, well, let's go to break then, and let's see if we can get them more quieter over there. So yeah, we'll be right back after
Let's go.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
action going down at the first day of Counter-Strike 2 at EWC, and the B stream has been no exception. So let me get you quickly up to speed with what has been going on over here. We began the day with Game Elysian versus Luminosity. Now, in all honesty, that was a very quick affair. That ended 13-3 on Nuke, with Flammers having an absolute pop-off performance. Game number 2 was a little bit closer. That was Foot versus Tyloo. We had some questions about how Foot would be performing without Louse in the mix, and xCloud did more than a serviceable job, ending up 13-10 in their favor. Now, game number 3, this was what got very exciting, because the Mongols, reigning EWC champions, returned to try and defend their trophy. Now, I know Mongols roster looking a little bit different, but 9-10, he was really feeling it today, and they managed to wrap up the scoreline 13-7. Game number 4, that was Legacy versus NIP, and Cash fans out there, you would maybe like to go back and rewatch this one, particularly if you're a Legacy fan. That was 13-5 in their favor, with newest edition Try looking very good in his yellow jersey. Now, I mentioned Cash, and that is exactly what is going down behind me. Game number 5, that is Bait versus Paravision, still raging on over on the B stream.
გასაშვებით? ეცა მოგამოიყურები კარგად. აქ დაიწყო მეორე თამაში და მაგრამ ამას უყურე. პამ-პამ-პამ.
A nice headshot opens up
Okay.
the sight just a little bit.
Pero me unebodit, ვენომზერაო. არ არის ვენომზერა?
Next to fall NQZ soon. to do the same. 2v4 as a retake can be thought about, but a very difficult sell to try to make MIBR feel confident about going for it.
I mean, the man of the hour that you pretty much declared, I feel like, right?
The GOAT.
Yeah, the GOAT, the one, the only, Insanity. Left in this position with LNZ kind of spread apart a little bit. They're going to poke and prod, but nothing really going to be coming of it. We'll just, never mind. A little bit of a out-of-place player there as LNZ, and now I think this kind of, they might speed up a little bit if they have a chance, but time ticking away, but it is going to all come down to nice T-side round, but not for a lack of trying.
Yeah, taking away the armor of the T's there, doing as much damage as you can. Ultimately, you know the round is going to be lost, but whatever damage you can get, bountiful, plentiful, it is important. Now Astralis get to have a bit of money farming time. Really nice headshot to open up for Ryu as well. Concise push onto the site, very confident play out from Astralis, I think is what's most important and what put it over the finish line, even if Insani and LNZ were able to clean up a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, good spacing on that take as well, and we do see Astralis forcing back into this. Mac 10s and Galil's 3 Mac 10s to be exact here. Good utility. IBR, they're firing right back with, I would say, pretty much an equal buy. Except Venom 0 on 5-7 might actually give him an advantage in this scenario.
You never know what that gun can do. Once again, Astralis want to focus towards A. And that is the right read for the situation. Only one player, only one SMG to try to contest with. Remember the good old days of the Astralis stack? Remember that was a brand new thing?
Yeah, 5 guys stacking in one position. And then everybody did it the same day with one of their pugs. Whether they liked to or not, you just had to. It was the trend. I mean, still like the Astralis stack, honestly.
Yeah, every once in a while. But a bit of a fake setup towards B, just to try to keep the presence focused there. I mean, it will work. They're dedicated to his stack. Astralis reading this round beautifully. 35 seconds left. Now, the real take of the A bomb site can commence. An MP and a bomb site. As that body hits the ground, it is the bomb site they will take.
Obviously, the round MIBR Los to put themselves in a nice little 4-man save position. Give it a go on the next round, but for now, Astralis starting it off with a pretty confident 2-0. And they're going to go right into the round. 5 players alive for them. Definitely gives them that bolster in the
this is super rare
throwing a little extra at them.
Yeah, it's a save for MIBR, so you know what weaponry you're going to be because they got an MP9 kill over on the other site. Maybe they can sense out that a stack on the B bomb site is where the CTs are saving at. I don't know how aggressive they want to go and try to throw anything into it. Doesn't seem aggressive enough as Stare recollects with his team at the bottom of Banana, and as the bomb explodes, everyone that is alive will stay alive.
Now,
maybe they can filter over that 5-7 from Venom Zera or the Brazen. Oh, now he just buys one himself. So, still a nice little buy for MIBR Los. But before this one really starts going a little sideways for them, to make sure to at least find some success.
Delayed utility towards Banana. LNZ finding his time. Aiden towards logs will not do any damage onto anyone. And Sani boosted up with that FAMAS can make quick work of Fozy. Opening kill in favor of MIBR. Very important. Want to try to make everything out of these weapons that were saved in the previous. Collect as much money as you still possibly can early in the game on the CT side. As we know, economic struggles are quite common.
What an angle on that FAMAS.
Thought it was a view model first when I got scared.
Thought it was for a second too. But instead it's just Insanity boosted up here and might be granted a little bit Nang on the headshot, but no. Sorry, gonna push forward. Glil toe fires off some shots, and that's Insani out of this round. Back to a 4-on-4. Full execute swinging in here. It's just gonna be LNZ. The MP9 post up towards first banana. He gets one. It's done. And it's a 3-on-3 retake.
To make sure the bomb site is in the firm hands of Astralis, although Venom Zera still wants to try to do some damage before that bomb gets planted. 5-7 spraying in through default. Bomb is moved, so we got a little close on a Hooksy there towards the end of it. The bomb planted, not too much of a worry. You have to assume the save's going to come in, especially for that FAMAS. And Venom Zera will be left to try to collect whatever he possibly can, whatever scraps are thrown to the Wolves. Kill on the Hooksy could be nice here. But he falls back too far before Hooksy even escape.
გახსოვს მეიჯორზე ნავის რა ვქნა ინსანი 22-2-ზე რო ქონდა თუ რაღაცა ძალიან რომ მომგო. ეს რა არის? აქ შეგიძლია დასეივება? ხადა?
I was just gonna ask that.
It's like
what the fuck?
It doesn't quite make sense.
რა შეგიძლია ბიჭო?
But you know, CS just does CS things sometimes, but
ანუ მან და შეგიძლია მან ვერ გადარჩები და იქ
side as Astralis confidently taking these first 3 opening rounds.
ვიტალიტი არის ამის მერე. ეხა ნავი ის იქნება 3D Max-ი. დაიწყება რამოდენიმე წუთში.
But overall,
მერე იქნება
more than just the driver's seat there in full control.
მერე იქნება ვიტალიტი.
And the op out for Fozy and QZ also finding his. The op head-to-head, as we mentioned, will be important for this matchup. A very nice grenade down Banana, but it doesn't stop Fozy from trying to get aggressive. When another one brings LNZ down so low. Forced to completely give up Banana. A Molotov will delay Astralis for a moment, but not for long enough.
Yes, ეკლესია გადაგაჩეს. აი W-alwe ძმაო.
In the B extremity.
ზრუნავენ ადამიანების სულებზე.
Elsewhere. Try to get some pressure in towards the bracket, towards the A bomb site. Keep the CTs on their toes.
IBR dedicating a lot of manpower to this A site, and I think they may have read this one right. Little arch smoke, flash in towards lane. Astralis slowly but surely creep their way up mid. Leaving just one single player on that B. Venom Zera should probably rotate fairly soon once this smoke clears. 50 seconds on the clock. Astralis gonna start speeding things up. Molly out towards that big pit area, forcing one into the open. It's got a little bait. See a player tucked in there towards that truck.
LNZ close range. That FAMAS could be very deadly if it's not cleared. But it will be Moto not able to land any shots. NQZ on the back of the bomb site. The op able to ring out. That's 2 nice kills. And now up first off, Fozy's no match. Step back very swiftly.
See the reaction out of LNZ. He's happy with that round, that is for sure. Dying for the greater good of the round and right into NQZ to clean things up, and he sure does. It's a great setup there from MIBR. You know, a little bit of a gamble, but it paid off.
Timeout being taken for Danish side as we speak. Neo, the new coach, getting to talk a little bit to his team. Try to figure out exactly how this T side wants to flow in motion.
What do you think the win condition here is for MIBR? Is it NQZ carrying? Insani maybe carrying? We're just having a good CT side half start with that op.
I think a win condition can be allowing the firepower difference to kind of show. Not saying that Astralis necessarily has as I mentioned, I think a lot of MIBR's strength comes down to individual plays. LNZ being added to the team obviously does make a tactical level that wasn't necessarily present previously. But I do think, I mean, Insani and NQZ, I'll say it till my face turns blue, those are the 2 key pieces for this team.
Well, this round should help prove that. As Astralis to bring out the rifles. No op! Been a little kicking around. This is it, MIBR. Need to strike back before things turn into complete chaos for them. Playing a little bit slow with still a minute 20 on the clock. Astralis don't really have much map control, but probably par for the plan as the utility is starting to just chip away on both sides. NQZ smoked off the angle over towards Arches. And again, Astralis favoring that mid position, but not dedicating.
აუ ძმაც სად ქონია გადახვეული იმენა ჯერ ძმა მე ხა დაიწყო სტრიმის აღულმა
feeling things out, trying to maybe find a gap.
აუ ნაუ იმ დღესაც თუ წავაგო ძმა უეჭველი დაშლის პლეიტა
Molotov stops them in their tracks for the time being.
მაგრამ მაგარი აფასი მოწინააღმდეგე გია
one player boosted. Could have caught Astralis off guard if they decided to go towards that direction, but instead back to old reliable A bomb site. Once again, utility indicates the hit will be coming through. Powerful position from the apartments. NQZ narrowly misses. Pushing through the smoke. The timing could be perfect, but instead it's Venom Zera. Able to at least find 1-2 traded back for the side of Astralis. Low HP on all these players. MIBR, although a difficult bomb site to retake, NQZ ripping a head off can make it just a little bit easier. Staring Yabby doubled up in the back part of the bomb site complex. Yabby tucks in pit.
Oh,
look at the better, taking him in by LNZ and NQZ. Force the player to end it off. 2K for him does allow MBR to continue on their trend upwards.
I feel like if NQZ is going to have the impact, it's got to be on the CT side, where that op can really have its full potential. Like you said, D side Inferno op, yeah, you know, you can kind of do without it. And I mean, your opper's in his prime right now at 6-1. Got to keep that momentum going for him so it doesn't fall to the wayside. Once the side flips, keep it going for him, keep that confidence flowing, keep the rounds going too.
Easier to keep the rounds going when the enemy team is on a bunch of pistols.
Sure is.
Which is exactly what we see for Astralis. Just a couple of deagles, mostly Glocks left to work with. Stare could have had a chance to get a very important opening kill, but instead NQZ gets the easier shot with the scoped rifle. I should have plenty good idea that the money has fallen out of favor for Astralis. Although Ryu at least able to even up the numbers.
Yeah, finding a pick there on Venom Zera. Over towards library side. Shot across the entirety of A site as NQZ nails another one. He finds first two in the round. Don't want to re-aggress, doesn't want to overcommit because he knows he's got players probably coming up in towards that lane position. Ryu taking some nade damage. M4 eventually to finish off. USB pulled out from NQZ, but he does fall to the Glock. Op recovered, and it's a 1-on-3 here.
Your foes in a 1-on-3 is the best weapon you could wish for. Say an easy situation, but maybe a timing could be found to slip.
ბრაზილიელებს კაი გუნდი შეკვლა შეუძლიათ რეალურად. ძალიან ისი არიან გადანაწილებულები. 4 გუნდად თუ 5 გუნდად არიან გადანაწილებულები. ძალიან მაგარი კამანდა ყავთ არა და ბრაზილიელები. რო რამე იმენა მაგარი ხუმარბაზები შეიძლება აციან მაგათაც რა. კაი მოთამაშეები.
Tucked and waiting, peeks up, spots the body. Fozy trying to wall bang, not quite able to land that shot. Is going to reposition, re-peek, but LNZ is still trained on his angle as we get tied up.
3-3 early on, and what's your final scoreline? We both kind of agreed pretty firmly that Astralis, but we talking as overall?
13-8, 13-9. I don't think it's going to be a blowout by any means.
I hate to say this again, but I agree with you.
I'm just an agreeable guy. What can I say?
True. You are, Donnie. You sure are. Early utility dump towards Banana once more, as is the common trend. Venom Zera takes a peek down towards mid. Finds nobody. Looking at general direction anyways, but now a little bit of an about face from Astralis once more. As they favor lean heavily into that A site towards top mid and apartments.
Out. They're able to avoid having to land directly on his head. Has to fall back. Plenty of utility has been used towards Banana for the CT side. Molly at least prevents any aggressive peeking. At least for a moment. Fozy had the angle lined up, wasn't able to pull the trigger, however.
Oh,
nice angle. Puts MIBR up.
ბრანზაზე თქვა ცუდი მოთამაშეა პიჩე და მაგის მერე არ მოვყოდა რა.
Don't really have much to work with. LNZ blows the
ცუდი გუნდები თამაშობენ გააჩვენა.
Pair's position known. Charles not being graceful about the fact that these three players have to try to go for this take. No options left for them. Player lies in pit. A player lies on top of the site. 1-for-1. Venom Zera has a chance to completely quell the fire that Astralis tried to put onto the bomb site. One is good. And it's Sonny gets the second, which is even...
As well, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a competitive game of Counter-Strike, a bit of a rusty start maybe for Na'Vi having to get into it, but with Blade behind them and with a team that's been together for as long as they have, it'd be very surprising if they weren't able to cleanse a win on Inferno.
ახალი ფორმები აქ ნავი, თეთრი ფორმები. იხუიასიპე. აუ რა კაი ფორმები აციოთ ბებრებს. ნავის თეთრი ფორმა უკვე თემა. Oh shit. გადაგაკეთე კეპლა მაგნერიან ულოშებზე. აუ, რა ფორმა, ბიჭო. ეზემა.
Alrighty folks, Na'Vi 3D Max approach.
თეთრი შარვლების დაჟე.
Stage here live from Paris for the Esports World Cup. So many games, but we're here.
ეს უკვე სხვა ლეველია, baby.
Counter-Strike 2, baby, and I mean, I'm not sure what Chad thinks. I think this could be a rather quick one. Of course.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Na'Vi, mate. I mean, sure, I'm a 3D Max fanboy. Like the way they play, lots of aggressive maneuvers. I think Maka can be quite an exciting prospect in the server. But Na'Vi on name value, on, I don't know, head-to-head, I haven't looked at it, but I'm assuming Na'Vi have beaten them.
I think we can do a couple of things here. First, let's address Na'Vi versus 3D Max this time last year at EWC. Na'Vi upset, 3D Max upset Na'Vi. And that was a single elimination 16-team bracket, right? So they lost and they're eliminated. That one probably left a mark.
Ooh.
But since then, a lot has changed, right? This 3D Max roster is different. We've had coaching change, we've had in-game leader changes, we've had a couple of players go out, Body and Ecstasies. They've made way for the likes of Masuta and Kersey, who we saw in Gamer Legion as an AWPer.
Right, and how much of Kersey did we really see?
Yeah, not enough, right? It was a short-lived stint, but he's operating as a rifler in this roster of 3D Max now. And then you have Na'Vi, on the other hand, who we haven't seen it play an official since their Stage 3 major exit, losing to G2. So the only thing I can tell you about them that's looking new is the jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, they had radio silence. We thought, surely they're going to try and make a trade in the off-season. But no, we have the same roster. We'll see if we can get a different result for Na'Vi coming out of the gates this time round. The other head-to-heads in more recent history have been at EPLs, but as far as the new complexion of 3D Max is concerned, this is the first time we will see these 10 players locking horns in this complexion.
And as far as, you know, how you categorize, you know, if you were to describe the style of play, 3D Max, I feel like I can do that one. You know, it's that proactive CT side. It's very kind of live and die by that sword. For Na'Vi, are they categorized as the team with the strongest fundamentals? Is the word default going to come out of your mouth? How do you categorize and describe Na'Vi to say a newer viewer?
I think in terms of, let's go with theory. Ooh. They're a team that does a lot of theory, right? Okay. They play Blade system, right? Alexi is essentially calling Blade system. And he's a bit of a taskmaster over there. I see Glaive in the building. I see Device in the building. I tell you what, we got 100 Thieves coming up next. The young faces, the old faces. I got off the Na'Vi topic there, but I just turned around. I saw Glaive. I went, oh, okay. Well, they're looking for someone to sit.
I'm excited for that
best of one. They should go to the player lounge. It's a good player lounge.
Is a good
I don't know if they've been there yet, but we'll see them coming up shortly. But yeah, Na'Vi, right? This is a system-based team, right? This is default for sure. But when I say theory, we're talking about the decision tree. Okay, this utility was thrown. We make this choice, this choice, this choice. It's going to be tough when you have a team who like to be aggressive, right? Think about Maka in the past when we talk about this man on Inferno with the AWP. Likes to be in halls and boiler, but not the setup with a teammate. He'll be there on his own, right? Likes to do a little bit of things out of the box. So we'll see if they can find some momentum to kick things off today. CT side start on Inferno.
We're going to be swapping those cams over in just a moment. Let's get this started. Start for Na'Vi.
Oh, გაიგო.
He's going to have a head-to-head.
აუ, აქაც Inferno, იქაც Inferno, რა ხდება? 14 ლაიქი გვაკლია, ძმებო 300-მდე ბარემ გავწუროთ 300 ლაიქი.
I'm so confused. Hold on a second. That's not Maka, guys. And it's not Alexi B either.
Wait.
Maka.
Makazi at half wall. Flash over. Maka. Jill Berettas takes the first.
Maka, და იმ ალექსი ბისმანახევი მიდი ალექსი.
Wants to stay staunch on the fight. Wonderful wall trade.
და მაკაზი არის მაკა.
Goes down, but
ცუდათო.
Immediately takes the half wall position and those Jill Berettas.
ცუდათო და გრავიტი არის ბიტა.
One can go both ways. 1A. Masuta versus Ime. Headshot does well on the Glocker range. He's even put one into Kersey. He's had so much trouble getting run on down and into his toes on the jump. Through the moto smoke, trying to isolate onto Alexi B. It is a one-on-one that Alexi will prevail. An important round-defining frag from Alexi facilitates the plant. Gravity, this later rival, 1 kill so far, needs another 2. And Alexi B, his first challenge, playing the time, rotting the clock, and enables a double up. Wonderful fight with him, and Navi will start as they mean to go on.
Okay, so a little bit of a kerfuffle there in Banana, but Ima bows them out. And he was the man that was under an awful lot of scrutiny in this offseason. Right? This was the man that I think people were looking for. Okay, let's get Frozen, let's get Ima out. For people at home, they just go, which player do I think is good and might fit these roles? They don't consider buyouts and everything that goes with it. So Navi, it's the same team we saw the last season taking to the server, but I don't think they'll be happy with the season. Right? It's not. The major is the exam. We've had Blade say that before, and not making the playoffs does leave a mark, and so does that nade. So.
სიგიჟია პროსტო ძმაო.
It's a 4-man B lean.
მე რამდენი M9 გაიჩით, ამდენი რამე არ მინახავს ნო. ზოგადად არ რაქვთ ხოლმე M9 არავის და ტიპებმა.
Ამდენი to go through the motions to take map control. They have Balls and Boiler.
Hypnotic.
They have at least the first half of Banana under their remit.
I like that nerdy smoke. You don't see that all too often. Was thrown out by the longside player Maka.
You would like the enemy to see that though, because if they see the trajectory of that, they might assume that they're blocking and that they're stacking the other side. So he's going to lob out another, but there's nobody to see where this is being thrown from.
It's not selling anything.
But they are returning to B. There's 50 seconds left, so still plenty of time to change. Send in Makazi here with this Mac 10 for info, and at the same time,
Pitats midis და ორი smoke აქვს კიდე ბიზე ბიჭო რა სიგიჟია თო.
Otherwise they're going into this stack full steam ahead.
Okay, let's see if it is just going to be the Makazi Mac 10.
Wow, რა სტაკია თო.
No, there is.
Why merti.
Maybe you want to back away. The water's a bit warm, lads. Kazi's deagle headshot onto Makazi. 25 seconds. This can go wrong for Navi. They're onto Lucky. There's Bit. 2 more at the back of the site. Running at them with Glocks and an easy one for Gravity, finding Alexi. Gravity hiding out on the reload, and the smoke goes for a USP. And just Maka, this rotation through the
Why me?
Wonderful, get it down, but my goodness, by the skin of Navi's teeth, they survive that walking into the stack.
So that's one where Blade just sitting and watching that from behind a coaching
perspective.
But you see, they didn't rush the plant. They made they understood what they're up against, and Maka's still looking to make a little bit more of a dent in the finances. So going to find himself base of Banana, looking to do some damage, see if he can take away another Galil. Wonderful. Don't want to overstep the mark to give Maka a chance.
Ai შანსი ქონდათ ეხლა რომ გასულიყო ამ ტურნირზე, მაგრამ რა ვიცი, ამწუხაროდ
2-0 start for Navi as they'll exit through CT. So Maka not going to get too much for his troubles.
I always like to see a second round force with a plan. There certainly was one there.
I think that from a calling perspective, you're going to think you got away with one if you're Alexi. Oh, I called us into the stack. Thanks, boys, for staying gun on. But you're not going to feel like you're outmaneuvering them. Actually, that feels kind of good if you're 3D Max. You took the gamble, it paid off, and they walked into your stack. You just couldn't hit the necessary shots. That's fortunate from him. That is a very impactful kill in the scheme of things. It does alleviate pressure. So 2 impactful rounds for Ima and a smile on the Romanian's face. Boost up for Maka top Banana.
Oh shit,
horrible combo. Has Gravity dead, Maka next, even a nearly onto a Lucky. 13 points of health, nothing really to talk about for 3D Max's chances in this one. Just going to put it in.
კარგი ხარ ბიტუშა. თეთრი ფორმები უხდება. ბიჭო, რავი, ვანდერფულა ჩაანაცვლებ შეულებრივი ხარ. არა Wonderful-ს ისეთ თამაშები არ ხომ ხანდახან მე თვითონ შტერდები ძმაო. ძმამ რა ფლეში გააძრო ჩემი. ეკლესიაში წესიურად მოიქეცით ბიჭო.
Lucky for the exit. Oh, yeah, not the weapon you want to be going into a head-to-head duel with. The MAC-10 quick to adjust.
Okay, გაიავებია მე მომწონს. Wow, wow, wow.
Nice, Masuta unable to
provide. Digli მოკლავდა, ხო იცი ძმებო, მაგას ორთქლიაში რო კლავდა ხომ ეგ Digli.
Right, he's going to bring out that AWP. We'll get to see how he wants to play it.
Straight to apps, round one.
Well, this is it. Is the game plan going to be to fight for banana control? Right, this is where we get to see what 3D Max have opted to bring in today against Navi. They don't have a kit, so if the bomb does go down, it's already Inferno, so that will reinforce the save idea unless it's full chaos, and Maka will be starting towards Lucky and Kersey looking for the banana control. Nade right into Boiler does extensive early damage. So as they're trying to stall you out on your default, you get a nade for your troubles.
Ooh, gravity. Oh! That's brutal. A little bit of a sound cue. All Makaze needs, and he gets bowled over.
And they're just going to explode into A. 3 out apps, 2 up mid.
You better be strong, Masuta. Already down to 43. Partners up with Maka on the short side. Now the pressure from both fronts. So uncomfortable. He's got pressure on 2. Still finds a follow-up onto Makaze. Dips away from the apartment's pressure. And now we've got a retake.
Well, they will give this one a go. The fact that they have them boxed in, they should give this retake a look. Sure, there's no kit. But they've responded to this very quickly.
Crossfire on site. Wonderful and Imma working on that, and they've got that loose piece of bit, able to enable no worries about the balcony. Kazi pathing forward now, trying to break that site crossfire with Lucky.
არა, ნავი კარგად გამოიყურება ჯერჯერობით Inferno-ზე თან.
As well from the balk. Time ticking, lads. Are we going or are we not?
კურსი ვინ არის ძმა? Bravo, ჩემი Discord-ის სერვერზე შემოდით ასევე. თუ იმას გაგვწურული რომ counter-ის თამაში ისწავლოთ, შეგიძლიათ ჩემთან გაიაროთ კურსები, skin-ები წერტილი G-ზე. შეგიძლიათ შეხვიდეთ და მანდ გაიაროთ კურსები. Wow!
He's going to be very happy with a freebie and banana there onto gravity.
მაგას ხოვე თამაშე face. ჩემსკენ იყო და არ ვიცი, რა ის როლა კი კარგად.
See this from Makaze.
40 ლარი და 50 ლარი.
Scuttles it forward right into the
გაჩნია რა ლეველი.
Was impressed by the
way Maka ყველაზე მეტი ფანი ნავის ყავს, ხო? Hey, სავარაუდოდ ნავის და simple.
At the same time he spots someone pushing middle. Managed to provide the double and get away with that AWP. See if he can do something with it into our 5th round of play.
Imma's flashing.
That's a big nade. 100 damage inflicted onto Makaze and Wonderful.
They've really burnt these smokes. There's 2 left. And we've still got 1:20 left on the clock, so at least they've got what they were hoping for. This banana control. All right, it's Lucky's opportunity this time through the smoke. Thank you very much.
Just a well-timed burst. Brackets control. Apps set up for the M&M. Maka and Basuta. Clear from Imma. This is such an off angle. It feels like Masuta should have this every day of the week. Kersey up next. Lining up for him, but the AKs will win out.
Still, with that damage, you think it should be
It really does hinge on if Makaze can get anything done on this fight. He's just going to be holding the space as his boys head CT. Oh my god, wait, but the bomb's middle. Don't lose the bomb. Lucky down, and he knows there's another near there. Here it is. Overreaction and bad tracking. Makaze punching desk.
მე ხმას აღარ ამოვიღებ ხოლმე არასდროს ხმას არ ამოვიღებ. ეგეთ რაღაცა თუ ჩავალფეილებ ხმა არაფერი ხმა არ გამცეთ მე. ძმები ძმა $40000 იღებენ ამაში. $40000 რო კაცი მოკლა ზურგში და ეხოცებ ჩემზე არ თქვი მე თუ რამეს ჩავალფეილებსო მე
Oh, he could run into A.
These cheeky kills that have been happening through the smokes, right, have dictated these last 2 rounds. Well, that's the first on the board for 3D Max, and tactical timeout called from Blade immediately. So that's just, I guess, unlucky. How else can you frame it? Or That was lucky.
That was lucky. Yeah.
His alter ego. Unlucky.
That's his evil twin brother.
An opportunity to settle into the environment for Na'Vi. They will have no issues in the buy for this one. It's the next round, so Blade trying to get ahead of that. You've got Imma and Bit both with 3.7.
არა, ძმა, რა ერთ კილზე 50 კა არის. ხელფასია 50-ს.
About that as required.
Chug.
Lucky with a Famus. EK for Masuda, M4s for the other two, and Maka on that AWP. Full sets of nades, gets in play. And the round ready to get back underway. So Kersey again, smokes spot on Banana, heads over to assist with the control. Maka and Masuda.
The T and CT smokes landed almost next to each other. Here comes that test. Easy stand over this ground. Gravity, combination with Lucky and that HG has completely silenced this B duo. Alexi and Makaze trying to take some top Banana control, and they're left with nothing.
Now you're in a 3v5 time on the clock, so not backing down at 3D Max, continuing to trundle forward even with a two-man advantage. Kersey's rotated back in time. He's got the arch wrap covered. Still with short and apps. Unless they want to knock on the door of Banana here.
Is there a good flash for a position like Gravity's?
If they were T-step, well...
nope, just a hard clear. Oh, the crouch nearly worked out. It was under the crosshair for a minute. Didn't find that bullet, and Bit trading eventually. That's going to lead to a rotation. You can see Kersey quick to scarper over to ensure Lucky's not alone.
But I'm still...
Hang on, head to head with the Orbs here.
What the fuck?
Oof. Looks like Masuda and Maka both took damage from that.
But they identify in this situation as So if Imma had stayed alive, this is why I was saying, because it was Wonderful, Imma, and Bit, right?
Yes.
So Wonderful could have kept the AWP. The other two are in positions to drop AKs and still buy utility into next, and it could have been a full buy. But I like the fact that they still gave it a look.
How ძველი გუნდია ნავი და იმით ყველაზე დიდი გუნდი არის ასე ვთქვათ. არსებული გუნდებიდან ახლა ვინც არის.
But your players still have to play.
But I mean what you're talking about is one
of the მოყოლებული არსებობენ და რა ვიცი. დიდი ორგანიზაცია მოკლედ რა.
You're not necessarily all in on the commitment, but you're certainly keeping options open as opposed to it like this is binary, it's either we fight or we don't.
A little bit of a reaction there from the crowd. It makes sense. We got a French team on stage. When we move into next week, we move into the big arena. Well, not the big arena, the one before the big arena. But it's 7,000 or 8,000 people. We can see it from where we're sitting right now. Rocket League's over there.
By most people's standards, I think that's pretty big.
ანუ არენაზე იქნება
So they still make it work for the most part. So Tech9, the only mission.
Pakazem რა რაუნდი წააგებენ.
And I think it makes sense to gift them Banana. That's fine. We don't need to get spammed through anymore. We'll take Halls and Boiler first. That'll be a combination of Alexi and Bit to work on that in this round. A very passive setup as well. I want to draw attention to the radar for people. Nobody close short, nobody in apartments. They are very passive on A.
And they've just been smoked on the arch side. Kersey's response, a HE grenade that finds very little.
But the stack is in the right place. Not for the first time.
Oh, რა ლამაზი ფორმები აქვს და ასწორებს.
It's everything they desire.
It's just Gravity on this jump spot. Cannot afford to get caught out by Makaze on his eventual fight. Safe jump spots. Molly's enough info for him, he'll back away.
And no rotation. So keeping it 4 strong at B for now. You need a little bit more than that, says Gravity, if you want to draw a rotation on his watch. So the net has been set up top middle. Now you've got Wonderful, Imma, and Bit. Draw that line in the sand. The rotation comes back to join them. You've got Kersey in sight, Lucky towards tall box, Masuda in pit, and Mac along with the AWP.
Ensis formats kaya, Falconis formats kaya.
That's a perfect nade from Masuda. Is ringing, but Makaze head hunting. Maka down, nice shot from Alexi's Tech9. Ooh, a quick one on the AWP from Wonderful, breaks through.
And look at the time. There was 7 seconds left as the bomb starts to get punched in there. If a kill goes the other way and a little bit more cumbersome there on the trading, the time could have been the enemy. So Na'Vi with a buzzer beater Gravity will back off. That's his best option in this one. He's the one who's lacking in the cash department.
Impactful kills from Makaze and Wonderful. Even, I mean, actually, to be fair, Alexi somehow getting real output out of the Tech 9.
It's 2 points of timing there. So one that comes out, does good damage, but then as he swings back out with gun in hand, he just gets deleted, so not on the angle. And then you see Maka trying to get into sight, but they've already breached up short. So 2 players caught by timings, and that's the undoing for 3D Max. 5-2. And another buy will follow. So is there a change-up at a 3D Max? They played that one very passive, right? And we've seen them in other rounds have Maka with Masuda forward in halls with some setups to at least inform them with a little bit of information. Nate comes in, swings out, and fortunately for him, they were on the line. That's Makazi's 3rd opening kill, the only man providing opening kills for Na'Vi so far.
Opening, unable to provide it. Lucky again on the smoke spam. It's not going to find as much success. Suter provides the trade.
ვაიმე, რა საშინელი მომენტია სამი კაცი ბლაინდში რო გესვრის და რო კლავენტო.
Advantage Na'Vi and just one man to defend A. Suter versus the world. Na'Vi's 6th unless he finds a crazy multi.
ფალკონებსაც ხონდათ ხო თეთრი ფორმები მახსოვს.
That's a good shot.
That is round. Just
Agari
on what is going through Emma's mind. So the AWP has rattled off on the break. The player that they killed first was Masuta, I believe. And those, if they're starting 3B, those are the 2 players you expect on A. So he's overlooked the potential for Kersey because he's assumed they've gone for another 3-man banana start.
Right.
But he's died, the information's there, they've won out on banana. Either way, they've just been able to putt it in. So Na'Vi up to 6.
No, but that nameplate Counter-Strike, it's often... It's very easy to overlook as a viewer where some of these decisions come from players. And, you know, they get caught with a knife out, and it's very easy to sit there at home with your popcorn and go, "What are these idiots doing?" But there's logic often, most of the time, behind these getting caught out moments.
For sure, right? Obviously, you've got your expectations, and well, you do your homework. There's also little details that we are going to miss when we're watching this sound cues that are going on. Players can pick it up. There was a moment in the tournament that I was watching back in the hotel when it was Mini from GG How going to pick B, and he was scoped in early, so the short player couldn't hear him. But then he gets to he unscopes. Zontic's always close short. Here's the double scope. Magic stops jump spotting. All the time. That it's so hard to pick up because you're focusing on different skirmishes all across the map and everything is always moving. So it's devil's in the details as far as Counter-Strike's concerned. But we do get a tactical timeout. This is the 2nd. There you go. See, that's why it looks a little bit silly. 2nd of the map. But first from 3D Max. But Emma has had some very impactful moments. I know he only has 4 kills, and that sounds a little bit crazy, but the pistol, he had some nice kills. And then against the 4, he gets that spam kill through the smoke, and I think some pressure. Kazi's openers have been handy, and that one for Emma, he now joins the board. And they also looked a little bit more free, right? Just, well, let's just take that fight, right? So I identify, okay, AWP was long side, we might be able to get a 1v1. Great to see them taking their shots. So we are ready to get this one back underway. They want to try the same pick. This is great conditioning. So this all came back to that round they finished A, right? They went for the halls and boiler control first. Now they're essentially forcing 3D to start in a stance that's heavy towards A, and now they're even forcing 3D to play in boiler, in halls, mid crossfire, because they don't want them to get the space. They don't want to they want to win the duels, top, middle, and halls, and that be the rounds. They don't want to play out the mid round.
Makaze could be providing an opening here. Up against Gravity on that first box. Ooh, nearly 4 HP on Gravity. He does deny.
But there was no smoke from CT. Nobody picked coffins. Nobody jiggled CT. That's information in itself.
True, I see you. He's alone. And if he peeks, he is a dead man. Alexi's got the molly. He can just flush him out. His teammates provide it. There's Maka onto Bit elsewhere. Catches the mid player.
They should be able to get the bomb down and set up the post plant. There's another smoke forward CT as well.
Wonderful's got banana. This is not easy to get past the AWPer.
No!
This is the shot between the wickets of two. Spotted the info though. Knows there's multiple bodies. Elevation still enables the flick up. Wonderful.
Why me la tradepi? Bravo.
Wraps it up, puts a bow on it. Na'Vi find a 7th.
It looked like it could have been cleaner there. That miss from Wonderful.
Bravo. Magari raundi gaatamas.
And then Emma
Magari tazqobაზე იყვნენ ერთმანეთს.
home and sends them back in 7-2.
How has he got 2 there with Wonderful? After missing that first, I'm convinced he's overrun. You see the boost.
Sandbags.
You're supposed to be a dead man. He does very well to rectify.
And this here, I think Gravity, in fact, he gets that kill. You're thinking, okay. Sets them up quite nicely, but Emma pivoting, the swings coming through. Not connecting our 3D Max. The AWP starting towards B this
time.
Maka wants to try and press the issue.
Audible to Maka.
For that
exact fight, catches Makaze on the jiggle, playing that close AWP. Now committed is Alexi. He's playing a very dangerous game, and he has to win that one. Gravity manufactures an extension of their advantage. There's a little bit of something on A.
Yeah, Bit needs to find a gap or a frag. Looks like they're going to try and slip the gap long side.
He just replenished the smoke on Abs. And his attention drawn. Kazi unable to find lethality. He needed that one. Now, pressure's onto Masuta. He's getting wrapped upon. Bit and Ime coinciding, clearing the site. A back turn enables Masuta. A 4-on-2 that should be all said and done until that bomb goes down. And now Bit and Wonderful. 2-on-2. It's falling through their fingers. 3D Max had a golden opportunity, a 2-man advantage, and it's just disintegrated. Wonderful knows where you're at, anticipating that jump across, trying to buy time for Lucky.
Bit's ready for Abs or short.
And it is Abs. Ooh, bell rung. Bit playing it safe. Could be dead to the swing of Lucky, and is just onto Wonderful. Last seen sight. Clutch for him.
Oh,
quick
wow.
That's a nice shot out of Lucky. 3D Max find themselves a 3rd.
And they were under a lot of time pressure there as well. You see this 10-second diffuse coming through. So without the kit, those kills had to come in quite rapidly. So well done. I thought Bit would have had him dead to rights, but steps up, cops the dink, under pressure, and Lucky. Very good job from him.
What a relief as well. If you're the A-holders there, you do feel like you've just let it go.
Yeah, I have some problems with the way that Kersey approached that. When you have an advantage like we saw, you want to play setups where you can get information and then rejig a crossfire with your teammates.
Right.
But he was so committed, he either kills them all or he's dead. So it did make things a little bit more difficult. He is the most green player in the server right now.
Okay, Lucky has got a laser beam on his M4. 7 frags deep. Top of the scoreboard alongside Maka.
They're all ready to pop A. This is going to happen very quickly.
Yeah, I think quicker than they're ready for. I say that, actually. Info on 2. 1 pit, 1 site. Masuta drops a smoke, safe from the flame. Hard to force him out now, but the HE does break the smoke, expose the defense. Down goes Maka and Masuta, and an 8th round as easy as that.
Okay. Well, as soon as they saw it was Alexi, they are
Უკრაინული ორგანიზაცია ნავიდა მაგიტო.
searching. We are in a bit of hot
შეიძლება ავერს ვერ გადაუხდიან რუსებს ხელფას.
Break, right? The smoke. Plumes open and just deleted there. So this will be 8-3.
It's a really nice response. I was thinking like, it's going to be hard to flush him out. He's got a smoke to play around. You can't molly him, but you can nade the smoke. Genius. Rock, paper, scissors.
Lizard Spock. The slightly more
layers to that.
Exposed format. We got Vitality versus 100 Thieves coming up next. Simultaneously, we'll have Wildcard versus Furia. And then we're going to have a 9Z versus Pain and a Linvision versus Mouse to round out the day.
Purja vise tamašeba. Ori laikit mīlēt, mēs samas jau
start crushing keys, excuse me.
And that's that one for 3D Max. You can see it's center stage for these teams. You even get to put the opponents, if you win the trophy, you get to put your favorite 3 keys into the trophy itself.
It could be any of the teams, any of the other.
You just
31.
choose them.
Yeah, you don't even have to have beaten them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I don't like these guys. They can live in my trophy.
Just more fuel for the drama.
All right, well, 4 in a pistol is workable, 9-3, and I think this one will be quick.
Okay, we got action on Banana. HE looks like it's destined for damage. Gravity lucky to be alive after Lexi B's combo.
Both teams have had some moments through smokes.
Gravity gotten away from that, thankfully.
And they didn't really win out Banana control, so they don't have brackets info, they don't have Banana info, and that does spell a bit of a problem.
Here it comes, you know.
Well,
they're playing for a fight,
yeah,
Kirsty forward.
Flash mid, you had your knives out, didn't go for the full swing, understandably.
This feels like an invitation to these boiler players, though.
Didn't make an impact sound, Dimmer's position not noted.
So I like the heads-up play to take back this brackets control because they would have been in a world of hurt information-wise. But you still have this problem with the low HP of Gravity on bit.
Oh, wow,
okay.
wow.
A nice one from Wonderful.
Well, the info is Wonderful is in Chicken Pit. So, do with that as you will. Now it's Masuda and Maka on 8 to defend against 5.
And you've only got an M4 and a FAMAS. Has to be one hell of a crossfire here. Mikaze on the warpath. Good angle from Maka and Masuta in combination. Now the wrap. Can't transfer. It's Alexi's pressure that they overwhelms them. Side gets overwhelmed. No time for the plant. There's no time. And you can see the face on him. And that is an awkward way for the half to end. 3D Max given a gift.
That's when the CTs do put up the necessary resistance with the low time, right? We had one earlier where they kind of just fell over. This time round, they stall them out. The clock becomes the problem. And with 30 seconds, they're probably chomping at the bit to get this thing back underway. So 3D Max, you get the pistol. Maybe we can start having a conversation on our hands.
Gosh, that was, yeah, just the two of them. Maka and Masuta versus the entire Na'Vi squad. But enough output to get it by virtue of the clock. If you're Na'Vi, if you're Ime in particular, you're going to feel a little bit silly.
If you reflect on that first half of play, opening kills actually fell in favor of 3D Max. So Na'Vi had some good trade work, but also had some good moments. Like I highlighted Ime with that 2-piece feed on the A side when they had lost the exchange in Banana. So they definitely weren't winning out in terms of those opening duels, Na'Vi, but they did have some good individual
matches.
It's just that the clock is racing away.
And Masuta just by hiding out behind that box, being just hard enough to kill.
Oh,
all right.
This is real fast.
We've got pace, ladies and gentlemen. Bit playing around that smoke confirms they're not coming his way, but through the backstab is held. Important from Maka. Hasn't found the headshots necessary. Does chip one in. One bullet. No bullets.
Უღრმესი მადლობა bro დონაციისთვის შეგარიხარ. დაია თუ გისწორდება რამე ამ ცხოვრებაში.
In this one, running into Alexis.
რა ხდება ეს დესმაჩ თამაშობენ ეს ჩემისები?
Round over surely.
Wonderful trying to get back into this.
Showing, hey, you don't actually have to plant the bomb to win the round. So going for a different way to secure that objective, but now doing it by the book. Bit of extra cash there as well as oh, that sound cute.
მაგარი პლეიოფები აიწევა ძალიან.
Have been noted. I think hold on to the jewelry.
ყველას ეხა დასამტკიცებელი აქვს მაუსთან რომ ამ ტურნირს იგებენ რა. აი მაუს აქ აი თაფლობისთვის რასაც ეძახიან რა, ყველას აქ, ანუ ყველა სპორტში არსებობს ეგეთი რაღაც. ახალი მოთამაშე რო გადადის ან გუნდში იცლება ვიღაცები და თაფლობის თუ აქვს. და კარგად თამაშობენ რამოდენიმე თვე რა. რა ხდება რამდენი ხანი გაგზავნება მაუსის შემთხვევაში.
You're not worrying about taking the map control and then playing off of each other. It's let's cause a scenario that they couldn't possibly have prepped for once we get into a mid-round, right? And if we find that entry, if we trade out efficiently, we're going to be in a very strong spot. So 3D Max, when you were asking about trying to frame these teams, that right there, you could just, this is how 3D Max play, right? You know, an aggressive squad.
You talked about the Na'Vi and how it's all flowcharts. The flowchart for this round for 3D Max was rush A, and the second step was kill them.
Yeah, and the objective changed at some point there to be, okay, let's just take the fights. It was clear that they were very hungry for the jewels. As one brings out a shotgun into this one.
That's a rarity.
For Na'Vi.
ყოველ დღეს გათენება ასწორებს.
Gravity. Banana, full control already.
He just wants to go.
ახალი challenge-ია ყოველდღე, ხო?
Block smoke will be thrown. That's what he wanted, and he's achieved it. Forces out that block util. Alexi has another where that came from, and Makaze too. So going to be trying to hold on to that for as long as they can.
The key to put the pressure on it early like this is because those smokes you're hiding will be siphoned out quicker.
Yeah.
So you don't get into the last 20 seconds of the round and you can still be blocked. This does put 3D Max in a decent position, but they haven't investigated A whatsoever. They're just throwing some light utility to force a response of some kind.
It's a curious choice from Wonderful as well. Not only the shotgun, but how he's choosing to utilize it. He's just playing close short, hoping to catch someone swinging, pre-aiming pit.
I don't know why I'm a bit worried for 3D Max in this round.
Yeah.
Something just feels a bit fishy.
This is actually very interesting. There's a smoke in the apartments, Masuta on the other side of it. And if you go a step further, it's a free frag for Masuta. Here we go. Ooh, nice trade though, provided by Wonderful. Gets some extra cash for that AWP. Alexi just about finds Maka.
Wonderful
confirms Lucky's got the short side on lock. I don't know what the shotgun's supposed to do in this scenario. Partner up with the MP9 and from the long side. Draws attention. Ime onto gravity. Now they burst through. This could go wrong. There's the shotgun and a 1v1. Outrageous. $2,700.
He's a rich man. Diffuse comes in. And what could have been the conversation for a comeback for 3D Max has just been stunted right there and then. Fortunately for them, they do get the bomb down, so they get a little bit of extra cash going to their force buy, but I feel like the wind's just been taken out of their sails the second half. A lot of output there from the shotgun.
Nice from Emma as well. Yeah. Like he was the first to pull a card from the castle. That's an expression I've just made up. Actually, a brand new one.
It's
House of
Nainzi versus Pain რასპექტო Nainzis bro.
You can do it with the sand
მაგარი გუნდია Nainzi best of ერთ-ერთი მით უმეტეს მაგარად თამაშობენ ძალიან best of ერთ-ერთი.
And you can do it with an eco. So not opting for the force.
You know there's a lot of castles for sale in France.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're interested.
Yeah.
They're quite reasonably priced.
I thought you were going to give me someone's number. Who am I calling?
No, I'm just telling you. Like, I was surprised to find a significant amount of castles for sale if you're feeling medieval.
Are they owned by Zywo or Apex by any chance?
Potentially. How many of you are using this eco to Google castles in France for sale? Because there is a few. Check them out.
A nice anti-eco setup here from... I think it's more anti-force. I think they're probably expecting a force. That's, I have heard a couple of pistols rattle off.
Wonderful's feeling himself. It's a great nade to set him up. Here's a couple of steps. Confirms presence just around the river bend. Down goes Maka, and he wants more. He is really feeling himself under the denial. Bit steals the ace. That was nearly a 1-mag 5K, and it's not going to happen.
Well, they've established it was that eco. Now they know the guns are going to come out, so 3 kills, 2 AKs. You still there, but this is a massive bonus round for Na'Vi, isn't it? Right? They get to carry through some of those lighter weapons.
Bicho, აი, ნახოთ დღეს ყველა თამაში და გეტყვი რა. იმის თამაში არ მინახავს, ერთი ვიტალიტი გადარჩა. ფალკონები კარგ ფორმაში არიან, საკაიფოდ გამოიყურებიან რა. ან ჯიგრულად გამოიყურებიან ძალიან. და ფალკონებიც არ არის ჩამოსაწერი გუნდი. მაუზის თამაში ვერ ვნახავ დღეს, მაგრამ მაუზსაც კაი შანსი აქვს ბოლო ტურნირის ჩემპიონები არიან ბოლოს და ბოლოს. სპირიტის ჩამოწერაც არ შეიძლება მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ best of 1 წააგეს დღეს. ფინალი მგონია ვიტალიტი ფალკონსი რა. ეგ ფინალი თუ დაგვიჟდა არის აი ესეთი. პერფექტო. ვა, გაუტანეს მაინც რაუნდი. საუნდს ამიტომ აქვს.
And Alexi want to hang around and do a little bit of damage.
Sure.
It's probably their best option in this situation.
ფალკონი იყო კი მოიგო.
You have a pop through a mid smoke, catch them
არ არის აქ არა სიმპლა. შეეძლო რომ სიმპლა რომ გამოსულიყო შეხვდებოდა ვიტალიტის ეხა, მაგრამ ვერ გამოვიდა.
We are finding ourselves in Group D. We've already had a match in this group take place earlier today. That was the Mongols
Კაი
versus
ტიპები
Magic.
დაიმატეს, ორი ტიპი არ დაიმატეს მაუში. Select და ის ხო? ახალი ტიპები არიან იგენ. Pierre ძალიან მაგარია, აი ძალიან მაგარი მოთამაშეა Pierre.
Definitely need to give our respects to based off of their
უღლესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დრო დონაციისთვის ჯიგარი. ჯიგარი ხარ ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ყველა დღეს დონაციების.
90 and Mongols are the four that would be your likely expectation, but the Mongols have two green players in their roster.
ნავის მაგარი მაიკები აქვს, მაგას ვიძახით ახლა. Вообще ფორმა მომწონს. მაგრამ ამ ტურნირზე არ არის მე მგონი JL-ა. JL-ა იქნება შემდეგ ტურნირზე. ამ ტურნირზე მთელი შემადგენლობით არის.
Sides Kersey.
ტურნირზე ჩაულებრივ არის.
Wonderful will have his AWP.
არა, ამ ტურნირზე ჩაულებრივ არიან. ამის შემდეგი ტურნირაც იქნება, იქ იქნებიან. იქ იქნება JL-ა.
And the second time out from Blade.
Yeah, he's not looking too concerned just yet. I'm
Oh, Pierre ძალიან მაგარი მოთამაშეა.
You can see this man's frustrations from a mile away.
Yeah, one of the
ათვალე მეორე რობზა რა.
He is our fan favorite is the heart on the sleeve. Cannot hide how he feels about the round.
არა, JL-ა ნავიდან გაუშვეს კი.
See him smile a couple of times.
უბრალოდ წავიდა თვითონ. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციებისთვის ხდება.
Hide how he feels. It makes it more entertaining for us.
It absolutely does. It has led to some great reaction gifs, I'm sure. You can find.
არა, რა უნდა დატესტან, bro. Просто მეძის ცოლიც და აპექსას ცოლიც ორსულად არიან და ერთი ელოდება შვილს ეხა ერთ დღეში, ამ დღეებში უკვე ერთი თვის მანძილზე და მეორე ცოტა გვიან სამ თვეში სადღაც და ეგრე ემთხვევა რა. ტურნირებზე ემთხვევა და ცოლთა რო იყვნენ მაგ პონჩი JL-ა ჩაანაცვლებს. Jackson. I'm too hard.
Very quiet across the map right now. Is some still lined up from Gravity. He's selling.
მე ვაფშე დავიკიდე სოციალურქსელების დედავატირე. მე უგუნეს მადლობა დონაციისთვის.
Being on that balcony, you kind of hopefully.
იდეა ვაფშე არ შევდივარ და აღარ უყურებ არაფერს. ყველაფერი წაშლილი მაქვს ვაფშე ტელეფონიდანაც.
They're giving a decent amount of room, or at least that's how it looks from the 3D Max lens. We've been able to get banana control.
კომპიუტერში კიდე გამოვედი ყველა იმ სოციალურქსელიდან რომ აღარ შევიდე და შემთხვევითაც არ გავხსნა და არ წავიკითხო რა.
God, lots of avant-garde
მადლობა
approaches
კიდევ
here
ერთხელ
from
აჩექს
Neutral
დონაციებისთვის
Department. Lucky's got
მეგო.
a big one here.
ჯიგრები ხართ.
This is apps pop written all over it.
Blocked just
ყველაზე
the
მაგარი
right
right
time as well.
play ვინა,
With
don't
38 seconds on the clock, you're going through that.
It's transitioning now to bike. He'll have support at 2.
ვაიმე, ცოტა ზაგაგვიანდება.
Unloads for 2. Gravity and Kersey sidelined. Masuta spotted over the top of the smoke and him at a comfortable finish. It's just Maka and Lucky. Mantles up on the box, does significant damage to Maka. We've got to see a plant here. Lucky's found wonderful.
ვაიმე, მოკლა ბიჭო.
It's a 2-on-2. Making this one
Why, man?
competitive. Don't forget what's at stake here in the best of one. 3D Max need this. Begging for it.
შეიძლება ამ რაუნდის გამოძრობა?
Lucky
ვიცა?
have got to bring this one home. Mikaze and Alexi swing
ვაიმე, ორივე ლოუა. შეუულია მაკას. ერთი აიწია.
He will do the job. Lucky bowled over and Mikaze looking out for Maka.
Wow,
Elevated perfect. Finds the headshot.
Griffin კიდევ და კიდევ უღმეს მადლობა bro, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაციისთვის.
He was doing a good job in that first half,
ისე
finding a
ნავი
couple of
რაღაც
opening kills.
პონჩი
Now he gets a
კაი
big clutch. That bomb going down does make things a little bit more interesting for 3D Max in this, but seeing Navi
არა, ჩემსკენ არაფერი bro.
wonder what are they going to be able to scrape together.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ უღმესი თითოეული არის დონაციისთვის მეგო.
Only reason the round
და ნავი სად შეეხება ხო? მეც ეგ ვიფიქრე რომ მათ თქო Blade-ამ კიდე ერთი შანსი მისცა თქო რა. იმიტომ რომ აი რატომ რაღაც Majors play-off-ში რო ვერ გავიდა ნავი ძალიან დიდი შოკი იყო რა აი ჩემთვის რომ აი
either way Nagazi makes mid
რანაირად ვერ გავიდა თქო play-off-ში რა.
It's been tough for 3D Max throughout this map just to get consecutive rounds. It's only happened on one occasion, and that was their first 2 on the CT side. Otherwise, it's been very spotty.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ყველას მეგო.
OC in the finances will be on a Mac 10. This
is
likely something a bit more poppy or set. I don't feel that because of the Mac 10. I just think it's getting desperate out there. I think if you're going to try and play map control Counter-Strike against a team like Navi,
არა, ნავი არ გაუგდია იმას რა ქვია Falcons.
You might have a tougher time. So
I will say that
Falcons მაგააკდო ნავი ბიჭო.
Gives me a bit more faith. I think
არა, ნავი Falcons იყო 2-1 2-1. 2-1 სხვა შეხვდა. ნავი. ვინ გააგდო ნავიტო? წინა მეიჯორიდან ხო არ გახსოვთ? ოი.
And Alexis on the floor. Hold on.
Vaime.
Falls to Makaze and he runs out of
Bitum gaagdo, ხო?
And help is on the way. Wonderful arrives just in time. Helped on CT. Will
მე
make it
შეგრე
to
მახსოვდა,
wins
ფალკონებს არ
and
გაუგდია.
chance for this
ფალკონებს
conference
2-2-ზე შეხვდნენ. ისა 2-1-ზე შეხვდნენ.
decisions.
So much time. You think that they've tightened the noose, they haven't at all. Bit just top mid. Could be one of those cut noise moments. You hope that they start playing for info and push through, and you can catch them off guard, or they over rotate. They will concede the bomb plant with this setup. Wonderful. We'll call the CT smoke. Imma has floated away. And it's Bit who you'd love to be over towards B with these smokes, and he's got the HE for the break, but going to cut
Majority წაუგებლად ბევრგუნ smoke-ია. მარტო ნავის აქ მოგებული ეგრე.
There's not a sound cue to confirm this just yet. There is now.
Look at this from Masuta. Brings the fight to them. Imma was close behind and the multi denied. Imma onto Masuta now puts it all onto Maka and a clutch that feels necessary.
არა, კაცო. მაპის წაუგებლად თუ თამაშის წაუგებლად?
Imma predicted perfectly.
მაპი მარტო ნავის არ წაუგია. მაპის ტაგების გარეშე მოიგო მთელი ტურნირი.
Maka relocates. Gets the info and should catch the timing. Beautiful round, a necessary clutch. Quad kill out of Maka.
Nice, Max.
All right, well, that's got the crowd and 3D Max making a little bit of noise.
That's going to be a tough way back. That's Mapi, that's bicho.
Not around.
Wow, sagol vitali se garmaxoda.
Especially after this. This man right here has been involved in any opening they'll give it.
Bro, უღმესი მადლობა დონაცისთვის, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა საპორტისთვის, ჯიგარი ხარ. უღმესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
He's always getting stuck in first. So Maka, 15 kills now, has given them a bit of a lifeline, and you can break the money. Well, it's broken. Right? But this is where you need to capitalize, and they're just going fast.
Okay, look at the gravity go. Perfect flash. Bit repositions, baits him in. That's
Surely you call it off.
Of a messy one.
He was on his own, right? The Halls pop wasn't ready yet. They weren't close enough, right? It's going to take him a little bit longer to get there. So he's just run through, giving him his life.
Bicho, კი, ეხა უფრო მეტი შანსი აქვს რა.
Bit, however, paths well. Tucked back into cover, baits them in. That's a lot of info. Just spotted the whole squad. Bomb was on the radar.
I understand the decision-making process that we've just seen from
ეხა ბევრად მეტი შანსი აქვს გრიფინ, რომ ამ ტურნირებზე გაიჩიტნო ხოლმე, მაგრამ ეხაც კაი შანსი ჰქონდათ, просто წააჩოუკეს.
Heard the app smoke.
Vigilant as well for this gamble.
ძალიან წააჩოუკეს, ძალიან.
Here comes Masuta. Jiggle from Imma. Easy pickings. Wonderful.
არა მეიჯორის მოგება არ ამგონია მაგათმა მეიჯორი
fallen into place nicely. A consecutive from 3D Max.
Yeah, we're just talking about how to get those.
No, rasaoplianeben navis.
Overlooking it in this situation, right? You were definitely going to make sure that you are clearing out every nook and cranny. And with how that started, I thought we were in for an absolute nightmare ending to this map here for 3D Max, but they are still holding on.
Yeah, and the deliberate Mac 10s. You know, I think that's always something 3D Max are not afraid to do. When they know the opponent's in a compromise by scenario, as Gravity did.
Well, they'll get an opportunity again now, knowing that it's the Eco coming up next. So we'll retain these and hopefully farm up. This will become 11-8. 3-round gap. Navi on Eco with a save down for Makazi that we're just watching jiggle.
Just keep jiggling.
Terrorists win.
What is it?
The crowd's grown a little bit. I will say most of the French fans are wearing Vitality jerseys.
They certainly are.
But they're still cheering.
And they're still here for the 3D.
რა ვიცი, მას სიმპლას გუნდი იმასთან ვლოგს უყურე, მაგათი მფლობელის, რა ქვია, BC Games მფლობელის და ძმები ტალღებს აკეთებდნენ იმას შვარცას და იმეს კლასელებს რომ მოუგეს მაიმ.
No, Makazi's the B defender.
მერვე კლასელ ბავშვებს მოუგეს და ამ ხელა ისა Magic-სა და Simple-ა იმაზე რა ქვია. 4 მეიჯორი აქვს ჩემისას მოგებული იმას. ის რავი, ტოპ 1 მოთამაშე არის 8 ჯერ გამხდარი და ის უხარო და შვარცას რომ მოუგეს ჩემი იმენა გავგიჟდი კინა.
Damage from a singular grenade.
Gravity again, though, applying a lot of pressure. This time he doesn't actually put his body on the line, but still having a glance top middle. Fit and wonderful playing to be traded by Makazi.
Basic pointებს გაფარმავენ საკაიფოდ კი, კაი გუნდია.
Easy pickings, and now Makaze, is he able to find anything with that M4?
You just go B now, right? This is where you would group up and finish over towards the B side.
BC Games-ი ერთ-ერთი თამაში. ძლივს მოუგეს თან, აი ძლივს, просто აი ესე იყო თამაში იმენა რა. მინიმალურად მოუგეს.
Gravity's keeping Makaze busy and takes him out as well. You can see a little shake of the head there from Makaze. Gravity's very cheeky on those SMGs.
All right, 2-round gap.
არემ 315 დავამგოთ, მე სხვები 400-ს და ამრგოლებენო. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, bro. გულში ხარ. ჩემი OG ხარ. მადლობა დონაციებისთვის კიდევ ერთხელ ძმებო. უღრმესი მადლობა, bro. კაი კაცი ხარ.
There are going to be some issues in the buy department. They are
აი ძლივს მოუგეს, რასაც ქვია მართლა რა.
Makazi focusing on
ოდნავ 1-2 რაუნდი რო არ გაეტროლა, ენცეს იმენა დახურული იყო თამაში რა, მართლა.
Looks like he's got surely he swaps out the M4 with Makazi here, right? You have to. This guy has just been a monster in terms of the multis. Makazi and Wonderful both with 5 multi kills each throughout this map of play.
All time best team-ი რომელია? უკვე Vitality სამწუხაროდ. Astralis იყო, მაგრამ Astralis მაგრამ რა იქით მოიგო? ეს სატარდება Paris-ში, bro.
Makaze trying his luck, that FAMAS does start to forge a path down towards Banana. Complete Banana control now for Na'Vi.
Majestic მეც მან 3300-დან 3000-ზე ვარ ჩამოსული 2900-ზე ჩავალ ხა მალე უკვე. Oi.
Dips back, finds Gravity. The trade attempt gets nothing. The suit is gone. This is ugly. Maka and Lucky up against the wall. Need to make this 2-on-4 into a 2-on-2.
Why სად გაუთავდა? აი M4-ია ერთი თმა.
Stays competitive, bomb thrust forward.
აგე M4-ია ერთი თმა.
Demanding Lucky plants. How do Makaze and Alexi get back into this?
Some majors that is at ვერ გაიმეორის.
Replenish on the moto smoke.
That's huge.
That's perfect.
That might be it. They might just call this off.
Well, no, you go grey screen and it's easy for Lucky.
Why,
man? Well, Alexi charges through. Maka, another, no, 9 bullets. 9 bullets. That should be a 12 for Na'Vi guaranteed. He'd have to hit some crazy headshots.
No kit.
Doesn't swing. Calls the bluff. Double. Trouble! 10-second defuse secured. Alexi's happy with that one.
Okay. Not getting picked apart one by one this time round. I think when I see that moto smoke come up,
მაინც ვერ მოგითმინა გულმა, ხო? უღრმესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ bro დონაციისთვის შიგარი ხარ. ისე BC Gaming-ის ბოლოს რაუნდი 3000-ზე არ წაეგოთ დღეს Vitality შეჭამდნენ. შეჭამდნენ არ ვიცი, მაგრამ Zayus მაინც შეხვდებოდნენ bro. მეც მაგას ვიძახდი წეღან მეთქი რომ 100 Thieves-ის მაგივრად იქნებოდნენ თქო. სასწაულად ცუდი რაუნდი წააგეს, ეგ აი ძალიან ცუდი რაუნდი წააგეს просто რა.
Bit for me. He factored that one for Na'Vi. All right, well, this could be the final round. 3D Max. Anything left for us? Well, not quickly surging towards top mid. They want to try and do some nade damage. Top Banana rattled off.
Oh,
whoa. Two players walking wonky. But that's unconfirmed.
Which მე მაინც მონესი მირჩევნია AWP-ებში რა გავაკეთე.
Step in the right direction.
და მაგარი მოთამაშეა, მაგრამ მაინც მონესი მირჩევნია. ვისთან წააგეს კლაჩი და გიმზისთან ძმა 1-3-ზე.
You might see Alexi just come in the site if they can get the timing because brackets control being ushered in by the help of Maka's AWP.
მომენტ მაგრად გევასება გიზმი. იო ნახე რა შეძახიან გიზმის რა შეძახიან.
Forced away from short.
And Bomb still T stairs, so it feels like we will be finishing towards B. As he does have a smoke, we're at the 52nd mark. They are going to need a oh, he's just dropped it out. Okay.
Why, man? Sadis rolla.
Booty cheeks just appeared on his screen. There's a nice one onto Masuta.
Alexi's rotating.
He's alone.
There'll be two of them here.
Just about. Makaze
Ivy.
nails the first
Maka.
headshot, finds it onto Lucky. Alexi's going through this. Their backs are turned, and he can't
Why
find it.
metal
Gravity, team damage puts it into a 2-on-3, favoring Na'Vi, but is it? That bomb is down. Hard part done.
And it.
Oh, at range, Maka using that new box angle to pull us into a 2-on-2. Not looking too comfortable.
Vitazi არის დამოკიდებული ხამ რაუნდს მოიგებენ თუ წააგებენ. Vitazia დამოკიდებული.
Gravity's got a back his aim there, committed to the position, didn't stand a chance versus that headhunter. And the pre-aim, they know where he's at. Maka's got to hit both of these shots. He's going to get overwhelmed. No, he isn't. Needs a bolt. Can't find it. Na'Vi close it down. Imma with an impactful clutch. And that's game.
Gravity's already disconnected from the server. Knew that one was coming through. Maka did what he could to keep them in it. But this will be Na'Vi surging forward in Group D. They'll be taking on the Mongols.
And naturally, things have to be as entertaining as humanly possible, which is why we're at the Esports World Cup. This Counter-Strike has heated up here on day one for Na'Vi. Getting a little close there for 3D Max. Yeah, this isn't the start you want to invest at once, but it's the one you got. Now you've got to deal that hand you've been dealt. I'm going to welcome you back to the desk. With Dupree in the middle. I got Pimp down in the end. My name's Trace Aranthis, or you might know me as Stunna. But for Na'Vi, good hard-fought battle here. Nice litmus test to see which Na'Vi we're going to get coming into the EWC 2026. And what we got is the result of them winning.
I would say it's an acceptable start.
You know, მოგერთებით 9 საათში კიდევ მაშინ.
You know, it got a little bit itchy on when they turned their attention to the CT side where 3D Max didn't start to pull the way back, but once Na'Vi still, you know, got the money under control and salvaged the last situation they kind of out. I think it's good to see that Na'Vi comes into the season, you know, still with the fundamentals, still playing with the rotations and still playing around their strengths, which we have seen them playing on Banana in this given game, but also turning their attention, making these diversion calls that Alexi is so known for. So overall, I'm satisfied regardless of the scoreline being a little maybe too narrow for the likes of Na'Vi.
Knowing Blade, I think he'll look at this game and, as you said, you know, be okay with the result of the game. You know, a win is a win, especially in the best-of-1 game against the 3D Max, who showed that they were here to play. I do, however, think that when you look at the second half and some of the rounds that they were losing, you know, playing 4v2s, 3v2s, where a couple of the players got a bit ahead of themselves, you know, sticking around and maybe taking another fight, playing a little bit too overconfident and maybe, I wouldn't say unserious in a way, but playing, you know, as if it wasn't a very important game to win. I think Blade is the type of coach who would, you know, show the players that and be like, listen, guys, I know it's the opening game. I know we ended up winning anyway. I know sometimes you can let a little bit loose, but if we want to be a team that is supposed to win this tournament, we got to cut out all the mistakes and we got to be very clinical in the way we approach every single game. For my money, Na'Vi were the better team without a doubt. They played well, but there were a couple of moments in this game where if you play better teams, you will get punished and you will potentially end up risking losing a map like this. So if I'm Blade, I'm happy by the result, but there's a couple of things I want to hone in on.
It's scary close, and I think I can come right back to what you're saying there on that. Dupree, and the fact that if you are Blade, when you go back and look at this footage, it's time to tighten up, guys. This is probably, you know, you probably got away with one right here in a couple different scenarios and instances as regard to rounds in the game. But yeah, we can do better. This need to do better. This have to do better.
It was still a good performance from Na'Vi. Let's not shy away from the fact that they were in control for the vast majority of the game. So Na'Vi getting the W was good. It's a good performance and a good start to the season for them.
It is. So let's take this opportunity here from Alexa B via Freya.
Exactly what we're going to be doing down here on the stage. Congratulations, Alexi. Let's be honest, though. It was pretty in control from you for the vast majority of this game. Things did get a little bit dicey towards the end. Scoreline hits 11-9. Blade calls his last timeout. What's he saying in that moment to kind of calm you guys down?
Yeah, exactly. Calming us down since we knew this round that Maka won shouldn't have happened. We all knew that he was low HP as well, so we kind of just misplayed it. Unfortunately, we didn't have the best economy going into that round on the 11th, but they decided to make a fast play on A. And yeah, I'm happy we played 3A that round and got the crucial entries. And in the end, yeah, some good clutches from us as well, even though we had the man advantage in those rounds. Yeah, solid game.
Wonderful. And Makaze, both looking incredibly solid in the server today. Do you think they missed playing officials? Because it's been a while since we've seen you in the server.
Yeah, you could feel on the communication that we didn't play an official for a while. It was a pretty hectic at times compared to, you know, some of the practices you play on bootcamp where it tends to be more chill. But yeah, they played very good individually and we all saw it.
I imagine there's more than just you deciding what events you're going to be attending, how long you're taking these kind of prolonged breaks for, right? Because you're one of the teams that have had a bit more time away from officials after the Cologne major. What benefits do you see to having a little bit more time, maybe to boot camp, just away from those officials?
I mean, we've been a team for a long time now, so just, you know, spending some time, firstly, like on vacation, then going into a long boot camp and not rushing things. We tried to analyze, we tried to do our best in order to, you know, step even one step further on this season. But yeah, the opening game is always the hardest, and I'm glad we managed to win it since it was a best of 1. But you know, there is still a long way to go here and a lot of tournaments this season, so we need to be ready.
Things can certainly get a bit chaotic in his best of ones. We've seen that happen already here at EWC. Just one more question, throwing it back to the major. Of course, we saw the disappointment of you guys not making it through to the playoffs of that. How do you harness that as an in-game leader and use that as fuel, as motivation for the guys coming into a new season?
I mean, that's the only thing you need to do. You know, we were deeply disappointed considering that we came into the major with good form, or at least that's what everyone thought, and we even had a boot camp. Everything was there for us to, you know, have our chances, but in the end we couldn't you know, come over the finish line, and that's what happens, and you need to, you know, build the motivation off of that.
I see what you did there, the finish line. Nice one, Alexi. And a nice one from Na'Vi, indeed. 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, Na'Vi, Alexi B, hell, it's a wonderful thing they've got going on over there, ain't it, Jacob? That's because Wonderful showing up in spades for this side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, you could say so. I think Emma had a great performance as well. You know, a couple of times in this game, he was very vital and very aggressive, as you like to see Emma play as well. So overall, I think, as Alexi B said, a solid game of Counter-Strike. They didn't really teach us anything new. We didn't really see anything, but that's kind of what you expect. It's a best-of-1 game. So, you know, temper expectations. Be happy that Na'Vi won, and hopefully we get to see them move deeper and deeper and deeper into the tournament.
Yeah. So you're saying we didn't necessarily... Sorry, Dupree. You're saying we didn't necessarily learn anything from the fight on Banana that Na'Vi almost won in round 10, where Wonderful ended up at the end of the very end of the round. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just talking about the...
Because I thought that's what you wanted to talk about. My bad.
No, it's obviously... Like, I think he said it himself, right? You know, it's the first game of the season. You know, there's probably a lot of jitters and a lot of thoughts going through their head. And I think it was just important for Na'Vi to be looking into the case now that they needed to salvage what they couldn't from the major, right? They needed to stop the bleeding and not continue the downward trend of not, you know, performing, because they did have a good start to the season. So, yeah, a good win for them. But, I mean, like, if you turn your attention to 3D Max, you know, it's stability that I've been missing, right? It's the things that, you know, the CT size has just been way too bad, you know, and it was very easy to see that Na'Vi just really figured out how to punish it, and you know, I think it really comes to close into round 10, where I do think that really comes to show where some of the issues that 3D Max is just really putting it in, and it's actually, the setup here is actually pretty good. I think Maka actually gets the first one here, which is good, and the setup is there to back it up, and I think Gravity almost loses this frag out, but this is what bothers me, right? The fact that Na'Vi just walks back. You have Curse just standing in an off angle in the middle of nowhere. As soon as he dies, Misura is in deep shit, and he has to salvage everything. If he doesn't get like a triple kill here, he's literally in the case where they can't win the round, and that gives Bit the space to walk around the side and actually gets this double kill. He almost brings them back in this situation, and it's the connections between the sides that I saw from 3D Max that is not working together. It is the connections that what we've just achieved on Banana. How do we then approach the late round? What Curse is doing is literally just throwing the round away, and luckily for them, Lucky does actually manage to salvage back, but it's these type of things that they need to work on.
Quite impressive that you can play a 5v3 CT side on Inferno and lose map control like they did right here, and that's a great example for 3D Max. If anything, it's also a clear evidence of two different levels of Counter-Strike. I think, again, when you look at 3D Max, you're looking at a team where expectations should be that they are maybe a top 15 team, you know, that they maybe qualify for the major, and if they're good, they make it to stage 2, where for Na'Vi, you heard Alexi B, right? They've had a long boot camp, a slow build-up to the season, came into the major in good form. We're one of the few teams to win a trophy outside of Vitality as well. So the expectations for Na'Vi is that they're winning trophies, you know, or at least being in the grand finals or in the playoff every single time. So I think at the end of the day, we got a game here where, you know, throughout the day so far, I think a lot of the games have been closer than we expected. This was exactly as close as I expected. Na'Vi being the better team without a doubt, but at times 3D Max showing that they could play Counter-Strike.
I mean, just in relevance to round 10.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Looking at the graphic right now, that's what I'm talking about. If you're a team that's supposed to be top 15, then you can't have stats like this, you know. If you're sitting at a 45% CT round win and you're looking for stability, that's probably where you're going to be looking first. Like, that's where you want to put your eggs in the basket. We need to fix our CT sides. And this is just like, this is overall. This is just not Inferno. And I believe that Inferno is the third best CT side outside of Cash and Dust 2. So, you know, it's a grim-looking thing for 3D Max. You know, if they want to be finding that stability, trying to improve, they need to be working on the CT sides, because that's where I think they have the biggest issue, because the T sides today against Navi, it looked okay, right? They did manage to claw their way back, but not when they have CT sides. This is not going to happen.
Anything you want to say?
Yeah, sorry, I was on the phone, as you can see, clearly. Yeah, but I think this one can go without saying for the side of this whole matchup. Again, we're in best of ones, right? So now you get to move a little bit away from this tumultuous territory of like, oh, well, yes, 3D Max could come in and do what might even be considered an upset. Would you have called it an upset at this time?
It would have been an upset, you know, if they were to win, especially in a best-of-one fashion. It wouldn't have been a massive upset. I think 3D Max have shown before that they're capable of playing well against good teams. I think I described them as a team that is often playing up to the level of the opposition. Today, they did that as well, I'd say so. You know, 3D Max weren't necessarily playing bad Counter-Strike. There was just a couple of moments, round 10 being one of them, where it's not mistakes you can allow yourself to make against a team like Na'Vi. Even you said it right, Pete. I think Lucky came in and actually ended up winning the round. But at the end of the day, it costs a lot in terms of the economy. That could have been a round where they survived 4 or 5 players. So they put themselves in a much better position in terms of constantly rebuying and fighting their way back into the first half. So there's things to work on for 3D Max, but I'm not upset about them losing, because I don't consider 3D Max to be a team that's relevant when you talk about teams like Na'Vi, like Falcons, like Vitality for that matter, who we're going to see. 3D Max is a different caliber of a team right now, and for them to be at this tournament is probably the first step.
Yeah, they've taken...
Participation award, is that what they call it?
That they're happy with.
Well, I don't know if we can quite give them that yet. I mean, I guess 0-2...
That's how I feel about being here, you know? I'm just happy to be here.
A participation award is how you feel, Jacob. Wow, man. I'm looking at the prestige and all the pedigree that comes with winning an Esports World Cup. And I also just want to say it's a great time for us to look at the A brackets. So with that in mind, Jacob, I know we started with the D last time. We'll start with the A this time, which we are on the precipice of 100 Thieves Vitality. That's me telling you not to tune away from the stream if you're tuning in right now, because Jacob's going to tell you all about Group A.
Yeah, we're gonna save the best for the later. GG How, you know, beating Team Spirit. I don't think anyone saw that coming, to be completely honest, and that's the main takeaway for me. You know, GG How versus Gamer Legion, winner goes into the playoff. That is a massive opportunity tomorrow.
More like GG, how'd they do that?
GG How, yeah. That was a nice one. I like that one.
Sorry, guys. I'll be
been here for 9 hours. That's the first one, so...
I like that one.
Crazy for that.
Give it to him.
Group A, cool. Let's switch it over to B. Let's see how Group B is unfolding. Dupree, I know you like the Group of B.
I always like the group, you know, and as you mentioned, like it's like Falcons, you know, they make things work. You know, thankfully, God, they did things right and made it work. And now they're going to be facing off against Astralis tomorrow. That's going to be interesting. And then obviously we already watched FaZe Clan had a little bit of a trouble going up against the likes of BB team. So right now, you know, them going against Legacy, you know, it's going to be open for everyone's taking.
I feel like it's the one group where everything makes sense. You know, there's not been a single upset right here. Everything makes sense. You look at the lower bracket, makes sense. You look at the upper bracket, makes sense. Falcons will beat Astralis. Legacy will most likely beat FaZe Clan, and everyone's happy.
Yeah, and that's why we switched.
The FaZe Clan fans.
Yeah, aside from those fans, of course. Shout out to them. Okay, so here we go. I said we were on the precipice of a really cool matchup. We've been talking about it all day long. It's Team Vitality versus the 100 Thieves. Why are the 100 Thieves? Just name their whole lineup. They're all your friends.
Right now? Okay, so as a coach, we have Glaive. Then we have Legend, Rain. We have Poi. We have Sira. He's a talent coming out of Denmark. Then obviously we also have Device. And then let's not forget the mastermind of Gismi. You know, like, you know, he's on the talking cards for everyone right now. Rightfully so. I think he's impressed everyone. So I'm excited to see what can happen in the best of one against Vitality.
Well, it's going to be a quick one. Anyway, Group D, you know. Na'Vi, 3D Max, we just saw that unfold. The Mongols had a pretty clear-cut victory on Mirage against Magic. I'm curious to that matchup. I think the Mongols are being, again, slept on a little bit. They're so much better than we give them credit for. I don't know what it is after Sensu left, but they constantly manage to exceed expectations. So that best of 3, Na'Vi versus the Mongols, I find that quite intriguing, Trace.
Yeah, we're on that B stream. Wildcard Furia, that's what's up coming up next. Vitality, 100 Thieves for us, and also a little bit of a break so that we can kind of wet our whistle over here and get ready to jump back into the server. If you can imagine it, it's the Esports World Cup 2026, Counter-Strike 2, all week, next week too. We'll be right back after this.
can they remain alive as Queserado finds himself a quick double, and it seems like Wildcards as kind of signed themselves not finding a bomb plant.
Yeah, their own death certificate signed. Greg at least had a chance to do some damage with the M4 there, but could not fall. Only one person end up losing their life in the previous round for Furia, which is Maladoy, so it's a perfect excuse to pick up the op, and I'm sure he's not complaining too much about that.
No.
That's good to hear him doing better, you know? Saw on social media that his eye was all messed up. Felt bad for the guy, but seems to be all right according to Fallen.
I mean, we'll see how much it really affects him, but I'm going to say he's at 99% anyway, so...
he's one of the best operators in the world. Even if he's not at 100%, he's still going to be better than most people.
That is very, very true, and maybe what little advantage Wildcard could have taken advantage of seemed like it'll really affect him too much in the grand scheme of things. Deep nade in towards Banana, and it's going to hurt. Sexy Eye tagged down to 48. Rest peppered a little bit here and there, as Furia continue to just deny access across all sites.
Slow start for Wildcard. No real progress made much of anywhere, but they will start to refocus themselves up Banana. Good take, concise, and they want to go straight into this B bomb site. Fallen able to spray one through the smoke. Kinder tagged up through Coffin. Still has his life, doesn't quite spot 60 out through that smoke. And the bomb site will be given up.
Allo. What do you გადავიდეთ. ასენი სანამ ის დაიწყება, აქეთ გადმოვიდეთ ჩვენ ცოტა ხანი. და ბარემ გავხურავთ ვიტალიტის ხუმარი. ამასობაში ფურია იგებს 3-1.
Fury hesitant to get active, but a Molotov onto the site that does miss means that Furia gonna call themselves out, call for the save. Definitely can't blame them. Trying to retake the B bomb site is one of the scariest things you could do in this game, and Maldo is still doing some economic damage. So even though the round given up, it seems that the pincer to eliminate all the rifles is absolutely perfection. Not a single player surviving for Wildcard. Although the round is still being won.
კაიჩი იმათმა ხო ტვინი წაიღეს მა.
It's going to be costly.
თავის დროზე არ დაიწყეს არც ერთი თამაში, კაროჩი.
Success.
აზიზღრობა არა, ეს მეზიზღება ეს იმენა.
As Furia
ეგრევე რო იყოს ამაშები რა იქნება გადაბმულად.
The money's still flourishing nonetheless. They can definitely fall back onto it. Not really stress and strain themselves too much. Fallen, just this consistent opening kill, and he is just the wall of defense for this B site right now.
A really important kill there, because if he falls back and doesn't give up anything, Kinder eventually goes down. It's a completely different situation for that retake. You're probably not even thinking that much about it. Maybe you're still trying to get the fallback kills, but be a lot less aggressive about it.
CTZI.
Early stages in the 5th round. Does see more of a focus towards upper mid position. Wanting to sneak up towards brackets. A bit of utility thrown in to allow a push and a peek. And Amanya aggressive towards the arches already. Not doing enough damage to really stop any sort of presence. But a great CT setup. 60 immediately eliminates the IGL. Queserado able to find one for himself. Trades back and forth. Does leave us into an even 3-on-3. Romano still hasn't even moved off the B bomb site yet. Bomb gets planted. At least tapped. And now you see that rotation coming in. It's fully committed. Clear out into lane. Gets you Kinder. A kill on to next to go. And 60. His impact important, but he's gonna need to get an ace in this round if he wants it. 4 kills already. 60 versus Maladoy. An ace that he could speak on for the rest of his career. So far away, and the young star able to steal one for his team.
And you alluded earlier. Call his name to get into a site, make some space, get some kills. Just, you know, distract even, but he does it better. Gets a 4K, nearly the ace, nearly clutching it up for a wild card, but falling just short. just like the magazine itself, just running out a little too early there as Furia claim back that 3-round lead. And, well, it's going to be a pause for Wildcard as they discuss what's next in line for them.
I mean, that was a really good and concise hit onto the bomb site. Obviously, once you get into the retake, Yikinder hitting some great shots, just kind of picking apart the defense. They weren't necessarily set up in spots to get those trade kills, which is the biggest problem, but also they didn't have time to set up. The bomb just got planted. They're not expecting Yikinder to already be pushed up lane. And you know what? I know we've been praising Wildcard a lot. It's an NA desk that we have here on the B stream, and you know, we gotta represent. But I do mean what I said about 6C's tenure within Complexity, and even his time on Marsborn after Complexity.
Yeah.
The fact that he is just able to kind of go headstrong wherever he wants and take on whatever fight he feels comfortable doing is a really important factor, especially in North America, where you don't have a lot of riflers that are comfortable to just give up their life to try to put the team in a better position. 6C again, say his name, and he appears first to get a kill in the round.
Not like he's playing against a bunch of nobodies. This is Furia, 3rd in the world currently, and he's hanging around with the best of them. So, you know, all NA hope isn't gone. It's just all inside of one man as of right now. MHL getting killed. So maybe themselves having to chime in a little bit. Caserado phasing through the smoke, but waiting for that power flash perfectly timed. He actually gets flashed from it, and Wrecked finds his first kill in the match.
MHL getting a team kill onto Hex could spill doom, but at least the position still powerful, aggressive. Wreck distracts with the Tech 9, Nemanja with the backline, M4, able to rip a head apart. And it is just Yuri. Obviously the save is going to come in here. Wildcard find themselves 2 rounds in their favor now.
Getting a little vocal.
That was good. I mean, it was a lesser buy. It was aggression right off the bat, and the change of pace is definitely going to be the way that Wildcard can try to put themselves in a better position. You know, when you're a team like Wildcard going up against Furia, you need to do more of the gimmicky stuff. You need to just try to catch your opponent off with certain things they're not going to expect. And if you could just capitalize off of aggression, like 6C did. That's a funny team kill. You got to do that every time. And you know what? That's what they did, and it worked.
Yeah. I mean, you got to slow down some big names like Fallen and Caserado, both 7-3 right now. And it's a big ask for, you know, an NA squad like this who, you know, isn't really struggling, but I don't say is in
but თუ გახსოვთ Wildcard-მა qualifier-იდან გავიდა თუ invite იქონდა Wildcard-ზე. თუ გახსოვთ. თუმცა ნახო მომენტ მე ვნახავ მე მგონია რომ qualifier-იდან გავიდნენ რაღაც ეგრე მახსოვს.
Okay, he gets sprayed down from the boost up of Wreck.
Invite იქონდა თან ნახო.
Wasn't even aware that the position was possible. A good nade. Around 90 damage collectively through 2 Ts. But again, player advantage for Wildcard. This is what you need. You need to pick apart the defense on the CT side of Inferno because you need to try to make them go for those retakes where they're either going to save because it's too difficult for them to retake, or they're going to throw their guns away because, again, it's too difficult to retake.
I'll say Furia is looking pretty pinpoint accurate with their utility as of right now. Everyone taking some sort of damage other than hexed, whether it be from nades or mollies. Currently, no real weapon damage, just the utility, which obviously on a map like this, utility damage is about 50% of the damage, I feel like sometimes. And there we go, Wreck taking a little more. He's down to 20. So quite easily can fall victim to a long-range MP9.
They're doing a great job to keep the players on B, though. This is perfectly set up for a bracket hit. Only Yuri standing alone in the pit. Gonna know the presence is coming. A smoke does drop in front of his feet. Able to spray down 1. Doubles up onto Hex. Yuri has done everything right now. This is everything and more that his team could have possibly asked for as the T's get the plant down. MHL trained on his position. There is Wreck on low HP on the site. Yuri in a great position to try to go for this retake. Just keep distracting while the moto push comes in. Wreck, even though on low HP, does find some impact, and now it's all up to MHL. Op train to the spot. Bomb not planted for him. Save is definitely the best call he can go for. Keep that op alive. The money isn't great on the side of Wildcard. Great execution to get onto the bomb site. Great execution to pull the rotations away from A and make them stack up on B, but at the end of the day, I mean, the retake capabilities of Furia just completely overwhelming and overpowering Wildcard.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not for lack of trying. We're seeing Rekt, he's starting to get his foot in the door here, start make some progress, great progress right there. And I mean, once he can get himself there, then you just have to, maybe have your offer follow up, and between Rekt and CXI, I feel like there's enough firepower to get onto the site. It's, again, those post plants that are going to be a little more concerning.
Ender taking a little bit of chip damage. Beauty of Inferno. Every round is throw as much utility at the wall and hope for the best.
Usually it works. Especially on BC.
It works for one of the teams.
Very much so.
Good bracket control. Out for Wildcard. Furia playing off of it. I think that's smart. Don't want to give up any of the early kills. You know that the players on this T side are going to be a bit more aggressive. Maybe try to counteract the tactical difference there, respectfully.
Tactical or skill?
Oh, tactical, come on.
Oh.
Molotov, maybe there's a skill difference there. I mean, again, one of the best operators in the world, not going to miss the easy shots. That completely stalls out Wildcard. 45 seconds left. Pretty much fully committed towards his A bomb site. No control elsewhere. Nade comes down, completely destroys MHL and Rek. And as they push forward, K-Serrato, he's going to be good to tap away ahead. Make that two. Although damage done back through the wall. Nemanja not ready for the play to boost it up top, and neither is Hex trying to trade. A good attempt, but Yuri way too good for that.
At this point, I'm waiting for Wildcard to maybe string a few rounds together just so I can hear Hext yelling at this point. And that's a sign that you're moving in the right direction when Hext is getting loud. But right now it is eerily silent over there. There's some fist bumps, there's some high fives, but there is generally no vocal, uproar from them.
I mean, it's still early days. There's still time in the half to at least make this competitive. Although I will say MHL being 0-6 is not a great start for them.
It's not, especially on to this bye where he's dabbling in the 007 department. Tech 9s, P250s in the Glock, and Yukendar finds the first one on Nemanja. Maybe looking for a little more, and he does. Rekt out of the round as well, and that is a quick burst of kills from Furia once more. Fallen chimes in for his one, because why wouldn't he be good for at least one more?
MHL and Hex both so uncomfortable. Obviously, the Pistols have a hard time competing against sprays through smoke. Especially when you're all lined up. Big barrel fish waiting to get shot.
Просто ისინი რა ქვია, ლოგოები რატო არის იმაში რა შავ-თეთრში ტო ვერ ხვდები.
Monumentally better either. Kind of a guy that you would lean on a little bit maybe to help support CXI and Rekt, but he himself only with a pair of kills currently as we come into the 10th round. MHL 0-7, Hex 2-9. Combined, it's not looking good early on in this first half.
That's definitely not looking good for the side of Wildcard, but ultimately expected for this side. You're going against a team that just made the final of the major.
Yeah.
And Furia is...
It's a big ass, like I said.
Furia has so much weighing on this season, like not only in terms of just trying to recover from the slip that happened mid-season, but also Fallen's retirement. You sound like a broken record saying it because everyone talks about it, but this is the equivalent of a Wayne Gretzky-esque retirement.
You want to end on a high note.
Yeah, I mean, he's such
when you're playing with the boys,
important player. Wayne Gretzky might not be the best comparison, but it's one of the most tenured players, one of the most beloved players retiring and moving away
from...
a
whole country knowing your name.
Yeah,
and then
name.
The whole, I would say at this point, the whole scene knows who you are, and then some.
The young pupil below the aforementioned Fallen does open up the round once more. Falls back, awaits the push elsewhere. Rekt going a little bit too fast for that smoke to bloom. All the way able to pick apart the lane push quite easily, and it's stalled out Wildcard once more. K-Serrato back in Ninja, headshot, back ahead of Nemanja, couldn't even see it coming, and it leaves it all up to MHL. It's a clean sweep for Furia, 8-2.
I will say, outside of, obviously the individual performance of Furia, they do a fantastic job of just stifling the aggression that Wildcard are trying to throw at them. They slowed it down, they get the kills, they get the picks.
When you think about this battle, it's kind of like the passing of the torch at one time from what was the device.
აბა წავედით ბოლო თამაში დღევანდელი დღეს. ნუ მე ვსტრიმავ ბოლო თამაში არის ჩემთვის და დანარჩენ სხვა გავსტრიმავ.
That's the thing, like a lot of people try to copy what he was doing, and I even sometimes went down and sat together with him or with my coach Sonic at that time watching, like, because there was a point where I had to do a little bit of standing open, and we watched the demo together and we were like, how does he end up having 25 kills? He's doing nothing. He hits the easy shots. He's never been like the flashy player or anything, but he's always been the guy that seems to be in the right spot, very good teammate offering utility and everything, and then obviously just talently gifted.
The cool thing about that is that I'm going to say something that all the Twitch chat and Reddit is going to go crazy about right now, you know. No, but it's a lack of comprehending. It's a lack of brain cells. I think that's the issue. Now, Saivu has obviously been the best player in the world before. He's in contention to still be it. I think Device have inspired a whole lot of more people with the way he's been AWP. Because people look at Saivu and they're like, I can't replicate that. You know, that's just a sixth sense for the game. That's a different level of Counter-Strike. Whereas people look at Device and they're like, this position, the way that he's always making the right decision, the way that he's always taking the shot, falling back, taking another shot, falling back. That's inspirational stuff. Because people can relate to it. People look at Device being like, I can do that. Whereas people look at Saivu and be like,
მეც მინდა გახსენება მინდა ადრე გადიოდა ხოლმე იმაზე. აუ რა ხი, ხო GDS-ე გადიოდა ხოლმე და მან უყურებდი ხოლმე.
Great point there that we cannot all be Zywood. I think we can go walk away from this one with
ეგ და კიდე ერთი გადაცემის იყო, სერიალი იყო ხოლმე, გამომძიებლები იყო რა ერქვა.
The bees are well and truly in the building. I've got Expo standing by for EWC, of course, in your home country as well. You've talked about how important EWC is as an organization. Of course, we've got this beautiful setup here as well. But for you, it being in your home country, it's not often we get a tournament in France. So how much pressure?
Well, yeah, I didn't think that after the major in Paris, we will have another one. So of course, the pressure will be high. But for me, just
Chicago's მეხანძრეები. კრიმინალური აზროვნება არა. გუფი იყო კრიმინალური ინტერესის ობიექტი. კრიმინალური აზროვნება, ცოტა ხო ეგ იყო. ინტერესის ობიექტი ის იყო. ხო ერთი ტიპი რო იყო თავის ძმაკასთან ერთად რაღაც კოჭლი ტიპი რო ყავდა. ეგ არ არის ინტერესის ობიექტი.
I've got to address the emotions that we saw coming out of you guys, right? It was a huge disappointment for you. I don't think I've seen you, that emotional for some time, right? Because of the success of Vitality. How do you harness that in the off season to make sure that you can use that to grow and get back to the form?
Well, it was like a year and a half that we didn't have this problem because we won 2 majors. We had really good vacation after that. It was the easiest vacation ever, so we didn't have to think too much about problems.
I'm ready
and playing pretty well. So now, yeah, I think that we all have regrets about what happened at the major, what happened about our preparation in a way. So we really want to have like a redemption and show that we can still be the best. And so yeah, it's step by step, but we know we can do it. You just have the right mentality at that moment, and but we're ready for it.
I just want to ask about the extra circumstances going into this season as well. We've obviously heard Jail's going to be coming in to replace both you and Mezzy during the season. But does that add more pressure to the events where you have your full 5 to actually be getting some of those wins and getting trophies back in your cabinet?
In a way, yeah, in a way, no. We had this discussion with the team because it was needed. We needed to have this kind of discussion. And what went out from that is that, of course, we...
That's
the first time in my 20 years of Counter-Strike that I take my personal life over my professional life. And it has to happen in this occasion. I know it's not easy for the team, but we have to accept that and be sure that we will give our really best for the next few events that we are together. I'm not sure it add more pressure. It just have like we have to be honest with each other about how things will go and how things will go if we don't do well or if we win or whatever. So we had good discussion about that, and I think that for me that was the most important.
And then final question, 100 Thieves, your first opponent here in a best of 1. There's some other veterans on the other side of the server waiting for you. Tell me about the prospect of playing up against the likes of Rain and Device and also a British in-game leader. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling fine, to be honest. The only bad stuff is best of 1, and we all know best of 1 is tough. So like Spirit losing to GGO,
like where I don't think they would have lost in best of 3. I thought we were like out of best of 1s because stage of the major changed it, but yeah, EWC came out and said, yeah, let's play best of 1s. So yeah, I mean, we also had to accept that and be sure that we start straight into the game well. But yeah, the opponent, whoever we will play, it will be tough no matter what with the best of 1. They are upcoming team. They played good online against Archons. They went through the open qualifier here, so they deserve the spot. No, it's about us to show up today and see how we can play.
By the way, I think you're going to have a lot of fans cheering for you at stage 2 today. Thank you so much for your time, Apex. Good luck.
Yeah, Apex had to say post-Cologne, I don't think we ever showed good face. And I would like to say that I think EWC is a great place for them to reestablish that sort of setting that they've put out here in the big world of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they have to, right? You know, this is where the redemption start that he mentioned himself. So
ხდება რა ვითარება და ეხა იწყება ნიუკი არა
So obviously win here is it's
მეზიზღებით რა.
This goes without saying that regardless of how you look at this game, Vitality are the heavy favorites. I will say though that the Thieves have played Nuke quite a lot as of recently. They beat PC Game on Nuke as well. It gives me with the 1v3 clutch, so they're coming in with a bit of a most recent confidence boost.
Let's play the game, Jacob. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
Oh, there was Sadarin, Mina Porno. Oh, flames, chill, bro. That's magari შემოსვლა აქვს თემ. Let's
get the party started then. Looking pacey from the Thieves, charging straight to the vets. They're up, down. Bomb needs to go with it, but Rain loses it. Flames, he's taken his head off. Bomb still committed down.
Drops it here.
Yeah, an opportunity versus Gizmi. Looks like he's not ready for. The tracking not there from Robs. Gizmi gets a freebie.
გეხვეწებით რა, ჩემი გვერდი დასროლები და უკან დასროლები არაფერი არ ყოფილა თურმე რა, ყოველად ვაჰეიტებ ხოლმე ჩემ თავს.
Headshot device is stalking his prey. Zywoo makes good headway into the site. It's going to make it a harder fight on the Glock. Or not. Actually, very comfortable for device. Flamesy, 2 kills deep into the pistol on the bomb with support from Deacon. You know he's off it, and wow, nice headshot provided. Looking good for this one. What an ambitious pistol. I say that as a 1v3 goes 1v. What? Nearly hit Gizmi.
No kid, no chance.
Oh, that would have been nice if he hit the immediate reaction shot, but that's going to be 100 Thieves starting strong in the best of 1.
Messi is going to get out of there. Had Kevlar to hold on to as well.
Saba best of 1
One more kill he would have been in M4 territory, but could still bring out a Famous. And yeah, pacey out of the Gizmi-led team, obviously the newest addition, taking the reins over from Rain. And having Glaive as a coach as well. That's probably
Rob's skill bad
start. Obviously this is Glaive's first foray into the coaching world. See what it has to offer.
And good to see
it is going to be a force buy for Vitality. CT side. So scouts out in the mix.
Wow. I mean, I didn't know that Rain was capable of getting cooler, but he has invested into a UMP. What a hipster. Okay. What a cool guy.
Well, we'll see if he can make it rain here in lobby. It's him and Poi with the bomb.
And he knows they're going to have Kevlar, or likely. A bit more armor penetration on that SMG.
He's on his own, so it's unlikely that this will be the finish down towards B, unless they want to drop in another wall. Focus on, will this force over rotations? Nobody down towards B just yet. Vitality as we turn this into an A-split.
Yeah, looks diligent. Zywoo in heaven with that scout. Has connected 1 bullet. Flamesy versus Rain in lobby. Wow, Apex goes overlooked. Very well. The output in combination with the Flames from Messi. They disappear.
A bit of noise coming out of the camp in Paris, France. And while Vitality... Apex and Zywoo, you can understand exactly why we had that much noise. There's nothing like that for the 3D Max game we just had going.
No.
And there's Vitality jerseys throughout. If you don't have one, we're right next to the merch stand, so you can go pick one up if you're liking what you're seeing. But yeah, this was very direct. Essentially, what's being called here, Gizmi gets across the secret, sees that nobody else on the stairs is secret, and is assuming topside stack. So blindly, but assume that they had forced rotations and respect with the util. This looks like it is going to be top poppy off the second timing.
He saved his incendiary just for this reaction.
Here they come, and now through the flames they have to brave. Rain spamming a hunting flames. Already finding Porte. And no bullets, awkward reloading in the open, and Messi's hands on him to ensure this one's a cleanie.
Okay,
well, we will call this 3-1 in about 2 minutes' time.
Yeah.
Hopefully, for what is going to be an eco coming up next. You have 100 Thieves who are, well, feeling a bit hot at the moment, right? Obviously, that gauntlet they ran on the final day of the Open qualifier, last chance qualifier, whatever you want to call it, 64 teams on land battling for 4 spots here at the Esports World Cup. And they're one of those 4. Now, an organization that wants to be at the majors, right? An org like 100 Thieves, they're meant to be a premier org. So that is what this is about, right? They pieced together this roster. They brought in Gizmy, threw that aside. He said he's too chill of a personality, where Gizmy, he will tell you if you missed an aid. So it's a team that has a green leader. And I see the conversations around Luminosity, and like, haha, Luminosity, you left the in-game leader who made this team. Because like, well, Gizmy was at Monty for a while, right? And it was that complexion of players at that event that put the spotlight on them. So I think Gizmy's got the better end of the deal. Poi, I think, is fantastic.
ყველაფერმა გაჭედა საერთოდ ჩემ. მარტო რეინა არის გიგაჩედია იმენა შეხედე. არ რეინა არ გაჭედა მარტო შეხედე ცმებო.
And then we can get into the guns.
მარტო რეინას ფოტო დარჩა იმენა გოუთის.
People haven't been able to leave Gizmy's name out of their mouth, right? That 1v3 clutch.
The most crazy.
მოკლე ჩართვა არის.
I just saw Poi as well. Yeah. And I was asking about, he had the most bullshit death in that map to Mzenia through a smoke, and I asked him, like, did you do anything? Did you make it? No, he's like, nah, he just shot. Like, okay, well, it's a game that I'm sure they'll remember, though, right? Poi and Sierra, this is the type of counter-strike they want to be playing. It's the best of one against Vitality, one of the absolute best teams in the world, who started the season online with a loss to Liquid.
Yeah, I always find it curious, and I think Rain did in his interview say the same, when teams say they'd rather play top teams like Vitality than you know, the LCQ mixed bag of chaos. But I suppose it does make sense as far as the game they're used to playing.
Now we are back in play right now, so there you go. The ramp pop.
Hang on. Rops has stood his ground for 1 second. No, Rain pulls and stabilizes into a 4-on-4 with ramp now lost.
It's a rotation. Down to B. Flames is here.
Oh, Flames is shot. It's
a good position. Tucked on Astralis.
Oh, baited in.
Dropped in. Yeah.
Baited in.
Device is going to completely overlook this.
გაგუდეს ბიჭო რა ტაიმინგზე გაუღეს კარები.
Quick succession, putting it all onto Gizmy late yard.
Yeah, and this one is tough, right? Because if he gives me, you're meant to be here.
კარგი, ესე ჯობია. არა, ისე ჯობდა წეღა როგორც იყო.
But your teammate's just been blown out of the water there. So very well done with the rotation for Vitality. Here's a kill.
Okay.
55 seconds.
We're not doing another Gizmy new clutch, are we, so soon? Plenty of time to work, but Zaiwu is AWPing his exit of these double doors. It seems like a perfect, almost impenetrable...
ეს ვინ არის? არც ვიცითო.
Jiggle not going to work out for him. Zaiwu puts him down.
All right, well, that was the most competitive round there since the pistol. 3 casualties in that one for Vitality, but still a 4-round stretch without the bomb going down. So Glaive will... Oh, never mind, it's just a pause. It's not Glaive. Might want to be Glaive. Might want to take a time.
He might.
But...
Technically,
we'll get the HUD sorted for everybody playing at home. We want to see their beautiful faces on the screen too.
Technically,
match coming your way this way on the A stream. After this, it's 9Z versus Pain. And then that'll be done with the best of 1. So we'll be into best of 3s.
თელი დღე არ დანძრევია და მაინც სამთამაშზე დაინძრა. ანუ იქ თამაშზე მაინც დანძრეოდა ფურიაზე, რა სანახავ ისინი არიან.
4 teams per group will make it into a single elimination 16-team playoff bracket, which will be kicking off on Wednesday next week. And that'll be best of 3s all the way through until a best of 5 grand final, which we will leave this massive hall.
Best of 5-ია ფინალი.
The A-core, which is where Vitality won the major with Dupree. So
ნიხუია, სადაც ის ჩატარდა, კაროჩე, ბლასტის ფინალი მეიჯორის, ხო იცი? მან იქნება ამის პლეიოფიც.
The qualms with the HUD as well. So we'll fix a couple of bits and pieces.
უკვე თემა.
Back underway. Money is not good, but we'll
სადაც მეიჯორი მოიგო Vitality CS:GO-ში.
So
Unless you're really shouting about the money, you should be safe.
Regardless, and we're facing away from them, so they can't even read my lips. But has to just be a light investment.
Yeah.
They get the max loss bonus next round, right? But this is win the pistol, lose the follow-up.
All I'm doing, like when I see the the 4 on the drop from Vitality, all I can think about is the way that second round went wrong for them. It was a really uncomfortable fight as well for Device. You saw it in that replay where essentially he started to take it a fight and the
bicho, ჩემი რა diamond coin-ი გაგვემაზა. Bicho, რამდენი diamond coin-ი მაქვს ერთ teams რაღაცის გამო გამაზული. ეგეც და იმაშიც რა ქვია, Astin-ის major-ზეც, ამერიკაში რო იყო major-ი, ეგეც. ერთი არ გაგვიხსა რაღაცა?
P-Vision, Foot, Tyloo, Lin Vision and Mouse, they make up Group C. So I would imagine, what would be my 4 favorite teams? I would go Vitality and Mouse would be the 2 that I would expect to get through. But then after that, it gets a little bit tricky, right? We had some results earlier today. P-Vision. So the winner of this will take on Bait. And Mouse will be playing on the secondary stream a little bit later today. The winner of that, well, Mouse versus Lin Vision will take on Foot. And they just came off of that bounty win with Spinks getting his first MVP. He was playing some very aggressive Counter-Strike on the CT and T sides, going for openers.
I'm curious, just in this group, Bait and Foot, would you say they're on par, or would you say that there is a clear, more promising squad out of the two? Because they've both had bursts of, deeper runs.
I'd probably identify there's more individuals in Foot who I think have good output.
Pedigree, yeah, sure.
But I think that Bait's an interesting one to me. They've constantly been sitting at this level. Obviously, this year started with, Segikawa?
Yeah, that's right.
And then they turned a Segikawa into a Sizzy.
But Sizzy seems legit.
Yeah, and he's only 16, which I think is, when people see him and maybe he has a bad game or makes some bad decisions, they critique him a little bit harshly. I think Sizzy is definitely one for the future. At 16 years of age, already showing some promise.
Yeah.
If he can... The biggest thing with these players is making sure that you're open-minded to learn.
Absolutely.
Which sounds ridiculous, but that's like life, really.
Yeah, but you see it, right? Like from the other Segikawa, for example, or the Head Trick before that, there was always, you didn't have that star power. I have seen Sizzy take over games. Obviously, most of the time it's Mirage.
Yes, it's true.
He is that typical 16-year-old, who just grinds the faces, spams Mirage. But I've seen insane performances from him. The only one that really sticks out like a sore thumb. I'm yet to be convinced by Symmetry.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Heroic, you can be explosive. Demon anchoring is strong. Krebeni can do carry in-game leader performances.
Ridiculous things.
They're very aggressive and in your face.
Would you say Krebeni and Gizmi are in a similar category as far as, these new punchy IGLs that can frag?
In terms of the next generation?
That's up there, right?
Because before that we had it was Kixen and...
Fragging IGL? Maka?
No, because this was around the Paris time, right? So you think about, or in Paris now,
your Game of Legions,
we're talking about Blast in 2023. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where you had your Shui and your Kixen come from.
That's right.
Right? Obviously, for Mr. Shui, it hasn't worked out as he would have hoped. Whereas for Kixen, he was on Falcons, and now he's on Aurora with this international project. But yeah, I think that they might be some of the next names. Like, I am surprised. Maybe I'm not, because I know a little bit of the contract stuff behind the closed doors with Foot in terms of like player trades.
Oh, really?
I've heard a couple things. Striker.
He's always
give me a nugget or two. So maybe I'm not surprised, but I think if you're Foot and you're in Counter-Strike and you lose the core of that team, well, it's like, we got to start from scratch again, right? So you want to hold on to a core at a minimum.
And we bumped into Team Spirit, who lost in their opening best of one.
But we're in good spirits.
They did seem like they were in good spirits for a team that lost to a GG How. That's Synopsy, Mini, Satsanito, Bibu, and Asamas.
Yeah, Don Cumble, though. Only had a 1.58 rating.
That's it.
But this was, I guess, because a lot of people are talking about this Mouse versus Spirit game back at Bounty. And
what stood out about that?
Well, Donk had a off couple of series.
For me,
when I see Donk coming off map, I go, it's not going to happen again. I think he had 4 or 5 consecutive maps that were negative KD.
Okay, for the first time, absolutely.
I would assume. Here's a question for you. When do you reckon was the last time Device played against Zywoo?
Ooh, wait. Using
my limited brain power, I will think back.
I'm going to look now. We have B-Trams here, but he can't push stuff on air, so he could probably do it for me, but I'll have a look. It can't be that hard.
How long was Deve gone? And when did he leave?
This is it, right? Because you had a couple of moments. You had, it must have been when he was on Astralis.
Yeah,
it has to have been. So it can't have been that long ago.
You're going to have to scroll a while because 100 Thieves have played a lot of Counter-Strike.
They have been.
November
last year.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's nothing at all. That's when he was on the Astralis roster.
That's right.
Yeah, it was.
Magisk, which was on paper supposed to be a really strong squad.
Yeah. Attention in the team, but not everybody got along so well.
Which, you can get away with in some sports, but when you're in Counter-Strike,
not in Counter-Strike.
It's just 5 dudes traveling the world together. You better get along.
Yeah.
You really gotta have to.
I think there's some teams who we've seen.
We've seen them
operate of the no, this is business and we're working.
That's true.
But that was it. But I think you're only going to get the best out of a Counter-Strike team. You don't have to be best mates.
No.
But when you're there, if you're having a good time, which we're playing a competitive video game, that is extremely frustrating. Don't get me wrong. We all know how it feels to lose rounds and lose clutches and have bad teammates. But I think at the end of the day, if you can keep a bit of perspective on it,
yes,
and you can enjoy the time with the people around you, in a good spot. Is Apex looking at us? No, he's not.
No. But that's one of those things as well.
ეხლა უნდა დაუძახონ აქ face-ს ადმინებს და გადაწყვეტენ აქ მოაგვარებენ ეგრევე ავტომატურად რომ ეტყვია რომ ვიტალიტი იგებდა 2 თერს და 3 თერს ამიტომ გამარჯვებულია ვიტალიტი და მორჩება თამაში face-ს ადმინები აქ იჯები ვიტალიტი
like you know obviously he knows how to play the game to such a high level he can get frustrated easily when there's misplays because he sees someone doing something wrong. He's like, why would you stupid idiot
ever think that?
Why would you ever cross your mind to make that move? And all I said to him was, but imagine if Simple says it doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter to him, it doesn't matter to me. You know, I don't get in my head, I don't fall down the rabbit hole of misery and it can go wrong.
I don't know which event it was at, but there was something that unfolded and I think people online saw Senzu and Simple having a conversation that they perceived to be a disagreement.
Yeah.
But then I think Simple took to what is it, Telegram?
Yeah, no, he's coming. There's a new mature angle to the BC game, Simple.
I think it was fun watching BCG play in that open qualifier. A little bit unfortunate with how the random draw went for that bracket. Obviously, one side was much more stacked than the other. We had Liquid, we had Thieves, we had BCG. There were so many big names in that one portion of the bracket. And look, when you're dealing with that many names and that group, right, we're talking the top 30 to 50 teams in the world. It is hard to go, are the rankings accurate enough or this, that, or the other, but yeah, I think everyone would have loved to see BCG.
But 100T are here to play. They managed to make their way through that LCQ. And so we can get back underway. Looks like everything's been resolved.
So to bring everybody up to speed, in case you just joined us, we had a pistol victory that was a dive into a B play out the gates from 100 Thieves. Took secret control, turned it into a top split, and now we are 4-1 in favor of Vitality up against a partial buy.
Let's rock and or roll.
Yeah, nothing's changed for Vitality. They haven't gone, oh, we need to drastically change our positions because we lost at the major to
შუაში უხდებოდა და ის გვერდები გაიჯანდება სადგინდოდა ეს გვერდები.
Dorm and Mezzi anchoring out. Towards ramp and Zyro was the rotator. So this is what your expectation is and that's what you're getting. Apex has had some keen moments already.
გადაიწვა უეჭველი ჩინური კამერებია.
5-7, an assist on that force.
Yeah, and Flamesy on that top lock. Being very efficient with his fragging.
Taking it slow there, hoping to siphon out the util from Vitality to keep their finances a little bit honest in this landslide.
Ooh, he's in trouble. They've hit him a couple of times, but some red health.
We're going to split A again.
Now you know the AWP and Apex location. Smoke break, but they're hitting behind the box. A chance perhaps for an element of surprise. Can they smoke walk? They do catch him off guard, but a quick reaction shot puts Gizmi in a grave. One back from Surat.
Why
movement skills, so
Problem is the bomb It's in a bit of a
რა
curious position
უბედურია
right now.
ბიჭო და ამას
20
ადარეთ
seconds. These three
უკრაინელ დორბლია.
Not the best flash in the world. Zywoo's actually played this to perfection. He's just up close. I say that his back was turned to device. They might be able to get another frag out of this. 8 seconds. Gets the bomb down. Oh my god, and Robs nearly goes down to the device. Tech 9 flustered a bit, rushes it. All clean from Mr. Cool.
Get a little bit dicey. So 2 rounds where they've been able to get 3 kills. The bomb goes down in this one. Their first plant other than the pistol.
მარქონდა ისე ჩახტა. აი მაგას აი დარწმუნებულა სიმპლა 100 ჯეროთ თადოს ვერ გააკეთებს.
So the fact that they're able to
შანსი არა.
Pretty competitive round there. Hopefully that spells.
Yeah, do with some guns.
But no device AWP.
Sure.
Yeah, surprised he gets away because you can see the idea, right? Pretty meditated that move. And then it gets a bit messy, a little bit sketchy. That's where you feel that maybe the comms are a little bit sloppy or your read of the situation isn't quite there. So Apex setting up Heaven, they are doing a very passive stance. And we do have another hit issue again, so bear with us. Flames behind CT vent.
არა მაგარი არის კაცო. ტოქსიკი არა. განდონა ბოშია.
They are expecting a top pop.
Could be really better position. The Molly CT vent makes life a little bit difficult. Mezzi's forward position catches device. That's important. Double out of range. Breaches the top side. And should very well translate. Is there going to be an attempt?
They
still have a decent amount of cash on all 5 players. They're going to give it a look.
მართალი ხარ სიმპლა რონალდოა ზაიუ მესი ჯობია
You run the risk of losing all of that. Maybe the Molly enough to repel.
I think you were probably gearing up to go very late in this.
Oh, they are going to threaten it. This is very threatening. Util dump. Double flash gives me back turn. Apex, there's one. Robs another. Zara and Rain playing around that hot smoke. And there's just simply not enough time. You've got to swing, find the frag, and that will be 100 Thieves. Taking this one. Zara goes down to Zywoo. Or will he be able to leave with the AK? Doesn't look good.
No chance in the world. Okay. Well, at least they take everything away from 100 Thieves as well.
Sure.
So everybody will be able to buy. But
still no AWP.
ვებო რონალდო გევასებათ ისე როგორც ფეხბურთელი.
Not part of the game plan here, just a top execute. Rain finding the entries. And Glaive taking a timeout. So first tactical timeout. 400 Thieves. And there is money for a device AWP if they want it. They've gone in with an X has an opportunity. And I think it's a... well, the money's not in too much jeopardy right now if you're Vitality. You've got 4 players, 2k plus, and they get 1900 loss, so they'll have guns. So as long as they save 1, they should have a full buy round into the next. But let's lock in on this. What is the call going to be? The timeout has been taken. Is this a pace change? Is this... what adjustment could Glaive be hoping to make in this moment?
Antonizა იქნება პრეფაერები წამოვას იმისკენ რა ქვია პლეიოფისკენ.
Aztag gives me through credit card.
Bye.
And dunked on to finish. The 2 Frenchmen working in unison to manufacture an opening.
Այս არის
Onto
մենա
the
team
Brit, no
play რა.
less. That's why the French are cheering.
Yeah.
Hang on.
შევიდა Apex-შენთან, შევიდა მაგრამ.
It's done very well, Apex. He spotted Point.
იცოდა რომ ამას იზადრენ უოჭერ, იმიტომ დადი გაიგრე.
4 on 3.
Donkan წააგო.
A little bit of territory, device
Donkas
amplifying that pressure onto this top site. He's got Zywoo though to support him. From Heaven. And that smoke enables him to focus entirely on this fight main. Easy from Mezzi. Flamesy from the yard side. Rain down after 1. It's all flowing for Vitality. And Apex, he said he was going to be more loud this tournament, as if that was possible, but he has been showing very clear determination and animation in himself already just over these last couple of rounds.
მე მაგალითად მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ბრაზილიელი რონალდო ბევრად მაგარი იყო, რა ვიცი, მე ეგრე მეჩვენია ბევრად.
Two tournaments, one for Messi, one for Apex, with some fresh faces on the way. I feel every opportunity. This one, there'd have to be some organizational pressure for Vitality at the EWC, right? Obviously, just from the Counter-Strike perspective, which is how we're tackling it, you want to see them in semis, in finals.
Of course.
But from an org perspective, with so much money on the line and the club championship still looking relatively open, a good result here and a bad result for some of the other teams could go a very long way.
Well, especially when it's the Counter-Strike tournament and you know you've got the world #1, at least they were.
Yeah, right. But this is coming into this event. It's Falcons, Vitality, and Spirit. And Spirit started with a loss. I still expect them to make the playoffs. But
same.
If all the other favorites make it at the top of their group, we might see Spirit taking on a big name early.
გადაკება იმენა ყველა ვინ ჩავიდა ის მირაშება მაიმით ჩაირბინა სიკრეტში რა ქვია
Gizmi's made it across.
მაიმზე კითხულობს ვერ
assume Flamesy's going to have an internal timer as to when he needs to check it and he just did. Does that mean a bit of a jump scare for Flamesy?
Got support
behind you. Still hits it, does Gizmi. Getting output is something. Puts it into a 4-on-4. Gizmi was alone. That's info in itself. Apex providing the Overwatch device, slinking for a main wrap. They weren't ready for that. You see where he was?
That's very cheeky.
Ugh.
Very cheeky.
Can
indeed.
I see that? That's what does that look like from the enemy POV? That's gross.
That is Messi there being a bit of a geek.
Look at his face. Cheeky.
All right, well, they're getting stomped right now. But if you missed the BB team versus FaZe game, it was a 9-3 first half that turned into a very, very close affair.
I mean, NET round is gold.
Apex is 4-0 in openings right now. He's doing a very good job. One of the issues I had with Vitality at the major was there was a lot of scenarios where they looked out of place and they didn't have a good read of the situation. Vitality right now, especially through Apex, a good read of the situation.
Does look that way, you're right.
He's constantly in motion, he's not getting caught off guard.
I think
Gizmi is one of those ideas to try and get the team, you know, he likes to manipulate you and force rotation.
This is going to be on Rops at ramp.
Oh, great shot out of Flamesy. Rops breaking glass, Saiwu rotates through, fires off the shot. They've got a good idea as to the setup. Leg shot onto rain through the smoke from Saiwu. Despite the smoke. Looks like Vitality are so well positioned for this. On that right side, but Rops finds the finish onto the leg shot rain. Another from Rops. Get out of my sight, says Mystical. Another multi out of him.
Helps when you win the opening exchange outside, but then also Apex. Contact. I come through. I take off one. Probably I get traded, but at this point we're in a very strong position. So this is what I mean about them understanding what's happening. And then, okay, they hit the brakes, so I'll back off. I won't take the risk. They feel like they're definitely putting the best foot forward right now. 8-2. 2 rounds left in this half before we swap sides.
Suboptimal on the buy.
Into
the top side. Hang on. Easy pickings. Boy and Gizmi cracked the site. Rob's down after one. Rain's got main. Kept at bay for a moment longer. Did make a sound cue. Gizmi knows where you're at. He's going to opt for an AK and a push. And a spam puts him down. Device will find it on the Galil while blind.
The only way in was pure desperation there, right? You have to hope that you get some crazy timing on the way through, and then you have to hit the ground. So there's that third round.
And of course, it's Tech9's fast top. Like, it's just classic nuke. You've been trying all these, you know, long-winded
rotations, get map
gun
control.
rounds. Look at the pathing here. Gizmi and Poi rounding both sides of the site. Quick on the retrieval and quick on the trade. Last round, will you find A4?
Apex playing very aggressive.
Look at this.
Gonna try ramp again.
Apex, talk about aggressive. There's no way Terra was ready for that. Rob's just one. It's a dink on Rain.
ესე ყოველ რაუნდში კი არ იმუშავებს მაინც ტრაფი რაუნდი, მაგრამ მეზი აქ
Device might get a freebie. He did catch him. Just a little bit of info onto Mezzi, puts it into the 3-on-3. Much more healthy our Vitality.
ცუდი შეცდომა დაუშვა მეზი.
I was picked a very interesting position during all of this. Is there follow through onto B? Looks like it.
They don't buy it, or at least they didn't at the start. You can see Apex miles away. Just Flamesy here, but he has that angle over the smoke. They weren't ready for that. Gives me side by side with Device in a 2-on-3. Goes for the plant, gets away with it. Apex. Oh, wait. Oh, Device just enough bullets, but swings to his demise.
All right, it looks to me like Apex is doing the it's not a crazy shot or anything, but he's had a very good last. He's had 14 kills, and it feels to me like he's been confident in taking his jewels. When you see Apex is a bit desperate because the team isn't, he just throws his body on the line, but here it looks like he's been backing himself, and well, again, I'm gonna take this one in a different direction in the Thieves versus BB team game.
Sure.
This is Vitality versus 100 Thieves. We know exactly what we should be getting from a team like Vitality. Yeah, you have to feel for 100 Thieves a little bit, right? They won the pistol, they get the conversion. Then they get 2 gun rounds on top. Oh, okay, we have a 7-5 half.
Yeah, decent.
You have a bit more of a buffer. That buffer is out the window. Ready to get this one back underway. 30 seconds. Goes damn quick, and we're already into freeze time. Bye for the T side. Vitality have 2 smokes. A HE given to Robs, likely for that door. A molly on Mezzi, and flash to boot. Have fun in the chat, and away we go. Pairs of dual Berettas. Door blown off. Util follows. Squeaky door lurk. Does Rain want to try and dip down the vent? They already started Device B, so he can pick up vent.
Up Molly, 2-drop main. And here comes the pressure. Mapping all the way. What a headshot onto Gizmy. Flamesy at range. Takes down the Heaven player and immediately starts to amplify the pressure onto Sub. Jewel Berettas has to worry about Heaven, Hut, and Flamesy applying that pressure all on his own. He's got a bit of help. It's Zywoo behind him. Rain's got too many targets on his screen, gets overwhelmed, still taps 1.
Device in through main.
And Poi going for a late ladder. Good luck with that. Zywoo seems poised and ready. Just hoping he catches the perfect timing, and it's too easy for Zywoo. Device, not the pistol you want at that kind of fight. Fighting Heaven from main, and look at the position of Zywoo. They're playing cheeky Counter-Strike. Triple kill from Zywoo on the pistol player. Mr. Wu.
Have 8 opening kills in this map so far between Apex and Flames, who found it there on the pistol and even found that follow through.
Look at this shot.
This is very similar to what BB team ran, but a later timing and a bit more nuanced. Right, trying to do the Heaven and Hell wrap creatively.
Do you think the Hut Molly could mask some of the main drop sound? Like the fact that they drop off as the Hut Molly lands?
To some degree. You think about the angle of, okay, so the first thing that they want you to have to acknowledge is the vent drop.
Yes.
Right, so you're trying to pull a rotator, so when you are wrapping Heaven and Hell, it's less fortified, right?
Yeah, so okay. Makes sense.
Well, if they can just get past this force, we'll call it a win for Vitality, I think.
Yeah, it could be really that cut and dry. 1 yard, says Gizmy. Poi readies himself. Good luck with this one. 5-7, and 1 ain't bad. You'll take it. Flamesy removed.
5-7 დანერფავენ უეჭველი.
In that situation, that's great.
არ დანერფოთ 5-7 გეხოცებით. კაი არა.
Just need to see what the rest of the team can piece
Still,
together.
I mean, the second that bomb goes down, you don't feel great. You really don't feel great. So keep him away from the sights, and Gizmy is well positioned to do so.
He's on his own, though. There's no real rotation. He'd have to go absolutely mental.
Oh, and Apex is here.
Exactly.
So they're all going to wait for each other and time it to beautiful synchronicity.
Hello. And save. All right, 11-3.
Textbook.
I think we just saw one player attempt to go down the vent, and that would have been swiftly called off. It was Syrup.
Neta შეხვედრო და PC Games ერთი რა ზაიურა.
For retake.
ერთი 10 ჯერ ხომ მოჭიმა და კიდევ ერთხელაც მოჭიმავდა.
We're looking for something.
Anything.
Not just straight into the save. They were warded away by the forward presence there on ramp, and we knew it was confirmed. Now it definitely is.
And if this is, you know, just Vitality all the way to the finish line, I can't help but feel for 100 Thieves, this game is going to be shrugged off as quickly as should have won the second round. It's going to be, you know.
Sure. It was always going to be a difficult game.
Of course. But
you have to convert those type of rounds.
If you were making a checklist of making this game competitive, you
win
got
the pistols, win the conversions.
Yeah.
And then if you can get a couple of gun rounds after that, we can have a conversation.
But I mean, it couldn't be better, right? Look at the fragging output as well. What a lovely spread. Sure, Merriman a little lower down, but that's just because he hasn't seen as many as the opponent or as his teammates. But a very even kill spread from Vitality. Not a one-man army by any stretch of the imagination.
And if you reflect on the loss that Vitality had a bounty online, Nuke was in the mix there, so you're probably feeling, if you're 100 Thieves, like, oh, maybe it is a little bit susceptible. It's like, well, it's our first game since the major, online. You guys are grinding. That's Liquid. That's 100 Thieves. That's your BCGs. Vitality don't have any issues in getting invites to the big events right now, so this is one that they've set their sights towards. They just need 2 more rounds to make this one of the most one-sided games of the day. Just having a look. We had a 13-3 with Game Legion versus Luminosity.
Andrea მაგარს ეწევა ძმა ბუმიჩაზე ვიზარს თუ DIGL იყო და პერფექტო ავერეიჯიო. რა ავერეიჯი პერფექტო იყო თუ იყო მაშინ ფორმაში ძმა.
Biggest stomp of the day.
ანუ 2021 წელს.
Do we get another one of those?
2021 წელს იყო ნავი პრაიმი თუ იყო
It's so limited, isn't it? You have to hope that they play fast and then they play around smoke so you can capitalize. Someone gets a multi. Oh. Okay, they forced the issue there. You can see the flames on the ground, right? So they have destabilized the fast yard and secret control that Vitality were looking for.
Device has got a scoped weapon, just a scout though. Oh, just from Flamesy.
You're probably going, please smoke. Where is the smoke?
Where's the smoke? Is it in the air?
Yeah, I did throw it.
It's coming. It's coming.
So's Christmas.
Gosh.
Playwa ჯობდა მაშინ ბუმიჩას, მაგრამ DIGL იყო, მაგას ვერ იტყვი ბუმიჩა.
Now feels like anything's possible.
It would have been insane if there was more than one that made it across on that very minute timing. Just Flamesy. And no over-rotation from 100 Thieves so far.
The last smoke's on Rop, so he can't use this outside, and Apex is his team ready to cross secret. So they're going to try and pull rotation at ramp with this fake. There it is. Now the cross, which they did pick up, so they had a contingency for it. However, now the bomb's down secret.
Really well played by Vitality, just manipulating the CTs. Making them dance to the beat.
Going back to A. 20 seconds. There's a problem now.
Yeah, 2 consecutive shots on the scout connecting. Device removing the captain. Wrapping in, Robs bides his time. Device trying to apply the pressure. 12 seconds. They have to be planting. They have to be clearing corners.
Wow.
There's simply no time. 100 Thieves. This game was over if Vitality found their 12th there.
Okay, I guess we showed a little bit more. The Heaven players saw us. We're assuming a heavy rotation down towards B. They try and come back up. They get caught by the scout. Oh. And that all started with the smoke wall outside being, I need a good name for it. What, the molly, it's a forced error.
Yeah.
Oh, Device, they're already across red. You're gonna have to sweep back into this.
He's got the AWP now, and he's gonna have to put it to good use. And is he gone? Keeps us level after Apex's opening. 16 and 8 from Vitality's captain in this opening best of 1 for EWC.
Good flash, Flamesy. Oh, I think he copped it as well, ever so slightly.
აუ რა ლამაზია ვეპია ბიჭო როგორ უხდება ვოქსები 2015 წელს კატოვიცეები
but probably no intention to go further.
And Flamesy off a main, picking up that AK, making a sound cube, so keeping the conversation flowing as Device will take his ult ramp.
This is the fight Robs has been waiting for. Rain puts his head in the fight.
They're pushing all lobby. Ramp and Squeaky.
There's a belated trade. That's going to make things uncomfortable.
But they know that's the lobby player, so they might assume everyone's outside. That's
so
a bit
lucky.
of a mare.
How has he gotten away?
What?
The magnetic flame follows him up, Tetris.
Dmasad daicwa, იმენა 64-ში აყვა ცეცხლი.
Apex is going to catch you. It couldn't be better. Unprepared. Oh, he's just a rat in the system, is Apex.
18 kills deep right now. That was felt like a puppet master moment.
Dmasad daicwa, ბედი ცხოგინდა.
Nameplate counter shot that we've been talking about. 100 Thieves make some assumptions, and it was the wrong assumption. So Vitality definitely pipped them at the post this time. But they had no
Apex
There was obviously noise on main, so that's drawing the attention. But Device as well, he wasn't holding the angle. He was expecting there to be some utility, like at least a first smoke before they crossed red, but nothing. They just went dry.
Yeah, but you could see throughout that whole round, I mean, like you said, no one was ready for all of those fights for 100 Thieves.
Gizmy's aggressive.
Booking them, and Gizmy spotted by Apex. Backs away. Oh, don't get much more damage than that out of a HE. That could not have been better. Apex has Gizmy 42. Meaning of life.
Apex having a great map, right? Most multi-kills, 6 and 1 in opening kills.
Nerdy approach to getting on main.
Poor Gizmy.
Yeah, he's just been booked on the reload. It doesn't get better. Looking for that 13-4 statement to open up EWC for Vitality. Poi with one back, and now Device is off angle, punishing ZywOo. You got an advantage. A man advantage that you need to hold on to, but Flames, he's stalking his prey.
Farmhouse, speech of
Flames in quick succession, advantage gone. Is it going to be the game 2? Plant, Device can deny. 43 on the clock as it's a Robs versus Device one-on-one.
One picked up, space being given.
ეხლა რობზას რომ მაგას ვერ მოატყუებ, რამზას რომ მაგას ვერ მოატყუებ.
A stomping. A lot of people wanted to see this one go back and forth tit for tat, but Vitality just mincemeat.
Yeah, a big discrepancy for the in-game leaders. Apex 6 and 1 0 and 6. Vitality march on in the upper bracket, one best of 3 away from the playoffs.
Yeah, that's absolutely what Vitality looks like when they're feeling the rhythm to their own rhymes, and that's because they just put away 100 Thieves and a best of 1 that definitely could not afford that slow start. And Vitality looking to set a pace and a presence here that we can all hope to keep up with, and hopefully Dupree doesn't trip over that cable as we keep this one marching straight along. Dupree, you've seen all these guys in the
აი, წავედით, მე უღრესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ლაიქებისთვის, 10 საათი გამოვიდა სტრიმის აღო, მაინც კარგად გამოვიდა. არხის გამოწერისთვის და ლაიქებისთვის და დონაციებისთვის. წავედ და ხვალ შემოგერთებით ჩვეულებრივ რეჟიმში. მედია ხვალაც არ გატროლავს, წავიდონ კიდე.
He hit it right on the nail, right? You know, he came into this one saying that this was too much for the 100 Thieves to be cheering, and you know, Vitality showed up in a sense that we expected. It was